In his previous life, Chen Mo fought valiantly in a blood-soaked battle, ultimately obtaining a 6-tier crystal core, only to be betrayed by his brother Ding Weiguang and plummeted from a 100-meter-high building, meeting his demise. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself reborn 1 month prior to the apocalypse. At that moment, he was being barred from entering the community by the security guard, still an inconspicuous delivery worker. To his astonishment, he inadvertently bound himself to a mobile photography system. A simple snap of a watermelon yielded a staggering 98 million, and a trip to the supermarket filled his exclusive space with an abundance of resources, even allowing him to replicate firearms and ammunition by 100-fold. Ding Weiguang still harbored intentions of shamelessly mooching off him and swindling his retirement benefits, just as in their past lives. Chen Mo promptly presented him with a bill, demanding 50,000 for meals, relishing the sight of him kneeling in fear and begging for mercy. The apocalypse descended without warning, transforming hotels into hellish realms. Chen Mo preemptively booked the presidential suite, ensuring a stable existence. As zombies attacked, he wielded an AK, continuously absorbing crystal cores and rapidly enhancing his abilities. The former betrayer, now desperate, sought refuge. Chen Mo scoffed, personally severing the ropes they climbed upon, allowing them to be engulfed by the horde of zombies. Hearing that the shooting club possessed firearms, Chen Mo rallied his companions and stormed in, successfully seizing an entire armory amidst a hail of bullets, becoming armed to the teeth. While others struggled for survival in the apocalypse, Chen Mo, leveraging his photography system, hoarded supplies frantically, exponentially increasing his power, relishing in the thrill of vengeance. Chapter 1. Rebirth. At the pinnacle of a skyscraper in Tianhai City, the wind howled and the glass curtain walls emitted a dying groan amid the hurricane as the severely injured Chen Mo stood precariously at the edge of the rooftop. At that moment, a mere step forward would send him plunging into the abyss. Chen Mo quickly hand over the 6-tier crystal core. Ding Weiguang stood behind him, brandishing a machete, his tone icy. Ha ha! Chen Mo suddenly laughed heartily, causing the scabs on his chest wound to split, evoking a sense of profound desolation. Once, these individuals were his comrades in arms, yet now they raised their blades against him for a mere crystal core. This illustrates the coldness of human hearts in the apocalypse. Chen Mo, what are you laughing at? Let me tell you, my blade is smeared with zombie blood. Within 10 minutes, you'll become one yourself. Considering our past brotherhood, hand over that crystal core, and we'll ensure you receive a complete corpse. A complete corpse. Chen Mo surveyed each person present with a gaze filled with resentment and anger. Under his scrutinizing eyes, some lowered their heads in shame, others smirked, some reveled in his misfortune, and others averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Ultimately, his gaze settled on his good brother, Ding Weiguang. Ding Weiguang immediately became flustered. What are you staring at? Hurry up and hand over the crystal core. Hee. With that cowardly demeanor, you think you can usurp me? You want the 6-tier crystal core? Very well, I'll oblige. With that, Chen Mo retrieved the crystal core from his bosom and casually tossed it off the 100-meter building, shattering it upon impact. Bastard! Brothers, kill him! Ding Weiguang roared, brandishing his knife as he and the others lunged at Chen Mo. However, in that critical moment, Chen Mo suddenly leaped off the edge, plummeting just like the crystal core. You bastards! Even if I become a ghost, I won't spare you. Outside the community entrance, Chen Mo let out an unwilling roar, instantly petrifying the 2 security guards on duty, who dared not even breathe. This delivery boy was truly terrifying. Was it really necessary to act this way, just because he wasn't allowed to ride his bike into the community to deliver food? At that moment, an older security guard couldn't help but think. It seems delivering food is indeed less desirable than being a security guard. Look at the immense pressure this young man is under. One misstep, and he could completely lose control. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense, with both security guards warily watching Chen Mo's reactions, fearful of any impulsive actions he might take. Where's this place? Where am I? Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings in confusion. He staggered back 2 steps, colliding heavily with the iron gate of the community, the metallic clamor startling the sparrows in the nearby trees. He looked down at his oil-stained delivery uniform, trembling fingers brushing over his left chest, where there were no festering wounds, and his body temperature was not as cold as when he had been infected with the zombie virus. Young man, if you're feeling unwell, you should hurry to the hospital. The older security guard gripped the walkie-talkie, his eyes reflecting a mix of caution and sympathy. Our community truly does not allow bicycles inside, if you're in a hurry. Before he could finish, Chen Mo suddenly seized the guard's wrist with such force that it made him gasp. What is today's date? It's August 17th, 20,230. The young guard replied hastily, instinctively reaching for the rubber baton at his waist. Chen Mo released his grip as though struck by lightning, staggering back a few steps, his eyes alight with overwhelming joy. I have actually been reborn. I have actually been reborn. Ha. Captain, what should we do? This delivery person seems truly insane. Perhaps we should call the police. The younger security guard trembled as he glanced at his elder colleague, alarmed by Chen Mo's sudden bout of wild laughter. Just then, Chen Mo recalled something, lifted the delivery box from the back of his electric bike, and began to devour the food within with ravenous enthusiasm. After all, having struggled for 3 long years in the apocalypse, merely surviving each day was a significant achievement, let alone savoring such delectable food. Chen Mo swallowed the last bite of his rice ball, oblivious to the grease dripping from the corners of his mouth. Over the past 3 years, he had gnawed on the foul, raw flesh of mutated beasts and chewed on compressed biscuits mixed with dirt. At this moment, the aroma of this ordinary takeout filled him with a warmth that brought tears to his eyes. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the screen, Chen Mo saw that it was a call from Ding Weiguang, and a surge of anger welled up within him. In his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, Chen Mo had contacted around 20 or 30 fellow delivery workers to form a faction for survival, to fend off zombies and seek food. However, in the end, he never anticipated that merely acquiring a 6th-tier zombie crystal core would cause these individuals to turn against him, willing to resort to violence against him. After all, a 6th-tier zombie crystal core could awaken supernatural abilities in ordinary people, allow awakened individuals to break through their current limitations and ascend a level. In a resource-scarce apocalypse, it was a highly sought-after commodity, capable of trading for a month's worth of survival supplies, rare medicines, or top-tier weaponry. Initially, Chen Mo had thought to use this crystal core to procure resources or medicines for everyone in critical times. Yet, he never expected that his so-called brothers would turn against him over this crystal core, even willing to take his life. Ding Weiguang. Chen Mo clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The name Ding Weiguang flickered on the screen like a blade, etching the bloodstains of his past life onto his retina. However, after regaining his composure, Chen Mo realized that this was not the time for revenge. With only a month remaining until the apocalypse, he needed to stockpile a substantial amount of water and food during this period. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo disdainfully hung up the phone, intending to return to his rental apartment and devise a plan. Just then, his phone rang again, this time from a resident of the same neighborhood. As soon as he pressed the answer button, a sharp, acerbic female voice pierced through the receiver. "Delivery person, have you brought my food or not? I am right at the entrance of your community, but the security guard on duty won't let me in. That's not my concern. Hurry up and deliver it to me, or I will file a complaint. I'll deliver it to your mother. I've eaten your takeout. Complain as you wish. I'm done serving you." With that, Chen Mo angrily hung up the phone, ready to walk away, when suddenly a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. The Mobile Photography System. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Mobile Photography System, version 10. The Mobile Photography System? What on earth is this? Chen Mo stared in astonishment. The Mobile Photography System allows you to utilize any mobile device to capture images of inanimate objects, excluding living beings. Once stored in the phone's gallery, these images can be transformed into physical items magnified a millionfold. However, one cannot photograph the same object more than once. Furthermore, the Mobile Photography System possesses the ability to permanently preserve and maintain temperature. To Chen Mo's surprise, fate seemed to be favoring him this time. Ding Weiguang and the others who betrayed me shall pay their blood debts when the apocalypse descends once more. Chen Mo thought to himself as he eagerly retrieved his phone and snapped a picture of a watermelon vendor across the street. Detected 98 watermelons. Congratulations. You have acquired 98 million watermelons. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary system, Chen Mo's excitement surged, causing his breath to quicken. With so many watermelons suddenly populating his phone's gallery, he wondered if it could even accommodate them all. As he pondered this, Chen Mo hurriedly opened his phone and accessed the gallery, only to find a solitary photograph within it. Then, with a mere thought, a watermelon materialized in his hand. Accompanied by the system's notification once again, 98 million watermelons, if I am not mistaken. The only way for the photograph of the 98 million watermelons to vanish from the gallery is to extract them all at once. Chen Montak Muzit, focusing his thoughts once more, and astonishingly returned the watermelon to the confines of his phone's gallery. 999 watermelons. It appears that my assumption was correct. However, What if the phone's memory is insufficient? Regardless of the device, once it has passed through your hands, all your concerns shall cease to be concerns. So that is how it works. With this revelation from the system, Chen Mo promptly mounted his electric bike and sped towards the largest supermarket in the city. After all, with such a miraculous system, he must capture images of every single product in the entire supermarket. As Chen Mo approached the supermarket entrance, he hurried inside. He swiftly made his way to the grains and oils section, frantically snapping pictures of the rice and flour. Detected 10 bags of 10-kilogram Wuchang rice. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 million bags of 10-kilogram Wuchang rice. Detected 15 bags of 25-kilogram white flour. Congratulations. You have acquired 15 million bags of 25-kilogram white flour. Detected 20 barrels of soybean oil. Having finished capturing the grains and oil section, Chen Mo proceeded to the fresh produce area. In the fresh section, his phone's camera swiftly scanned the refrigeration units. Salmon, king crabs, steaks, and other gourmet ingredients were all framed within the viewfinder. And the system's notifications echoed continuously in his mind. Detected 30 boxes of fresh salmon. Congratulations on acquiring 30 million boxes of fresh salmon. Detected 50 king crabs. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million king crabs. Detected beef. The lamb rolls and shrimp paste in the freezer instantaneously transformed into astronomical figures, swiftly stored in his mobile phone's album. Subsequently, Chen Mo directed the camera towards the shelves, capturing the dazzling array of snacks, potato chips, chocolates, nuts, and other products that were fervently documented. Detected 80 boxes of Lay's potato chips. Congratulations on acquiring 80 million boxes of Lay's potato chips. Detected 200 packs of Dove chocolate. Congratulations on your acquisition. After photographing an entire row of snacks, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the daily necessities section. Essential items such as toilet paper, laundry detergent, and toothpaste saw their quantities multiply by millions with each click of the camera. Detected 200 bales of toilet paper. Congratulations on acquiring 200 million bales of toilet paper. Detected 20 barrels of laundry detergent. Congratulations on acquiring 20 million barrels of laundry detergent. Detected 51 tubes of toothpaste. Congratulations on acquiring 51 million tubes of toothpaste. Observing the system prompts, Chen Mo was overwhelmed with joy, for these supplies would become more precious than gold in the post-apocalyptic world. After capturing all the products in the supermarket, he hurriedly exited and crossed the street to a pharmacy, where he continued his fervent documentation. Detected 999 cold medicine. Congratulations on acquiring 15 million boxes of 999 cold medicine. Detected 30 boxes of ibuprofen. Congratulations on acquiring 30 million boxes of ibuprofen. Detected amoxicillin capsules. After photographing all the medications in the pharmacy, Chen Mo rode off on his delivery electric bike, leaving the perplexed gaze of the pharmacy attendant behind. Just then, Ding Weiguang called again. Chen Mo had no choice but to momentarily stop his bike by the roadside, take a deep breath, and suppress his emotions before answering. Hello? What is it? Brother, it's your birthday today, we're gathering tonight. Chen Mo felt a surge of anger in his eyes, but maintained a calm tone, saying, It's already so late, I think I want to go. Brother, you must come. Everyone is waiting for you here at the Emperor's Hotel. We won't disperse without you. Ding Weiguang hurriedly hung up the phone, leaving no chance for Chen Mo to decline. However, Chen Mo understood the urgency behind Ding Weiguang's abrupt end to the call. In his previous life, it was he who had paid for Ding Weiguang's birthday banquet. Despite being an orphan, Chen Mo genuinely regarded Ding Weiguang as a brother. Yet, it appeared that he had always been nothing more than a joke in Ding Weiguang's eyes. A birthday banquet. Do you think I will be fooled by you in this life, just as I was in the last? A cold smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips, his eyes glimmering with a frosty light. He then tucked his phone into his pocket, mounted his electric scooter, and sped towards the prestigious Beijing Grand Hotel. Inside a private room at the hotel, Ding Weiguang and several colleagues, who also worked as food delivery drivers, had been waiting for quite some time. At that moment, a colleague named Zhao Qinghai, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, looked at Ding Weiguang and inquired, Weiguang, do you truly believe that Chen Mo will show up? Ding Weiguang scoffed confidently. Based on my knowledge of him, he will definitely come. However, just as Ding Weiguang's words faded, the door of the private room creaked open. Chen Mo entered, hands in his pockets, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The atmosphere in the room instantly thickened, and the toothpick in Zhao Qinghai's hand clattered to the floor. After all, none of them had informed him of their presence in this room. How did he know? Brother Chen, You finally made it. While Ding Weiguang's thoughts raced, he quickly rose to greet him, saying, Brother Chen, please sit. The guys have been eagerly waiting. Chapter 3. Chen Mo, why did you hit him? Chen Mo glanced at the spread of food and drinks on the table, and, while pulling out his phone, asked, Since the dishes are all served, why aren't you eating? Everyone is waiting for you, Brother Chen. Ding Weiguang replied with a smile, though internally, he was filled with derision. Once you've squandered your retirement pay, do you think I will still call you Brother Chen like this, you big fool? Let me take a photo from memories. Chen Mo, upon hearing this, snapped a picture of the table laden with food. Instantly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Detected 1 Australian lobster. Congratulations, you have earned 1 million Australian lobsters. Detected 4 bottles of flying Moutai. Congratulations. You have earned 4 million bottles of flying Moutai. Detected a platter of Wagyu sashimi. Maintaining an impassive demeanor. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy within due to the system's notifications. After taking the photo, he nonchalantly tucked his phone back into his pocket and sat down slowly amidst the puzzled gazes of the others. At that moment, Ding Weiguang observed Chen Mo's actions with intrigue, but dismissed it, thinking about how he could exploit Chen Mo later. He beckoned the waiter to continue serving dishes. In his eyes, today's meal was on Chen Mo, so he didn't care how much it cost. As Chen Mo surveyed the scene before him, with everyone indulging in food and drink, his heart was a tumult of emotions. In his previous life, as an orphan and after years of military service, he placed great value on loyalty and friendship. Yet, it had become evident that in this world, sincerity could not be exchanged for sincerity. Ding Weiguang and the others did not see him as a brother. Rather, they viewed him merely as a cash machine. Brother Chen, in this lifetime, to have the fortune of knowing you is undoubtedly a blessing I must have earned in my previous life. I raise my glass in your honor. At that moment, Ding Weiguang suddenly stood up unsteadily, lifting his cup towards Chen Mo. To his surprise, Chen Mo replied, I cannot drink due to a cold. I just took some medication. Very well then, brothers, let us continue to drink. As time passed, with the wine flowing and the dishes enjoyed, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and looked at Ding Weiguang and the others, asking, Have you all eaten well? Hearing this, Ding Weiguang immediately turned to the others and exclaimed, Have you eaten well? Upon receiving their satisfied responses, Chen Mo smiled at Ding Weiguang and said, It's getting late. Shall we settle the bill? All right, let us follow Brother Chen's lead. Wait staff, please bring the bill. Soon after Ding Weiguang's voice echoed, a waiter entered the room with the bill and approached Ding Weiguang, stating, Sir, your total expenditure is $29,800. Will you be paying in cash, by card, or via mobile payment? Of course, mobile payment. Ding Weiguang belched and pulled out his phone, only to suddenly exclaim, Oh no, my phone is out of battery. Brother Chen, how about you cover this time, and I'll treat you next time? Seeing Ding Weiguang's nervousness, Chen Mo chuckled. I thought it was a grave matter. Hearing this, Ding Weiguang felt a surge of relief, but also internally chastised Chen Mo for being such a fool. The waiter handed him a power bank. However, the next moment, as Chen Mo called to the waiter, Ding Weiguang's smile instantly faded, replaced by a look of distress. He grasped his phone tightly, his fingers turning pale as he stammered. A power bank needs some time to charge before it can be used. No worries, my brother Ding. It is rare for you to treat us. I wouldn't dream of stealing your thunder. With these words, an eerie silence fell over the room, the others not daring to make a sound. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the waiter promptly exited the room, returning with a power bank and 2 security guards to block the entrance. Faced with this situation, Ding Weiguang had no choice but to plug in the power bank slowly, hesitating to click on the payment button, as he knew his phone balance was insufficient. $29,800. He could hardly earn that amount in 3 or 4 months of delivering takeout. Thus, he could only muster a few forced smiles towards Chen Mo, pleading, Brother Chen, do we really need to quibble over this? How about I write you an IOU? What IOU? So you're broke? If you have no money, why come to such an expensive hotel? You nearly had me believing you won $5 million in the lottery. Chen Mo intentionally raised his voice, causing the expressions of everyone present to turn quite grim. The 2 security guards blocking the door promptly shut it, making it clear that no one would be allowed to leave until the bill was settled. Witnessing this scene, Ding Weiguang's face drained of color. In the past, Chen Mo would have eagerly insisted on paying for the group out of camaraderie, but it was evident that he had truly messed up this time. Brother Chen, do you still consider me your friend? I haven't wronged you lately, have I? Ding Weiguang pleaded. $29,800. Do you know how many deliveries I would need to earn that? Neither of us can afford it. But you have your severance pay, right? Why not take that out first, and I'll pay you back in a few days? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately shook his head. That money is meant for building a large house back in my hometown and for marrying a wife. I can't lend it to you. Ding Weiguang was left momentarily speechless by this response. At that moment, Zhao Qinghai, who had come with Ding Weiguang, could no longer hold his tongue. Brother Chen, look, none of us have any money. Why don't you cover this meal for now? And when Weiguang is financially stable, he'll pay you back. We're all delivery workers here. If you guys don't have money, how could I? Chen Mo retorted, pulling out a 100 yuan note. Don't say I'm being unreasonable. I've only had a cup of tea since I arrived, and I haven't touched anything else. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. So, this 100 should suffice. With that, Ding Weiguang slammed his hand on the table, furious. Chen Montak, don't push your luck. If you don't pay up, none of us will be leaving this private room today. However, as soon as Ding Weiguang finished speaking, Chen Mo delivered a punch to his nose, followed by a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground, forcing him to crawl under the table while sobbing. Chen Mo, why are you hitting me? Chapter 4. Lavishing on expensive cigars and fine wines. Chen Mo looked down at Ding Weiguang, who was curled up beneath the table, and sneered. Hitting you? Today, I'll make you understand that the money of a veteran is not meant to be taken lightly. With that, Chen Mo kicked Ding Weiguang several times, causing him to wail in pain beneath the table. Brother Chen, what has gotten into you today? You used to be the one treating us. That was then. Chen Mo retorted, delivering another sharp kick to Ding Weiguang. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Qinghai and the others, his eyes fierce. Regardless, I've already paid for my tea. So you all can either split the bill, or I will personally call the police to report that someone is dining and dashing here. What do you say? Zhao Qinghai's face turned crimson, stammering, Brother Chen, why make things so tense? Tense? This is just the beginning. You will soon realize that this is merely the interest owed. As he spoke, Chen Mo disregarded their astonished expressions and turned his gaze towards the attendant, who held a power bank in one hand and a POS machine in the other. I have already settled the tea fee, and I have not touched anything else. May I leave now? He inquired. The attendant exchanged a glance with the security guard and gestured for him to proceed. Chen Mo then exited the establishment, leaving Ding Weiguang, Zhao Qinghai, and the others to bicker amongst themselves, which he found unworthy of his attention. Once outside the hotel, a wave of relief washed over him. He casually lit a cigarette and made his way to the city's most luxurious tobacco and wine emporium across the street. Upon entering, a young saleswoman greeted him warmly. Good evening, sir. Are you here to purchase cigarettes or alcohol? I'll take a look first. Chen Mo replied with a smile, retrieving his phone while glancing at the counter filled with fine spirits and cigars. There stood the prestigious Huanglu de Jinzhuan at 30,000 yuan per box, Likun Fu Chun Shan Ju at 20,000 yuan, and the exquisite Heat Tianxia Zunshang ranging from 14,000 to 18,000 yuan per box. What astounded Chen Mo even more were the store's prized liquors, such as the Guijiao 1573 Sanlu valued at over 300,000 yuan, and the nearly 3 million yuan 1958 clay bottle Maotai. My heavens, it appears that poverty truly constrains one's imagination, he thought, gazing at the Handi Maotai priced at an astonishing 99 million yuan. No wonder this place was the most opulent tobacco and wine shop in the city. In that moment of awe, Chen Mo's hands were not idle. Under the astonished gaze of the saleswoman, he swiftly opened his phone and began to snap photos of the luxurious offerings. Detected 10 boxes of Huanglu de Jinzhuan. Congratulations. You have won 10 million boxes of Huanglu de Jinzhuan. Detected 1 bottle of Han Di Mao Dai. Congratulations, you have won 1 million bottles of Han Di Mao Dai. Sir, what are you doing? The saleswoman, perplexed by Chen Mo's peculiar behavior, inquired. After capturing images of all the fine tobacco and wine, he reluctantly tucked his phone away and explained, I simply couldn't resist taking a few photos as a memento, having never encountered such a plethora of fine goods. Please hand me a pack of Likun, priced at 16 yuan. Oh, I see. Allow me to fetch that for you. The saleswoman responded with a smile, retrieving one of the few remaining packs of the store's most affordable Likun cigarettes. Stepping out of the tobacco shop, Chen Mo glanced at his watch, noting it was already 9:30 p.m. He hopped onto his electric bike and returned to his rented room. Once inside, he flopped onto the worn-out sofa, took out a box of Jinzhuan worth 3,000 yuan, lit one, and began to silently contemplate his next course of action. As the impending apocalypse looms merely a month away, it is foretold that within a clandestine governmental laboratory, 12 monkeys, carriers of a virulent pathogen, shall escape. These infected creatures will indiscriminately assault both humanity and livestock, resulting in a catastrophic infection of the city's populace with the zombie virus, ultimately spreading across the entire nation. Lying languidly on the sofa, Chen Mo inhaled deeply from a cigarette, striving to banish the harrowing images of his previous life, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After rising, Chen Mo switched on the television, preparing to freshen up. In today's news, the largest shooting club in the city is grandly inaugurating its opening ceremony, attended by relevant leaders of the municipal committee for the ribbon cutting. The event not only showcases high-end shooting equipment from both domestic and international sources, but also introduces exclusive member experience activities. At that moment, the screen was alight with fireworks. And as the camera panned across the club's imposing glass facade, Chen Mo rushed forward, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. In his previous life, following the outbreak, the proprietor of the shooting club had remarkably amassed considerable power by wielding the firearms within and rallying his employees. The thought of capturing images of the club's weapons and ammunition with his mobile phone spurred Chen Mo into action. He hastily washed up, seized the keys from the coffee table, and swiftly departed, mounting his electric scooter and heading toward the city's sole shooting club. Upon arrival, the exterior of the club was adorned with a crimson carpet, vibrant as blood. Chen Mo parked his vehicle haphazardly in a corner and strode directly towards the VIP entrance. At that moment, a receptionist greeted him with a professional smile, inquiring, "Sir, would you like to experience our packages? May I assist you in viewing the premises?" "Certainly, but please note the tour is limited to the first-floor exhibition hall and lounge." Chen Mo mused silently that even to indulge in a complimentary visit, one must pay a nominal fee. Upon hearing this, he casually produced his bank card, stating, "Then please enroll me in an experience package." With the receptionist's welcoming smile, he stepped into the shooting club. The corridors of the club were adorned with portraits of past shooting champions. Chen Mo feigned admiration for a brief moment before making his way to the firearms display area. Within the glass cases were an array of impressive weaponry: the CZ-512 tactical 56mm semi-automatic rifle, the Beretta 87 pistol, the CZ-512 small caliber rifle, and the Baikal MP27EM 1C 184mm caliber shotgun, among others. Chen Mo marveled inwardly, recognizing the proprietor's astuteness. Not only had municipal leaders graced the opening, but the firearms in the display were indeed authentic. Yet, while his mind was awash with awe, his hands were not idle. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone and began snapping photos of the surveillance blind spots at the edges of the display cases. Chapter 5. A Millionfold Frenzy, Shooting Club Firearms and Ammunition. Detected 3 CZ-512 rifles. Congratulations on acquiring 3 million CZ-512 rifles. Detected 5 Beretta 87 pistols. Congratulations on acquiring 5 million Beretta 87 pistols. Detected 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Congratulations on acquiring 1 billion rounds of ammunition. Detected AK-47. After thoroughly documenting all the firearms and ammunition in the display cabinet, Chen Mo, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, ventured into the shooting area. Accompanied by the staff of the shooting club, he skillfully grasped a semi-automatic rifle akin to the AK-47, the EM 56mm, and took several precise shots at the target ahead. The bullets whizzed through the air, piercing the target paper. 9 out of 10 rounds struck the bull's eye, while the last one gracefully grazed the edge, tracing a perfect arc. It had been quite some time since he last handled a firearm, and his muscle memory had faded. Chen Mo sighed softly, placing the weapon aside. Under the incredulous gaze of the staff, he swiftly departed from the shooting club and hopped back onto his electric scooter, heading towards a hardware store in the suburbs. In his recollection, this hardware store not only sold an array of hardware components, but also offered shovels, hoes, and other agricultural tools. Chen Mo intended to purchase an item known as the Zulu shovel, although he now possessed millions of various firearms. The Zulu shovel was a versatile tool, capable of cutting, chopping, and piercing. When affixed to a wooden stick or steel pipe, it would become a spear. If one were to wield such a tool against zombies, the lethality would undoubtedly be significant. As Chen Mo stepped into the hardware store, he was immediately greeted by the mingled sense of rust and machine oil. The proprietor was surprisingly dozing at the counter, utterly oblivious, while an old ceiling fan creaked overhead, stirring the air filled with fine dust. Chen Mo, disinterested in waking the owner, made his way directly to the agricultural tools section. His gaze swept over the pristine hoes and shovels, until he finally spotted a dozen Zulu shovels tucked away in a corner. Without hesitation, he began to fervently document the Zulu shovels and other items. After all, since he was there, merely photographing the Zulu shovels would be rather dull. Detected 18 Zulu shovels. Congratulations on acquiring 18 million Zulu shovels. Detected 20 screwdrivers. Congratulations on acquiring 20 million screwdrivers. Detected wires. After documenting every item in the hardware store, the owner remained sound asleep at the counter. Would it be impolite to awaken him now, especially since Chen Mo had no intention of making a purchase? Chen Mo pondered, quietly slipping out of the hardware store and once again riding his electric scooter towards a mobile fuel truck parked not far away. The setting sun cast its golden hues upon the asphalt, elongating his shadow. The mobile fuel truck was stationed beside an abandoned gas station, its body weathered and rust creeping along the metal seams. Chen Mo carelessly parked his electric scooter by the roadside and quickly approached the fuel truck in a few hurried steps. He noticed the metallic body of the fuel truck glimmering coldly in the dusk, while the fuel nozzle dangled beside it, resembling a dormant mechanical arm. Observing that the driver's cabin was unoccupied, Chen Mo swiftly retrieved his phone and snapped a photograph of the fuel truck. The system's voice chimed in. A large mobile fuel truck detected. Congratulations on acquiring 1 million large mobile fuel trucks. Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chen Mo's lips. It is worth noting that such a sizable mobile fuel truck can hold up to 15,800 liters of gasoline, meaning 1 million trucks would equate to a staggering 15.8 billion liters of fuel. With this ample supply of gasoline, he would have a reliable energy source for both relocating vehicles and crafting Molotov cocktails to fend off zombies in the future. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. He hastily hopped back onto his electric scooter and returned to the hardware store he had just visited. He roused the shopkeeper, who was dozing at the counter, and inquired, "Do you sell generators here? How did I miss that earlier?" The shopkeeper, awakened from his slumber, wiped the drool from his mouth and glanced at Chen Mo, saying, "You want to buy a generator? I'll get one for you right away." As he spoke, the shopkeeper stood up and walked to a corner of the store, opening the door to a small storage room. Inside, Chen Mo beheld 4 or 5 brand-new diesel and gasoline generators lined up neatly. He realized that was why he hadn't seen them when he took the earlier photograph. They had been hidden away. Chen Mo snapped another photo of the generators. 3 gasoline generators and 2 diesel generators detected. Congratulations on acquiring 3 million gasoline generators and 2 million diesel generators. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Mo turned to the shopkeeper, his smile widening as he asked, "Do you have solar panels?" "Yes, in the backyard." "Follow me," the shopkeeper replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he led Chen Mo through the cluttered aisles filled with cardboard boxes, pushing open a creaky wooden door. In the backyard, several rows of deep blue solar panels leaned against iron frames, their surfaces coated with a thin layer of dust, resembling long-forgotten treasures. Chen Mo thought to himself, "It seems I made the right choice by coming to this hardware store today." Without waiting for the shopkeeper's introduction, he raised his phone and began capturing images of the entire array of solar panels. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. 12 sets of solar panels detected. Congratulations on acquiring 12 million sets of solar panels. Goodness, you young people nowadays just snap photos everywhere you go. The shopkeeper muttered, scratching the back of his head, completely oblivious to the fact that Chen Mo was pilfering his entire energy trove. At that moment, Chen Mo merely smiled nonchalantly and approached the reserve batteries beside the solar panels. "How much are these batteries?" he inquired. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his phone's camera accurately captured 10 reserve batteries, each stored in his phone's gallery at a Millionfold. The reserve battery cost 2,000 each. "How many would you like to purchase?" The hardware store owner inquired with a smile, extending 2 fingers towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head, replying, "Too expensive." With that, he turned to leave the store. The owner, suddenly anxious, called out, "What about the generator and solar panels? Aren't you interested?" "That's also too pricey," Chen Mo casually remarked as he mounted his electric bike and rode away, leaving the hardware store owner scratching his head in confusion. Muttering to himself, "I don't believe I mentioned the prices of the generator and solar panels. How did he know they were too costly?" At that moment, as Chen Mo returned to his rented apartment on his electric bike, he spotted Ding Weiguang and Zhao Qinghai loitering around, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips. He was taken aback by their audacity in returning. A surge of hostility welled up within him, prompting him to park his bike and approach them. His voice low and menacing. What do you want? Chapter 6. Chen Mo, we are living in a society governed by law. Ding Weiguang exchanged glances with Zhao Qinghai before stepping forward. With Ding Weiguang speaking first, Chen Mo, I considered you a brother, yet you dared to plot against me. What is the meaning of this? As soon as he uttered these words, several more individuals emerged from the shadows, each wearing a menacing expression directed at Chen Mo. It was evident that they had come to confront him about the events at the hotel the previous day. Unfazed by the scene, Chen Mo let out a cold snort and leisurely lit a cigarette, speaking slowly. What? Are you all dissatisfied and looking to confront me? And if so, what of it? Brothers, take him down, roared the volatile Zhao Qinghai as the others lunged at Chen Mo, witnessing their ferocious expressions. Chen Mo was reminded of the moment he leaped from the building, a tide of murderous intent surging within him like molten lava, compelling him to charge forward. With a series of anguished cries, Ding Weiguang's group swiftly fell one after another. Ding Weiguang, witnessing this chaos, turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. In his mind, although Chen Mo had once served in the military, he had always been amiable. He never anticipated that Chen Mo not only possessed fighting prowess, but also struck with great ferocity. In the blink of an eye, his companions were left in disarray. Now realizing that Chen Mo was not to be trifled with, Ding Weiguang retreated in panic, stammering a warning. Chen Mo, what do you intend to do? You mustn't act recklessly. We live in a society governed by law. With a few cold laughs, Chen Mo replied, You are correct. Scum like you can only survive in such an environment. However, I suspect your good days are numbered. What do you mean, Chen Mo? Ding Weiguang asked, bewildered. I mean it quite literally. After Chen Mo spoke, he forcefully kicked Ding Weiguang away and returned to his rental apartment. The following day, Chen Mo arose early once again. After a brief wash-up, he hurriedly set out for a specialty store selling drones. He took photographs of the various drones on display, and just as he was about to leave amidst the astonished gaze of the sales assistant, a robust monkey plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto a Chinese-style bus, inciting chaos among the onlookers. How could this happen? Has the apocalypse arrived prematurely? Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo was taken aback and swiftly hopped onto his electric bike, steering towards a five-star hotel in the city. In Chen Mo's perspective, if the apocalypse had truly come early, he could no longer reside in his small, dilapidated rental unit. After all, a normal person could easily kick the door open with a couple of blows, let alone a zombie. At that moment, Chen Mo found himself puzzled. Was it either still a month until the end of the world? Why was it arriving so soon this time? Could it be the result of a butterfly effect stemming from my rebirth? It was a pity that he had yet to eliminate Ding Weiguang and his associates or to establish a safe haven. Shaking his head in contemplation, Chen Mo pressed the accelerator and sped towards the hotel. Miss, I would like to book a presidential suite on a high floor with a broad view, he declared as he stepped into the hotel, immediately pulling out his bank card and placing it on the front desk. Noticing Chen Montak's urgency, the receptionist quickly began typing on her keyboard. Sir, how does the presidential suite 88 on the 28th floor sound? That works. How many days will you be staying? 3 days. Very well. The receptionist responded, taking Chen Mo's bank card and ID for registration. Just as she handed him the room key, a cacophony erupted outside the hotel. What is happening? The receptionist inquired, stretching her neck to peer outside, where she beheld the streets transformed into a scene of pandemonium. A man in a suit was viciously attacking a pregnant woman, while a schoolboy contorted his neck at a grotesque angle, jabbing his claw-like fingers into an adult eye socket. The receptionist was the first to scream in terror upon witnessing such a horrifying sight. Instinctively, guests and hotel staff alike began to shriek and rush towards the elevators. After all, the entire street was in disarray, and they needed to escape upstairs. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, already inside the elevator, understood that allowing these individuals to board would inevitably overload the lift. You should take another elevator or use the stairs, he coldly suggested before closing the elevator door and ascending to the 20th floor. Just then, a hand suddenly reached into the closing elevator, attempting to pry the doors apart. Truly a reckless act. Chen Mo snorted coldly, a hammer having quietly materialized in his grasp, and he struck down fiercely at the hand that intruded into the elevator. A man's anguished scream echoed as the elevator doors slowly opened. With a grim tone, Chen Mo addressed those outside the elevator. If you wish to survive, Hurry and take the stairs. You might still have a chance. Otherwise, we shall all perish together. Why should we take the stairs? Why don't you? Retorted the onlookers, a mixture of guests and staff, emboldened by the tension. Just because you wield a hammer, do you think we fear you? Let us in. I want to take the elevator. However, Chen Mo's words elicited immediate defiance from the crowd. In light of the situation, his attempts at intimidation seemed utterly futile. Seemingly anticipating their reaction, Chen Mo ceased his argument. Very well. As you say, I shall relinquish this elevator to you. He uttered nonchalantly before stepping out and making his way towards the stairs. After all, once a special forces soldier and now a delivery rider, he deemed the mere 28 floors beneath him insignificant. Yet, as Chen Mo exited the elevator, the hotel staff and guests surged in like a torrent, triggering the alarm for overloading. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man inside the elevator turned to a plump fellow and exclaimed, "You are the heaviest here. Why don't you step out first? Why should it be me? Why don't you go?" The overweight man shouted in anger. "Enough. The zombies outside are about to break in," shouted a bespectacled man, his words instantly instilling terror among the gathered crowd. Chapter 7. The Premature Apocalypse. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from the hotel's glass facade as 3 slimy zombies shattered through, lunging into the lobby. The foremost zombie, its neck contorted in an S shape, staggered toward the elevator. Panic-stricken screams erupted, drawing the attention of more zombies, who surged toward the people inside the elevator. In mere moments, the cries from within ceased abruptly, leaving behind lifeless bodies. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had swiftly ascended to the 28th floor, locating the suite numbered 88. He pressed the key card against the sensor, and the metallic lock emitted a soft beep. Chen Mo quickly pushed the door open, darted inside, and secured the heavy door, locking it behind him with a sigh of relief. "Is anyone in there? Please open the door." However, at that moment, a cacophony of footsteps, cries, and pounding on the door echoed from the corridor, causing Chen Mo's heart to tighten with apprehension. He hurriedly peered through the peephole and beheld a blood-soaked woman frantically battering at the door, exuding an air of desperation and terror. Yet in a fleeting moment, she lowered her head and stood still, clearly having succumbed to the zombie transformation. It was astonishing to realize that the infection rate of the zombie virus in this life was several times faster than in the previous one. It seemed that living a carefree life in this era would not be an easy feat while pondering this. Chen Mo approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the curtains to gaze below. A throng of zombies meandered aimlessly like headless flies. In the distance, he spotted a figure clinging desperately to a lamppost, fearing that releasing their hold would lead to a gruesome fate at the hands of the zombies below. He hoped that Ding Weiguang and the others would not meet an untimely demise. Otherwise, he would be unable to exact his revenge. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Mo surveyed the street below from his elevated vantage point and slowly retrieved his phone to call Ding Weiguang. However, the phone rang repeatedly without being answered. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in Ding Weiguang and the others' deaths? That would be unacceptable. It would render his rebirth meaningless. Chen Mo thought to himself and called Ding Weiguang again. This time, the call was swiftly answered, and Ding Weiguang's panicked voice came through. Chen Mo, what on earth is happening? Why has everyone outside gone mad? Brother, you finally answered. I thought you were dead. Chen Mo replied with a slight smile. Chen Montak, do you know what is happening? Ding Weiguang inquired. I don't know for certain, but one thing is clear. We must set aside our personal grievances and unite as one if we hope to survive, Chen Mo stated. His words were met with a palpable silence on the other end. After all, Ding Weiguang was no fool. Just yesterday, Chen Mo had left them battered and bruised. And now he was proposing such cooperation, which naturally raised suspicions. After a brief pause, Ding Weiguang's voice returned. Where are you now? I'm in a presidential suite on the 28th floor of a Yefeng hotel. What business does a delivery person have there? Ding Weiguang questioned skeptically. Calmly, Chen Montak replied. I was delivering food to a guest at this hotel and became trapped here. I see. So how do you propose we collaborate? Ding Weiguang asked. Contact Zhao Qinghai and the others to meet up with me, and then we can strategize from there, Chen Mo suggested. To his surprise, Ding Weiguang retorted. Why should we gather at your location? You know the situation outside better than anyone. Do you really think we are fools? I am, of course, aware of this. However, I have food and water here, sufficient to sustain me for a considerable duration. If you truly do not wish to come, I shall not press you. Very well. I shall contemplate this matter. Upon hearing Ding Weiguang's response, Chen Mo smiled faintly and ended the call. After all, the fact that he had provisions was already clearly communicated. Therefore, after some time, Ding Weiguang and his companions would surely recognize the importance of sustenance and reach out to him again. With this thought, Chen Mo placed his phone on the coffee table and made his way to the bathroom. Given the current circumstances, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to bathe while the hotel's water remained uncontaminated by the zombie virus. As the shower was turned on, warm water cascaded over Chen Mo, the rising steam obscuring the mirror. The soothing flow washed over his back, and the fatigue that had accumulated seemed to dissipate with the mist. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. After finishing his bath, Chen Mo wrapped himself in a towel and entered the living room, plopping down on the soft leather sofa before checking his phone. He noticed a friend request on WeChat from someone named Great Ambitions. Who could this person be? Chen Mo mused curiously as he lit a cigarette, pondering for a moment before accepting the request. To his surprise, as soon as the request was accepted, the individual named Great Ambitions got straight to the point. Hello? Esteemed guest, I am the lobby manager of this hotel. How did you acquire my WeChat ID? Chen Mo replied, cigarette in mouth. I obtained your phone number through the guest information of the hotel, came the reply. So that is how it is. Since Chen Mo's phone number was also his WeChat ID, it was fair to say that the hotel lobby manager possessed a modicum of cleverness. With this realization, Chen Mo inquired further, what can I do for you? Mr. Chen, the situation outside is critical. In order to ensure your safety, I must verify your current status. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo scoffed lightly. Everything is fine on my end. Perhaps you should reach out to the other guests. With that, he ended the conversation with the lobby manager, thinking to himself that the manager was likely just looking for an excuse to gain entry, given his own precarious situation. Muttering under his breath, Chen Mo gently scrolled through his phone gallery, revealing images of the Australian lobster, abalone, and sea cucumber he had enjoyed at the restaurant previously. No need to dwell on such matters. First, I shall satisfy my hunger. Chen Mo remarked, retrieving a bottle of soda from the gallery, ready to indulge. However, just then, a woman's anguished scream echoed down the hallway, instantly extinguishing his appetite. Chapter 8. I cannot save you, I'm sorry. I'll help. Is there anyone who can save me? The piercing cries in the corridor sliced through the silence, and Chen Mo, feeling irritated, set down his chopsticks and cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, Chen Mo beheld a dimly lit corridor where a woman clad in a server's uniform was being torn apart by 3 grotesque zombies. Her anguished cries, mingled with the sickening sounds of flesh being ripped, echoed throughout the desolate floor. It became evident that if he wished to live quietly in this place for a while, he must eradicate all the zombies lurking in the corridor. Otherwise, the residents on this floor would inevitably succumb to the same fate, like a snowball gathering mass. Contemplating this, Chen Mo retrieved his phone and extracted a Beretta 87 pistol from his gallery. However, a sudden thought struck him. Discharging a firearm in the narrow corridor would likely attract zombies from other floors. Would that not lead to an even greater infestation? Realizing this, Chen Mo reluctantly exchanged the Beretta for a 1.5-meter-long Zulu shovel, resembling a spear, and burst out of his room. The 3 zombies, engrossed in their gruesome feast upon the hotel server, turned stiffly at the sound behind them, their grotesque faces twisting towards Chen Mo. With a guttural roar, they lunged at him, mouths agape. Yet, undaunted, Chen Mo gripped the Zulu shovel firmly. He swiftly sidestepped, the blade of the shovel precisely locking against the neck of the nearest zombie, unleashing a foul stench. The creature's gnarled fingers grazed his ear as he pivoted, sweeping the shovel with force and severing another zombie's kneecap with a sickening crunch. The fallen zombie thrashed, clawing at his ankle, but Chen Mo was quick. He plunged the Zulu shovel into its skull with fierce precision. Dark crimson fluid splattered against the walls. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the second and third zombies were already upon him, looking for death. Chen Mo bellowed, his muscles tensing as he swung with all his might, decapitating both zombies in one fluid motion. Having dispatched the trio, Chen Mo did not immediately retreat to his room. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the server, who had been bitten, and inquired with concern, Miss, are you all right? Are you injured? Wah, my hand has been bitten, she sobbed. Is that so? Let us return to my room and tend to it, he replied. The server nodded through her tears, excitedly stumbling toward him. However, as she approached within 1.5 meters, she suddenly felt a flash of silver before her vision darkened. Her head, like those of the 2 zombies, tumbled to the ground. You have been infected. I cannot save you. My apologies, Chen Mo said, gazing down at her severed head with a somber tone before turning back to his room, resuming his seat at the dining table to relish his meal once more. At that moment, a WeChat notification compelled him to set down his chopsticks and check his phone. It was a message from Ding Weiguang, who had created a group named Brothers for This Life and had added him to it. At this moment, Ding Weiguang spoke in the group voice chat, inquiring about everyone's current situation and urging them to report back. Chen Mo, with a furrowed brow, swiftly scrolled through his phone screen. Soon, responses began to flood in. A delivery worker named Li Chong sent a video fraught with static, revealing him cowering behind a shelf in a convenience store, terror etched in his eyes. I've been trapped here for a whole day. The streets are swarming with zombies, and I dare not venture outside. Following that, Wang Hao sent a message imbued with despair. I'm on the 23rd floor of an office building. The elevator is out, and the stairwell is crawling with zombies. Help! Zhao Qinghai also contributed a voice message, his tone grave. I'm currently at home, and the food I have can barely last for another 2 days. After all the delivery workers in the group had reported their situations, Ding Weiguang directed his attention to Chen Mo. What is your situation over there? However, Chen Mo, engrossed in the enjoyment of his meal, had yet to respond when the other delivery workers began to voice their discontent. Zhao Qinghai exclaimed, Weiguang, why did you add him to the group? Exactly. He nearly defeated us last time. Have you forgotten? Wang Hao chimed in. With the chaos outside, I doubt he is faring any better than we are. Faced with the hostility of the group, Chen Mo merely snorted in disdain. He picked up his phone and recorded a video of the abalone, sea cucumbers, and Australian lobsters laid out on his dining table, stating, I'm doing just fine. It's rather boring being here alone. As soon as the video was sent, the group fell into silence. Moments later, Zhao Qinghai broke the stillness with a hint of jealousy. Chen Mo, I truly didn't expect you to be living so well right now. I can't help but wonder if this video of abalone and sea cucumbers is AI generated. It seems unlikely that you'd indulge in such delicacies alone. Li Chong abruptly questioned, how could he afford to eat all that? How much delivery would he have to do? Observing the skepticism from Zhao Qinghai and the others, Chen Mo contemplated for a moment and recorded another video, saying, I was actually thinking of inviting you over to share this food. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ding Weiguang whether this is true. Weiguang, what is the situation here? As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhao Qinghai promptly tagged Ding Weiguang. Ding Weiguang remained silent for 2 seconds before replying. What Chen Mo said is correct. He did indeed want everyone to come over. Weiguang, he nearly had us running for our lives yesterday. Do you really think he has such good intentions? There must be a catch. Zhao Qinghai argued. I too believe that Chen Mo harbors ulterior motives. At this point, Ding Weiguang suddenly shifted his tone and continued, in my opinion, we should simply observe the situation and see what this old fellow is truly up to. Meanwhile, as Chen Mo noticed the lack of responses in the WeChat group, he casually turned off his phone and began to savor the delectable dishes on the dining table. In his perspective, this was merely the beginning. When Ding Weiguang and his companions found themselves cornered, they would inevitably seek him out. After all, the individuals outside who had transformed into zombies would take some time before their minds began to crystallize. Thus, for the moment, Chen Mo resolved to reside peacefully in this presidential suite and enjoy a tranquil existence. However, at that moment, his phone unexpectedly buzzed with another message. Chapter 9. The Hotel WeChat Group. Upon retrieving his phone, Chen Mo discovered that it was a message from Dejan Hong II, the hotel's lobby manager, who had established a WeChat group. To his surprise, the group had already amassed over 50 members. Evidently, the hotel manager had not only contacted him, but had also added other guests as friends. As Chen Mo pondered this, the hotel manager announced in the group, to all the surviving guests of our 5-star hotel, I trust you are already aware of the dire situation outside. In order to ensure your safety, I kindly request that each of you change your WeChat name to your real name along with your current room number, facilitating communication and future rescue efforts. Upon hearing the prospect of rescue, the other guests quickly complied, changing their names to reflect their true identities and room numbers. Chen Mo, too, followed suit, altering his WeChat name to his real name along with his room number, for the circumstances demanded such conformity. At this juncture, a guest named Wang Shuxue from room 228 on the 12th floor was the first to voice her concerns in the group. Can anyone explain what is happening? I'm truly terrified. Indeed, how had the inhabitants of this city gone mad overnight? Who could elucidate this calamity? Lu Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor could no longer contain his distress and exclaimed in the group. Meanwhile, Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor sobbed, "I am so scared. I just want to go home." Observing the panicked responses of the group, Chen Mo assumed the role of a detached onlooker, relishing his meal while silently observing the unfolding drama. Just then, the hotel manager spoke again in the group. "Please, allow me to speak. In order for us to survive, I have decided to take a few individuals to the hotel's storage room to retrieve the supplies within. Who among you is willing to accompany me?" As soon as De Zhanhong, too, concluded his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the group. In such precarious circumstances, none were foolish. The manager's request implied that the vicinity of the storage room was likely swarming with zombies. To accompany him could very well mean venturing forth with no hope of return. Moreover, the apocalypse has only just begun, and it is believed that rescue teams will soon arrive to save them. They need only to remain calm in the hotel for a day or two. There is no need to take such risks. At this moment, Shun Jiai from room 112 on the 12th floor remarked in the WeChat group, "I'm a girl, so I won't hold you back, but I will cheer you on. I may be older and have trouble walking, so I won't cause you any more trouble, but I have the means to buy what we need." Du Hai from room 222 on the 22nd floor quickly added, Yes, thank you for your hard work. Hotel manager, we will definitely purchase what we need." At that moment, the hotel manager, noticing that no one in the group was willing to accompany him to the warehouse, felt a surge of disdain for the guests. These people are insufferable. If the rescue team does not arrive, I wonder how long you can last. After cursing under his breath, he turned to the hotel as head of security and several guards and continued, "I had hoped to recruit a few pawns to clear the way for us, but it seems they refuse to cooperate. It appears we must take matters into our own hands." The head of security clenched his baton, anger igniting in his eyes. Those guests are too selfish. Once we occupy the warehouse, even if they call me grandfather later, they shall never obtain a morsel of food from me. The head of security was right. They were all in agreement, eager for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, having indulged in a hearty meal, returned to the window and gazed out at the ravaged streets with a heavy sigh. If memory serves me right, the military should be making an appearance soon. Just as he uttered those words, a series of thunderous roars echoed from afar, as the sound of several helicopters sliced through the oppressive silence. Gradually, Chen Mo could even make out the olive-green fuselage, adorned with military insignia, partially obscured by the clouds. At this moment, the WeChat group erupted with excitement. Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor sent a shaky video and, in a fervent voice message, exclaimed, "Come quickly. The rescue team is here to save us." "Oh, thank heavens." Du Hai from room 222 echoed, "This is truly wonderful." Just as they reveled in their exhilaration, a rope was thrown down from the helicopter, and several soldiers began to descend. However, the cacophony of the helicopters attracted the surrounding zombies, who surged towards the soldiers with feral intent. Oh no! Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he witnessed the zombies lunging towards the soldiers who had just touched down. "Alert! Alert!" With a soldier's thunderous shout, the sharp crack of automatic rifle fire erupted. Bullets penetrated the skulls of the undead, erupting in a cloud of black ichor. Yet more zombies surged forth like a torrential mudslide, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades. A soldier's anguished cry pierced the air as he was overwhelmed and dismembered by countless zombies, as if it dawned on them the gravity of their predicament. "Retreat! Retreat!" The soldiers shouted, clutching tightly to the ropes, desperate for the helicopter to whisk them away from this nightmare. However, tens of thousands of zombies, akin to the soldiers, clung to the ropes, climbing upwards in a desperate arc. No! In a moment of despair, as one soldier let out a heart-wrenching scream, a helicopter hovering above succumbed to the weight of the undead, dragged down by the sheer force of the throng, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The remaining helicopters, akin to startled great birds, began to flee into the distance, trailing long ropes behind them. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the hotel instantly lost their composure. In room 222 on the 22nd floor, Du Hai exclaimed, "How could this happen? Is this some cruel joke from the heavens? Have they truly abandoned us? Are we destined to perish here?" Meanwhile, in room 228 on the 12th floor, Wang Shushua wept softly. Yet in room 229 on the 20th floor, Lu Momo interjected, "Everyone, do not despair. Perhaps they were unprepared. I believe they will return shortly." Chapter 10, Instant d'introduction. As Lu Momo's words echoed in room 229, Wang Shushue in room 228 immediately inquired through voice messages in the group chat, "Is that true?" "Yes, I assure you, they will not easily forsake us." Lu Momo comforted her, You're all so naive. At that moment, Chen Mo gazed at the group chat on his phone, murmured a phrase, then exited the chat. After checking all the doors and windows, he collapsed onto the soft bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, Chen Mo was unaware of how long he had slept until the blinding sunlight pierced through the curtains and illuminated his face. Groggily, he opened his eyes and glanced at the time on his bedside phone. It was already 11:30. Suddenly, he noticed the incessant notifications from WeChat, so he casually opened the app. The other guests in the hotel were lamenting in the group chat. Lu Momo from room 229 pleaded, "What should we do? I'm really hungry. Does anyone have food? I can pay." "Me too. Why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet?" Wang Shuxiue from room 228 echoed weakly. At this moment, Lu Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor chimed in. "Do you think they abandoned us because the rescue is too challenging? That's impossible." Just as the discussion grew heated, the hotel manager, with grand intentions, suddenly announced in the group chat, "I currently possess a batch of instant noodles. Is there anyone interested? I would like 10 buckets of noodles." Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor exclaimed in the group. Immediately following her, LV Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor chimed in. "I want 5 boxes. No, I demand 10 boxes of instant noodles. And I too desire 10 boxes. As soon as the hotel manager's voice resonated in the group, the guests began to frenzy over the noodles as if they had lost their minds. Is this hotel manager truly so remarkable? Observing this scene, Chen Mo couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Indeed, the hotel manager, just as Chen Mo had surmised, spoke again. "I comprehend your eagerness. However, these instant noodles were procured through a strenuous struggle alongside my comrades from the warehouse. Therefore, we have resolved to sell only 10 buckets today, starting at 1,000 yuan per bucket, with the highest bidder winning." "What? 1 bucket of noodles selling for 1,000 yuan? Why don't you go and seize them?" LV Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor exclaimed in the group. Wang Shuxiue from room 228 on the 12th floor added, "Exactly, you must be out of your mind." Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor cried out in desperation, "How can you do this? I have not eaten for a day and a night." To their surprise, the hotel manager coldly scoffed and replied in a low voice, "These noodles were earned at great cost, and we even lost 2 brothers in the process. Now that you realize their value, I recall that when I invited you all to join us yesterday, none of you stepped forward." Upon hearing this, the group fell into a profound silence. At that moment, it seemed to all present that if the hotel manager's words were indeed true, 1,000 yuan for a bucket of noodles did not seem excessively outrageous. However, while they pondered this, a guest named Lu Yifei from room 86 on the 28th floor interjected, "A box of noodles contains 12 buckets, correct? I will take them all. How will you deliver the noodles to my room?" The hotel manager paused for a moment before responding in the group with a tone laced with foreboding. "Miss Lu, you are indeed decisive. However, the elevator is currently out of service, and the stairwell is fraught with danger. If you wish to claim this box of noodles, you must come to the 15th floor, room 115, to collect them." Lu Yifei did not hesitate and promptly replied, "Very well. I will send my personal assistant to retrieve them shortly, and we shall exchange payment upon delivery." A personal assistant? Could this woman be the renowned film star, Lu Yifei? I never anticipated that she would be trapped in the same hotel as I, and moreover, in the adjacent room. At this moment, Chen Mo, who had been silently fixated on his phone, was rapidly contemplating, while the hotel manager unexpectedly voiced the question lingering in his mind. "Are you that incredibly popular film star?" However, the hotel manager's inquiries went unanswered, while at this moment, in room 886 on the 18th floor, Lu Zixiong exclaimed, "What film star are you talking about? What time is it now? You're selling a bucket for 1,000, right? I'll bid 1,001. I'll bid 1,003. At this juncture, Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor chimed in as well. From room 228 on the 12th floor, Wang Shuxiue declared, "I'll bid 1,005. I'll bid 5,000. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the already lively group chat, silencing everyone. After all, to most ordinary guests, it was merely the first day of the apocalypse. It wouldn't be long before the rescue teams would undoubtedly arrive, making 2,000 seem to be the psychological limit for purchasing a bucket of instant noodles. Observing from a distance was Chen Mo, who focused his gaze to discover that it was a guest from room 999 on the 19th floor, Yi Tianhai, who had made the bid. Yet at that moment, Lu Yifei unexpectedly spoke again. "I bid 50,000 for a bucket." The group was plunged into silence, All were astounded into speechlessness by this astronomical figure. At that moment, Lu Momo's fingers trembled on her phone screen. Previously torn over the prospect of 1,000 for a bucket of noodles, she now found herself breathless, her throat tightening at the sight of the glaring 50,000. As an ordinary office worker earning only 4,500 a month, how could she possibly justify spending 50,000 for a single bucket of noodles? Meanwhile, the hotel manager, taken aback by Lu Yifei's audacious offer, was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement and tremor. "Miss Lu, you truly possess great wealth. Then it's settled. Please send someone over promptly, and I shall reserve this box of noodles for you." However, at that moment, Yi Tianhai, fixated on his phone, scoffed and replied in the group, 50,000? Miss Lu Yifei, do you think you are rich? If not, feel free to raise your bid. With an air of cold arrogance, Lu Yifei retorted, "Fine, you asked for it. I bid 100,000. As soon as Yi Tianhai's words left his lips, the WeChat group erupted in chaos. What? A bucket of noodles that cost 5 yuan is now being raised to 100,000? Have they lost their minds? Indeed, if this continues, what will happen to those of us without money? Exactly. Chapter 11. Downstairs Transaction. I bid 1 million. Just as the group buzzed with discussion, Chen Mo's sudden voice message added more fuel to the fire. Lu Momo from room 229 exclaimed, "What? A bucket of noodles has actually risen to 1 million? Has this Chen Mo lost his mind? Even if you have money, you shouldn't take advantage of people like this," wailed Wang Shuxiue from room 228. Exactly. At that moment, Chen Mo gazed at the lively WeChat group, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After all, if he truly possessed 1 million, he would not be delivering takeout. It was evident that Chen Mo had ulterior motives for his actions. Meanwhile, the hotel manager was caught off guard, astonished that someone would bid 1 million for a mere bucket of instant noodles, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and remarked in the group, "Let me be clear. Whoever secures the noodles must transfer the funds in this group first. Only upon confirming receipt will I hand over the goods. In this day and age, promises are as insubstantial as air. What if I transfer the money and you suddenly refuse to acknowledge the transaction? What then?" Chen Mo snorted in response. "Then what do you suggest? I will come over shortly. We can exchange payment and goods in person. That seems fair." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager exchanged a glance with the head of security, and they both burst into laughter. The head of security, chuckling, exclaimed, "Damn it, I thought this Chen Mo fellow had something up his sleeve. Turns out he just wants a face-to-face transaction. Manager, I say we comply. With so many of us here, you wouldn't dare pull any tricks." The hotel manager nodded in agreement. "Very well, I'll have him come over." He then sent a voice message to Chen Mo in the group, stating, "All right, I'm on the 15th floor, room 115, waiting for you. By the way, just a friendly reminder, there may be zombies in the corridors and stairwells. I hope you have a safe journey. Thank you for the warning. I believe we will meet shortly." Chen Mo replied calmly in the group. He retrieved a Zulu shovel and a handgun from his phone's gallery, fastening them to his waist, and stepped out of his room, making his way up the stairs to the 15th floor. Meanwhile, in room 86 on the 28th floor, Lu Yifei, anxiously watching her assistant, asked, "Has that Chen Mo fellow left for room 88? The assistant, peering through the peephole, nervously turned to Lu Yifei and nodded. "Sister Yifei, that Chen Mo has indeed gone to see the hotel manager. I hope he returns safely. Then I can buy the noodles back from him at a higher price. But do you think he will actually sell them to us? Moreover, we just witnessed him decapitate a hotel staff member through the peephole." At her assistant's words, Lu Yifei recalled the gruesome scene of Chen Mo dispatching the zombies in the corridor, culminating in him severing the head of the hotel maid with the Zulu shovel. If Chen Mo truly harbored ill intentions towards them, would her actions not be akin to walking into a trap? The thought sent a chill down Lu Yifei's spine. At this moment, Chen Mo descended the staircase slowly, wielding a Zulu shovel. Occasionally encountering 1 or 2 zombies, he swiftly dispatched them by piercing their skulls with the shovel. Suddenly, a zombie noblewoman, her face grotesquely mangled with half of it bitten off, mechanically and grotesquely recognized Chen Mo and opened her mouth to scream. However, before she could utter a sound, Chen Mo plunged the Zulu shovel into her head, pulling it out with force before continuing his descent. Chen Mo's steps were steady and vigilant as the acrid stench of decay permeated the corridor, the dim emergency lights flickering overhead, casting shadows that elongated and contracted. Fortunately, the remainder of his journey was relatively uneventful, and he finally reached the 15th floor, arriving at room 115, knocking 3 times on the door with his foot. The voice of the hotel manager soon echoed from within. "Are you Chen Mo?" "Who else?" Chen Mo retorted coldly. The hotel manager opened the door, scrutinizing Chen Mo with a piercing gaze that quickly turned frigid. It was evident that the young man before him was clad in attire that could hardly total 500 yuan. Having dealt with a myriad of guests over the years, he could easily discern the wealthy from the less fortunate. The young man before him lacked even a respectable watch. How could he possibly afford a 1,000,000 yuan instant noodle? "Friend, if I am not mistaken, you cannot afford my instant noodles, can you?" As soon as the hotel manager uttered these words, a throng of security guards and hotel staff surged out from the room, brandishing rubber clubs and steel forks. However, Chen Mo remained unperturbed, fixing his gaze on the hotel manager and asserting, "Who says I cannot afford it? But I must see the goods first. You mentioned that the items are in the room. If you do not believe me, come in and take a look," the hotel manager replied, suddenly shifting his tone. "However, let's make one thing clear. If you dare deceive me, I believe you know the consequences. Of course, with so many of you, would I dare to deceive you?" With that, Chen Mo stepped inside amid the skeptical gazes of the gathered crowd. Upon entering room 115, he was immediately greeted by the sight of entire boxes of instant noodles, several bags of wuchang rice, and dozens of bottles of mineral water haphazardly strewn about. "See, I did not deceive you, did I? Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise and pay up. All right, 1 barrel of instant noodles costs 1 million. 12 barrels amount to 12 million. I will give you that now," Chen Mo exclaimed, abruptly drawing a handgun from his waist and pressing it against the hotel manager's forehead. "What do you intend to do?" The hotel manager's face turned ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. The once imposing security guards and attendants, who had encircled menacingly, found themselves abruptly immobilized upon glimpsing the ominous barrel of a gun. Their hands, clutching rubber batons and steel forks, hung suspended in indecision. At that moment, however, the head of security suddenly emerged from the throng, pointing at Chen Mo and cursing, "Everyone, remain calm. This kid doesn't possess a real gun. I assure you, that weapon is nothing but a toy." Chapter 12. Seizing Supplies. In the eyes of the security chief, this was a society governed by law, where the possession of firearms was a grave offense. Bang! With a single gunshot, the security chief collapsed, a gaping wound to his head, his tall frame crashing heavily to the floor, producing a dull thud. In an instant, the hotel manager and all present turned pale with terror, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at the motionless body of the security chief, each too frightened to draw breath. "Now, do you believe my gun is indeed real?" Chen Mo's voice cut through the suffocating silence, bringing the hotel manager back to reality. Trembling, he cast a fearful glance toward Chen Mo, stammering, "The supplies in that room. They all belong to you. Needless to say, those supplies were always mine, as were your very lives." Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, upon uttering these words, Chen Mo pulled the trigger, and the hotel manager, along with all the security personnel and attendants, fell lifeless in a pool of blood. Surveying the corpses, Chen Mo casually pulled up a chair, lit a cigarette, and reloaded his handgun, murmuring, "You are all too much of a nuisance. If I don't eliminate you, how could I possibly take care of Ding Weiguang and his ilk?" Afterward, Chen Mo retrieved his phone, aimed it at the supplies in the room, and began to take photographs. Detected 10 boxes of ham sausage. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 million boxes of ham sausage. Detected 20 bags of wuchang rice. Congratulations. You have acquired 20 million bags of wuchang rice. Detected 100 boxes of instant noodles. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 million boxes of instant noodles. Detected pure water. Once he finished photographing the supplies, Chen Mo pondered for a moment, picked up a box of instant noodles, locked the room behind him, and hurried back to his own quarters. Meanwhile, his assistant, stationed at the door, glanced excitedly at Lu Yifei, who was seated in the living room, exclaiming, "Sister Fei, that guy Chen Mo has returned. Is that so? Let me see." Lu Yifei leaned closer, peering through the peephole. Indeed, Chen Mo was seen carrying a box of instant noodles as he passed by her door. To her astonishment, he had truly spent 12 million on a single box of instant noodles. Observing this scene, Lu Yifei murmured in her heart, instinctively reaching for her phone. Yet, recalling the earlier incident in the hallway, when Chen Mo had killed the attendant, she hesitated and put her phone back down. At this moment, Chen Mo returned to his room, carelessly tossing the instant noodles aside. He took out his phone and sent a voice message in the group. Everyone, all the supplies from the hotel manager now belong to me. If you require anything, feel free to contact me. What? You actually bought all their supplies? Exclaimed Lu Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor, unable to conceal his astonishment. A bucket of instant noodles has already sold for $1 million. How much did you spend to acquire all their supplies? Upon hearing Chen Mo's statement, the atmosphere in the group became tense. Lu Momo from room 229 quickly chimed in. Yes, this is absolutely unbelievable. At that moment, Lu Yifei, who was staying in room 86 next to Chen Mo, seized the opportunity to speak without needing to contact him directly. She asked, could you tell us at what price you intend to sell these supplies? I don't want money. Chen Mo replied with a devilish smile. Lu Yifei was taken aback by his response. What? You don't want money? Then what do you want? I'm not quite sure what I desire. In this dire situation, supplies are of utmost importance, and I can't fathom anything you possess that would be more valuable than them. As Chen Mo spoke, an oppressive silence fell over the group, where even the sound of breathing seemed to resonate through the screen. In such circumstances, even the greatest wealth pales in comparison to a loaf of bread or a bucket of instant noodles. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, with her fingers white-knuckled around her phone, had the screen's light illuminating her pale face. After a long pause, she took a deep breath and, not willing to give up, typed again in the group. Aside from money, I have a diamond necklace worth over 90 million. If that's insufficient, I could also offer you a signed photo I wrote myself. Would that suffice? If you fancy it, I could even trade my limited edition Rolex worth 13 million for supplies. At this point, Yi Tianhai from room 999 on the 19th floor also interjected in the group. However, Chen Mo merely tapped a mocking emoji on his phone before replying slowly. Mr. Yi Tianhai, your Rolex may be valued at 13 million at the counter, but will extend your life by 3 days. As for Miss Lu's diamond necklace, it's better worn by her than left with me. With Chen Mo's words, the group fell into another heavy silence. Moments later, Yi Tianhai managed to type, Chen Mo, what exactly do you want? I have no ulterior motives. I simply do not wish to cooperate with you. If you have the capability, seek out supplies on your own. Yi Tianhai was rendered speechless by Chen Mo's words, unable to respond for quite some time. For Chen Mo, had these individuals possessed even a modicum of courage to venture out in search of supplies, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. After all, he had already eliminated the hotel manager and all the staff. The instant noodles and ham sausages in the room still remained. At this moment, Lu Yifei from room 86 spoke up again. Chen Mo, what will it take for you to sell us some food? To be honest, I still have a bit of interest in your autograph. It turned out that all she wanted was his signature. Very well, I shall write it for you now, she said. Oh, Ms. Lu Yifei, please do not rush. Chen Mo paused briefly before continuing. I would like you to write on my underwear. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's face flushed crimson with anger. Chen Mo, you are shameless. You pervert. How disgusting. You've gone too far, Chen Mo. At this moment, Lu Zixiong could no longer contain his anger. Lu Yifei is a public figure. Dare you lay a finger on her? He added, you are in no position to play the hero while you can't even protect yourself. It's truly ridiculous. I haven't. I just can't stand it. Lu Zixiong retorted, his face turning red. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo merely chuckled coldly and changed the subject. Well then, since you ladies fail to pique my interest with material goods, perhaps you could satisfy me in other ways. That shouldn't be too much to ask, should it? In other ways? Chen Mo, please clarify your words. Wang Shuxiue from room 228 on the 12th floor suddenly interjected. Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor also chimed in, yes, what do you want? With a scoff, Chen Mo replied, ladies, please send me your barefaced photos along with your measurements, so that I may assess whether you possess the worth to continue surviving. What? You scoundrel. I would rather starve than give in to your demands. Lu Momo from room 229 asserted. Wang Shuxiue from room 228 added, if we were to do such a thing, what would we become? Indeed, Chen Mo, I must tell you plainly that this is something you should not even dream of. At that moment, a woman named Xinjiai from room 112 on the 12th floor could no longer hold back and coldly huffed in the group chat. However, Chen Mo simply let out a laugh and continued in the chat. To be honest, I particularly enjoy the defiant nature of you women. It gives me a sense of conquest. After saying this, he tossed his phone aside, took a drag from his cigarette, and approached the window, gazing at the scene below that resembled a hellish nightmare, lost in thought. For if it were in his previous life, Chen Mo would never have acted in such a manner. Yet, Having experienced betrayal from his brothers and even dying once, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Moreover, the women in this apocalyptic world were no longer the privileged beings they had been in times of peace. Chen Mo exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling before the window, obscuring the tumultuous emotions swirling within his eyes. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless women relinquish their dignity for a morsel of bread or a bottle of water, clinging to the powerful like a parasitic plant. Even if the individual was a despicable villain, he had also observed the so-called sisterhood, which, when faced with the struggle for survival, transformed into a dagger thrust from behind. Much like a woman he once aided, who promptly divulged the location of his hidden provisions to the enemy, merely for the promise of a stable shelter. Unyielding, Chen Mo suddenly chuckled softly as the smoke at his fingertips burned down to the end, causing him to flinch, jolting him back to reality. Let us see when you are starved to the core, when the zombies roar and shatter your doors, whether you will still utter such bravado in the group chat. Meanwhile, the phone screen remained lit, the cacophony of insults in the group chat incessantly refreshing. Wang Shushue accused him of losing his humanity. Lu Momo cursed that he would meet a wretched end, and Shen Jiai boldly proclaimed that he would eventually pay the price. However, upon reading these messages, Chen Mo remained unfazed. He merely opened his photo album, retrieving images of the sumptuous dishes he had previously captured, laying them out across the entire dining table. As he savored the delicacies, he recorded a short video with his phone, posting it in the WeChat groups of Ding Weiguang and Lu Momo, accompanied by the caption, "Isn't it a bit wasteful for me to feast on this entire spread alone?" As soon as this brief video was released, the previously vitriolic Lu Momo and Wang Shushue became increasingly agitated. Lu Momo exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! How can this scoundrel possess so much delicious food? It's infuriating." At that moment, Wang Shushue immediately followed up with a voice message, her tone betraying an unmistakable urgency. Where did he procure such an abundance of supplies? The apocalypse has only erupted for 2 or 3 days, and supermarkets and convenience stores have long been stripped bare. Shen Jiai could not resist interjecting. Regardless of where he acquired it, this is clearly an intentional display. He aims to coerce us with food. What a delusion. Yet, despite these remarks, the messages in the group noticeably slowed. Unspoken among them was the truth that, on the other side of the screen, they were likely clutching their rumbling stomachs, fixated on the glossy roasted chicken, steaming instant noodles, and unopened bottles of cola in the video, their throats involuntarily swallowing hard. At that moment, Duhai from room 222 on the 22nd floor could no longer contain himself and chimed in the group. "Young man, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Perhaps you could spare a thought for this poor old man? Indeed, at this time, we should unite as one to weather this storm. Why are you only thinking of yourself?" urged Lu Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor. "Exactly. Now you are resorting to moral coercion. How naive." As Chen Mo perused the incoming messages, he responded with a calm voice message and then exited the chat interface, continuing to relish his meal. At this moment, Ding Weiguang gazed in astonishment at the short video sent by Chen Mo on his phone, his eyes widening. He swallowed hard, feeling an insatiable hunger. How can he have so much delicious food? He lamented weakly. "I haven't eaten anything for 2 days now. If this continues, I fear I might starve to death." Ding Weiguang muttered to himself and instinctively pressed the voice message button, sending a voice note to Chen Mo. "Brother Chen, I never expected you to have so much food there." Upon receiving the voice message, Chen Mo smirked coldly and replied in a serious tone, "It's manageable here. I have enough supplies to last me for half a year. How are you holding up, Brother Chen?" "I've gone without food for 2 days and even hesitate to drink tap water at home, fearing I might get infected," Ding Weiguang confessed. "I didn't realize you were faring so poorly. Are you still in contact with Zhao, Qinghai, and the others? Perhaps you could all discuss coming to my side?" At Chen Mo's suggestion, a surge of anger welled up within Ding Weiguang, but it ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. "Brother Chen, it's easier said than done. This situation is not as simple as it sounds." "What do you mean?" Chen Mo furrowed his brow, probing further. Zhao Qinghai mentioned he still has some food at home, enough to last a few more days. However, with zombies lurking outside, he isn't considering coming over to your place just yet. "I see. What about the others?" "Li Chong is trapped in a convenience store, so he certainly won't be lacking in food. I've heard he has even struck up a romance with one of the clerks there, monopolizing the entire store," Ding Weiguang said with a hint of jealousy. "Among them, Li Chong seems to be the luckiest." Unbeknownst to him, The butterfly effect of his rebirth had already altered the course of all events. It appeared that luring them all here for a decisive capture was an increasingly improbable endeavor. While Chen Mo pondered this, Ding Weiguang sent another voice message, reveling in the misfortune of others. Chapter 14. Ding Weiguang's Humiliation. That Wang Hao fellow didn't have the same fortune as Li Chong, Ding Weiguang remarked. What happened to him? Chen Mo casually inquired. On the day the apocalypse broke out, he was delivering takeout and ended up trapped in an office building. His situation isn't much better than mine, Ding Weiguang explained. What are your plans now? Chen Mo asked, sensing the gravity of the situation. A bitter smile crept across Ding Weiguang's face. The streets are teeming with zombies, and having not eaten for 2 days has left me utterly drained. To be honest, I don't know what to do. Just then, Chen Mo recalled that in his previous life, a psychopathic individual lived next door to Ding Weiguang. He subtly suggested, you can't go on like this. If the situation allows, perhaps you could check with your neighbors to see if they have any surplus food. I have done everything I can. Don't even mention borrowing their food. I would be willing to pay several times the price to buy it from them. Yet not a single person opened their door, Ding Weiguang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Is that really the case? Even at such a high price, no one is willing to sell? Are you certain? Tian Yi responded incredulously. Oh, Chengge, why would I deceive you? I've tried everyone living here, and they wouldn't even open their doors, Ding Weiguang insisted. Upon hearing Ding Weiguang's words, Chen Mo immediately questioned. Really? I still believe there are good people in this world. Think carefully. Is there anyone's home you haven't visited? Oh, Chengge, I've visited them all. If I had to mention someone I haven't approached, it would be that pervert who runs the barber shop. Ding Weiguang paused, then abruptly changed his tone, adding, but Chengge, you can't be suggesting I go knock on his door, right? I assure you, even if it means starving to death, I would never set foot in his place. Weiguang, times have changed. Filling your stomach is more important than anything else. If I were in your position, I certainly wouldn't wait to die. As for your choices, that is for you to decide, Chen Mo replied, dismissing him as he retrieved a bottle of Han Emperor Maotai, valued at $9.99 million, from his phone's album and poured himself a glass to savor. In an instant, the rich aroma of the liquor enveloped the air, its robust fragrance blossoming on Chen Mo's palate, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Just then, his phone chimed again, and Ding Weiguang sent several voice messages. Tian Yi, you truly speak without understanding the struggle. That guy usually looks at me with such intensity. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine, Ding Weiguang expressed, his frustration bubbling over. Better to feel uneasy than to starve, right? I recall you mentioning that this fellow has a habit of stockpiling food. I suspect his home is brimming with instant noodles and canned goods. Why must you contend with your own hunger? I'm currently eating, so I won't chat anymore. Take some time to think it over, Chen Mo concluded. Damn it. Ding Weiguang seethed after listening to Chen Mo's messages, nearly crushing his phone in anger. I am starving. And you say you are eating? Oh heaven, is there justice in this world? With the last remnants of his strength, he let out a furious roar, only to be met with a wave of dizziness, his vision blurring. After 2 days without a drop of water, he found himself utterly drained. I cannot continue like this. I might truly perish. It seems my only option is to take a chance at that pervert's place, Ding Weiguang murmured weakly, summoning his courage to step outside. He approached the neighboring house, straightened his clothes, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? A woman's voice suddenly echoed from within, causing Ding Weiguang to tremble. And he stammered, I live next door. Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? As the voice of the woman within the room resonated, the door was abruptly flung open from the inside. A figure, ambiguous in gender and resembling a slender dog, leaned against the doorway, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Ding Weiguang. In a soft, effeminate tone, the figure inquired, Delivery boy, may I ask what brings you here? Startled by this indistinct individual's question, Ding Weiguang instinctively took 2 steps back. After a brief cough and clearing of his throat, he managed to muster a smile that was more sorrowful than joyous, tremblingly responding, I've run out of food at home. Might I borrow some from you? Please rest assured. I shall return the favor, or I could pay you directly now. Would that be agreeable? Oh, I thought it was something grave. No need to be anxious. We are neighbors. Just ask, and I shall surely lend you what you need. The neighbor replied, reassuringly. That would be splendid. Thank you, thank you. Ding Weiguang exclaimed, elated by the response. However, just then, his neighbor continued, But our water pipe is clogged. Could you assist me in unclogging it first? I don't know how to unclog pipes. What? You can't unclog a pipe? How is that possible? It seems you simply don't wish to help, the neighbor remarked, skepticism written all over their face, their displeasure becoming increasingly evident. Ding Weiguang nervously swallowed, still forcing a smile. How can I not want to? I truly have never done this before. Even better, I can teach you. Come inside. With that, his neighbor suddenly yanked him inside, and the door slammed shut behind them. The sound of Ding Weiguang's panic cries echoed through the air. What are you doing? Why are you tearing my clothes? If I don't tear your clothes, how can I help unclog the pipe? No, I want to go home. Over an hour later, as the door creaked open, Ding Weiguang emerged, trembling and clutching 2 buckets of instant noodles, his body adorned with only tattered scraps of fabric. With a face full of indignation, he shuffled out of the room. Delivery boy, there's nothing left to eat. Do remember to come find me again. The satisfied voice from behind him caused Ding Weiguang to break down in tears, his sobs resonating with a sense of deep grievance and frustration that filled the hallway. He had never anticipated that the method of unclogging a pipe, as described by his dog-like neighbor, would transpire in such a manner. Chen Mo, you scoundrel, he lamented, the memory of the recent ordeal intensifying his heart-wrenching cries. Leaning against the wall, he staggered back to his home, slamming the door shut behind him. As he leaned against the cold door panel, feeling utterly drained, the 2 buckets of noodles slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor. The containers shattered, spilling out the orange-yellow noodles mingled with fragments, reminiscent of his now shattered dignity. At that moment, the narrative shifts to Chapter 15, Shan Jiayi's bare-faced photograph. However, at that moment, Ding Weiguang's phone abruptly vibrated in his pocket. It was yet another voice message from Chen Mo. Have you figured it out? Trembling, Ding Weiguang clutched his phone, his fingers quivering so much that he could hardly tap the screen accurately. At this juncture, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse, to unleash upon Chen Mo the humiliation he had just endured. Yet the words he attempted to send were typed and deleted repeatedly, ultimately resulting in a mere few words. Don't concern yourself with me. However, Chen Mo, upon receiving his message, replied instantaneously with a voice note. The faint sound of chewing in the background. What is the matter, Weiguang? Has something happened? Nothing has occurred. Please, I beg you, stop asking. Ding Weiguang nearly shouted in a voice that trembled with despair. Chen Mo, who was enjoying Australian lobster, wiped his hands and, upon hearing Ding Weiguang's distraught voice, seemed to piece together the gravity of the situation. In a tone laced with concern, he pressed on, Brother Weiguang, what exactly has transpired? You must tell me. With that question from Chen Mo, Ding Weiguang once again lost control and wept uncontrollably. Not receiving a response from Ding Weiguang, Chen Mo's conviction grew stronger. After all, it was evident what a recognized deviant could do to a man. Thus, Chen Mo smiled coldly and sent another voice message to comfort Ding Weiguang. Brother, do not overthink. Your priority now is to rendezvous with me swiftly, so you won't go hungry. Yes, rendezvous. That way, I can eliminate you and seize your supplies, avenging the humiliation I suffered today. Upon receiving Chen Mo's message, Ding Weiguang's expression morphed into one of rage as he contemplated the words. Seizing a noodle block from the instant noodle container and devouring it voraciously to replenish his strength. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei and her assistant languished on the sofa, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. At that moment, Lu Yifei's assistant suddenly began to sob softly. Sister Fei, are we truly destined to perish here? Yuan, let us hold on a little longer. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon, Lu Yifei replied. But Sister Fei, since the last failed rescue, they have not shown up again. Do you genuinely believe they will return? Facing her assistant Wang Yuan's inquiry, a bitter expression surfaced on Lu Yifei's delicate face. After all, she too was a victim. How could she possibly know if the rescue team would come to save them? Thus, Lu Yifei produced the only piece of chocolate she had and offered it to her assistant. If your hunger becomes unbearable, here is a piece of chocolate. Please take it. But Sister Fei, what will happen to you if I eat it? Assistant Wang Yuan gazed at the chocolate in Lu Yifei's hand, swallowing hard. Lu Yifei shook her head. I'm not hungry. You should eat. Assistant Wang Yuan moved, took the chocolate and divided it into 2 halves. Sister Fei, let us share this. This half is for you. Meanwhile, in room 229 on the 20th floor, Lu Momo curled up alone on the soft bed, clutching her phone tightly. Her eyes fixed on the chat messages in the WeChat group. After all, this was her only connection to the outside world. Chen Mo, you bastard. Even if I starve to death, I will never let you succeed, Lu Momo exclaimed angrily, but the protesting grumble of her stomach forced her to furrow her brows. In room 228 on the 12th floor, Wang Shushue weakly opened her phone and scolded Chen Mo in the group. Chen Mo, you rascal. You have so much food and yet refuse to share with everyone. Doesn't to your conscience sake? However, as her voice message was sent, it sank into the void as if cast into an ocean without a ripple. After all, everyone was as famished as she was, with their stomachs pressing against their backs. They lacked the strength to debate in the group. Chen Mo merely responded with a smiley face and offered no further reply. As for Shun Jiai in room 112 on the 12th floor, she did not follow the lead of Lu Momo, Lu Yifei, and Wang Shushua, but instead secretly sent a friend request to Chen Mo on WeChat. Upon acceptance, she directly inquired, Chen Mo, what will it take for you to give me food? Do I really have to send you a barefaced selfie along with my measurements? What other options do we have? In this situation, even if you are wealthy, you cannot buy food. Thus, providing emotional value to men is the only capital for survival for women like you. Of course, I refer to attractive women. If you're not confident in your appearance or inherently unattractive, sending a barefaced selfie would be of no use. Shun Jiai stared at the message from Chen Mo, her finger hovering over the screen for a long while, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. She bit her lower lip, and the sight of her waxen, haggard face in the mirror tightened her heart. After all, it had been several days since she had eaten properly. The dark circles under her eyes resembled spreading ink, and the skin she once took pride in had lost its luster. A barefaced selfie. Can I even manage it in my current state? She murmured to herself, her fingertip gliding over the meticulously edited selfies in her photo gallery, before ultimately opening the camera. In the unfiltered lens, her dark circles and cracked lips were laid bare, and at the moment she pressed the shutter, a wave of humiliation surged over her. After sending the message, Chen Mo casually speared a piece of lobster meat with his silver fork and glanced at the screen. In the barefaced selfie, Shun Jiai's face revealed a hint of genuine texture. The dark circles beneath her eyes resembled fading ink, smudging down half an inch, making her almond-shaped eyes appear somewhat droopy, though her pupils shone brightly, like glass beads veiled in moisture, harboring a hint of defiance yet revealing a sense of reluctant submission. Having gone several days without food, the fact that her barefaced selfie could still present such a state was, in itself, quite remarkable. Chen Mo savored the lobster, commenting leisurely. Meanwhile, Shun Jiai, having just shared a barefaced selfie, felt her spirits wane as Chen Mo remained unresponsive. Could it be that this Chen Mo fellow is not interested in me? Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have freshened up earlier. Staring at their chat interface, Shun Jiai pondered as she sent another voice message to Chen Mo. So, do you think I qualify? Upon receiving her voice note, Chen Mo let out a cold snort and replied, barely passing. What was your previous occupation? I'm a white-collar worker dispatched by my company to this hotel. Shun Jiai replied candidly. I see. Then, what are your measurements? Chen Mo inquired further. What? Why would you even ask that? We had an agreement already. If you don't want to know, then let it be, Shun Jiai retorted, her nails digging deeply in her palm, nearly piercing the skin. Chen Montak, I truly want to scratch you to death right now. You infuriate me. After venting her frustrations, Shun Jiai closed her eyes, striving to calm her racing thoughts. With trembling fingers, she finally typed her measurements on the screen. 86, 62, 90. After a while, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly through a voice message. The data is decent. Come to room 88 on the 28th floor, and wear something presentable. Don't look like you're fleeing from a disaster. It dampens my enthusiasm. Shun Jiai pressed her phone to her ear, instinctively tightening her grip after listening to Chen Mo's message, causing the screen to press painfully against her palm. She knew precisely what he was implying. Yet, at that moment, the gnawing hunger within her left no room for hesitation. If she did not eat soon, she might not survive until morning. Thus, reluctantly, she applied a light touch of makeup to her weary face, donned a provocative dress, and cautiously made her way up the stairs to the 28th floor. As she ascended, the motion sensor lights flickered ominously, and with each step, her knees quaked. The hunger had drained her strength, leaving her breathless by the time she reached the 15th floor. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lounged on a leather sofa, exuding an air of strategic contemplation as he crossed his legs, deliberating his next move. Having endured considerable hardship in his past life, he resolved to indulge in the pleasures of this one, vowing never to tread the same path again. Those who betrayed and harmed him could vanish into oblivion. While Chen Mo contemplated, he twirled a silver lighter between his fingers, igniting a flame that flickered and was swiftly extinguished, the azure glow reflecting the crimson memories of his past life. Knock, knock, knock. However, at that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, accompanied by Shan Jiai's exhausted voice. Chen Mo, hurry up and open the door. It's me, Shan Jiai. Chen Mo immediately withdrew his thoughts, tucked his pistol into his waistband, and cautiously approached the door, inquiring loudly through the barrier. Is it truly just you out there? Who else could it be? Besides me. Who else is there? Shan Jiai retorted impatiently. Chen Mo let out a cold smile at her response, but took a moment to peer through the peephole, confirming that no one else stood behind her before clicking the lock open. As the door creaked ajar, Shan Jiai stumbled in, leaning against the shoe cabinet in the foyer. Gasping for air, her bare shoulders rising and falling with each hurried breath, she glanced toward the living room, her eyes immediately drawn to the remnants of abalone and sea cucumber left on the dining table by Chen Mo, her throat involuntarily tightening. What are you staring at? Hurry up and close the door, Chen Mo reminded her, leaning against the doorframe. It was only then that she snapped back to reality, assessing Chen Mo from head to toe for a few seconds before speaking. So, you're Chen Mo? Of course. Now, close the door and go wash up in the bathroom. Oh. Upon hearing Chen Mo's disdain, Shan Jiai quickly responded and, after locking the door, hurried into the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom as Shan Jiai stood beneath the showerhead. The warm water soaking her delicate form and washing away some of the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. In that moment, she resembled a pristine white lotus, evoking boundless imagination. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened and Shan Jiai emerged slowly, wrapped in a towel. Chen Mo, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, gazed at her with an intense, predatory stare, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, with such a gaze. You should feel flattered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a right to stand here, Chen Mo replied with a smirk, igniting a cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke. His mockery unmasked. Even if you can't handle it, you must endure. Don't forget why you came here today. With that, Chen Mo gestured towards the dining table, ash drifting down onto the expensive carpet, and continued, First, consume what I left on the table. Otherwise, how will you muster the strength for other endeavors later? At his words, Shan Jiai instinctively tightened her grip on the edge of the towel, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Yet, the enticing aroma wafting from the table acted like an invisible hook, intensifying the pangs of hunger in her stomach. Thus, she bit her lip in silence, lowering her head and swiftly approaching the table, nearly devouring an abalone in haste. The exquisite flavor of the seafood blended with the rich sauce exploded on her palate. A delight beyond words. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice, laced with a chilling mirth, resonated behind her once more. Have you finished your meal and are now ready to attend to business, or are you still eating? Suddenly realizing that her bath towel had slipped away, Shan Jiai let out a startled gasp. Yet, it was already too late. Over an hour later, Chen Mo adjusted his attire, gazing down at Shan Jiai, who lay sprawled on the carpet. You performed admirably. Clean up a bit. I shall take a shower. Shan Jiai curled up on the carpet, her hair clinging to her damp neck, the towel that had once covered her now crumpled and discarded at her feet. Hearing Chen Mo's words, she struggled to sit up, her expression one of indignation as she tightened the towel around herself and began to tidy the disarray around her. When Chen Mo emerged from the bathroom after his shower, Shan Jiai was still diligently wiping the table. He intentionally cleared his throat. Cease your task for a moment. I have something to discuss. As she halted her cleaning, she turned, tightening her loosely wrapped towel, fearful it might slip away again. What more do you wish to say? Chen Mo settled onto the sofa, his fingers drumming leisurely on his knee as he spoke. From this day forth, you shall reside here to serve me. How did that sound? Shan Jiai's head snapped up at his words, instinctively tightening her grip on the towel. Her gaze wary as she stammered. Do you intend to bully me? Bully you? Chen Mo replied with a cold chuckle. That is not bullying. It is a fair exchange of value. How could you misconstrue it as me taking advantage of you? Chapter 17. A fair exchange at this declaration. Shan Jiai's face flushed crimson, humiliation washing over her like a tide, her voice quivering. A fair exchange? You are merely exploiting my vulnerability. If I were not on the brink of starvation, would I ever submit myself to you? Chen Mo interrupted her, the frost in his gaze rendering her words stifled in her throat. With a dismissive smile, he approached her, lifting her chin with his fingertip, compelling her to meet his gaze. In this apocalyptic world, survival is paramount. You barter your body for food and shelter. I exchange resources for pleasure. Is this not the most equitable transaction? Furthermore, you ought to consider yourself fortunate to possess such leverage to appease me. Otherwise, women like you, who are incapable of bearing burdens or lifting a finger, would be left to await their demise in silence. As Chen Mo finished speaking, tears finally spilled from Shun Jiai's eyes, cascading onto the back of his hand, leaving a trace of warmth. She wished to turn away, yet he held her chin firmly, compelling her to remain as she trembled and bit her lip. But you cannot continue like this. Continue like what? Chen Mo released her, stepping back to reclaim his seat on the sofa. He tossed her a bottle of mineral water from the coffee table. In truth, you may leave at any time. I do not compel you. However, I assure you that should you depart from here, you will deeply regret it. Shun Jiai clutched the cold bottle of water, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. She lifted her gaze towards Chen Mo, who was leisurely wiping his tear-streaked hands with a tissue. The indifference in his eyes pierced her heart like a needle. Regret? Shun Jiai sniffled, her voice husky from tears. Is it merely to be regarded as a plaything by you if I remain here? Chen Mo glanced at her with a slight raise of his eyelids, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A plaything? At least you, as my plaything, can survive. Do you think the world outside is still one of civility and law? At that moment, Chen Mo's words fell upon Shun Jiai like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her last flicker of defiance. She lowered her head, staring at her exposed ankles, pondering quietly. Indeed, the outside world has long ceased to be one governed by reason and civility. If you wish to stay, change into this outfit now. I have further rules to discuss with you. With that, Chen Mo tossed a set of alluring lace lingerie at her feet, the fabric as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering with an ambiguous glow in the dim light. Shun Jiai stared at the garment, her nails digging into her palms. Yet ultimately, before Chen Mo, she shed the towel that enveloped her and donned a sheer lace ensemble, standing awkwardly, clad in the lingerie that grazed her skin. Every touch felt like an affront to her dignity. As Chen Mo's gaze roamed over her, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, if it weren't for the need to consume crystal cores, do you truly think I would desire to shelter you? To think you could act so brazenly in front of me is quite astonishing. Very well, I shall give her another 2 days. If she continues in this pitiful, unwilling manner, I shall cast her out to spare myself the annoyance of her presence. With this thought, Chen Mo deliberately cleared his throat and turned to Shun Jiai. Speaking once more, remember, here my word is law. Aside from performing some household chores, you are to remain here obediently, not daring to step outside this threshold. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Shun Jiai replied, her voice trembling. Chen Mo nodded and continued, moreover, I must kindly remind you that do not assume that by betraying me, you will be able to claim the resources in this room. How could I ever betray you? Let me finish. Chen Mo interrupted her, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Because there are no resources in this room at all, should you truly betray me. You will surely starve. What? No resources? Then how could you, Shun Jiai, look bewildered and incredulous at the dining table, then back at Chen Mo, momentarily at a loss for words? Observing her confusion, Chen Mo offered no further explanation, simply smiling faintly as he added, so you had better pray for my longevity. Otherwise, your fate will be grim. How can I possibly comprehend what this man is saying? It was as if he possessed magic, and one couldn't help but wonder if he might be unhinged. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Shun Jiai couldn't help but ponder this thought. At that very moment, Chen Mo seemingly discerned her contemplation. He continued to gaze at her with an unruffled demeanor, calmly stating, I understand your skepticism, but after spending a couple of days here, you will undoubtedly come to believe that what I say is true. At this juncture, he suddenly beckoned Shun Jiai with a casual gesture, his tone teasing. Come here, give my legs a massage, and I shall reward you shortly. The moment Shun Jiai heard this, her cheeks flushed crimson, for she was acutely aware of what Chen Mo meant by reward. Did we not just? Why are you asking again? Alas, my recovery time is rather swift. He replied, Chen Mo, you scoundrel, must you continue to torment me? Absolutely, hurry over here. Yet, just then, a series of knocks reverberated through the door, startling Shun Jiai, causing her to tremble. Instantly, the expression on Chen Mo's face turned icy as he addressed the door with a cold voice. Who is it? Chen Montak. It is Yi Tianhai from room 999 on the 19th floor. Is there something amiss? Chen Mo inquired from behind the door. I have not eaten for 3 days. And now everyone in the hotel knows that you have food. Please, could you spare some? Yi Tianhai pleaded from outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's gaze darkened ominously. He had merely intended to clear the zombies from the staircase to provide some convenience for the male guests seeking supplies. He never anticipated that the first thought upon exiting their rooms would be to approach him. It was indeed a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Thus, Chen Mo coldly declared once more to the door, "I have no food here. If you dare come again, I shall break your legs." However, Yi Tianhai outside seemed oblivious to Chen Mo's words, his knocking growing more frantic, accompanied by weak whimpers. "Chen Mo, I know you have food. Otherwise, why would you have made such statements in the WeChat group? Please, just a little will do, even a bowl of instant noodles." Seeing Yi Tianhai's relentless persistence, Chen Mo, as patience evaporated entirely. "I do not have instant noodles, but would you care for some peanuts instead?" Chapter 18. How is it? Are the peanuts palatable? Yes. As long as it fills my stomach, I will eat anything. Upon hearing Yi Tianhai's response, a glint of coldness flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. "Shen Jiai, go open the door." Shen Jiai nodded, gently moving to the door, releasing the lock, and forcefully turning the doorknob. With a resounding bang, the door was thrust open from the outside. In rushed Yi Tianhai, along with several others, their demeanor aggressive, as one of them seized Shen Jiai by the throat. Uttering menacingly, "How is it that she is a woman? Where is that young man named Chen Mo?" At this moment, Shen Jiai's face turned crimson as she was being choked, leaving no opportunity for her to speak. Yet, Yi Tianhai continued to shout recklessly, "Answer me quickly. Where is Chen Mo? You are choking her to the brink of death. Can you not see she is incapable of responding? You foolish oaf." Just then, Chen Mo's voice suddenly rang out, causing Yi Tianhai to shudder involuntarily. He immediately released his grip on Shen Jiai and turned to glare fiercely at Chen Mo. "So you are Chen Mo. I have finally laid eyes on you today." Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, casually picking up a chair to sit upon, fiddling with a silver lighter in his fingers without even raising his eyelids. He mocked, "Is it really necessary to make such a grand show to see me? Or are you merely relying on your numbers, lacking any other capability?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhai's face turned a deep shade of crimson, and his followers erupted in shouts. "You're seeking death. How dare you speak to Brother Hai that way?" "Silence." Yi Tianhai raised his hand to silence them, his crimson eyes fixed on Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, all I desire now is to satisfy my hunger. Do not force my hand." However, as soon as Yi Tianhai finished speaking, a bullet struck his thigh, causing him to kneel and emit a wretched scream. "Oh, my leg! My leg!" At the sound of Yi Tianhai's cries, Chen Mo finally lifted his gaze, briefly scanning the blood gushing from his thigh. One hand flicked the lighter, igniting a ghostly blue flame that cast shadows in his eyes, while the other hand, holding a gun that still radiated the warmth of the recently fired bullet, emerged unbeknownst to anyone. "How does it taste? Are peanuts delectable?" As Chen Mo's words echoed, those who had accompanied Yi Tianhai finally snapped out of their shock, each letting out a cry and scattering like frightened birds. Only the injured Yi Tianhai remained, his pallid face trembling as he looked at Chen Mo and stammered, "I know I was wrong. Please, let me go." "Very well, since you have spoken so. I am a reasonable person. You may leave." "Ah, thank you, thank you," Yi Tianhai exclaimed gratefully, limping away with his injured leg. However, as soon as he stepped outside the door, a bullet pierced through his skull. "Ah!" At this sight, Shen Jiai, who had just regained her composure, let out a shriek, her face pale with terror as she gazed at Chen Mo, muttering to herself, "You killed him. You killed a man." Seeing Shen Jiai so frightened, Chen Mo merely smiled coldly. "What? Are you afraid? Such bloody and brutal scenes may become a daily occurrence. You must learn to adapt to this new world." "Understood." "That's more like it. Close the door." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiai mechanically nodded and shut the door. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, residing next door to Chen Mo, and her assistant listened intently through the door, their faces drained of color and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "Sister Fei, that man next door. It seems he has committed murder," Lu Yifei whispered, pressing her fingers tightly over her assistant's mouth, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. The gunfire, the screams, and Chen Mo's voice, as frigid as ice, pierced through the air, embedding themselves in her ears. At that moment, her back was already drenched in cold sweat, soaking through her thin shirt. "Silence!" Lu Yifei hissed sharply in her assistant's ear, her gaze fixed on the door. The flimsy wooden barrier felt as though it were made of paper, utterly inadequate to muffle the penetrating gunshot that had just echoed through the space. Tears rolled down Wang Yuanyuan's cheeks, her body shaking like a leaf. With great effort, she managed to squeeze out a few words from behind Lu Yifei's fingers. Sister Fei, should we call the police? Call the police? Lu Yifei scoffed bitterly, a hoarse tone escaping her lips. In this day and age, where are the police? Have you forgotten? We've been trapped here for 3 days without even a glimpse of a police officer. She released her grip and slumped against the wall, gazing out the window. Beneath the overcast sky lay an uncountable number of zombies and decaying limbs. The calamity that had struck 3 days prior had shattered all semblance of order. Who, in such a time, will be willing to rescue them? Suddenly, the door next door creaked open once more, and a sound of dragging objects reached Lu Yifei and her assistant, sending their hearts racing to their throats, rendering them breathless. However, as time passed and their anxiety began to ease, the corridor was abruptly filled with Chen Mo's impatient muttering. Why is it always me who has to deal with the corpses in the hallway? Doesn't anyone else on this floor know how to clean up? Following this, Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan heard the sound of Chen Mo closing his door, and they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, both Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan's phones simultaneously chimed with a WeChat notification, tightening their chests once more instinctively. They pulled out their phones and found a message from Chen Mo in their group chat. It seems I must issue a warning to you all. I do not concern myself with your search for food, but if you set your sights on me, you are courting death. The death of Etian Hai today is merely a reminder. I hope you take heed. Wang Yuanyuan's fingers trembled as she clutched her phone. The screen's glow revealing her pallid complexion. Sister Fei, how could he be so ruthless? I was just fantasizing about knocking on his door to borrow some food. What should we do? If this continues, we will starve to death. As she spoke, her composure broke, and she began to weep uncontrollably. Despair flickered across Lu Yifei's face. A bitter reflection of their dire situation. Given the current circumstances, they have indeed reached a point of utter despair. Without a source of sustenance, they would surely perish from hunger. Just then, Chen Mo unexpectedly sent a video, causing Lu Yifei's pupils to constrict in shock. Chapter 19, Chen Montak. You truly exhibit a double standard. In the video, Chen Mo was relishing a sumptuous feast alongside Shen Jiai. The table was adorned with an array of delicacies: abalone, sea cucumber, wagyu sashimi, truffles, and shark fin, enticing the former star to swallow her saliva uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Momo from room 229 on the 20th floor could no longer contain herself and exclaimed in the group chat, "Oh my, how is this even possible? How does he have access to such exquisite food? Chen Montak, what do you mean by not allowing us to seek you out while you inundate the group with these appetizing dishes? Are you attempting to tantalize us to death?" Shouted Du Hai from room 222 on the 22nd floor. "Woo woo woo, this is truly unbearable. I long to eat." Wang Shuxiue from room 228 lamented, her desire evident in her voice. At that moment, Zhu Tingting from room 178 on the 17th floor chimed in. "Does anyone know who that woman dining with Chen Mo is?" Upon hearing Zhu Tingting's inquiry, the group's attention shifted from the delectable food to Shen Jiai. The women in the group were particularly envious and resentful of her. "Liu Momo, Chen Montak. Who is that woman? Why are you so generous with her? Indeed, just look at how she eats, as if she hasn't had a meal in ages," Wang Shushu added, her jealousy palpable. "Humph, eating so much without a care for her health," they echoed. "Chen Mo, who is she? I also want to eat. Woo woo woo." Meanwhile, Chen Mo glanced at the messages on his phone and inquired of the ravenous Shen Jiai across the table. "Are these dishes delicious?" "Absolutely delicious," Shen Jiai replied. Her cheeks puffed as she nodded enthusiastically. For her, this lavish spread was a rarity even before the apocalypse, and to indulge in such exquisite fare under these dire circumstances felt like a divine blessing. However, just as Shen Jiai was savoring her meal, Chen Mo spoke again. "Believe it or not, with your manner of eating, I will have to kick you out within a week." Shen Jiai froze in shock at his words. "You truly eat in an unseemly fashion, and if you continue to gain weight like a pig, do you think I would still want you?" All right, I won't eat anymore," she replied, reluctantly gazing longingly at the food on the table. Meanwhile, in the WeChat group, Lu Momo and Wang Shuxiue continued to tag Chen Mo, persistently inquiring about the identity of the woman dining with him. Chen Mo gazed at the notification on WeChat, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and he replied in the group chat using voice. "Didn't I mention before? If you send me your barefaced selfies and measurements, perhaps you too could find yourself seated here just like her." As soon as these words escaped Chen Mo's lips, silence descended upon the group chat. It was not until some time had passed that Zhu Tingting from room 178 on the 17th floor unexpectedly sent a friend request to Chen Mo. Observing this, Chen Mo smiled faintly and accepted the request. As soon as the friendship was established, Zhu Tingting eagerly inquired, "Does sending you my bare-faced photo and measurements mean I can dine with you like that woman?" Chen Mo replied, "That depends on whether your bare-faced photo and measurements meet my standards." "All right, I'll send them to you right now," she responded promptly. Moments later, Chen Mo received a photo of Zhu Tingting, who appeared rather rotund, her measurements resembling that of a barrel. Stunned by the image, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe such an unattractive yet confident woman exists." At that moment, Zhu Tingting continued to press him. "So what do you think? Are you awestruck by my beauty? When can I come over?" Chen Mo stared at the photo and measurements on his screen, his lips twitching slightly. He tapped the screen and replied, "Your measurements certainly carry some weight." Zhu Tingting quickly responded, a hint of pride in her voice, "Of course. My figure embodies the beauty of abundance. Many would covet it. Now tell me, when can I come over?" Raising an eyebrow, Chen Mo pressed the voice key, his tone laced with mockery. "Don't rush. While I have plenty of ingredients, they can't withstand the consumption of a heavyweight contender. Let us say this. Reduce your measurements to half of what they are now, and then we shall talk." Once the message was sent, Zhu Tingting fell silent. After a full 3 minutes, she finally sent a lengthy voice message, her tone seething with indignation. "Chen Mo, what do you mean? Are you mocking my weight? You are deliberately making things difficult for me. The woman you are with devours food just as greedily. Why don't you say anything about her?" Chen Mo cast a glance at Shen Jiai, who was delicately sipping her soup. She had clearly heard the voice message, her cheeks slightly flushed, her head bowed in silence. Chen Mo chuckled softly and replied, "She is different. At least she is not as heavy as you are. Is she?" As soon as he sent his message, the group chat erupted. Zhu Tingting had shared Chen Mo's reply as a screenshot, provoking a chorus of agreement from Lu Momo and others. "Chen Montak, you're so biased. Exactly. Why are you lenient with her but set conditions for us? You must be bewitched by that woman." Chen Mo, uninterested in the uproar, casually shared Zhu Tingting's barefaced photo and measurements in the group chat. In an instant, the indignant women fell silent. After a full half-minute of silence in the group, it was as if a bomb had been detonated. Notifications erupted in a cacophony. "My heavens, is this the breathtaking beauty that Zhu Tingting spoke of?" Lu Momo sent a dumbfounded emoji, followed by a string of ellipses. Wang Shushue could no longer contain herself. Those measurements must require a tape measure wrapped around twice, right? No wonder Chen Mo wanted her to reduce them by half. If she truly arrives, the dining table might collapse. Someone chimed in, and the group was instantly flooded with suppressed laughter emojis. Zhu Tingting, clearly aware of the group's reaction, unleashed a barrage of voice messages in the private chat, her shrill voice nearly piercing the screen. "Chen Mo, what do you mean? You actually share my photo in the group? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me?" Chen Mo leisurely lit a cigarette before responding, "I merely wanted everyone to see what confidence looks like." His words pricked Zhu Tingting's heart like a needle, prompting her to send messages even more frantically. "Chen Mo, you scoundrel, you monster. Right now, I wish I could just sit on you." Upon seeing Zhu Tingting's voice message, Chen Mo could not help but snort derisively. Just as he intended to slip his phone back into his pocket, Lu Yifei unexpectedly sent a friend request. Chapter 20, Apologies, but you have exceeded the time limit. Staring at Lu Yifei's friend request, Chen Mo paused for a few seconds before accepting it. Lu Yifei was the first to break the silence on WeChat. "Does becoming your woman mean I get something to eat?" "Of course. May I bring my assistant along?" "Send me your assistant's candid photo and measurements. Let me see if she qualifies." "Chen Mo, do you not think your actions are excessively unreasonable?" Chen Mo let out a cold laugh and replied via voice, "I do not believe I am being unreasonable." "What do you mean by that?" "I only wish to provide a home for you beautiful women. How can you claim I am being unreasonable?" For Chen Mo, these beautiful women, in the later stages of the apocalypse, would either become the playthings of others or succumb to zombies. Thus, his actions indeed offer these lovely women a chance to survive. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei's assistant, upon reading Chen Mo's reply, felt a tumult of emotions. She had thought that once Chen Mo accepted her conditions, she could persuade Lu Yifei to comply with him. Given the current circumstances, aligning with him seemed the only way to survive. Yet now, it appeared that all her prior plans had dissolved into mere illusions. At this moment, Assistant Zhang Yuanyuan clutched Lu Yifei's phone, her fingers turning white, and she furtively glanced at Lu Yifei, who was gazing out at the overcast sky. In the dim light, her profile appeared strikingly fragile. After 3 days without substantial food, even her lips had faded to a pallid hue. As she prepared to discreetly return Lu Yifei's phone to its original position, Lu Yifei unexpectedly spoke up. "What did you discuss with him?" Assistant Zhang Yuanyuan was startled, her body trembling with anxiety, and she stammered, "Sister Fei, I didn't say anything." "Hand me the phone," Lu Yifei said, extending her hand toward Zhang Yuanyuan. Reluctantly, Zhang Yuanyuan surrendered the phone, explaining, "Sister Fei, please don't overthink it. The reason I impersonated you was merely to gauge what kind of person Chen Mo truly is." Lu Yifei opened the phone and examined the recent chat between Zhang Yuanyuan and Chen Mo on WeChat, her expression surprisingly serene. This only heightened Zhang Yuanyuan's tension. "Sister Fei, look at how incoherent Chen Mo is. Clearly, he is using food as bait to select us like mere commodities. Do we still have the standing to negotiate with him?" Lu Yifei turned once more to the overcast sky, her voice hoarse as she replied. However, upon hearing Lu Yifei's words, Zhang Yuanyuan's expression morphed into one of panic. "Sister Fei, are you truly going to abandon me? How could you? But Chen Mo just stated that he only wants you." "What am I to do, Sister Fei?" Lu Yifei raised her hand to massage her temples, only to realize how parched her skin felt upon touching her cheek. After a moment of silence, her voice was barely a whisper, as if it might be whisked away by the wind outside. "Weren't you just unwilling to acquiesce to his demands? Rest assured, if we genuinely reach that juncture, I will never forsake you." Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who was enjoying a massage from Shan Jiai, was abruptly roused by the sound of a WeChat notification. He slowly opened his eyes to find a friend request from Lu Momo. Chen Mo waved his hand at Shan Jiai, indicating she should tend to other matters, and accepted Lu Momo's friend request. As soon as the request was accepted, Lu Momo promptly sent a bare-face selfie, accompanied by the message, "Do you think I meet your criteria?" Chen Mo glanced at the photo. The girl had delicate features, her skin appearing pallid in the dim light. Yet her exquisite bone structure was undeniable. On a scale of 10, she easily scored a 9 based on her current appearance. Thus, Chen Mo tapped the screen, replying, "Your looks are acceptable, but what are your measurements?" Lu Momo, upon reading Chen Mo's message, clenched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. The glow of the screen reflected in her eyes, a mixture of humiliation and struggle. She bit her lower lip, remaining silent for a few seconds, when suddenly, a zombie's howl echoed from outside, startling her into a shiver. She hastily replied, 90, 62, 91. Upon seeing Lu Momo's response, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Pausing momentarily before replying, "Your measurements seem quite impressive, yet I must conduct a personal inspection. When can you come over? I need to think it over." Lu Momo replied, torn between her desires. It is evident that she is still unable to overcome the emotional barrier within her. However, her actions have ignited Chen Mo's desire for conquest. "Very well, but I shall grant you merely half a minute to ponder. If you continue to dawdle and hesitate, even if you arrive, you shall not cross my threshold." "Chen Mo, how could you be so cruel? What can one accomplish in half a minute? You have merely 20 seconds left. You scoundrel. Only 15 seconds remain." Lu Momo's gaze was fixed on the numbers on the screen, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. A tumult of humiliation, conflict, and hunger assailed her nerves at every moment. After what felt like an eternity, she finally resolved to reply to Chen Mo, "All right, I will come over immediately." However, upon receiving her message, Chen Mo merely smirked coldly and responded with a voice message. "I'm afraid you have exceeded the time limit by 2 seconds. What difference does that make?" Lu Momo's heart tightened. "Perhaps it's not feasible today. We shall discuss it tomorrow." "What? Chen Mo, you scoundrel. I wish I could claw you to pieces." Seeing Lu Momo's message, Chen Mo merely chuckled coldly and sent a message to Ding Weiguang. "Brother, how are you faring?" "Chen, I found a van. But for some inexplicable reason, it has stalled on the road, and there are zombies everywhere. I am at a loss as to what to do. You must come to my rescue." Chen Mo nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Ding Weiguang's plight. However, he stifled his amusement and feigned a sense of urgency. "How could this happen? Why did you not seek a better vehicle? There was a key in this broken van downstairs. I didn't think much of it and just got in. Chingu, I'm less than 2 kilometers away from you. Could you come pick me up? What on earth are you thinking? I would just as soon tear you apart. How could I possibly come to your aid?" Chen Mo thought to himself, but he replied, "Brother, I may not be very available today. Let us wait a couple of days." "What? Chingu at this time? What could possibly be inconvenient? I came to you for help." Chapter 21. Shen Jiai's Doubts. Hearing Ding Weiguang's words, Chen Mo cast a glance at Shen Jiai, who was busily engaged nearby, and said, "Brother Weiguang, you are unaware of the circumstances. I have just taken in a beautiful woman. If I were to venture out to find you, wouldn't my stored provisions be at risk of being monopolized by her?" "What? A beauty? Tian Yi. At such a time, please refrain from jesting. I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, I shall send you a video right now." With that, Chen Mo recorded a brief video on his phone and sent it to Ding Weiguang. Upon receiving the video, Ding Weiguang's pupils dilated in shock. The video revealed Shen Jiai clad in a lace nightgown that would send countless men's hearts racing, causing Ding Weiguang to gulp audibly at the sight on his screen. "What a stroke of fortune you have, Chen. In this apocalyptic world, you've managed to encounter a beauty clad in a lace nightgown. My dear brother, you are unaware of the abundance of lovely ladies in this 5-star hotel. However, my resources are limited, and I cannot afford to sustain so many enchanting women. Therefore, I urge you to come quickly and choose one. If you delay for another couple of days, the more beautiful ones may succumb to hunger." At this moment, Ding Weiguang tightened his grip on his phone, his throat producing a subtle, quivering sound as he swallowed hard. "Chen, you're not deceiving me, are you? Are there truly other beauties in the 5-star hotel?" Chen Mo, with deliberate intent, recorded a video of Shen Jiai bending down to organize supplies, accentuating her exquisite curves, and sent it to Ding Weiguang. He then spoke again, "Of course. So you need to think of a way to get here quickly. Once you arrive, you'll understand just how delightful it is. All right, Chen, I will make every effort to come at once." After ending the call with Ding Weiguang, Chen Mo mischievously beckoned Shen Jiai, who was not far away. "Come, sit on my lap." Upon hearing this, Shen Jiai's cheeks flushed crimson. "Chen, why do you always bully me? Once there are more people around in a couple of days, I won't tease you as much." Chen Mo replied with a wicked grin. Did he mean that other women would also be moving in? If that were the case, wouldn't I be at risk of being abandoned at any moment? The thought tightened Shen Jiai's heart. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry over. I'm coming." With Chen Mo's urging, Shen Jiai quickly regained her composure and gently settled on his lap, softly asking, "Mo go, is that really the case?" Chen Mo's fingers traced the blush of Shen Jiai's earlobe, his voice laced with a lazy, teasing tone. "Indeed, that is precisely it." After saying this, Chen Montauk embraced Shen Jiai. The following day, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the time on his phone. It was already 8 in the morning. Looking at Shen Jiai, who was still peacefully slumbering beside him, he couldn't help but reminisce about the wildness of the previous night, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then picked up his phone, rolled out of bed, selected some food from his photo album for breakfast, and returned to the bedroom. Shen Jiai est soft derrière. "Wake up quickly. It's time for breakfast." Following this, Chen Mo headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When Shen Jiai awoke and donned her clothes, she was both astonished and delighted to see the breakfast laid out on the table. For the past couple of days, she had been completely puzzled about how the food had seemingly appeared out of thin air. It was important to note that the food was still steaming hot, which made her feel even more incredulous. At that moment, her fingers brushed against the warm surface of the milk cup, her eyelashes still adorned with traces of lingering blush. Stealing a glance towards the bathroom, with the sound of running water echoing, her heart raced like a frantic rabbit. What could possibly explain this miraculous appearance of hot food? What are you daydreaming about? Are you not going to freshen up and prepare for a meal? At this moment, Chen Mo emerged from the bathroom, his hair damp, and a towel loosely tied around his waist, droplets cascading down his well-defined physique. Shen Jiai hastily averted her gaze, cautiously inquiring, "Mo, go. Where on earth did you obtain these items?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow as he seated himself across from her, chuckling lightly. "Do you know that curiosity can be fatal to cats? I didn't mean anything by it. I was merely asking," Shen Jiai hurriedly clarified. Merely asking, Chen Montauk laughed softly. Yet he leaned in closer to her, his warm breath grazing her ear as he continued. "All you need to know is that as long as you follow me, there will be food on your plate, understood?" "I understand. That's more like it." Chen Mo then retrieved his phone, sharing a photo of their breakfast in the group chat, captioning it, "Today's breakfast consists of milk and bread with eggs. Just a light nibble will suffice." As soon as the message was sent, the WeChat group erupted in a chorus of lamentations. Du Hai from room 222 on the 22nd floor exclaimed, Chen Mo, what on earth are you trying to do? Another voice lamented, Chen Mo, please, I beg you no more. Just let me lie here and await my fate. Sob, sob, sob. A third voice chimed in, if possible. Could I send you my barefaced selfie? Though I am a man. Men understand men better, don't they? Chen Mo perused the flood of messages with a bemused expression. After all, he was no saint. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, to tame the beautiful women in the hotel, and secondly, to encourage the men in the hotel to step out and fend for themselves. It was important to note that after he dealt with the hotel manager and his cohorts, the supplies they had pilfered from the hotel's storage were still stashed away in room 115. Chen Mo had merely snapped a photograph of these goods, without causing any destruction. Thus, it was evident that the demise of the men in the hotel was not entirely unjustified. At that moment, Lu Momo suddenly sent him a voice message. Chen Mo smiled faintly and glanced at Shun Jiai, who was diligently eating across the table, saying, How about I find you a sister today? Upon hearing this, Shun Jiai's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she looked at Chen Mo. She understood all too well what Chen Mo meant by sister, implying that she was at risk of being replaced at any moment. If that were the case, she would prefer to forego such a sister. Chen Montak, aware of Shun Jiai's inner thoughts, feigned ignorance and asked, What? You don't like it? No, not at all. Shun Jiai quickly shook her head. Chen Mo offered a faint smile and proceeded to open the voice message that Lu Momo had just sent. Immediately, Lu Momo's eager yet frail voice filled the air. Chen Mo, I'm ready now. I can come over at any moment. Chapter 22. How dare you deceive me? Upon hearing Lu Momo's voice, Chen Mo chuckled mischievously and replied, I am currently enjoying my breakfast. Perhaps you could come back later? At that moment, Lu Momo, who was already famished, became visibly anxious upon hearing his words. And no, it's all right, Chen Mo. I'll come find you right now. I already mentioned that I am eating. I truly cannot accommodate you, dear sister. However, the longing for breakfast was overpowering for her. Chen Mo, I implore you, please allow me to come over. Upon hearing Lu Momo's completely surrendered plea, Chen Mo feigned reluctance, saying, I initially intended for you to come in the afternoon, but seeing your earnest attitude, you may come now. With Chen Mo's words, the feeble Lu Momo instantly perked up. All right, I'll come right away. After saying this, she hurriedly exited her room, weakly grasping the stair railing. Each step up the stairs felt like an exhausting endeavor. The hallway was permeated with a faint metallic scent, and the occasional muffled sounds of zombie dragging something heavy from below sent shivers down her spine, causing her to bite her lip in silence. The gnawing hunger in her stomach made her vision blur, yet she forced herself to count the steps to stay awake. 3 more floors to go. Chen Mo mentioned he was having breakfast. Perhaps he will save a piece of bread for me, so I need to hurry. Lu Momo gritted her teeth and persevered, nearly using the last of her strength to reach the 28th floor, where she stumbled and knocked on Chen Mo's door. Chen Mo, open the door. It's Lu Momo. Hearing the knocking, Chen Mo leisurely continued to eat his bread, casting a glance at Shun Jiai across the table. Didn't you hear your sister knocking? Hurry and open the door. Oh, Shun Jiai replied while sipping her milk, then stood up and approached the door. Taking a deep breath, she turned the doorknob and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, Lu Momo, nearly leaning against the wall, staggered toward Chen Mo. To be precise, she was heading straight for the food on the dining table. Under Chen Mo's amused gaze, she plopped down in Shun Jiai's former seat, grabbed the unfinished piece of bread, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her voracious manner left Shun Jiai momentarily stunned. She looks even hungrier than when I arrived. Hearing Shun Jiai's astonished remark, Chen Mo scoffed. If you had come at this time, you would be just like her. He then pulled out his phone and recorded a video of Lu Momo devouring her food, posting it in their group chat with the caption, I hope the next person who visits me does not behave like this. It lacks any semblance of grace. As soon as Chen Mo's words were posted, the group chat erupted once more. The men complained about why their male counterparts could not receive the same treatment, while women who did not meet societal standards began to unleash a torrent of insults in the chat. In an instant, the entire group became animated with excitement. At that moment, Wang Shuxue from room 228 on the 12th floor could no longer resist the allure of food and actively added Chen Mo as a friend. She sent a photo of herself without makeup, accompanied by the caption, Brother Chen Mo, do you think I look okay? Chen Mo smiled faintly and casually opened the photo. In it, Wang Shushue's unadorned face bore a hint of timid pallor. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her smooth forehead, enhancing her delicate charm. In her haste to send the message, she hadn't taken the time to tidy her hair. A few loose strands fell beside her cheeks. Yet they could not obscure her eyes, which sparkled with longing, reminiscent of a fawn caught in the rain, both anxious and filled with desperate hope. Chen Mo gazed at the photo for a couple of seconds before typing. "What are your measurements?" Wang Shushue replied almost instantly, her response tinged with evident fluster. 866288. "Brother Chen Mo, is that acceptable?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and turned his phone towards Shan Jiai, saying, "Now this is what I call being considerate." Shan Jiai's face flushed, and she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Subsequently, Chen Mo responded to Wang Shushue with a voice message. "Come up. Let me personally verify your measurements. I want to see if what you claim is true." He then tucked his phone into his pocket and glanced at Lu Momo, who was voraciously devouring her food, with a mischievous grin. "All right, stop eating. Since I have some time now, let me check your measurements." Upon hearing this, Lu Momo choked slightly, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. Chen Mo, it's broad daylight. And what of it? Since you've eaten my food, you are now my woman. Hurry and take off your clothes, or else get out of here. Lu Momo nearly dropped the bread she was holding, her throat still filled with food, causing her eyes to water as she looked up at Chen Mo in disbelief. She never expected him to be so direct. A rush of shame and fear surged within her. "Chen Mo, you can't be serious." "Can't be serious? Oomph. The first rule of being with me is obedience. It seems you're not suited to stay here. You may leave." Clearly, Chen Mo's intention was to utterly tame these women, turning them into his subservience. Otherwise, wouldn't he risk betrayal as he had in his previous life? At that moment, having just filled her stomach, Lu Momo was not willing to relinquish this opportunity for survival easily. Thus, despite her reluctance, she complied with Chen Mo's demands, shedding her garments to reveal her flawless porcelain skin. Chen Mo, akin to an art connoisseur, meticulously admired every inch of her form. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly tossed a measuring tape to Shan Jiai and, with a playful tone, looked at Lu Momo and said, "I tend to approach tasks with a certain meticulousness, so I decided to measure her dimensions and verify whether they align with her claims." Shan Jiai, instinctively taking the measuring tape, was utterly astonished. She truly did not anticipate that Chen Mo would resort to such an act. This was akin to trampling a woman's dignity into the ground. Yet, little did she realize that, compared to those women who are overlooked by men, being in such a predicament would only render her situation more lamentable. Thus, Shan Jiai unfurled the measuring tape and took the measurements of Lu Momo, announcing her dimensions in succession, 89-60-91. However, just as Shan Jiai relayed Lu Momo's measurements, Chen Mo suddenly furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How does this differ from what you previously stated? Lu Momo, how dare you deceive me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Momo immediately shook her head in panic, pleading, "Chen Mo, I did not. Please let me explain." "Very well. I am eager to hear how you will wriggle your way out of this," Chen Mo teased as he regarded Lu Momo. "The measurements I provided to you were from a month ago. She has not eaten for several days now. So it is only natural that her dimensions would differ from before. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Lu Momo's words, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the table. His gaze wandered over Lu Momo's parched lips and slightly sunken cheeks before he broke into a mischievous smile. "All right, I shall tentatively believe you this time. I will measure again in a couple of days." With that, Chen Mo turned his attention to Shan Jiai, instructing, "Take her to the restroom to freshen up. Shortly, I wish to engage her in a thorough conversation to strengthen our bond." Shan Jiai was taken aback by this statement. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Under Chen Mo's urging, Shan Jiai abruptly regained her composure and led Lu Momo towards the bathroom. However, not long after Shan Jiai and Lu Momo departed, there was another knock at the door. "Chen Mo, it's Wang Shushue. I've arrived. Please open the door." A smirk crept onto Chen Mo's lips as he thought to himself, "It seems the time to ensnare my prey has arrived. Everyone who should be here is present." With a leisurely gait, he approached the door but refrained from opening it immediately, instead calling out through the door, "What's the rush? First, tell me, who else is with you outside?" Wang Shushue, upon hearing this, hesitated momentarily and glanced around in confusion, replying, "There is no one else but me." Upon hearing Wang Shushue's response, Chen Mo finally opened the door, a sly grin plastered on his face as he gazed at her. "At last we meet. Please come in." Wang Shushua timidly stepped inside, her eyes swiftly scanning the room's decor before settling on the bread and eggs on the dining table, her throat involuntarily tightening. "What are you standing there for?" Chen Mo said, shutting the door behind him. "Come here." Wang Shushua stiffened, resembling a marionette with its strings cut. She timidly approached the dining table, her gaze fixated on the food, salivating with desire. Chen Mo, following her line of sight, glanced at the spread before them and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Do you wish to eat?" "Yes." Wang Shushua nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Chen Mo chuckled, "If you wish to eat, then indulge. But do you comprehend what it signifies if you consume my food? It means I will be yours henceforth." "Precisely. Do you still wish to partake?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Shushua promptly nodded again. At that moment, she felt that if she could devour the entire breakfast spread, she would acquiesce to anything he desired. "Very well, since you expressed it so clearly, go ahead and eat." As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, Wang Shushua pounced on the table like a famished wildcat, voraciously devouring her meal. Observing this scene, Chen Mo raised his phone to capture her gluttonous feast, teasingly remarking, "Slow down. There's no one competing with you. Didn't I mention in the group earlier that you could display a bit more decorum while eating?" With her mouth stuffed, Wang Shushua mumbled in response, though her hands never ceased their movement. It was only after she swallowed half a loaf of bread and finished an egg that she slightly regained her composure. When she lifted her head, her eyes were slightly reddened, likely from choking. Chen Mo could only shake his head in exasperation and handed her a glass of water, which she gulped down half of in a matter of seconds, her chest heaving as if she had just run several miles. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Liu Yifei watched the two videos Chen Mo had sent, filled with envy and longing. She, too, was at the brink of starvation, and if she didn't eat soon, she felt she might perish. At that moment, her assistant, Wang Yuan, could no longer restrain herself after seeing the videos in the group chat and sent her bare-faced photo along with her measurements all at once. However, upon receiving the message, Chen Mo replied via voice message, "I'm sorry, but you don't seem to meet my criteria. Chen Mo, I beg you, just accept me. I'm truly on the verge of starving to death." The young woman, Wang Yuan, had been enduring the apocalypse for several days, yet still appeared as plump as a ball. "Perhaps consider alternative methods. After all, this isn't a charity organization," he stated. Hearing Chen Mo's message, Wang Yuan finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "What is wrong with you?" Liu Yifei, who lived with Wang Yuan, approached her weakly and gently inquired. The assistant, still weeping, handed her phone to Liu Yifei, saying, "Sister Fei, Chen Mo doesn't he find me appealing? Doesn't he want me?" Liu Yifei took Wang Yuan's phone, glancing at the chat history between her and Chen Mo, and couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. At that moment, Wang Yuan, tears streaming down her face, implored, "Sister Fei, whether we can survive this ordeal depends on you. Me? You are a superstar, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. I believe if you reach out to Chen Mo, he will certainly acquiesce," Liu Yifei replied, her expression a mix of shame and indignation. Yuan, do you have any idea what you're saying? Sister Fei, given the current situation, can't you see? The rescue team will not be coming. And the government certainly won't dispatch troops to save us. The only way for us to survive is to seek out Chen Mo. Please, you just need to enough. Do not speak any further. I wish to remain in silence for a while. Liu Yifei forcefully returned the phone to Wang Yuan and staggered towards the window, turning her back to her assistant. Outside, the sky was a gloomy gray, and faint echoes of zombies howling in the distance rendered the silence within the room all the more oppressive. Suddenly, Liu Yifei pressed her hand against her dizzy forehead, Wang Yuan's words pricking her heart like needles. To survive, they must seek out Chen Mo, just as Wang Shushua and the others had done, exchanging dependence for sustenance. But she was Liu Yifei, the celebrated actress adored by millions under the spotlight. How could she endure such humiliation? Sister Fei, Wang Yuan's voice lowered, tinged with desperation. I know this is difficult, but the reality of hunger is undeniable. Death is certain. I beg you, Sister Fei. Chapter 24. Shun Jiai's Advice. Hearing Wang Yuan's words from behind, Liu Yifei's shoulders trembled involuntarily. Did she not comprehend their dire situation? They had been without water and food for 5 days. Her cheeks had long lost their former fullness, and even speaking felt laborious. Yet to actively seek out a man she had never met, to barter her reliance for survival. Truthfully, she found it incredibly hard to reconcile with her conscience. Perhaps waiting a little longer would bring a change. Maybe the rescue team would arrive soon. Lu Yifei gazed helplessly at the gray sky outside, her voice barely above a whisper as she murmured to herself. The following day, Chen Mo was uncertain how long he had slept. Glancing at the three women still peacefully slumbering beside him, he recalled the events of the previous night. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he noticed the time on the phone atop the bedside table. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He hadn't realized he had slept for so long. With a mutter to himself, Chen Mo grabbed the phone and rolled out of bed, hastily making his way to the living room. After filling the dining table with an array of delectable dishes from his phone's photo album, he proceeded to wash up. By the time he emerged, fragrant steam wafted from the dishes on the table. Clearly, these were the culinary delights he had captured the day of the altercation at the hotel before the apocalypse had erupted. At that moment, as the enticing aromas of braised ribs, sweet and sour fish, abalone, and sea cucumber wafted gently into the bedroom, the three women, deep in slumber, instinctively opened their eyes in unison. Lu Momo inhaled deeply, suddenly sitting up in bed. Is that the scent of ribs? And braised pork? Wang Shushue could not help but exclaim at that moment. After all, both Lu Momo and Wang Shushue had been enduring hunger for days. So the aroma of food naturally stirred feelings of sensitivity and excitement within them. In contrast, Shun Jiai calmly tossed aside her blanket, lazily stretched, and upon noticing Chen Mo's absence, cast a glance at Lu Momo and Wang Shushue, speaking coldly. Since we are now dwelling under the same roof, there are certain matters I feel compelled to clarify with you. What do you wish to say? Lu Momo furrowed her brow. Indeed, what do you intend to convey? Wang Shushue echoed, her expression wary. Although they had shared a man the previous night, the three women remained strangers to one another. Thus, any hint of inquiry from one would naturally evoke caution in the others, especially from a woman associated with Chen Mo. However, Shun Jiai seemed unfazed by their demeanor. She tidied her slightly disheveled hair, her gaze sweeping over their faces before she spoke slowly. In this apocalyptic world, it is a rarity for us to have a warm meal, so I hope we can all serve Chen Mo well and refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Otherwise, you may not even realize how perilous your situation could become. Whom are you trying to intimidate? What do you mean by that? Lu Momo and Wang Shushue feigned calmness, their voices trembling. Shun Jiai regarded them with a cold snort. Have you ever pondered where those delectable, steaming dishes originate? Indeed, there seems to be no available ingredients here. Even if Chen Mo prepared the food himself, it doesn't quite add up, Lu Momo remarked, furrowing her brow and glancing at Wang Shushue. Precisely. The fact that the food is still hot is indeed rather peculiar, Wang Shushue concurred, her brow knitting in thought. She then turned to Shun Jiai and inquired, do you know anything? Shun Jiai shook her head. Not knowing may be for the best for us. Lu Momo and Wang Shushue chorused. Why? Are you not aware of the saying that curiosity killed the cat? Shun Jiai retorted with a scoff, continuing, regardless. Since we were able to gather together, it is a matter of fate, so we must diligently serve him and ensure he does not seek other women. Why? Lu Momo and Wang Shushue once again echoed in unison. Because men are creatures of novelty and fickleness. With an increase in women, we risk being discarded at any moment. Once we reach that point, we may indeed find ourselves starving on the streets. Lu Momo and Wang Shushue shuddered at the recollection of their recent harrowing experiences. What are we dawdling for? Let us hasten to the dining table. At that moment, a remark from Chen Mo outside the door startled the three women. They exchanged glances and hurriedly responded, emerging from their bedrooms. As they stepped into the living room, they were rendered speechless by the magnificent array of food laid out on the dining table. The braised spare ribs gleamed with a luscious sheen. The sweet and sour fish was enveloped in an amber sauce, and the abalone and sea cucumber glistened with a gentle luster on the plate. The steam wafted up, carrying a rich aroma that invaded their senses and stirred their appetites, causing the three women to salivate uncontrollably. At that moment, Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks and tapped them against the bowl's rim, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, since you are my women, you shall not go hungry as long as I have food to share. Come, let us eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Momo and Wang Shushue rushed to their seats, eagerly grabbing their chopsticks, ready to indulge. However, Chen Mo tapped the table and leisurely added, wait a moment. I have something to say. Lu Momo and Wang Shushue immediately halted, reluctantly placing their chopsticks down, gazing at Chen Mo with obedient expressions. Chen Mo surveyed the two, declaring, while we are here to dine, could you perhaps exhibit a bit more decorum? Noting their silence, he continued, let me be blunt. If one day you find yourselves overindulging and your figures become as round as barrels, I shall not hesitate to expel you from my room. Is that understood? Why yes, understood. Lu Momo and Wang Shushue replied with cautious nods. Then let us eat. As Chen Mo's words settled, Lu Momo and Wang Shushue exchanged glances. Sensing a hint of tension in each other's eyes, and their hands grasping the chopsticks grew lighter. In contrast, Shun Jiai remained composed, deftly picking up a rib and savoring it, a faint smile gracing her lips as if silently mocking the other two's anxiety. Brother Chen Mo, rest assured, I will not gain weight. Lu Momo mumbled around a mouthful of rice, her gaze darting toward the plate of sweet and sour fish, her chopsticks instinctively reaching out once more. Wang Shushu nodded vigorously, delicately placing a small piece of sea cucumber into her mouth, chewing slowly, fearful that haste might displease Chen Mo. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang, shattering the atmosphere. Chapter 25, He disagrees. Unfazed, Chen Mo retrieved his phone to find a voice message from Ding Weiguang. Brother Chen, I have just arrived at the hotel, but there are zombies everywhere at the entrance. I cannot get in. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately rose and approached the window. Beneath the hotel, the disheveled Ding Weiguang could be seen peering cautiously around a corner across the street. Ding Weiguang, you scoundrel, you finally arrived. Chen Montak, observing Ding's wretched state from above, muttered venomously to himself before flinging open the window and feigning enthusiasm as he waved to Ding. Meanwhile, Ding, noticing Chen, appeared utterly exhilarated. If it weren't for the throngs of zombies lingering at the hotel entrance, he would have eagerly scaled the 28 floors to reunite with Chen. However, just as his excitement peaked, Chen abruptly closed the window, sending a jolt of alarm through Ding. What is going on? Chen Mo, why did you close the window? You Haven T told me how to get in. As confusion and unease washed over him, a voice message from Chen pinged on his phone. Brother, don't rush. After I finish breakfast with my lady, I'll find a way to get you up here. What? Breakfast? Ding stared at his phone screen, fury surging within him. He kicked the wall behind him in frustration, grimacing in pain but disregarding it. Meanwhile, the zombies outside the hotel continued their haunting groans, some drawn towards his hiding place by the noise he had just made. You bastard, Chen Mo. Ding ground his teeth, his voice a low growl as saliva splattered onto the dusty phone case. I nearly became zombie fodder to get here, and you're leisurely enjoying breakfast with a woman? Just wait. Once I get up there, your supplies and your woman will belong to me. Yet, despite his anger, Ding dared not linger. He crouched deeper into the corner, holding his breath until the zombies meandered away, allowing him a moment of respite. But as he thought of Chen indulging in breakfast, his own stomach audibly protested, and bile rose in his throat. Chen Mo, you scoundrel, just wait. Ding clutched his growling stomach, cursing once more before forcing himself to suppress his anger. After all, Chen was his sole hope. Even if he harbored resentment, he could not afford to display it. If he provoked Chen, would he not become a mere snack for the zombies? Fine, I'll wait. With a deep breath, Ding sent a voice message to Chen, his tone laced with restrained pleading. Brother Chen, take your time eating. I'm quite safe here. Just please think of a way to get me up as soon as you finish. That would ease my mind. After dispatching the message, Ding slumped against the cold wall, as if all his strength had drained away, his gaze fixed intently on the hotel entrance. As the sunlight filtered through the clouds, it cast a sheen upon the grotesque backs of the zombies, reflecting an oily luster. Ding Weiguang fumbled in his pocket for the remnants of a half-used lighter, then extracted a crumpled pack of cigarettes. After a prolonged struggle, he failed to procure even a single cigarette and, in frustration, crumpled the pack and discarded it on the ground. Meanwhile, upstairs, Chen Mo, having listened to Ding Weiguang's voice message, curled his lips into a cold smirk. He casually placed his phone on the coffee table and glanced at the three women who were nibbling at their meal, prepared to witness an intriguing spectacle. Shenjiai met his gaze for a fleeting moment but remained silent, her movements in selecting food slowing down slightly. Lu Momo and Wang Shushue, however, wore expressions of bewilderment, their mouths half full with rib meat, momentarily forgetting to swallow. They were still grappling with the connection between the man downstairs, who was on the verge of being encircled by zombies, and the show Chen Mo had alluded to. At that moment, Chen Mo offered no explanation, leisurely picking up his chopsticks to select a piece of sweet and sour fish, carefully removing the bones before placing it in his mouth. As if the escalating tension below held no relevance to him, the aroma wafting from the dining table remained rich and inviting. Yet the three women felt an inexplicable tension creeping into their hearts, causing their chewing to become cautious. Downstairs, Ding Weiguang continued to anxiously fixate on the windows of the 28th floor. Each second of waiting felt like torment in a hot oil pan. Just then, his phone buzzed once more. Chen Mo picked it up lazily to glance at the screen, discovering a message from Lu Yifei next door. "If I agree to be your woman, may I bring my assistant along?" Upon reading Lu Yifei's message, Chen Mo snorted disdainfully and replied, "Do you think just anyone can be my woman? What do you mean by that? Have you already forgotten the requirements, such as a barefaced photo and measurements?" "I certainly haven't forgotten," Lu Yifei typed back. "I merely meant to ask if, should I become your woman, I could bring my assistant with me?" "Absolutely not." Receiving Chen Mo's response, Lu Yifei felt as though she might faint from indignation. After all, in such an extreme state of hunger, there was little strength left for anger. At that moment, her assistant, Wang Yuanyuan, could no longer contain her impatience and eagerly inquired, "Sister Fei, what did Chen Mo say?" Wang Yuanyuan's eyes were filled with pleading. Her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, knuckles turning white. She understood that she held no leverage in this survival game, thus placing all her hopes on Lu Yifei. Seeing the anticipation in Wang Yuanyuan's eyes, Lu Yifei inhaled deeply, suppressing the humiliation and rage within her. Her fingertips trembling as she typed, "My life assistant is quite capable. She can cook and manage affairs. Retaining her would be advantageous for you." Upon reading Lu Yifei's message, the curve of Chen Mo's lips grew even colder. He then methodically wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, "My woman must not only be aesthetically pleasing, but also learn to wash clothes, cook, and clean. If you continue to haggle with me, be prepared to feed the zombies alongside your assistant." Upon sending the message, he promptly silenced his phone and tossed it onto the coffee table. In the adjacent room, Lu Yifei stared at the cold reply, her complexion turning ashen. Wang Yuanyuan, noticing her prolonged silence, spoke with a voice tinged with tears. "Sister Fei, what did he say?" He disagrees," Lu Yifei managed to utter, her heart feeling as though it were crushed beneath a boulder. "He said either I go alone, or neither of us will survive." Chapter 26. Chen Mo, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanyuan's tears cascaded down her cheeks, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse onto the carpet. "How could this happen? We have endured together until now." Lu Yifei observed her assistant's breakdown, her heart a tumult of emotions. She too wished to escape with her companion, yet in this apocalyptic world, compassion held little value. After a moment of contemplation, she seemed to devise a plan. Biting her lip as if making a crucial decision, she picked up her phone once more. "I accept your terms. I will send you the pictures and information now." "All right. Then send me your barefaced photo along with your measurements." Upon receiving Chen Mo's reply, Lu Yifei gritted her teeth and sent her barefaced photo along with her measurements. At that moment, she felt akin to an object being selected, stripped of all dignity. Just then, Wang Yuanyuan suddenly realized something, her expression turning tense as she gazed at Lu Yifei. "Sister Fei, you wouldn't really abandon me, would you? Sister Fei, I have followed you for so many years. You cannot leave me behind." Lu Yifei reached out to wipe the tears from her face and gently reassured her, "Do not worry, unless absolutely necessary. I will not forsake you." "But why did you send him your picture, Sister Fei? If I did not send it, how will he know that my barefaced beauty surpasses that of other women?" "Sister Fei, are you implying that you intend to completely captivate Chen Mo with your beauty?" Lu Yifei gazed out the window with a sigh. "This is the only bargaining chip I possess at the moment. If Chen Mo still does not acquiesce, I will truly be powerless." Meanwhile, downstairs, Ding Weiguang waited anxiously, his stomach aching with hunger, and his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably. Suddenly, the phone he clutched vibrated in his hand, jolting him to attention as he opened it to check. A single line from Chen Mo appeared. "Look towards me." Ding Weiguang immediately turned to stealthily glance in Chen Mo's direction. To his astonishment, he saw a rope ladder descending from the window of the 28th floor. All he needed to do was climb the ladder to reunite with Chen Mo. At that moment, his heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. He gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure, while his gaze remained fixated on the rope ladder dangling from the 28th floor. In the dim light of the overcast sky, the rough hemp rope resembled a lifeline, winding its way towards the hope of survival. "How wonderful! How wonderful!" Ding Weiguang murmured in excitement, his voice barely above a whisper, choked with a mixture of elation and dread. Hunger and fatigue were instantly cast aside as he scrambled to his feet, crouching behind a derelict car, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. When he noticed the nearby zombies gradually retreating from the area, he sprang forth like a wild hare, racing towards the silent rope ladder that hung down from the 28th floor. However, at that critical moment, he inadvertently stepped on a soda can, the metallic clatter echoing painfully through the desolate street. This noise awakened the nearby zombies from their stupor, their decayed mouths agape as they howled and lunged toward him. Good heavens! Upon witnessing this scene, Ding Weiguang felt a surge of terror, the shrieks behind him piercing through his bones like icy needles. He dare not look back. Scrambling forward on all fours, his knees scraping against the jagged stones, the pain sharp yet ignored. Just a few steps away from the rope ladder, a grayish hand suddenly seized his ankle. The cold, clammy grip sent a shiver down his spine. He screamed, kicking fiercely, his heel crashing against the zombie's rotting face. Foul, viscous fluids splattering across his pant leg. Get away! With this surge of adrenaline, he lunged forward, finally grasping the lowest knot of the rope ladder. Yet the coarse hemp bit into his palms, drawing blood, but he clung to it as if it were his last hope, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend. Meanwhile, countless zombies had surrounded him. The closest one, missing half an arm, opened its mouth wide, its decayed teeth nearly grazing his heels. Ack! This compelled Ding Weiguang to roar and climb desperately. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood by the window on the 28th floor, flanked by Lu Momo and Wang Shushua. With Shun Jiai nearby, he observed Ding Weiguang's struggle with a mocking demeanor, reveling in the sight of his brother reduced to such a state after only a few days apart. How much suffering must he have endured? Let us cheer him on. Otherwise, the zombies climbing with him might just catch him. The three women paused, taken aback by Chen Mo's words. As they detected no hint of concern for their brother in his tone, only playful mockery. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and cheer for my brother. At that moment, spurred by Chen Mo's urging, the three women snapped back to attention, clenching their fists and vocally rallying for Ding Weiguang as he ascended. Cheer up. Go for it. Keep going. As the gentle voices of the three women resonated, Ding Weiguang, exhausted from climbing the rope ladder to the 15th floor, suddenly found a surge of energy akin to having been injected with adrenaline and ascended to the 20th floor in one breath. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, observing Ding Weiguang's gradual approach, felt his expression grow increasingly indifferent. Ding Weiguang, in my previous life, you forced me to leap from a building. Thus, in this life, I shall employ the same method to rid myself of you, and then we shall be even. Chen Mo contemplated as he retrieved a dagger from his person and leisurely began to sever the rope ladder affixed to the window. Ding Weiguang, who was climbing, seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively looked up, his face draining of color. Chen Mo, what are you doing? He exclaimed. However, Chen Mo remained silent, tightening his grip on the dagger. The blade glimmered coldly under the dim light as strands of hemp rope were severed, cascading down like beads from a broken string. Witnessing this scene, Ding Weiguang's heart abruptly halted, his limbs stiffening in terror. He gazed at the rope ladder above, continuously being cut by Chen Mo, and then at Chen Mo's face, which was filled with mockery. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, for he finally comprehended that this was no jest. His life was genuinely at stake. Chapter 27, Scoundrel, D. Tianyi. Have you lost your mind? Ding Weiguang's voice trembled uncontrollably. I am Ding Weiguang. Seeing Ding Weiguang clinging desperately to the rope ladder in fright, Chen Mo chuckled softly. Fear not, my brother Weiguang. Falling from such a height is quite exhilarating. I have jumped from even greater heights before. Chingu, please do not jest any longer. Leaping from this height will truly result in death. Ding Weiguang pleaded, tears and cold sweat mingling on his face. Suddenly, Chen Mo shook the rope ladder violently, causing Ding Weiguang to scream in terror, his tears flowing freely. Observing Ding Weiguang's cowardice below, Chen Mo decided to cease further conversation and quickened his efforts in severing the rope ladder. After all, he was not the only one who had betrayed him in his previous life. Zhao Qinghai, Li Chong, and all who had turned against him deserved to perish. At that moment, one side of the rope ladder was finally cut through by Chen Mo's dagger. With a sharp snap, Ding Weiguang found himself plummeting half a foot downward, eliciting a high-pitched scream as his nails nearly embedded into the rough knots of the rope. Tianyi, Chingu, save me. I was wrong, please spare me. He wailed. You were wrong? Chen Mo replied with a chilling laugh. Do you even comprehend where you went astray? I should not have always let you treat me to meals. Nor should I have spoken ill of you behind your back. Chen Ge, I truly realize my mistakes. Please, spare me. Ding Weiguang sobbed. However, Chen Mo erupted into a fit of laughter at Ding Weiguang's words, his laughter sharp as ice, sending shivers down Ding Weiguang's spine. Scoundrel, D, with a fierce roar. Chen Mo forcefully severed the last remaining side of the rope ladder. Oh no, please no. Then, a heart-wrenching scream escaped from Ding Weiguang as he, along with the rope ladder he clung to, plummeted from the 20th floor, crashing down into the ravenous horde of zombies below. Chen Mo gazed down from his elevated vantage point, watching the gruesome scene unfold as Ding Weiguang's lifeless body was mercilessly torn apart by the multitude of undead. The torrent of hatred surging in his eyes gradually settled into an abyss of silence. Trembling, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm his tumultuous emotions. After all, this was the pent-up resentment of 2 lifetimes, and finally finding an outlet for it, his feelings were undeniably heightened. Next in line was Zhao Qinghai. Once he steadied his emotions, Chen Mo muttered softly to himself, closed the window, and retrieved his phone, preparing to enter the WeChat group initially created by Ding Weiguang, the brothers for life, to gauge how Zhao Qinghai and the others were faring. However, at that moment, a message notification from Lu Yifei caught his eye. A mischievous smile crept across Chen Mo's face as he opened WeChat, revealing a bare-faced photo of Lu Yifei along with her measurements. In the image, Lu Yifei's skin resembled porcelain bathed in morning dew, exuding a lustrous radiance. Her eyes sparkled like clear streams, her brows naturally arched, her nose elegantly poised with a gentle curve, and her lips were rosy and inviting, the smile lingering at the corners of her mouth as pure as the mist after a rainstorm. Gazing at Lu Yifei's unadorned beauty, Chen Mo couldn't help but murmur. A superstar of her caliber is indeed more stunning than the most beautiful women I have encountered. It seemed fortune smiled upon him once more this evening. With a mischievous grin, he stroked his chin, contemplating, and then turned his phone towards the trio of girls, Shan Jiai, Lu Momo, and Wang Shushua. How about I find you a sister later? Upon seeing the photo, the 3 girls were momentarily taken aback. Shan Jiai was the first to regain her composure, her voice trembling slightly as she exclaimed, "Isn't that Lu Yifei? Chen Mo, don't get carried away. She's a public figure." Lu Momo bit her lip, casting a jealous glance at Lu Yifei's beauty, and inquired, "Brother Chen Mo, are you suggesting she will come here?" The youngest, Wang Shushua, nervously clutched her clothing, cautiously looking at Chen Mo and stammering, but there's zombies outside. How could a big star possibly? Seeing their reactions, Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk, tapping his fingers on the phone screen. What kind of world are we in? Public figures are of little concern now. Staying alive is the utmost priority. The fact that she has reached out means she, like you, has reached a critical point of desperation. He then surveyed the 3 girls, settled onto the sofa, lit another cigarette, and continued in a grave tone, "Rest assured, having one more person means one more companion. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not abandon you without cause. However, if I sense any treachery in your hearts, the fate of the one who just fell from the 20th floor will be yours. Remember that well." As his words settled upon them, the 3 girls went pale with fear. After a moment, it was Shun Jai who spoke first. "Brother Chun, now that I am your woman, how could I ever betray you? If something were to happen to you, wouldn't I be left to suffer in hunger?" At this moment, Lu Momo and Wang Shushu echoed in unison, "Indeed, Brother Chun, we would never betray you." Upon hearing their words, Chen Mo, satisfied, casually drew Shan Jiai into his embrace, gently caressing her cheek. "Look at the 3 of you. Your sweet words are quite charming, but mere words are insufficient. Your actions in the future will reveal your true intentions." After saying this, Chen Mo typed a few words on his phone, and shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the door. "Brother Chun, how could she arrive so quickly?" Shan Jiai, nestled in Chen Mo's arms, looked up at him in confusion. To this, Chen Mo replied with a mischievous smile, "She lives right next door. How could it not be quick? Momo, please open the door." Lu Momo nodded in agreement and gently approached the door. After peering through the peephole, she suddenly turned to Chen Mo and said, "Brother Chun, besides Lu Yifei, there's someone else outside." Upon hearing Lu Momo's words, both Wang Shushue and Shun Jiai became alert, exchanging wary glances with Chen Mo unfazed. Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette and inquired, "Is the person accompanying Lu Yifei male or female?" "Female," Lu Momo answered. I never expected Lu Yifei to bring her assistant along. Do you think I would acquiesce to your unreasonable demands simply because I saw your bare face? How naive, Chen Mo declared, forcefully stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray before addressing Lu Momo. Momo, open the door. Today, I wish to see what extraordinary qualities Lu Yifei's assistant possesses that makes her so indispensable. As Lu Momo heard Chen Mo's words, she nodded earnestly and slowly turned the doorknob to open the door. Chapter 28. I am willing to give her a chance. As the door creaked open, it revealed Lu Yifei standing outside. However, the once exquisite dress she usually wore was now marred with stains, her hair slightly disheveled. And although her face bore signs of weariness, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Beside her stood a girl of approximately 20, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans. With a bulging backpack, her eyes filled with vigilance and unease, clutching the hem of Lu Yifei's clothing tightly, hiding behind her. Mr. Chen, Lu Yifei took a deep breath, peering into the room with a complex expression, both pleading and subtly laced with humiliation. I have done as you requested. May I ask if you would allow us to enter? Chen Mo, seated on the sofa, remained silent, engrossed in picking at his nails before slowly responding. Are you truly so unable to part with your assistant? Upon hearing these words, Assistant Wang Yuanyuan trembled slightly, biting her lip in silence, only pulling Lu Yifei behind her as if to shield her. What are you still dawdling for? Komein, Chen Mo commanded. With his words, both Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan finally exhaled in relief, their hearts brimming with joy. However, just as they were about to step forward, Chen Mo's words instantly petrified them. What I meant to convey earlier was merely for Lu Yifei to enter. After a moment, Wang Yuanyuan behind Lu Yifei burst into tears, exclaiming, Chen Mo no, Chen Xiao, I implore you to take me in as well. Yes, Chen Mo. She is truly a wonderful person. If you take her in today, you will surely not regret it. At that moment, Lu Yifei, standing outside, hurriedly interjected. Yet her words only ignited Chen Mo's ire. Enough of this nonsense. I only want you to come in. Chen Mo, Yuanyuan has been with me for so many years. I am begging you. Mo, shut the door. If you don't wish to enter, then neither of you shall. Before Lu Yifei could finish her sentence, Chen Mo slammed the door shut. Immediately, anguished cries and desperate knocks echoed from outside as Wang Yuanyuan cried out in heartbreak. Lu Yifei stood frozen, her fingers still poised towards the doorknob. She had initially thought that sending her beautiful, bare-faced photo to Chen Mo would change his mind. Yet, she never anticipated that this man, Chen Mo, would be so callous, devoid of compassion. Fei Jia, Wang Yuanyuan's voice trembled with sobs. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you could have gone in. Lu Yifei abruptly turned around, pulling the weeping Wang Yuanyuan into her embrace. Her fingers turning pale from the grip, her voice imbued with unprecedented determination. Do not speak such nonsense. At that moment, the hallway's motion sensor lights flickered, casting their shadows in a particularly frail manner. Lu Yifei cast a despairing glance at the closed door, finally shutting her eyes tightly. Tears cascading down her cheeks as she resigned herself to fate. Fei Jia, let us go back, Wang Yuanyuan choked out, clutching her sleeve. He is deliberately making things difficult for us. We should find another way. However, before Wang Yuanyuan could finish her sentence, the door suddenly creaked open slightly, and Chen Mo's voice emerged, sharp as ice. I will ask you one last time, will you enter or not? At his words, Lu Yifei's body trembled. Before she could respond, her assistant Wang Yuanyuan had already spoken up first. Yes. Of course, we should go in. I was not referring to you. Chen Mo's cold voice resonated once more from within the room. I am well aware you are not speaking to me, Wang Yuanyuan retorted, turning to Lu Yifei, her eyes glistening with tears. Fei Jia, you must go in quickly. I cannot hold you back any longer, or else both of us will be doomed. As Wang Yuanyuan mustered her scant strength, she forcefully pushed Lu Yifei inside. Yet Lu stubbornly clung to the doorknob, refusing to relent despite Lu Yifei's desperate attempts to knock from within. At that moment, with his legs crossed, Chen Mo observed this poignant scene and slowly rose to his feet, approaching Lu Yifei with applause. Ah, Tudi Tuxing. This sight nearly brings tears to my eyes, he remarked. Upon hearing Chen Mo's voice, Lu Yifei shuddered involuntarily and turned to face the man before her voice trembling as she asked, You are Chen Mo? Who else could I be? Chen Mo replied, gently caressing her exquisite cheek. Lu Yifei was taken aback by his sudden touch, her body stiffening instinctively as she averted her gaze, a flicker of resistance and humiliation crossing her eyes, though she suppressed the urge to react. Gazing at the man whose tone was flippant yet whose eyes held a teasing glint, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Mo, if you let Yuan in, I will agree to anything you ask. Anything? He inquired with a mischievous grin. Yes, Lu Yifei affirmed, nodding earnestly. Chen Mo retracted his hand, a playful smile curving his lips as he remarked, Lu the superstar, why do you belittle yourself so? You make me seem like the villain here. Do not forget, I am here to rescue you. Without me, you would surely starve. I understand, but could I what? Do you think this is a charity organization? Chen Mo's words prompted tears to stream down Lu Yifei's face. Yet, at that moment, he added, however, considering the deep bond between you sisters, I am willing to grant her a chance. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei's sobs halted abruptly, tears clinging to her lashes. Her usually clear eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope, akin to a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Really? You truly intend to let Yuan in? Observing her astonishment and joy, Chen Mo leisurely retrieved a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and placed it in Lu Yifei's mouth, saying, Not so fast. I spoke of chance. A chance? What kind of chance? Lu Yifei mumbled, her words muffled by the candy. Did you not claim she excels at washing clothes, cooking, and managing household chores? I shall give her that opportunity. However, should I find any dissatisfaction, I can dismiss her at any moment. That should be acceptable, no? Absolutely, absolutely. You can rest assured, Yuan will not disappoint you, Lu Yifei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In light of her fervent response, Chen Mo continued, Well then, let her in. The reason for Chen Mo's sudden change of heart was twofold. Firstly, it served as a test for them. Secondly, he genuinely required someone adept at cooking and cleaning. Most importantly, however, was the underlying reason. Chapter 29. Brother Chen Mo will personally assess their worth. One of the most significant reasons is that he truly cannot bear to part with Lu Yifei, this enchanting beauty. After all, with such exquisite features, which man could bear to witness her fading away? At that moment, as the door slowly creaked open once more, Lu Yifei and her assistant, Wang Yuan, immediately fell into each other's arms, weeping. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, Well, since you both have joined our family, you must adhere to the rules here. With red-rimmed eyes, Wang Yuan hastily wiped away her tears and pulled Lu Yifei to stand upright, her voice trembling slightly. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, we will certainly follow the rules and not cause you any trouble. Chen Mo coldly scoffed, turning to Shen Jia, Please explain the rules to them, lest they find themselves unexpectedly expelled without understanding their transgressions. Shen Jia then approached from the living room, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lu Yifei and Wang Yuan before speaking. The most fundamental rule here is absolute loyalty and obedience to Chen Mo. Beyond that, refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you, and do not overstep your boundaries. Shen Jia's gaze lingered on Lu Yifei's face for a couple of seconds before continuing. As for Chen Mo's affairs, outsiders should keep their comments to themselves. Every day you reside here, remember your place. Lu Yifei and Wang Yuan exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, Shen Jia turned her attention back to Lu Yifei and inquired, So, do you understand your current identity? Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed as she shook her head. No, I do not. If you do not understand, then why did you nod earlier? Lu Yifei found herself at a loss for words. Shen Jia continued, Remember, since Chen Mo has taken you in from now on, you are just like us, one of Chen Mo's women. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei cast a complex glance at Chen Mo, ultimately resignedly nodding in acceptance. At that moment, Chen Mo, observing Lu Yifei's expression, could not help but scoff. I have never forced a woman to do what she does not wish to do. So if you're having second thoughts now, you still have time. Do not regret it later, after you have consumed my provisions. Upon hearing the mention of food, Lu Yifei promptly cast aside all her concerns. After all, she had anticipated from the very beginning what crossing this threshold would entail. She understood better than anyone. All right, I am willing. Seeing Lu Yifei's decisive response, Chen Mo's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile as he gestured towards the dining table with a slight nod of his chin. Since you are willing, go and satisfy your hunger. There may still be remnants of our breakfast on the table. Hearing this, Lu Yifei and Wang Yuan eagerly stumbled towards the living room, and upon seeing the leftover food on the table, They wasted no time in diving in, devouring it heartily. Upon witnessing the two individuals devouring their meals with such fervor, Chen Mo deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, "Do take your time. If you overindulge and it hinders our important matters, I shall have no choice but to expel both of you." Startled by his words, Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan paused mid-bite, their mouths still stuffed with food as they mumbled their understanding, yet they couldn't help but hasten their chewing, as warm sustenance filled their once empty stomachs. An overwhelming sense of satiety washed over them, bringing a hint of moisture to their eyes. In this desolate world, the mere prospect of secure meal seemed worth any sacrifice. Standing beside Chen Mo, Shan Jiai observed the two in their disheveled state, her gaze devoid of warmth as she coolly stated, "Wang Yuanyuan, once you finish eating, please tidy up the guest room. From now on, you will reside in the eastern chamber, and all cleaning and household duties will be your responsibility." With her cheeks bulging from food, Wang Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. At that moment, Shan Jiai turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "Brother Chen Mo, what arrangements do you have for Lu Yifei? Is it even necessary to ask? You shall assist her in freshening up, as I must personally assess her measurements." Chen Mo replied earnestly, his gaze lingering on Lu Yifei's alluring figure. The three women, Lu Momo, Wang Shushue, and Shan Jiai, almost burst into laughter at Chen Mo's remark, fully aware of his ulterior motives based on their previous encounters with him. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, caught off guard by Chen Mo's statement, involuntarily shuddered, hastily swallowing her food as she stammered, "Chen Mo, I truly am not deceiving you. My measurements are really." Her cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes darting away in panic, nearly losing grip on her chopsticks. Undeterred, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness. "Oh? Then do enlighten me. It's 88, 60, 90, Lu Yifei blurted out, nearly squeezing her eyes shut, her ears burning with embarrassment. Shan Jiai couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Chen Mo insists on measuring for accuracy. Mere claims 1 suffice. Wang Shushue chimed in teasingly. Indeed, what if certain areas have been enhanced? Lu Yifei, overwhelmed by their banter, nearly buried her face in her chest, while Chen Mo maintained his earnest demeanor as he responded. Shushue makes a valid point. Such matters must be handled with utmost precision. After all, I detest being deceived." With that, Chen Mo abruptly shifted his focus back to Lu Yifei, continuing, "Have you finished eating? Once you're done, I shall have Jiai assist you in getting cleaned up." As Chen Mo concluded his sentence, Shan Jiai immediately took Lu Yifei by the hand, gently saying, "Yifei, come with me." But no buts, let us go. Just as Lu Yifei attempted to voice her thoughts, she was already being led into the bathing area by Shan Jiai. In the bathroom, Shan Jiai helped Lu Yifei remove her garments, observing the delicate sheen of her skin, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, illuminated by the warm yellow light. She couldn't help but sigh at the creator's favoritism. After all, such a figure truly deserved the epithet of celestial beauty, and it was no wonder that Chen Mo was infatuated with her. Do not be anxious. Brother Chen Mo may speak harshly, but he is not as intimidating as he seems. While adjusting the water temperature, Shan Jiai casually remarked, her fingertips tracing the stream of water from the showerhead. However, it is always wise to be obedient here. Lu Yifei bit her lip in silence, her bare feet resting on the non-slip mat, her toes curling slightly. As the warm water enveloped her ankles, she suddenly shivered, not from the cold, but from a memory of Chen Mo's serious demeanor, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. Chapter 30. Indirect Probing. At that moment, Shan Jiai handed her the body wash, urging, "Hurry and wash. He does not possess much patience." With that, Shan Jiai turned and closed the door, leaving Lu Yifei alone amidst the rising steam. The sound of rushing water filled the air as Lu Yifei stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. A layer of white mist covered the surface, obscuring the complexities hidden in her eyes. Humiliation, helplessness, yet also a faint yearning for a stable life that she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. When she emerged, wrapped in a towel, Chen Mo was seated on the living room sofa, perusing a map of the city with utmost concentration. Upon catching sight of Lu Yifei, he abruptly tossed aside the map, rose, and enveloped her in a tight embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her body wash, whispering softly in her ear, "Come, follow me to the bedroom. I wish to examine you closely and discern whether you have spoken untruths." Lu Yifei's body stiffened instantly, her breath quickening. "Chen Montak, Please don't do this. I am not ready. Yet before she could finish her protest, Chen Mo had already carried her into the bedroom. Over an hour later, Chen Mo gently covered Liu Yifei with a blanket and quietly exited the room. Lighting a cigarette, he sat on the sofa, contemplating for a moment before retrieving his phone to enter the group established by Ding Weiguang. He sent a voice message. Qinghai Lichong, Wang Hao. Why can't I reach Ding Weiguang? Has he been in contact with you recently? After a considerable wait, Zhao Qinghai responded, I am unaware. I haven't been in touch with him for some time. Why are you looking for him? Chen Mo's expression turned cold as he replied. He mentioned a lack of food at home, and I grew concerned, hence my desire to invite him here. Hearing that Chen Mo still had provisions, Zhao Qinghai's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Mo, do you mean to say you still have food? Not only do I have food, but I have also taken in 4 or 5 women. What? You have taken in women? Chen Mo, what time is it? Can you please stop boasting? Upon receiving a message from Zhao Qinghai, Chen Mo immediately summoned Shinjiai, Lu Momo, and Wang Shushue to his side. He then embraced them and recorded a brief video to send to Zhao Qinghai, stating, you can see for yourself whether I am indeed boasting. As the video was dispatched, Zhao Qinghai, initially skeptical of Chen Mo, became visibly agitated. What the heck? Chen Mo, how on earth did you manage this? So many women are willing to follow you. At that moment, Wang Hao, who had been lurking in the background, finally spoke up. Yeah, what is going on? You must tell us. Why else? It's because I have an abundance of food here. Otherwise, how could they possibly stay with me? Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette as he replied. Following Chen Mo's message, Wang Hao quickly sent a voice message, his tone brimming with urgency. Chen Mo, can you accommodate more people? I'm on the verge of starving. If I can't find food soon, I might actually perish. Zhao Qinghai chimed in with a voice message, adding, indeed, Chen Mo, considering our past camaraderie, lend a hand to your brothers. As long as we can survive, we will do whatever you ask in the future. Chen Mo gazed at the screen, a cold smile curving his lips as he tapped his fingertips on the phone. Of course, that is not a problem. After all, we are brothers. However what? Zhao Qinghai pressed eagerly. However, there's zombies everywhere outside, so you must be cautious. Rest assured, I will be careful. Wang Hao responded in agreement. After all, to both of them, Chen Mo's place not only boasted food, but also an abundance of beautiful women, truly a paradise for any man. Thus, despite the dangers outside, they were determined to find a way to reach him. Just then, Chen Mo continued, by the way, how is brother Li Chong doing? Has he been in touch with you? To his surprise, as soon as he sent the voice message, Li Chong, who had remained silent in the group chat, replied, it's rare for you to think of me, but I have one TB coming. The supermarket I'm at not only has plenty of food, but also several lovely cashiers who keep me company all day. I can't bear to leave them. Where are you, Li Chong? How do you go find you too? Yes, where's the supermarket? Zhao Qinghai and Wang Hao immediately clamored in the group chat. Observing this exchange, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. If Zhao Qinghai and Wang Hao were indeed with Li Chong, then his previous strategy of tackling them individually would no longer be effective. However, upon further reflection, Chen Mo concluded that this could work to his advantage. At most, he could simply pay them a visit later and gather them all at once, thereby saving himself time. However, at that moment, Li Chong responded in the WeChat group to Zhao Qinghai and Wang Hao, stating, the supermarket I am at is located in the suburbs, quite far from you. I suggest you seek refuge with Chen Mo, as he is closer to you. Clearly, Li Chong had no intention of taking them in. After all, who in their right mind would share the bountiful resources of an entire supermarket and the company of a beautiful cashier with outsiders? As Chen Mo observed Li Chong's message in the group, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. His fingers lightly tapped on the phone screen, producing a dull sound. Frankly, he had anticipated that a selfish person like Li Chong would never willingly share his spoils. Yet, this was advantageous for him, sparing him any additional effort. Since it was inconvenient for Li Chong to assist, he beckoned them to come over, assuring them that his place was relatively safe and that they had enough supplies to last them for a while. Upon receiving Chen Mo's message, Zhao Qinghai and Wang Hao felt as though they had grasped a lifeline, responding eagerly in the group that they would set off immediately. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, tucked his phone into his pocket, and glanced towards the bedroom, a playful smile gracing his lips. He then slowly rose and approached the bedroom door, gently cracking it open. Inside, he saw Liu Yifei curled up in the corner of the bed, her bath towel half slipping off, revealing her smooth shoulders. Her eyes were red, clearly having been in tears. Still feeling wronged? Chen Mo inquired as he stepped into the room, sitting at the edge of the bed. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, and reiterated, "Do not forget who is providing you with sustenance, allowing you to avoid facing the monsters outside." Chapter 31, Mobile Camera System Upgrade. Lu Yifei trembled, avoiding his gaze. Her voice tinged with sobs. "I understand, but you cannot treat me this way. How have I treated you?" Chen Mo chuckled softly, his fingers gliding to her neck, gently caressing it. "Have I let you go hungry or allowed you to be bitten by zombies? In this apocalyptic world, if you can trade your body for survival, you should be grateful you still possess that leverage." His words pierced Lu Yifei's last shred of dignity like a cold blade. She bit her lip tightly, refraining from retorting, while tears streamed down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Just then, Chen Mo sighed softly. "There is no need for you to cry and wail before me, making me seem like the villain. I am giving you one final chance. Will you choose to leave my side? This is the utmost mercy I can extend to you." Lu Yifei's sobs abruptly ceased as she gazed up at him through tear-filled eyes. At that moment, Chen Mo's fingertips lingered at her neck, their warmth akin to a branding iron. Outside, a zombie's hoarse howl pierced the silence, mingled with distant, sporadic screams, rendering the stillness in the room even more suffocating. Instinctively, she shrank back into the corner, her nails digging deeply into her palm. "Leave his place? Where'd she go?" I will stay." Lu Yifei's voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet it seemed to exhaust her entire being. In the instant she uttered those words, she felt something within her shatter completely, crumbling into the most worthless dust of a post-apocalyptic world. Upon hearing Lu Yifei's response, Chen Mo, seated on a chair in the bedroom, spoke with an authoritative tone. "Since you've chosen to stay, why the tears? You should consider yourself fortunate. Come over here and serve me properly." Lu Yifei's body froze in place, every muscle feeling as if it were encased in ice. Chen Mo's voice, laced with the unique chill of the desolate world, struck her eardrums, causing her temples to throb. "What? Can't you understand human speech?" At that moment, Chen Mo's voice rang out again. Instinctively, Lu Yifei arched her back and crawled toward him, employing all her wiles to curry favor with Chen Mo. Observing her desperate attempts to please him, Chen Mo realized that this once great star had been utterly subdued by him. The following day, Chen Mo glanced at the exhausted Lu Yifei beside him, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then rose to exit the bedroom, ensuring no one was around before swiftly retrieving his phone. He extracted a day's worth of supplies from the album and placed them in the living room. Just as he completed this task, the long-forgotten voice of the system echoed in his mind, detected that the host's version 10 mobile photography system meets the upgrade requirements. Would the host like to upgrade? What does this mean? The mobile photography system can be upgraded? Chen Mo was both surprised and elated upon hearing the system's voice. Would the host like to upgrade? However, as Chen Mo was lost in thought, the system prompt resonated again in his mind. Upgrade. Upon regaining his senses, Chen Mo whispered the words. After all, for him, an upgraded system would undoubtedly surpass the previous one. And indeed, as soon as he spoke, a tingling sensation spread from his palms throughout his body, as if countless tiny currents surged through his veins. The mobile device transformed into a silvery blue liquid, climbing up his wrist, leaving a faint luminescence on his skin, as though a delicate veil enveloped his bones. Suddenly, a subtle buzzing reverberated in his temples, and instinctively, Chen Mo reached up to rub them, only to find his limbs suspended in midair, gently rotating as if pulled by invisible strings. Outside, the distant howls of zombies seemed to fade, leaving only a high-frequency hum in his ears, accompanied by the mechanical prompt of the system. Version 20 integration in progress. Biological link is being established. As the silvery blue liquid flowed past his elbows and up his neck toward his cheeks, Chen Mo could distinctly feel it permeating his skin, like countless tiny probes piercing into his nerve endings, flooding his mind with a torrent of fragmented images. On the supermarket shelves lay canned goods, abandoned hospital 4 bottles, and even half a chicken frozen in the refrigerator of a household 3 kilometers away. Chen Mo's eyes widened in astonishment as these images appeared before him, complete with coordinates and distance indicators, resembling a real-time, updating map of resources. Upgrade complete. At that moment, the system's voice became suddenly clear. Current function, biological sensory photography. Through a neural link, it can directly scan edible resources within a 5-kilometer radius and generate a 3-dimensional coordinate map. Once the photographic system is integrated with the body, A mere thought allows one to blink at an item, storing in consciousness at a millionfold quantity. Chen Mo's suspended body abruptly fell to the ground, stumbling slightly as his feet touched the floor. He raised his hand to his cheek, realizing the silvery blue liquid had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint cyan camera symbol on the back of his left hand, akin to a freshly inked tattoo. Concentrating his thoughts, the symbol on his hand instantly illuminated. In a pale blue, translucent screen materialized before him. The screen was alive with a multitude of green dots, each flickering and annotated with the names of resources and their distances. Detected 3 boxes of compressed biscuits, distance 120 meters. Detected 5 bottles of bottled water, distance 800 meters. Detected fresh vegetables, a small quantity, distance 32 kilometers. Detected. The ability to directly sense resources filled Chen Mo with overwhelming joy. He licked his parched lips in exhilaration. The previous version 10 had required photographing items to store them, necessitating discretion with each use. Now, with this sensing capability, it was as if he had pocketed the granaries of half the city, rendering his phone obsolete. Yet, if this were the case, how would he contact Zhao, Qinghai, and the others? After all, his phone had already fused with his body. However, as Chen Mo pondered this, the WeChat page had already materialized before his eyes. He was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Overjoyed, he thought to himself, and with a mere thought, the WeChat page vanished from view. Suddenly, the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. When discovering resources, simply blink at the item, and it will instantly disappear. Stored in your consciousness at a millionfold quantity. Time within the consciousness space is in a state of suspension. No resource will deteriorate, and living beings cannot be stored. This was truly marvelous. Post-upgrade, he would be able to venture out in search of resources with such convenience. Yet, just as Chen Mo was lost in excitement, a WeChat notification chimed in his mind. Chapter 32. The taste is fairly average. With a thought, the WeChat page reappeared before him, revealing a voice message from Zhao Qinghai. Chen Mo then mentally clicked on the voice message hovering before him, and Zhao Qinghai's voice immediately resonated in his ears. Chen Mo, I have just come down from the building and am about to head your way. Upon receiving the message, a cold smirk crept upon Chen Mo's lips as he feigned concern. The journey is perilous. Do exercise caution. By the way, will Wang Hao be accompanying you? I am uncertain, as I do not even know his whereabouts at the moment. Very well. Please ensure your safety on the way. Understood. I shall be careful. Having concluded a superficial exchange with Zhao Qinghai, Wang Yuan emerged from her room. Upon groggily spotting Chen Mo, she jolted with surprise, her demeanor transforming into one of nervous apprehension as she addressed him. Good morning, young Master Chen. Chen Mo simply nodded in acknowledgement and gestured toward the ingredients he had retrieved from his storage room. These are the ingredients for today's meals. Please take them to the kitchen and let me savor your culinary skills. After all, the presidential suite where Chen Mo resided was equipped with state-of-the-art kitchen facilities, including a stove, oven, refrigerator, induction cooker, and dishwasher. Truly a chef's paradise. Of course, young Master Chen, I will prepare breakfast right away. In a flurry, Wang Yuan hastily selected a few items from the provisions and hurried to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Mo glanced at another bedroom where Lu Momo, Wang Shushu, and Shun Jiai were still asleep. Intrigued, he mischievously pushed the door open, prompting startled gasps from the 3 young women. Nearly 2 hours later, Chen Mo emerged from the bedroom, satisfaction etched on his face, with an unknown lipstick mark still lingering by his lips. By this time, Wang Yuan had already completed breakfast, and Lu Yifei was seated at the dining table, waiting patiently. Chen Mo could not help but smirk as he approached the table. Are you waiting for me to eat? Fei. Lu Yifei, her face flushed, met his gaze but remained silent, evidently embarrassed by the earlier commotion. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, and Lu Momo, Wang Shushue, and Shun Jiai emerged, supporting their waists, their cheeks still tinged with lingering blush. Upon spotting Lu Yifei at the table, they exhibited no signs of modesty, plopping down into chairs and eagerly awaiting Chen Mo's cue to commence the meal. After all, to them, being in Chen Mo's presence was a tremendous fortune, and any semblance of modesty had long since dissipated. Brother Chen, I'm famished. Let us eat quickly, Lu Momo complained, rubbing her waist, her disheveled hair sticking to her flushed cheeks, her eyes sparkling with dependence. Wang Shushu nodded in agreement. Reaching for the milk on the table, I expended quite a bit of energy earlier. I must replenish. Shun Jiai, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, a mixture of shyness and a sense of pride illuminating her expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yifei tightened her grip around the cup, ultimately choosing silence. Although she had come to know Chen Mo later than Shan Jiai, Lu Momo, and Wang Shuxue, she was acutely aware of his true nature. He appeared carefree, yet harbored a strong desire for control. The demeanor of Shan Jiai, Wang Shuxue, and Lu Momo might very well align with his expectations. Why the rush? I still have more to say. Chen Mo surveyed Wang Shuxue, Shan Jiai, and Lu Momo before continuing. Today marks Wang Yuanyuan's first attempt at cooking, so you all must taste it with earnestness. At that moment, Wang Yuanyuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last plate of fried eggs. Upon seeing the scene at the dining table, her steps faltered and anxiety crept onto her face. After all, this was her inaugural display of culinary skill before Chen Mo. If he were to find it unsatisfactory, her chances of remaining would diminish dramatically. With trembling hands, she placed the plate on the table and, lowering her head, whispered, "Chen Xiao, esteemed sisters, breakfast is ready. Today, I prepared sandwiches, fried eggs, and a vegetable salad. I hope they suit your tastes." Lu Momo immediately forked a piece of fried egg and, with a mouthful, mumbled, "It's indeed delicious. Yuan, your skills are commendable." Wang Shuxue followed suit, sampling a few bites and exclaiming, "The salad dressing is quite unique, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour, unlike the overly rich store-bought varieties." Shen Jiai said little, merely adding a fried egg to Chen Mo's plate, her gaze imbued with submission. Hearing the praises from everyone, both Wang Yuanyuan and Lu Yifei sighed in relief, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo. After all, the power to decide Wang Yuanyuan's fate lay squarely in his hands. Thus, the glances exchanged between Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan directed at Chen Mo were filled with both anxiety and anticipation. However, Chen Mo glanced at the food on the table and scoffed, "Look at how you're all elevating her to the heavens. Is it truly that delectable? Whether it's good or not, you'll find out once you taste it." Lu Yifei, unable to contain her nervousness, interjected. In her mind, the thought of Chen Mo dismissing Wang Yuanyuan without even taking a bite was simply unjust. Observing the expectant glances from Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan, Chen Mo slowly picked up a slice of toast and took a bite, nodding leisurely. "The flavor is passable. Then can I stay?" Wang Yuanyuan inquired hopefully. Chen Mo offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly, which filled Wang Yuanyuan with joy and excitement. "Thank you, Chen Xiao. I promise to work diligently in the future." Just as Chen Mo was about to speak, the notification sound from WeChat resonated in his mind once more. He then saw a message from Zhao Qinghai appear before him. "Chen Mo, I am now 2 to 3 kilometers away from you." Rising amidst the puzzled gazes of the women, Chen Mo made his way to the window, gazing into the distance, and replied to Zhao Qinghai in thought, "Please ensure your safety. Breakfast is ready, and I will await your arrival." "Certainly, I shall expedite my arrival." After concluding his conversation with Zhao Qinghai, a chilling glint ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. Just then, he noticed someone below, fervently waving at him. Squinting to discern the figure, he realized it was none other than Wang Hao. It appeared that Wang Hao had silently approached, only daring to contact Chen Mo after confirming that there were no unusual occurrences aside from the zombies lurking nearby. This indicated Wang Hao's profound suspicion. Chapter 33. Of course. It's time to cut the rope. Chen Mo focused on Wang Hao, who was gesticulating from below, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the window ledge. This fellow exhibited a greater capacity for discretion than Zhao Qinghai. Although he had arrived earlier, he chose to remain hidden until Zhao Qinghai was nearly upon them. This demonstrated not only his caution, but also a degree of cleverness. However, as Chen Mo pondered the most meaningful way to eliminate both of these individuals simultaneously, Wang Hao suddenly pointed to his phone, and Chen Mo swiftly grasped his intention. Thus, he sent a mental voice message. "Brother, I thought you wouldn't make it. Since you're here, why didn't you inform me in advance?" "Brother Chen, I'm sorry. The outside is teeming with zombies. If we disturb them, it could spell trouble." Upon hearing Wang Hao's feeble excuse, Chen Mo scoffed inwardly but feigned agreement. "Ah, I see. Qinghai will be arriving shortly as well. Why don't you wait for him to devise a plan to come up together?" To Chen Mo's surprise, Wang Hao outright dismissed his suggestion. "Brother Chen, there's so many zombies around, especially near the hotel's entrances, that they've blocked the way. Chen Montak, couldn't you think of a way to get me up first?" Wang Hao's incessant concerns were quite irksome. If he was so eager to meet his demise, then perhaps it would be best to eliminate him before Zhao Qinghai's arrival. As this thought crossed Chen Mo's mind, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Very well, I possess a rope ladder. I shall lower it from the window, and you can climb up. Upon receiving Chen Mo's voice message, Wang Hao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost crying out, but he stifled it, recalling the zombies surrounding them. He then signaled an affirmative gesture to Chen Mo. In response, Chen Mo employed the same tactic, tossing a bundle of rope ladder from the 28th floor window. The ladder arched through the air with a whistling sound before descending, its end dangling just inches above the ground against the wall. Thus, if Wang Hao seized the opportunity when the zombies were momentarily distracted, he could rush over and grasp the ladder to ascend. Yet, despite this, the ever-cautious Wang Hao still glanced up at the 28th floor window. The sunlight pierced his eyes, causing him to squint slightly, revealing only a vague silhouette leaning against the window. Hold tight. Seeing Wang Hao still hesitating, Chen Mo, leaning against the window, deliberately called out to urge him from above, his voice echoing with an exaggerated sense of emptiness. Wang Hao clenched his sweaty palms, casting aside any doubts. And in a flash, he darted forward, swiftly wrapping the end of the rope ladder around his wrist twice. With his toes pressing against the weathered tiles of the hotel's exterior, he began to ascend. However, at that moment, the surrounding zombies finally took notice of the commotion, roaring in unison as they converged beneath Wang Hao. Fortunately, these creatures merely tilted their heads, bellowing menacingly at him on the rope ladder. "Huh, you bastards. Come and bite me if you can." Wang Hao laughed defiantly, gripping the ladder tightly, yet he dared not pause for a moment, scrambling upwards with all his might. Each time the ladder bore his weight, it creaked in protest, as if on the verge of snapping. Yet, Wang Hao climbed with urgency, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, dripping onto the rope ladder, soaking it. Occasionally glancing down, he observed the zombies madly slamming against the walls, their murky eyes fixated on him, drool pooling at their lips, forming a foul puddle on the ground. Having ascended to the 17th or 18th floor, Wang Hao instinctively averted his gaze upwards, only to lock eyes with Chen Mo, who wore a sinister grin. A chill coursed through him, and he tightened his grip on the rope ladder. At that moment, Chen Mo's malevolent smile, framed by the sunlight at the 28th floor window, became painfully vivid, the light casting shadows that highlighted his face. His gaze like a poisoned icicle piercing Wang Hao's very soul. "Chen, brother Chen?" Wang Hao's voice wavered. The bravado he had moments ago completely evaporated, leaving only an inexplicable dread. He could not comprehend why Chen Mo suddenly bore such an expression, reminiscent of a butcher eyeing meat on the chopping block. Chen Mo remained silent, slowly raising his right hand, revealing a dagger that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. The blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight, sending chills down Wang Hao's spine. "Brother Chen, what do you need the dagger for?" Wang Hao stammered, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He desperately attempted to climb faster, but the ladder felt as if it were nailed to the wall, every inch gained proving immensely difficult. Chen Mo suddenly laughed, the sound drifting downwards with an unsettling chill. "What else?" "To cut the rope, of course." "What? Cut the rope?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's eyes widened in terror. Yet, Chen Mo disregarded his fear and began to vigorously slice at the rope with the dagger. As the blade sliced through the hemp rope, it emitted a faint, disconcerting sound. Wang Hao watched helplessly as white fibers frayed from the main supporting rope, his heart leaping into his throat. He clawed at the ladder, frantically climbing, his nails digging into the crevices, drawing forth painful, glaring bloodstains. "Chen Montak, are you out of your mind? Stop!" he screamed, his voice ragged as if sandpapered. Chen Montak, however, remained deaf to the pleas, his knife slicing through the air with increased fervor. After all, Zhao Qinghai would soon arrive, and Chen Mo was not inclined to squander any more time. The rope ladder trembled violently, and the segments beneath Wang Hao began to tilt precariously. He could distinctly hear the brittle snap of the hemp fibers, reminiscent of death's countdown, echoing in his ears. "I beg you, brother Chen." Wang Hao's tears mingled with cold sweat, the arrogance he once exuded evaporating entirely, replaced by desperate supplication. "I would be your servant. I'll do anything you ask. Please spare me. Sobi. At last, Chen Mo lifted his gaze, a cruel smile gracing his lips, laced with frost. Too late. The instant his words fell, the final strand of hemp snapped, Wang Hao felt an emptiness in his palms, his body devoid of support, plummeting into weightlessness. Instinctively, he reached for the nearby drainage pipe, but his fingertips merely brushed against the icy metal, helplessly watching as the 28th floor window receded into the distance. Chen Mo's figure shrinking to a distant, indifferent silhouette. The wind rushed into his ears, and the roars of the zombies below grew ever closer. With a thud, he collided with an advertisement board on the 5th floor, the excruciating pain of broken ribs plunging him into darkness. Moments later, he crashed heavily onto the awning of the 2nd floor, shards of glass embedding themselves in his back like daggers. Chapter 34. The one that slipped away. Wang Hao's consciousness lingered in that fleeting moment of descent. As he hovered on the brink of oblivion, he seemed to glimpse Chen Mo on the 20th floor, slowly retracting his hand from the window, the knife in his grasp glinting menacingly. With a thud, Wang Hao's body struck the ground, triggering an eruption among the horde of zombies below. They roared in frenzy, akin to sharks sensing blood, surging forth like a torrent of gray mud, swiftly devouring Wang Hao's remains, leaving only a dark crimson pool behind. On the 28th floor, Chen Mo stood by the window, observing the scene with a detached demeanor, casually discarding his knife onto the floor. He turned to the individuals in the living room and gestured with his chin. Pull the curtains. Lu Momo, the first to regain her composure, hastily grasped the heavy curtains, blocking out both the gruesome sight and the sunlight. The living room was instantly shrouded in darkness, save for the rapid breaths of the women present. To Shun Jiai and the others, Chen Mo had become a remorseless killer. After all, who would lure acquaintances to such a place only to eliminate them? At that moment, it was evident that Chen Mo discerned their thoughts. He lit a cigarette for himself, casting a sweeping glance over the gathered women, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. What is this? Afraid? No, no. They all instinctively shook their heads, their eyes darting away as they denied it. Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. I can understand your fear. But what if I told you that those I killed were once the ones who betrayed and harmed me? Would that lessen your dread of me? Even a little? Wang Shushuet tightened her grip on the hem of her garment, unable to contain herself any longer. Her voice trembled ever so slightly as she spoke. Betrayal and harm? But that person just now clearly came to seek your allegiance. How could you? This is inconsequential, Chen Mo interjected. What matters is that anyone who betrays and harms me will meet a fate akin to that of the individual you just witnessed. Do you all understand? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the bodies of Shen Jiai, Lu Yifei, and the other women quaked with trepidation, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. It dawned on them that Chen Mo had been waiting for them all along, delivering a vivid lesson on loyalty. Smoke swirled around Chen Mo's fingertips as he observed the tense profiles of the women, and suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of turning against you, for you have not betrayed me, have you? With that, Chen Mo turned his attention away from the women, his thoughts conjuring a WeChat page visible only to him. He swiftly sent a message to Zhao Qinghai. Qinghai, where are you now? I'm right downstairs at the hotel. Zhao Qinghai promptly replied. Chen Mo rose and approached the window, yanking the curtains open to see Zhao Qinghai standing below, wearing an oddly perplexed expression. Zhao then gestured to his phone and sent a voice message. Chen Mo, stop pretending. I saw you cut the rope ladder and let Wang Hao fall to his death. I never imagined you to be such a person. Tell me, why did you do this? A cold smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips upon receiving the message. Yet, he was reluctant to concede so soon, and he defended himself. Qinghai, please let me explain. Everything that just transpired was a misunderstanding. The rope ladder was weak. I was actually trying to assist him. Enraged, Zhao Qinghai ground his teeth in fury below, hurling a few curses at Chen Mo on the 28th floor. He then sent another message. Chen Mo, I clearly recorded the video of you killing Wang Hao. I will post it in the group shortly for everyone to see your true colors. Bastard. Upon reading the message, Chen Mo's expression turned icy. He abruptly flung open the window, revealing a Beretta 87 handgun in his grasp, and fired 5 or 6 rounds at Zhao Qinghai below. The gunfire startled the surrounding zombies, causing them to erupt into chaos as they sought the source of the sound. Zhao Qinghai was struck in the thigh, gasping in pain as he leaned against the wall. At that moment, Zhao Qinghai was filled with both shock and fury, never expecting Chen Mo to possess a firearm. Clutching his bleeding leg, the veins in his forehead bulged as he cautiously peered out, fixating on the indistinct figure in the window of the 28th floor, whispering an angry curse. Chen Montak. You wretched scoundrel. Just you wait. With that, he limped into a car, flooring the accelerator as it swayed erratically away from the scene. Witnessing this, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with a frigid light as an AK-47 materialized in his grasp. He unleashed a barrage at the vehicle driven by Zhao Qinghai, but alas, it was too late. Countless bullets shattered the rearview mirror and pierced the car's body, yet the swaying vehicle vanished around the corner unscathed. Damn it! Chen Mo cursed under his breath, watching Zhao Qinghai disappear, his grip on the AK-47 slowly loosening. However, moments later, a cold smirk escaped his lips, laced with undisguised malice. Even if you have escaped this time, you cannot elude your fate forever. In the living room, the women had huddled together in terror, Liu Yifei tightly clutching Zhang Yuanyuan's arm, each face etched with fear. At that moment, their astonishment and confusion overshadowed their dread. After all, no one could conjure firearms like handguns and AK-47s out of thin air. Just then, Chen Mo turned and caught sight of the undisguised skepticism in their eyes. Yet, he merely smiled coldly and, with a thought, retracted the AK-47 into the consciousness space of his phone system, leaving the women in a state of bewilderment. Finally, the youngest among them, Wang Shuxue, could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother Chen Mo, how did you do that? Are you a magician? A magician? Chen Mo chuckled softly. If that is how you wish to perceive it, I suppose it is not entirely untrue. A true magician would never reveal his secrets. He paused, surveying everyone present before continuing. Just remember, as long as you follow me sincerely and do not betray me, you shall not find yourselves destitute or starving. However, should I meet my demise, your fate will be no better. Do you understand? Chapter 35. The levels of zombies. Chen Mo's voice resonated through the living room, carrying an undeniable aura of authority that rendered the women silent, their breaths becoming cautious. At this moment, Shen Jiayi subtly lifted her gaze toward Chen Mo's silhouette. He was staring at the sliver of light streaming through the curtain, his profile stark and unyielding, as if chiseled from ice. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Chen Mo's phone system, visible only to him, with Zhao Qinghai's avatar flashing frantically. Chen Montak, just wait. I've sent the video to Li Chong and the others. You murderer, they will not let you off the hook. Upon receiving the message, Chen Mo couldn't help but scoff, his thoughts racing as he replied to Zhao Qinghai. Li Chong is currently enjoying life in a supermarket, cozying up with the cashiers. Do you truly believe he would meddle in our affairs for your sake? Chen Mo, even if he does not interfere in our matters, they will inevitably remain vigilant towards you. I will see how you harm others then. Upon receiving the message, Chen Mo could not help but chuckle softly. Who in this apocalypse is not on guard? Yet that fellow Li Chong understands better than anyone the importance of minding one's own affairs. You should focus on yourself. After being shot, consider how you will survive in this world. Chen Montak, you wretched scoundrel, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Then let us speak again when you have transformed into a ghost. With a smile, Chen Mo sent out the message and concluded his conversation with Zhao Qinghai. He gazed out the window, letting out a heavy sigh and muttering to himself, it seems that trying to eliminate Zhao Qinghai and the others through temptation will not work. Moreover, in a few days, the heads of some zombies downstairs will crystallize with first-tier cores, and it is time for me to venture out for some fresh air. After all, for Chen Mo to live comfortably in this life without being bullied, he must enhance his strength. Thus, before others discover the secret of the crystal cores within the zombies' heads, he must take the initiative to become powerful as quickly as possible. Crystal cores are not present in every zombie's head. Defeating 10 zombies may yield only 3 or 4 cores at most. Those zombies lacking cores will never crystallize, no matter the circumstances. This illustrates the preciousness of crystal cores among the survivors in the apocalypse. Crystal cores are categorized into first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, and fifth tier cores, with the highest being the 9th tier core, which can only be obtained from the strongest zombies with a certain probability. Consequently, zombies are generally classified into 9 levels, ranging from tier 1 to tier 9. First tier zombies are the most common type during the early days of the apocalypse, moving sluggishly and retaining only basic biting instincts. Their bodies are indistinguishable from ordinary humans, making them the primary targets for novice survivors to accumulate crystal cores. Second-tier zombies display initial mutations, such as elongated claws or enhanced muscle mass, with nearly double the speed and reaction time compared to first-tier zombies, posing a threat to ordinary survivors. Third-tier zombies exhibit significant mutations. Some have hardened skin akin to leather, while others develop bone spurs, even demonstrating basic evasive maneuvers. When acting in groups, they display a rudimentary sense of coordination, necessitating teamwork for a secure kill. Fourth-tier zombies may grow to over 2 meters tall or become exceedingly agile. Some individuals can emit low-frequency roars to command lower-tier zombies. The energy from their cores can fundamentally transform the physical capabilities of the absorber. Fifth-tier zombies possess evident intelligence, capable of setting simple traps and remembering survivors' attack patterns. Their mutations are diverse. Some can expel corrosive acid, while others can regenerate rapidly, becoming a nightmare for small survivor bases. The sixth-level zombie, a veritable mobile disaster, possessing a physical strength sufficient to withstand ordinary firearms. Its intelligence is akin to that of a child, capable of commanding hundreds of lower-tier zombies to form a horde, often necessitating heavy weaponry for suppression. The seventh-level zombie, a mutation that has surpassed physiological limits, possibly able to levitate or manipulate surrounding metals and stones. Its very existence distorts the environment, causing bizarre mutations in flora and fauna. The eighth-level zombie, rarely seen near human settlements, rumored to possess cognitive abilities on par with humans, capable of orchestrating intricate ambushes. The energy contained within its core is sufficient to obliterate a medium-sized fortress in an instant, rendering it a taboo entity among survivors. The ninth-level zombie, existing only in legends from the late apocalypse. Some claim it resembles a colossal mountain, able to influence the movements of zombies within 1,000 miles while dormant. Others assert that it has taken on human form, lurking among survivors, with no one knowing its true appearance. All who have encountered it are said to have perished. Chen Mo unconsciously traced the crack along the windowsill with his fingertips, memories of the sixth-level zombie from his past life flashing through his mind. That creature, with bat-like wings, had single-handedly flattened a base of 1,000 people. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the surging memories, and turned to the women, including Shun Jiai and Wang Shushua, saying, "Starting tomorrow, aside from eating and sleeping, you will train in the gym of the presidential suite." In Chen Mo's view, no matter how formidable he might be, he would still require a couple of individuals to assist him in clearing the battlefield and extracting the cores from the zombies' heads. After all, this was the only way to significantly expedite the acquisition of cores. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the women, including Shun Jiai, were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they looked at him. Naturally, Chen Mo knew what they were thinking. He surveyed the group with a calm demeanor and said, "I'm having you train for your own good. Just look outside. Do you not see what the world has become? I cannot protect you at every moment. What if one day I am not home?" Clearly, they had not considered this issue, and upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the women exchanged glances. Moments later, Wang Shushua cautiously looked at Chen Mo and whispered, "But Brother Chen Mo, how should we train? Is it just daily aerobics? We have never learned any of this." "Then you shall learn," Chen Mo replied, moving to the corner of the living room to retrieve several sets of wrist guards, non-slip gloves, and a few sharp Zulu shovels from his consciousness space. He tossed them onto the floor amidst the astonished gazes of the women. "The gym is equipped with treadmills and dumbbells. We will start with basic physical training. 3 hours every morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. Anyone who dares to slack off will have their food rations halved starting tomorrow." Lu Momo instinctively wanted to retort, but was subtly tugged by Shun Jiai. When she glanced at Chen Mo, his profile appeared particularly stern in the dim light, and the words she had been about to say were swallowed back. However, Chapter 36, Slaying Zombies and Collecting Cores. However, Chen Mo evidently noticed the change in her expression, and he turned to Lu Momo with a slight smile, inquiring, "Do you have any objections?" "No, none at all," Lu Momo hurriedly replied, shaking her head with a quiver in her voice. "No objections are best. If you did, I would certainly have to kick you out," he added, winking at her, which instantly sent shivers down her spine. The next day, Chen Mo rose early, casually nudging Shun Jiai awake. "Get up quickly, and also rouse Lu Yifei and Lu Momo next door. Training is about to commence." Shun Jiai, rubbing her bleary eyes, sat up with her hair tousled and mumbled in a hoarse voice, "What time is it?" Having already donned a sharp athletic outfit, Chen Mo coldly responded, "It's 5:30. If you wish to be lazy, today's breakfast will be halved." Upon hearing this, Shun Jiai immediately snapped to attention, frantically grabbing her clothes. "Understood, understood." She dashed to the adjacent room, awakening Lu Yifei, Wang Shushua, Lu Momo, and Wang Yuanyuan. Before long, the girls assembled in the gym, where the distinctive metallic scent of the equipment filled the air. Morning light streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Chen Mo stood with his arms crossed before the mirror, observing the 5 girls, still half asleep, with a slight frown. "Stand properly," he commanded. The girls quickly straightened their backs, not daring to exhibit any hint of laziness. Chen Mo surveyed them again and spoke. "There are 3 treadmills here, Lu Momo, Wang Shushue, and Shun Jiai. You 3 will engage in endurance training. You may only cease when you have completed 5 kilometers. Upon hearing this, the girls' faces fell. Yet there was no choice. In their eyes, Chen Mo's words were akin to edicts from a sovereign, and they dared not disobey. Thus, they began to sweat profusely on the treadmills. Chen Mo then turned his attention to Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan, his voice low and steady. "You 2 will engage in strength training. 15 push-ups per set, 25 sit-ups per set, and 30 squats per set, completing 3 sets of each." Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of apprehension in the other's eyes. Yet they obediently approached the yoga mats and began their strenuous exercises, observing their dedicated efforts. A mischievous smile crept across Chen Mo's face. "Now outside, where the zombies roam, my training of you is ultimately for your benefit. Should the day come when you part from me, it will not spell your swift demise." With that, Chen Mo disregarded the shifting expressions on the girls' faces and moved to the window, gazing at the mass of zombies below, already contemplating how to maximize their extermination. After all, he mused, methodically eliminating each zombie one by one was far too tedious. Just then, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. What if I could photograph the crystal cores and create millions of copies? That would indeed simplify matters. Upon pondering this moment, a surge of elation illuminated Chen Mo's countenance. Without delay, he seized the Zulu shovel and exited the presidential suite. At the staircase, he gripped the shovel tightly, his knuckles whitening from exertion. The motion sensor lights flickered on as he ascended the steps, casting a stark, pale illumination that revealed deep brown stains on the stairs, resembling spilled ink. Suddenly, he caught the faint hissing of zombies emanating from below, akin to the sound of a worn bellows being pulled. How fortuitous, he mused, as he licked his lips in anticipation and descended with the Zulu shovel in hand. Each step was taken at the edge of the stair, the soles of his boots creating a subtle sound against the concrete, neither alarming distant zombies nor drawing the nearer ones. Indeed, as he rounded the corner on the 15th floor, a zombie clad in a security uniform lunged from behind the fire door, its decayed fingers nearly grazing Chen Mo's face. Yet he was prepared. He swiftly tilted his body to the right, twisting his wrist as the Zulu shovel sliced through the air toward the creature's skull. With a crack, the blade embedded deeply into the zombie's head, and with a swift kick to its chest, he dislodged his weapon, foul black blood splattering onto his pant leg. However, upon prying open the zombie's cranium, he found no core within. Undeterred, Chen Mo merely frowned, nudging the lifeless, coreless body aside, leaving behind a longer trail of black blood on the steps. It seemed luck was not on his side today. He muttered softly to himself as he tightened his grip on the Zulu shovel and continued his descent. As he proceeded, the motion sensor lights flickered on and off with each step, revealing a half-corpse of a zombie on the 12th floor, the other half lost to obscurity, its decayed flesh adhering to the steps like rotting fruit. Chen Mo stepped over it deliberately, his boot crunching over a fragment of bone with a faint crack. Yet, as he approached the corner of the 11th floor, the simultaneous hissing of 2 zombies reached his ears. 2 zombies, clad in hotel staff uniforms, lunged at him from either side. One of them had lost an arm, its bare shoulder flailing wildly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo did not retreat, but instead advanced, lowering his body sharply as he swept the Zulu shovel horizontally, striking the left zombie's kneecap with precision. With a sharp crack, the zombie lost its balance and collapsed to the ground. In a fluid motion, he raised his wrist, the shovel blade slicing upward and cleaving through its skull. Yet again, it was devoid of a core. Almost simultaneously, the right zombie lunged towards him, its decaying mouth agape, revealing darkened gums. Chen Mo swiftly sidestepped its attack, his left hand seizing its neck with lightning speed, while his right thrust the Zulu shovel brutally into its temple. Then Chen Mo exerted a forceful pull, and a white crystal nucleus, about the size of a quail egg, tumbled out from the zombie's head. At last, someone sensible had appeared. Chen Mo diligently retrieved the crystal nucleus, shaking off the surrounding slime before casually stowing it in his pants pocket. Armed with a Zulu shovel, he made his way back to the presidential suite. In Chen Mo's perspective, having this first-tier crystal nucleus meant that, after he captured its image, he would possess a staggering 1 million times the quantity of crystal nuclei. Thus, upon returning to his room, he eagerly cleaned the crystal nucleus, took a deep breath, and prepared to photograph the precious item in his hand. Chapter 37. Lu Zixiong. Have you lost your mind? Chen Mo, following the operational guidelines of the upgraded mobile phone camera system, winked at the crystal nucleus. However, at that moment, a notification sound from the system abruptly extinguished his excitement, causing his expression to sour. Apologies, as the crystal nucleus is an apocalyptic product, the system must be upgraded to version 30 to enable photographic replication. Chen Mo, momentarily stunned while clutching the nucleus that emitted a faint white glow, soon brightened up. Could it be that this phone could continually upgrade? What did it matter if he couldn't take a photo now? It was merely a temporary setback. Who could predict the extraordinary capabilities this photographic system might evolve into in the future? System, how can I expedite the upgrade process? Utilizing system functions frequently will accelerate the upgrade progress. So that was it. Chen Mo tucked the crystal nucleus back into his pocket. The initial disappointment swiftly replaced by anticipation. He turned and gazed through the window at the distant city skyline, shrouded in gray clouds, concealing both unknown dangers and opportunities for the system's evolution. It seemed imperative to venture out. Prioritizing the system's upgrade was far more crucial than the current crystal nucleus. After all, once the system evolved, it might not only replicate crystal nuclei, but also unlock even more astonishing functions. With this clarity of thought, Chen Mo felt an unusual excitement. He shouted towards the gym, urging Shen Jiai and Lu Yifei to train diligently without slacking off. After checking the time, he proceeded to the living room, arranging the meals from his system consciousness space across an entire dining table. He then began to eat alone, for he was ravenous, knowing that Shen Jiai and the others would join him once they finished their training. Just then, a series of feeble knocks echoed from outside the door, prompting Chen Mo to put down his chopsticks and rise to answer. He coldly called out through the door, "Who is it?" "Chen Mo, it's me," came the weak voice of a man from outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo rummaged in his ear and scoffed, "I know it's you, but who exactly are you?" "I truly don't know. I'm Lu Zixiong from room 886 on the 18th floor. Chen Mo, do you remember me?" "Oh, it's you. May I ask what you need?" "Most of the people in the hotel are nearly dead." "Chen Mo, could you spare me some food?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo deliberately shifted the topic. This should not be the case. Just a few days ago, we were chatting in the WeChat group. How could it suddenly come to this? Chen Mo, if you were to go without food or drink for days, would you not test whether you could perish from hunger? Chen Mo, please do not divert the topic any further. Liu Zixiong from behind the door suppressed his anger. At this moment, he was truly parched and famished. If he did not procure sustenance soon, he would surely not survive the day. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chen Mo was merely stalling for time. At that moment, Chen Mo casually brushed his fingertips along the doorframe and suddenly chuckled softly. "Well then, what brings you here?" "Chen Mo, if I do not eat today, I will meet the same fate as the others. Could you possibly spare me some food? Otherwise, I genuinely will not be able to hold on any longer," Liu implored, his voice thick with desperation. "Boss Liu, in these times, even a landlord's household has no surplus grain. Perhaps you should seek sustenance elsewhere," Chen Mo replied, preparing to depart. However, at that instant, Liu Zixiong transitioned from tears to laughter, his mirth chillingly fierce. "Chen Mo, I had long anticipated your response. Since you show no compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If death is inevitable, let's all perish together." As Liu's words echoed, Chen Mo was suddenly assaulted by the acrid scent of gasoline, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "You madman, are you truly considering setting the entire hotel ablaze?" "Huh, why not? In any case, death awaits us. Why should you enjoy a carefree existence while others suffer? If we are to die, let us all die together. I shall ask you one last time. Will you provide me with food?" "Liu Zixiong, have you lost your mind? Is it truly necessary to resort to such extremes over something to eat?" Chen Mo hissed, lowering his voice in agitation. Outside, Liu Zixiong, now driven to desperation by hunger, roared, "All I want is food. Otherwise, we shall all perish together today. I will give you food, but first, you must discard what you are holding." "Do you think I would believe your deceit?" I will only discard it once I see the food. Very well, you wish to see the food. Then I shall show you, Chen Mo declared, abruptly twisting the doorknob, and the door swung open. There stood a middle-aged man, gaunt and disheveled from hunger, unsteadily clutching a half-full gasoline can at the threshold. Liu Zixiong's eyes bulged at the sight of the open door. His murky gaze fixated on the dining table in the living room. There lay glistening, braised pork, steaming white rice, and even a plate of vibrant, cold cucumber salad. The aroma, mingling with the scent of gasoline, invaded his nostrils, eliciting a primal whimper from his throat. Food! There is indeed food here, he murmured, his cracked lips trembling as his hand, still gripping the gas can, instinctively yearned to step forward, only to be blocked by Chen Mo's side. What do we agree upon? To receive food, you must first cast aside what you hold. Liu Zixiong's gaze darted back and forth between the food and Chen Mo, his Adam's apple bobbing furiously. Step back and let me pass. Put down the oil drum. Chen Mo's voice was as frigid as ice. I'll toss it to you. I won't. Liu Zixiong suddenly roared, the lighter in his other hand clicking as it sparked to life. I'll go myself. Do you think you could deceive me? Not a chance. Why are you so agitated? Chen Mo replied with a jovial laugh, abruptly pointing behind Liu Zixiong. What is that? At the sound of his words, Liu Zixiong instinctively turned a glance behind him. In that precarious moment, a Zulu shovel materialized in Chen Mo's grasp. You bastard! With a thunderous shout, Chen Mo swung the shovel, severing Liu Zixiong's head in an instant. Warm blood splattered against the door, reminiscent of a crimson flower suddenly blooming. Liu Zixiong's headless body swayed, the oil drum clattering to the ground, spilling half its contents, which mixed with the smell of blood to create a pungent mist. Chen Mo flicked the blood droplets from the Zulu shovel, his expression utterly unperturbed. He kicked aside the twitching body, observing the head that had rolled to the end of the corridor, a cold smirk gracing his lips. However, at that moment, a woman's terrified scream once again shattered the silence. Chapter 38, Doubling the Training. Hearing the scream, Chen Mo turned to see Lu Momo staring in horror at the headless corpse, while Wang Shushua fainted, her eyes rolling back in shock. Conversely, Shun Jiai maintained her composure, suppressing her inner dread as she fixed her gaze on Chen Mo, who sheathed the Zulu shovel, and, with impatience, addressed Lu Momo. Why the commotion? Have you finished your 5-kilometer run? I have, Lu Momo replied, trembling. Then you and Jiai can take care of this headless corpse. After all, we must live here for a while. But I'm afraid, Brother Chen Mo, such things will occur frequently. If you can't overcome this now, you'll truly become a burden to me. At his words, Lu Momo shivered in fear. Noticing this, Shan Jiai took a deep breath and quickly interjected. I'll lend a hand. Momo, you assist me. Turning back to Chen Mo, she asked, how should we handle it? Throw the body out the window, Chen Mo instructed, pausing briefly before adding, also, go fetch Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan to help you dispose of it. Shun Jai nodded in agreement and promptly went to the gym to summon Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan. When they saw the headless corpse at the door, they too nearly fainted in terror. Yet at that moment, Chen Mo scoffed, slowly beginning to speak. Today presents a fortuitous opportunity to test your courage. Dispose of this corpse downstairs and clean up the blood from the entrance and the corridor. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yifei's complexion instantly turned ashen. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up. However, with Chen Mo's insistence, Lu Yifei was compelled to follow Shun Jiai, Lu Momo, and Wang Yuanyuan outside to deal with the body. Observing the clumsy demeanor of these women, Chen Mo could only sigh in exasperation. If it weren't for their utility in consuming essence cores, he would have little inclination to involve them in such tasks. Subsequently, Chen Mo returned to the dining table and resumed his leisurely breakfast. Just then, Wang Shushua, who had fainted earlier, began to awaken slowly. Yet, Chen Mo did not even lift his eyelids, merely stating, "Oh, you're awake?" Wang Shushua nodded as she rose from the floor. Chen Mo paused his chopsticks and remarked, "You must be hungry. Come join me for a meal." "Brother Chen Mo, I think I'll wait for Jiai and the others," she replied. "Very well," Chen Mo nodded, choosing not to engage her further. 10 minutes later, Shun Jiai, Lu Momo, Lu Yifei, and Wang Yuanyuan returned from outside. Upon seeing the food on the table, each instinctively swallowed hard but hesitated to take their seats. Only when Shan Mo glanced at them and said, "Eat," did they feel as if a great weight had been lifted, cautiously pulling out chairs to sit down. However, just as the women were about to pick up their chopsticks, Chen Mo interjected, By the way, there is something I must address before we eat. The women paused, their hands frozen in mid-air, each inwardly lamenting, "Brother, can't this wait until after the meal? We are on the brink of starvation." At that moment, Chen Mo set down his chopsticks, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces still haunted by fear. He began, "I understand that you may harbor certain thoughts and opinions about this training, but you must realize that my purpose in training you is not solely for my benefit. It is primarily for your own good." He paused for effect before continuing. "Do you wish to remain trapped here for all eternity? Let me assure you, I do not. If the day comes when I seek to leave this place, I will certainly not take along a group of burdens. Thus, starting tomorrow, the intensity of your training will double." Chen Mo's fingers came to rest on the table, his eyes sweeping over the women once more. The 5-kilometer morning run will be replaced with weighted cross-country. The morning will be dedicated to advanced combat training, while the afternoon will focus on mastering the use of firefighting axes, crowbars, and Zulu shovels. Do not expect me to protect you indefinitely when the moment arises. The tools in your hands will be your most reliable allies. Lu Momo's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her chopsticks, murmuring, "But we are just girls. In this apocalypse, there is no distinction between genders. There are only the living, the dead, and the undead." Chen Mo's words struck the hearts of the women like a block of ice, instantly silencing the dining table. After a brief moment, they all nodded in unison, their faces reflecting a resolute determination. After all, no one wishes to be the one left behind. In this world, being abandoned equates to death. Chen Mo surveyed the group, nodding in satisfaction. "Your expressions clearly indicate that my words have resonated with you, so let us begin our meal." Only then did the women dare to pick up their chopsticks. Following their meal, under Chen Mo's guidance, they entered an intense training regimen. Thus, after several consecutive days, Chen Mo unexpectedly arrived at the gym, tossing each of them a Zulu shovel while he himself stood in the center, wielding one like an imposing statue. "Today, I will teach you bayonet training. First, establish a solid fighting stance. Do not lock your knees, lower your center of gravity." Chen Mo's voice cracked like a whip in the ears of the women, who hurriedly followed his instructions. "Lu Momo, sink your shoulders lower. Do you wish to have your neck bitten off by a zombie?" At this sudden remark, Lu Momo shuddered, quickly adjusting her posture as sweat trickled down her back, staining her workout attire. Wang Shushue, the weakest among them, began to falter after merely 10 minutes, her punches flaccid in the air. Observing this, Chen Mo abruptly kicked the sandbag beside her. The bag struck her cheek with a resounding thud. Terrified, Wang Shushue instinctively recoiled and threw her punches with more vigor than before. "Now, that is more like it," Chen Mo remarked, retracting his foot. "Remember this near-death sensation. Next time you face a zombie, this is how you should strike." The afternoon's equipment training proved even more grueling. Shun Jiai, grasping a fire axe for the first time, nearly dislocated her shoulder from the recoil. Chen Mo coldly remarked, "If you can't grip it, use your nails," before turning his attention to Lu Yifei's crowbar technique. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yifei wedged the crowbar into a gap in an old tire, her veins bulging until the tire finally cracked open, leaving her to collapse in exhaustion on the ground. Wang Yuanyuan trained the hardest, repetitively practicing chopping motions with her Zulu shovel, even as her hands blistered without a sound, secretly wrapping her palms with bandages. After all, she was the only woman who had not received Chen Mo's favor, heightening her sense of urgency lest she be abandoned one day. By evening, the women returned to their rooms nearly crawling. Day after day of relentless training had passed, and in the blink of an eye, over half a month had gone by. Chapter 39. A collective strike to slay zombies and retrieve crystal cores. The grueling training had acted as a heavy hammer, shattering much of the fragility that once characterized the women. Lu Momo, who had previously struggled to open a bottle cap, could now perform 50 squats while holding a Zulu shovel with one hand. Wang Shushue was no longer the fainting damsel. Her arms now showcased clear muscle definition as she wielded the fire axe. Shun Jiai's gaze had become increasingly steady, her chopping movements precise as if measured by a ruler. Lu Yifei effortlessly pried open the deformed security door with the force of a crowbar. The calluses on Wang Yuanyuan's blistered hands were a testament to her resilience, and the Zulu shovel in her grasp moved with a fluidity that seemed to extend her very limbs. Observing the remarkable progress the women had made over the past fortnight, Chen Mo understood it was time to thrust them into real combat. After all, he had already invested an inordinate amount of time in their training. Thus, On that fateful morning, as dawn just began to break, Chen Mo abruptly kicked open the door to their quarters. "Gather quickly," his voice echoed, and the women sprang from their beds almost instinctively, seizing their weapons and forming a line in the living room. After more than 2 weeks of acclimatization, they had grown accustomed to Chen Mo's sudden commands. Chen Mo surveyed the assembled women, his tone low and serious. "I must say, each of you has demonstrated commendable progress during this time. So I have decided to take you out today to experience the harsh realities of this apocalypse." "Experience the harsh realities? Are we going to kill zombies outside?" Lu Yifei cautiously inquired, her tone laced with trepidation as she glanced at Chen Mo. He shot her a glance, but did not answer directly. Instead, he nodded towards their backpacks. "Bring them along. Fill them with water and compressed biscuits. We depart in half an hour." The women dared not ask further questions and hurried back to their rooms to prepare. Half an hour later, each donned a fitted black tactical jacket, their pant legs securely tucked into sturdy combat boots, backpacks slung over their shoulders, and weapons firmly gripped in hand. Chen Mo's gaze swept over their top profiles with satisfaction as he intoned, "Remember, once we step outside, maintain constant vigilance. Avoid unnecessary noise. Do not let zombies encircle you. Prioritize your own safety in the face of danger, and do not expect me to rescue you at the first sign of trouble. Today, your objective is to eliminate 30 zombies and retrieve this." With that, Chen Mo displayed a first-tier crystal core before their eyes. "Brother Chen, what is this?" Lu Momo couldn't restrain her curiosity. "What this is, I will explain later. For now, all you need to remember is to extract at least 10 of these from the zombies' heads. Do you all understand?" The women exchanged glances, a flicker of anxiety passing through their eyes. Yet they responded in unison, "Understood." Chen Mo nodded, and as he pulled open the door, a faint, putrid odor wafted in. The corridor was eerily silent, as if only their heartbeats punctuated the oppressive atmosphere. "Stay close to me and tread lightly," Chen Mo instructed in a hushed tone before stepping out. The women immediately followed, their tactical boots barely making a sound against the dust-laden stairs. Wang Yuanyuan brought up the rear, her palms sweating around the Zulu shovel, her gaze fixed firmly on the figure ahead, wary of any distractions. As they descended to the 15th floor, a partially ajar door suddenly creaked ominously. Lu Momo nearly gasped, but Wang Shugzu quickly covered her mouth to stifle the sound. As Wang Shushua shook her head, the fire axe in her other hand was silently raised. Chen Mo glanced back, gestured for silence, and then cautiously approached the door. Behind it came the sound of heavy breathing, accompanied by the jarring noise of nails scraping against the doorframe. With a sudden bang, he kicked the door open, revealing a zombie clad in tattered pajamas, its back facing the entrance. Upon hearing the commotion, it abruptly turned, its murky eyes dangling and drool trickling from its mouth. "Lu Yifei, go," Chen Mo commanded sharply. Lu Yifei's heart raced, her grip on the Zulu shovel turning white, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward. The zombie lunged with a roar. Recalling her training, she swiftly sidestepped and thrust the Zulu shovel forcefully into the creature's eye socket. With a squelching sound, the zombie froze and collapsed straight to the ground. Lu Yifei trembled, dropping the shovel, her face pale as she gasped for air. "What are you dawdling for?" "Extract the crystal core," Chen Mo's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed behind her. In a panic, she retrieved the Zulu shovel, closed her eyes, and fumbled around the zombie's head. Her fingertips grazed something hard. With a determined poke, she extracted a crystal core, still smeared with viscous liquid. "I must say, your luck is remarkable. To find a crystal core after slaying just one zombie," Chen Mo remarked with a glance of admiration. "Continue forward." Thus, Chen Mo and the women descended further down the stairs. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered an increasing number of zombies. Shun Jiai's strikes were precise and swift, each axe swing landing squarely on a zombie's skull. While Wang Shushua grew steadier, the sound of the Zulu shovel prying open skulls resonating powerfully. Lu Momo, though still trembling, managed to complete her kills with gritted teeth. Wang Yuanyuan was the last to strike. When a zombie lunged at her, she instinctively sidestepped, her Zulu shovel arcing down heavily onto the zombie's nape, causing it to fall lifelessly. Observing the women's exceptional performance, Chen Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that sometimes the harshness of the environment could elicit a fierce tenacity from within. He withdrew his gaze, continuing onward, when suddenly he raised his hand to signal the group to halt. Ahead, at the corner of the staircase, Several overlapping roars and the sound of heavy dragging reached their ears. 3. Dispersed on either side of the corner, Chen Mo whispered, indicating positions with gestures. Shen Jiayi to the left, Wang Shushue to the right, Lu Yifei with me at the front, Lu Momo and Wang Yuanyuan bringing up the rear. Stay alert for positioning. The women quickly nodded, gripping their weapons tighter and moving with greater stealth. Shen Jiayi was the first to circle to the left. Her fire axe gripped firmly, her gaze locked onto the shadow at the corner. Wang Shushue took a deep breath, the Zulu shovel resting at an angle on her shoulder. Her muscles taut like a drawn bow. 1, 2. As Chen Mo counted 3, he suddenly kicked the iron door at the corner. The resounding clang startled 3 zombies, which roared and lunged out. Before them stood 3 zombies, one with a severed arm, another dragging a twisted leg, and the last with a gaping wound in its abdomen, organs trailing behind, leaving a viscous trail with each step. Without hesitation, Shen Jiayi seized the fire axe at her waist and struck the severed arm zombie squarely on the crown of its head with precise decisiveness. Wang Shushue was equally resolute, her Zulu shovel sweeping across, delivering a powerful blow to the side of the limping zombie's face, and in its moment of staggering, she thrust the shovel's tip directly into its eye socket. Suddenly, another zombie lunged at Chen Mo, Chapter 40. You foolish woman, strike its leg. Yet Chen Mo remained rooted to the spot, his gaze sharp as the zombie lunged towards him. In a flash, his right hand shot out, gripping the decaying neck of the creature with an iron-like grip. The zombie's claws barely grazed his jacket, but were firmly restrained by his powerful hold, writhing futilely, its murky eyes filled with bloodthirsty desire. With a sudden force, Chen Mo slammed the zombie against the stair railing. The sound of metal bending accompanied the sickening crunch of the zombie's skull shattering, a spray of foul blood and brain matter splattering the ground. Without a second glance at the fallen creature, his attention shifted to Lu Yifei. At that moment, Lu Yifei found herself cornered by the gut-dragging zombie, retreating step by step as the repugnant odor overwhelmed her senses, stirring her stomach. You foolish woman, strike its leg. Chen Mo's voice cut through her daze. Startled back to reality, she recalled the techniques from their training, gritting her teeth as she sidestepped the zombie's attack, exchanging her Zulu shovel for a pry bar, and forcefully struck at the creature's distorted knee. With a sharp crack, the zombie's leg bone shattered, its massive body losing balance and crashing heavily onto the steps. Before it could struggle back to its feet, Lu Yifei, her eyes brimming with determination, lunged forward, aiming the pry bar's tip at the zombie's eye socket, channeling all her strength into the thrust. It was not until the creature lay utterly still that she collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her hair damp with cold sweat. Check if any of these zombies have what I mentioned in their heads. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. The women, snapping out of their stupor, suppressed their nausea and began to deal with the zombies they had slain. As Wang Yuanyuan crouched down, her fingers still trembling, she drove the Zulu shovel into the skull, yet found no crystal core within. Brother Chun, there's nothing. Then we proceed downwards. At Chen Mo's command, the women steadied themselves, their legs slightly trembling as they followed him. The stairwell was thick with an increasingly rancid stench. Each step on the dust-covered stairs felt as though they were treading on their taut nerves, and even their breaths grew cautious. As they descended to the 7th floor, a sudden clatter echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground, swiftly followed by a cacophony of roars surging from below. Here they come. Switch to the Zulu shovels. The women reacted almost instinctively, exchanging their previous tools, crowbars and fire axes, for the formidable Zulu shovels. In the confines of the narrow staircase, wielding the spear-like Zulu shovel proved to be the most effective weapon against the undead. Even if a dozen zombies charged up from below, Shen Jiayi, Lu Yifei, and the others could easily dispatch them. As the roars grew ever closer, accompanied by the sound of chaotic dragging, the silhouettes of several zombies began to sway in the dimly lit staircase. The foremost zombie, clad in a tracksuit stained with dark grime, moved with a leg twisted at an unnatural angle, each step accompanied by a chilling creak of bones. Drool dripped from its chin onto the steps, creating a damp stain amidst the dust. Lu Momo thrust the Zulu shovel into its head. Just as Chen Mo uttered these words, Lu Momo gripped her Zulu shovel and charged forward, driving the sharp shovel head through the zombie's skull. Moments later, 5 or 6 more zombies crawled up, roaring in hunger. Shen Jiayi, Wang Shushue, Wang Yuanyuan, and Lu Yifei, firmly grasping their spear-like Zulu shovels, lunged toward the heads of the approaching zombies. With just a few swift strikes, the undead were effortlessly vanquished. Thus, Chen Mo led Shen Jiai and the others in slaying zombies while searching for the crystal cores nestled within their skulls. By the time they reached the third floor, they had finally gathered 10 first-tier crystal cores, having dispatched 31 zombies. All right, that'll be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. As Chen Mo's voice faded, the tension in the women's shoulders relaxed slightly, their hands trembling uncontrollably around the Zulu shovels. Observing their exhausted state, Chen Mo understood that their fatigue stemmed not from fear, but rather from the instinctive reaction to physical exertion. Nevertheless, he cautioned, now is not the time to relax. True safety lies in returning to our room. Upon hearing this, the women's recently eased tension returned, each gritting their teeth to brace themselves as they cautiously made their way back to the presidential suite on the 28th floor. Upon stepping through the suite's door, the heavy security door slammed shut, sealing off the stench and silence of the outside world. Only then did the women feel as though all their strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the carpet in exhaustion, their Zulu shovels clattering to the ground in a discordant symphony. Observing their weary state, Chen Mo's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The reason for your fatigue is largely due to excessive tension. Prolonged muscle tightness leads to greater energy expenditure than actual combat. As he spoke, he approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of warm water, and continued, like a bow drawn tight, if it remains strained for too long, is destined to snap. Lu Momo lay languidly on the sofa, lifting her gaze weakly. But those zombies are terrifying. I can hardly relax. Chen Mo glanced at her, placing the cup on the coffee table. Fear is instinctual, yet you must learn to master it. The next time you venture out, try focusing on your breathing. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 2, exhale for 6. This will help your muscles to adequately relax. Wang Shushue rubbed her sore arms, contemplating. No wonder your movements while dispatching zombies appeared so effortless. Skills and techniques are cultivated through practice. Chen Mo approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the overcast sky. Today, you faced only the most basic zombies, slow and devoid of intelligence. Should you encounter higher-level zombies in the future, you might not even have the chance to escape. His words fell like a cold splash of water, abruptly awakening the women who had just begun to feel at ease. Suddenly, Wang Shushue recalled something and turned to Chen Mo, inquiring, Brother Chen Mo, what exactly are these crystals we extracted from the zombies' heads? These crystals are known as core crystals. They absorb energy that can enhance your strength. However, initially absorbing them may induce certain side effects, necessitating your assistance. Chen Mo replied with a mischievous grin, surveying the women as he spoke. Chapter 41. The side effects of consuming core crystals assistance? What kind of assistance? The women looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Speaking in unison, Chen Mo scanned the room, pausing for a moment before replying candidly. At the outset, upon absorbing the core crystals, your body will be instantly flooded with their energy, a force both overwhelming and searing. It can only be alleviated through intimate relations with the opposite sex. Otherwise, the risk of bodily explosion is imminent. Upon hearing this, the air in the room became dense with tension. Each woman felt a varying degree of flush rise on their cheeks, even their ears flushed with warmth. At that moment, Lu Momo sprang up from the sofa, her pillow falling to the floor with a thud. Intimate relations? Shen Jiai grasped the hem of her clothing, her fingertips turning pale. Is this true? Is there no other way? Leaning against the bar, Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the cold surface, his gaze sweeping over the shocked and embarrassed faces. There's another way. What method? The women asked in unison. It involves extensive physical exertion. But that method is too slow, so Chen Mo abruptly fell silent, causing their faces to redden further. At this moment, Lu Yifei suddenly grasped the implication, looking at Chen Mo with a scrutinizing gaze. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you took us in was actually for this purpose. Indeed. But how did you know there were core crystals in the zombies' heads? You ask too many questions. Curiosity can be perilous. Chen Mo's tone turned icy, his eyes slicing through Lu Yifei's face like a blade, compelling her to silence. Subsequently, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the 10 crystal cores on the coffee table, sweeping over the women present. So, which of you is willing to assist me today? He inquired. As soon as his words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted, and the women became increasingly bashful, each averting their eyes and remaining silent. After all, who would dare to volunteer in front of so many people? Such an act was undeniably embarrassing. With no one stepping forward, Chen Mo decided it would be you. After all, you had posed the most questions today. Seeing that no one was willing to take the initiative, Chen Mo, amidst the nervous yet expectant gazes of the other women, took Lu Yifei by the hand and led her into the bedroom. Moments later, sounds began to emanate from within. Over an hour later, the bedroom door creaked open, and Chen Mo hurriedly stepped out, rushing to the bar to pour himself a glass of cold water, which he downed in one gulp. To the astonishment of Shan Jiai and Wang Shushue, he then pulled Lu Momo into the bedroom as well. "Jiai, do you think we'll be dragging next?" Wang Shushue inquired, her face a picture of surprise. "Two have already gone in. Surely it can't be us next," Jiai replied, shaking her head in response to Shushue's comment. Brother Chen Mo mentioned that intense physical activity could also resolve it, Wang Shushue said, clutching the edge of her pillow, her voice barely above a whisper. "But he seems to prefer." Before she could finish, the muffled sounds from the bedroom interrupted her. Jiai quickly turned her face away, her ears burning as if scorched, and a warm flush crept up her neck. She recalled the look in Chen Mo's eyes as he had pulled Lu Yifei in, cold yet undeniably assertive, which inexplicably tightened her chest. After what felt like an eternity, the bedroom door opened for the third time. Chen Mo emerged, a thin sheen of sweat gracing his brow. As his gaze swept across the sofa, Jiai instinctively shrank back, while Shushue buried her face in the pillow. "You two, come in together." Chen Mo's voice was slightly hoarse as he approached Jiai and Wang Shushue, taking each by the arm and leading them back into the bedroom. In an instant, the vast living room was left with only Wang Yuan, who looked on with a mix of anxiety and anticipation directed towards the bedroom. At this moment, having absorbed the 10 first-tier crystal cores, Chen Mo felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. Standing in the center of the bedroom, he could distinctly sense that the once tumultuous energy within him had settled, not dissipating but rather flowing steadily through his limbs like a river merging into the sea. He raised his fist, the knuckles crackling softly as an overwhelming sense of power surged from the depths of his muscles. Then, as he approached the dressing mirror, he noticed that while his exterior had not changed much, there was an ineffable sharpness in his gaze. Having just consumed 10 crystal cores, he already felt capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. Surely, it wouldn't be long before he awakened his extraordinary abilities. With this thought in mind, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, the air in the bedroom still seemed to linger with residual heat and gasps, while the blush on Shan Jiai and the others' faces remained unabated. At this moment, the gaze of the women upon Chen Mo was imbued with a myriad of enchanting emotions, for he had just demonstrated extraordinary prowess, leaving them utterly captivated. The next day, after sharing breakfast with Chen Mo, each woman armed herself with a spade and ventured out once more, descending the staircase. With the experience of yesterday's skirmish against the zombies and guided by Chen Mo's insights, their movements appeared significantly more agile. Each strike against the undead was precise and without hesitation. However, as Chen Mo led them down to the first floor, their eyes fell upon the hotel lobby, and they could not suppress a collective gasp of astonishment. Countless zombies lay in a semi-dormant state, densely packed and obscuring the floor beneath them. Their heads hung low, arms drooping at unnatural angles, and the occasional guttural sound escaping their throats was the only indication of their continued existence. "What shall we do, Brother Chen Mo?" Lu Momo's voice trembled as she instinctively stepped back, nearly colliding with Wang Shushue behind her. Faced with this daunting scenario, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. The sheer number of zombies posed a grave threat. If even a single one were to stir, it could trigger a chain reaction among all the undead in the lobby. Such a predicament would undoubtedly complicate their situation further. Although Chen Mo possessed firearms within his mental space, he was acutely aware that their use would attract even more zombies from outside the hotel. He contemplated a strategy to lure all these creatures out of the lobby instead. In that instant, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and with a swift thought, a bright red miniature remote-controlled car materialized in his hand. The women gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. The man before them had already astonished them with a steady supply of resources and various weapons. And now he had conjured a toy car. Who wouldn't feel as though they were dreaming in such a surreal moment? Yet, while their curiosity burgeoned, they understood that, unless Chen Mo chose to share, they would not dare to inquire. Just then, to their further amazement, Chen Mo gently placed the remote-controlled car on the ground. Taking the remote in hand, he activated it with purpose. In an instant, the vibrant toy car dashed beneath the feet of the zombies in the hotel lobby, accompanied by the cheerful strains of a children's song. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail, how strange, how strange. In that fleeting moment, the semi-dormant zombies in the lobby erupted into chaos, their mouths emitting shrill, bone-chilling howls as they rushed towards the source of the sound. However, the vivid crimson toy car, under the deft control of Chen Mo, darted through the legs of the numerous zombies like an agile red fish. At that moment, the toy car suddenly executed a sharp turn, gliding past the knee of a dismembered zombie, causing it to stumble and inadvertently knock down two of its companions, creating a tangled mass of writhing flesh. Following this, the toy car, accompanied by cheerful music, sped out of the hotel. The zombies in the hotel lobby surged forth like a torrent of gray debris, all rushing out in unison. Meanwhile, the women in the stairwell watched the spectacle with a mix of anxiety and astonishment, casting admiring glances at Chen Mo. After all, it was evident to them that few could devise such a clever strategy to lure every zombie from the hotel lobby. It wasn't until the last zombie, dragging its shattered ankle, slowly exited through the revolving door that Chen Mo felt it was safe to maneuver the remote control while joining the women in the lobby. Simultaneously, the toy car, due to Chen Mo's miscalculation, fell into a storm drain located a dozen meters away from the hotel. Yet even then, the playful tune of the two tigers continued to play incessantly. The melody, amplified by the echoes within the drain, resonated in a muffled yet persistent manner. As a result, the zombies gathered around the drain became even more frenzied. Countless zombies, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, clustered tightly at the drain's mouth. They violently banged their heads against the grate, their decaying hands clawing at it, producing a dissonant sound, unfazed even when their nails broke. Some zombies, pushed by those behind them, lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground, only to be trampled into a blurred mass by the surging horde. Yet the momentum forward showed no signs of abating. The melody of the two tigers swirled beneath the ground, seeping through the gaps in the grate like an invisible thorn, driving the zombies into a greater frenzy. The few at the front had already thrust their arms through the bars, their emaciated fingers groping blindly in the darkness, emitting pitiful whimpers from their throats, intertwined with the tune of the nursery rhyme, weaving a suffocating net across the desolate street. Chen Mo and the women stood behind the glass of the lobby, watching the writhing gray mass outside, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. Brother Chen Mo, if this continues, it seems like zombies from 2 or 3 streets around have also been drawn in. Upon hearing Lu Momo's remark, Chen Mo's expression darkened instantly. Following the street's path with his gaze, he indeed spotted gray shadows emerging at the corners and alleyways. Those zombies, once scattered across the nearby blocks, were now being irresistibly lured by the relentless nursery tune, advancing step by step towards the drain like puppets on strings. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo suddenly appeared resolute, steeling himself. "Then let us go big, the women exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo in unison. Chen Montauk nodded, indicating that soon they would comprehend the gravity of the situation. The number of zombies was still insufficient. What? Not enough? The women echoed in unison, astonished by his assertion. You will understand shortly, but for now, we must hasten back, he urged, gesturing grandly as he led the perplexed group back to the presidential suite on the 28th floor. Rushing to the window, Chen Mo gazed down at the ever-growing horde of zombies below, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. "Brother Chen Mo, what shall we do next?" inquired Wang Shuxue, breathless, as she approached him. With a calm smile, he replied, "There is no need to rush. The current number of zombies is still inadequate. Let's wait a while longer." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Shan Jiai, Lu Yifei, and the others grew increasingly complex. For as it stood, the zombies had amassed around the sewers, forming a grotesque mound. There were at least 30,000, if not 50,000, yet Chen Mo deemed it insufficient. At that moment, Shan Jiai scrutinized Chen Mo's profile, noting his unwavering gaze fixed on the writhing mass below, his fingers drumming an accelerating rhythm on the window ledge. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a half-lit, half-shadowed visage upon him, hinting at hidden schemes. Once the zombies surrounding the streets ceased their advance, Chen Mo slowly proclaimed, "Now, it is just right." Following his declaration, a sudden spark of inspiration surged through him, within the consciousness of the smartphone as photographic system that he had fused with. Thousands of gas canisters plummeted from the 28th floor, striking the mound of zombies below with tremendous force. It is essential to note that from the 28th floor, the descent was nearly 100 meters. With a thunderous roar, the entire hotel trembled. Thousands of canisters cascaded down like black hail, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing into the mass of flesh below. The first few canisters shattered upon impact, releasing a noxious mix of gas and the stench of decay, which was then ignited by the sparks from the subsequent falling canisters. A colossal fireball erupted from the ground, dark red flames entwining fragments of stone, limbs, and shattered debris, resembling a monstrous toxic bloom, swiftly engulfing the entire sewer area. The shockwave, like an invisible hand, slammed against the hotel's glass facade, causing the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 28th floor to crack and several loosely secured windows to be blown out. The women screamed, covering their ears, as the force of the blast pushed them backward. Shen Jiai clung desperately to the doorframe, witnessing the mound of flesh below explode as if struck by a massive boulder, creating a vast void, while surrounding zombies were hurled through the air like marionettes with severed strings, crashing into the nearby buildings. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 43. Adquiring abundant crystal cores. As more gas canisters plummeted, some were ignited mid-air by flames, trailing long tails of fire as they crashed into the mass of corpses below, while others exploded upon impact, creating massive fireballs from the mixture of gas and air. The subsequent explosions melded into a cacophony, transforming the entire street into a sea of flames. At this moment, the once audible nursery rhyme of two tigers faded away, replaced by the deafening roar of destruction and the anguished cries of the burning zombies. The flames licked the pavement, turning the gray corpses into charred remains, and the scorching waves of heat could be felt even through several floors, curling the edges of the curtains. Chen Mo stood by the window, silently observing the scene, his gaze reflecting the inferno below, while a subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Shen Jiai and Wang Shuxue were left speechless, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror as they glanced at Chen Mo. The heat from below surged through the window, carrying with it a heavy scent of charred flesh, causing Shen Jiai's loose strands of hair to tremble slightly. She instinctively tightened her grip on Wang Shuxue's arm, yet her gaze remained fixed on the chaos below. The once dense and despairing gray figures were now collapsing like dry grass set ablaze, and the shattered fragments of gas canisters traced blinding arcs through the fiery expanse. Brother Chen Mo, how can you be so formidable? Wang Shuxue's voice quivered imperceptibly as her gaze shifted from the flames to Chen Mo's profile. He offered no reply, instead focusing on the charred bodies below, and said, "It is time for you to clean up the battlefield." At his words, the group of women nodded solemnly, picking up their Zulu shovels and descending from the 28th floor once more. Upon reaching the bodies of the zombies at the hotel, they raised their shovels and struck down fiercely upon the scorched, blackened heads of the undead. Shen Jiai and her companions toiled for 4 or 5 hours, ultimately prying open the heads of all the zombies with their shovels. Chen Mo beheld the first-tier crystal nuclei collected by Shen Jiai and Lu Yifei, his heart swelling with unrestrained joy. With these nuclei, he knew his strength would soon reach the limits of humanity. If fortune favored him, the capabilities of his body might surpass those limits as well. Upon breaking through, he would possess the agility of a cat, the keen sense of smell of a dog, the vision of an eagle, and the speed of a cheetah. Brother Chen Mo, I just counted, there are a total of 13,575 crystal nuclei. What shall we do next? Lu Momo, holding a large bag of nuclei, looked at Chen Mo with excitement. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Are you certain that you have checked every zombie's head thoroughly? Chen Xiao, we have indeed checked every single one without omission. Wang Yuanyuan responded. Very well. Let us return today to absorb the crystal nuclei, and we shall continue tomorrow. As soon as Chen Mo uttered these words, the faces of the women flushed a deep crimson. They are well aware that once Chen Mo consumes the crystal nucleus, he will inevitably begin to bully them again. At this moment, Shen Jiai and the others felt a blend of anticipation and shyness. What are they still dawdling for? They should hurry back. It was not until Chen Mo's sudden urging that the group regained their senses, each heart fluttering like a startled deer as they returned to the presidential suite. Yuan, please wash these first-level crystal nuclei with water, Chen Mo instructed. As soon as he returned to the suite, He eagerly tossed the crystal nuclei to Wang Yuanyuan. With a complex expression, she accepted the nuclei with a nod and headed to the bathroom. However, at that moment, Wang Shushue, shyly standing by the window, instinctively glanced downstairs, her face instantly becoming serious. "Brother Chen Mo, there are people downstairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo and the others rushed to the window to look down. They saw a dozen survivors armed with steel pipes and crowbars, cautiously making their way past the charred corpses of zombies. Their expressions revealed a mix of vigilance and astonishment. After all, the street was nearly filled with the remains of zombies, and who wouldn't be taken aback at such a sight? "Brother Chen Mo, how they end up here?" Lu Momo quietly inquired, glancing down. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, "If I am not mistaken, these individuals were likely drawn here by the sound of the recent explosion." "What should we do now?" Lu Momo asked again. "Keep your distance from them. Avoid any contact," Chen Mo advised, pausing briefly before adding, "You must remember that sometimes survivors in this apocalypse can be even more treacherous than zombies. They will resort to any means necessary to survive, stealing resources, harming their own kind. They are capable of anything." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Shen Jiai felt a chill at the nape of her neck. "So what should we do now? Currently, they have not noticed us, so we need not concern ourselves with them. If they are still here tomorrow, then you must seriously consider how to deal with them." "Brother Chen Mo, are you suggesting we prepare to eliminate them?" Wang Shushu interjected, unable to contain herself. Chen Mo turned to Wang Shushu and retorted, "What else should we do? Do you intend to keep these potential threats around?" Caught off guard by his response, Wang Shushu's lips moved but fell silent. Her gaze fixed on the figures navigating through the sea of corpses below, her eyes filled with inner conflict. To her, they were all struggling souls in this apocalypse, and perhaps such drastic measures were unnecessary. At that moment, Shen Jiai gently touched her arm, signaling her not to inquire further. After all, after spending time together, she understood Chen Mo's nature all too well. Seemingly casual, yet meticulous in thought, decisive in action, there was always a rationale behind his decisions. Chen Mo then turned his attention to Wang Yuanyuan. "Have the crystal nuclei been cleaned?" "They're all done," Wang Yuanyuan replied, nodding in affirmation. "What are we waiting for? Before they realize our presence, I must swiftly consume the crystal cores." With that, Chen Mo embraced Wang Shushue and Lu Momo, leading them into the bedroom. However, as the door gently closed behind them, Lu Yifei and Shen Jiai outside appeared utterly dejected. After experiencing Chen Mo's prowess in previous encounters, who wouldn't desire to be the first to enter the bedroom? Meanwhile, inside, Wang Shushue's cheeks still bore a lingering blush, and although her waist tightened in Chen Mo's embrace, she did not resist. Lu Momo, on the other hand, appeared more spirited, playfully grasping Chen Mo's arm, her eyes sparkling as she inquired about the bag of pristine crystal cores on the nightstand. "Brother Chen Mo, with so many crystal cores, are you truly going to consume them all at once?" Chapter 44, A Trial to Test. Chen Mo chuckled in response. "If I were to consume over 10,000 crystal cores in one go, wouldn't I be overwhelmed by the energy within them? Such a feat must be approached gradually. Given my current condition, consuming 15 at once is already my limit. Is that so? Can we try consuming some?" Lu Momo asked eagerly. "Of course, that has always been my intention. However, considering your physical conditions, it would be best to start with just one crystal core to test the waters." Upon hearing this, both women's gazes fell upon the bag of crystal cores, their hearts racing with anticipation and anxiety. After all, it is only natural to feel such trepidation about something extracted from a zombie's head. At that moment, Chen Mo handed each of them a crystal core and instructed, "Just hold these in your mouths." The two women hesitated briefly, but ultimately accepted the crystal cores and placed them in their mouths as directed. The instant they did, the cores transformed into a surge of energy that coursed down their throats. In the blink of an eye, this energy spread throughout their bodies. Lu Momo and Wang Shushu suddenly felt an overwhelming heat, their breaths quickening, and their glances at Chen Mo gradually became more entranced. Seeing this, Chen Mo smirked mischievously, quickly grabbing a handful of crystal cores and consuming them in one gulp before hastily shedding his garments. The following day, Chen Mo stood before the vanity mirror once more, observing that his physique had become even more toned and defined, with muscle lines as smooth as if chiseled from stone, devoid of any excess bulk. As he clenched his fists, he could distinctly feel the power resonating between his bones and muscles, and a faint, golden sheen glimmered at his fingertips. "Ah, you certainly did not disappoint me." He stretched his neck, the cracks of his joints resonating more clearly than ever. His gaze swept across the mirror and within his pupils. There seemed to be an imperceptible sharpness. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open gently, and Wang Shushu entered, holding a glass of water. Upon seeing him bare-chested before the mirror, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she could not help but speak. "Brother Chen Mo, your transformation seems quite remarkable. Your muscles appear more robust." Chen Mo turned around, his gaze landing on her. Thanks to the nurturing power of the crystal core energy, Wang Shushue's complexion had become much rosier, the weariness in her eyes had vanished, and even the timid aura she once possessed was now imbued with a hint of vivacity. "This is merely the beginning." Chen Mo took a cup of water and drank it in one go, feeling the flow cascade down his throat, acutely aware of the contraction of his esophagus. "Have those people downstairs left?" Wang Yuan checked earlier and reported that they are still loitering at the end of the street, seemingly in search of supplies. Searching for supplies? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow at this, moving to the window to draw back the curtains slightly, his gaze sweeping the area below like that of a hawk. He discovered that those individuals were rummaging through the shops lining the street, glass shards crunching underfoot. A tall, lanky figure wielding a metal rod smashed the roller shutter of a convenience store, and several others surged inside. Before long, they emerged, clutching boxes of instant noodles and bottles of mineral water, their faces alight with greedy delight. I have painstakingly cleared out all the zombies from several streets, and yet they, without so much as a greeting, are hauling away such a bounty of supplies from the stores. Was my effort yesterday all for naught? A chill laced Chen Mo's voice, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. He watched the group below stuff supplies into their bags, his expression as frigid as ice. "Brother Chen Mo, what should we do next? What can we do? In a moment, we'll go down and tell them to put those supplies down, spare their lives, or else we will eliminate them. But, Brother Chen Mo, they're merely searching for supplies and have not provoked us. Do we truly need to act so harshly?" Chen Mo snorted coldly. "They simply have not noticed us. If you doubt this, you may venture down yourself shortly and find out." "Very well, I shall test it. But if they harbor no ill intentions towards me, should we not allow them a chance at survival?" Hearing Wang Shushue's naive words, Chen Mo shook his head with resignation. "Very well, since you wish to see for yourself, I shall grant you this opportunity." Thus, half an hour later, Wang Shushue stood alone on the street below, feigning a pitiful demeanor. The remnants of a charred smell still lingered in the air as she clutched her clothing, standing timidly in the center of the road. Her gaze directed nervously towards the group at the convenience store. This time, Wang Shushu had deliberately left behind any obvious weapons, carrying only a dagger for self-defense. She even smeared a bit of dirt on her skirt, presenting herself as a frail woman lost in the apocalypse. "Hey, you, the girl over there." At that moment, a tall, lanky man spotted her first, raising his metal rod and calling out loudly, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes quickly overshadowed by greed. "Are you alone?" Wang Shushu bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. I got separated from my companions, and am looking for something to eat." The burly man approached, his slanted eyes scrutinizing her as if she were an object for sale. "Oh, looking for food? Indeed, we have what you seek. However, it depends on your willingness to exchange." As these words escaped the lips of the burly leader, laughter erupted from those nearby, their crude jests wafting through the air and reaching Wang Shushue's ears, sending a chill through her fingertips. In that moment, she finally comprehended why Chen Mo had referred to these individuals as treacherous. Their eyes held no compassion for their kind, only unvarnished desire. "I must leave," she stammered, sensing the ill intentions of the crowd, and made to flee towards the hotel. Yet at that very instant, a gaunt survivor, as thin as a chopstick, obstructed her path, leering at her with an appraising gaze. "I say, little beauty, did my boss permit you to leave? What do you want?" she queried, her voice trembling. "What do we want?" "Naturally, to have some fun with you, ha ha ha." The moment those words left the chopstick man's mouth, the other survivors burst into raucous laughter. Faced with their lewd jeers, a surge of fury ignited in Wang Shushue's beautiful eyes. It seems Chen Mo was right. You all deserve to perish. With that declaration, she did not allow the chopstick man a moment to react. She swiftly swung her hand towards his neck, and a fountain of blood gushed forth from the wound. Chapter 45. Compassion in the apocalypse is but cruelty to oneself. The sound of a knife slicing through flesh rang out starkly against the cacophony of the street. The lewd grin on the chopstick man's face froze in an instant, his eyes bulging in shock as he staggered back, clutching his neck, before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud, a pool of dark crimson spreading across the asphalt. This sudden turn of events left all present momentarily paralyzed, as if the very air had solidified for several seconds. The burly leader was the first to regain his senses, his greed swiftly replaced by fury. He raised a metal rod, pointing it at Wang Shushue, and bellowed, "You filthy woman, you dare to kill my man? Get rid of her." Only then did the other survivors snap out of their stupor, grabbing nearby pipes and stones, closing in on Wang Shushue. Clutching the bloody dagger, her hand trembled slightly, yet the fear in her gaze had long been replaced by a steely resolve. The energy from the crystal core she had consumed the previous day coursed through her veins. Enhancing her reflexes, she sidestepped a rock hurtling towards her and, with precision, thrust her dagger, severing another's wrist. A cry of agony erupted as the steel pipe clattered to the ground. At that moment, a window on the second floor of the hotel was flung open, and Chen Mo's figure leapt out like a leopard, arcing gracefully through the air to land firmly before Wang Shushue. He was clad in a loose-fitting white cotton nightgown, the collar slightly open, revealing his well-defined collarbone. The sunlight filtered through the fabric, casting a gentle warmth upon him, yet the turbulence in his eyes revealed an unyielding malice, creating a striking contrast with his casual home attire. It was evident that Chen Mo had not changed clothes, perhaps even neglecting to brush his teeth before hastily descending from the upper floors. "What did I tell you? They're all villains, aren't they?" Before his words had fully settled, Chen Mo had already surged forward, his speed leaving only an afterimage in his wake. His fist, accompanied by the sound of wind being sliced through, struck the head of the burly leader with formidable force. A sharp crack echoed as the leader screamed in agony, hurtling backward to crash into the convenience store shutter, collapsing onto the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Such terrifying strength instantly terrified the remaining survivors, scattering them in fear as they sought to flee. Having consumed the crystal core, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to stretch his limbs. He would not allow them to escape. He maneuvered through the survivors, each punch resonating with the sound of cracking bones, and in mere moments, the ground was littered with groaning figures. Wang Shushue stood rooted to the spot, observing Chen Mo as he moved with unrestrained ferocity. Gradually, her grip on the dagger loosened. Sunlight fell upon her face, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions: shock, trepidation, and an inexplicable sense of dependence. Chen Mo dusted off his hands and approached her, taking the dagger from her grasp and tossing it aside. "Do you believe it now?" Wang Shushue nodded, her voice quivering slightly. They truly are. In this apocalyptic world, it was a matter of survival, where the distinction between good and evil blurred. Chen Mo interrupted her, his gaze shifting to the scattered supplies on the ground. With a mere thought, he winked at the resources, and in an instant, the items collected by the survivors vanished from sight. Detected 10 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of sausages, 10 cases of mineral water, 5 bags of wuchang rice, 3 bags of flour, 15 bottles of beer, 1 bag of granulated sugar, 20 bags of salt. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 million boxes of instant noodles, 5 million boxes of sausages, 10 million cases of mineral water, 5 million bags of wuchang rice, 3 million bags of flour, 5 million bottles of beer, 1 million bags of granulated sugar, and 20 million bags of salt. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, indicating a staggering multiplication of resources, Chen Mo could not help but feel a surge of delight. It seemed that the integration of the photographic system with his own body had indeed proven to be quite beneficial. The sudden disappearance of the supplies left Wang Shushue in a state of shock, her voice trembling as she pointed at the void. "Chen Mo, brother, how did those resources vanish? How did you do that? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Perhaps one day, if I'm in a good mood, I might tell you." Chen Mo replied, turning to Wang Shushue, his tone somewhat somber. Stifled by his words, she hesitated, her lips moving as if to inquire further, but ultimately refrained from pressing the matter. She gazed at the wailing survivors scattered across the ground, then glanced at Chen Mo, whose serene profile emanated an aura of mystery, akin to a bottomless abyss. Thus, Wang Shushue hastily shifted her focus to the unconscious form of the burly leader and inquired, "Brother Chen Mo, what shall we do with them? Keeping them alive would merely squander our resources. They must be eliminated." Chen Mo replied, and with a mere thought, a Zulu shovel materialized before him, which he tossed to Wang Shushua. Instinctively, she caught the cold metal, sending a shiver through her palm. The blade glinted in the sunlight, reflecting her pallid complexion and the turmoil within her heart. Noticing her distress, Chen Mo remarked with a faint smile, "Have you forgotten how they treated you moments ago? Brother Chen Mo, they are now incapable of resistance. Is it truly necessary?" Wang Shushua countered. Chen Mo regarded her with a cool gaze, devoid of warmth. "Once they regain their composure, we would be the first to perish. Compassion in the apocalypse equates to cruelty towards oneself." At his words, Wang Shushua recalled the grotesque visage of the man with the chopsticks, and a fierce determination surged within her. She resolved to put an end to the fallen survivors one by one. As the final strike fell, the Zulu shovel clanged against the ground, splattering droplets of blood. Wang Shushua stood amidst the warm puddles, her expression fierce, and suddenly let out a primal roar. The sound echoed like the lament of a caged beast breaking free, mingling with the lingering stench of blood in the air and reverberating through the empty buildings. Chen Mo, witnessing this transformation, felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He understood that at this moment, the woman before him had shattered her previous notions, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Just then, Liu Yifei, Wang Yuanyuan, Lu Momo, and Shun Jiai emerged from the hotel, each wielding a Zulu shovel. Chen Mo turned to them. "You have finally joined us." The four women exchanged awkward glances, and Shun Jiai quickly redirected the conversation. "Brother Chun, we cleared the surrounding zombies yesterday. What shall we do next?" In response to Shun Jiai's query, Chen Mo maintained a calm demeanor. "Naturally, we must search for supplies, just as we did with the survivors. Do you think your daily necessities materialize out of thin air?" As he spoke, the women instinctively pressed their lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Chen Mo activated the second function of the system, establishing a neural connection to scan for supplies within a 5-kilometer radius, generating a three-dimensional map. Detected 5 boxes of bottled water, 10 boxes of peanut oil, located 250 meters away. Detected 20 packets of compressed biscuits, 15 bars of chocolate, located 300 meters away. Detection indicates 10 bundles of toilet paper and 3 bottles of disinfectant, located 400 meters away. Chen Mo lowered his gaze, envisioning the three-dimensional coordinates that materialized in his mind. With a gentle tap of his fingertip against the void, he marked the position of the nearest bottled water. "Follow me," he instructed the group of women with an air of nonchalance before turning to head west. The women exchanged glances, then hurriedly fell in line behind him. Upon reaching the back door of a convenience store shrouded in a thick layer of dust, Chen Mo kicked open the slightly ajar iron door, revealing a warehouse piled high with cardboard boxes, the topmost emblazoned with the words bottled water. The sight elicited a flicker of astonishment in the eyes of the women, for they were unaware of Chen Mo's true capabilities. To them, it seemed as if he had foreknowledge of the 5 boxes of water's presence. However, their astonishment deepened as the 5 boxes of bottled water vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. "Chen Montak, how did you do that?" Liu Yifei could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out. Chen Mo merely cast her a sidelong glance. "I've observed that among you, your inquiries are the most frequent. At present, securing supplies is paramount. There should be an additional 10 boxes of peanut oil here, so search diligently." Just then, a series of chuckles echoed from within the depths of the warehouse, and a middle-aged zombie staggered forth, its limbs stiff. Liu Yifei eliminated. As Chen Mo's command fell, Liu Yifei brandished her Zulu shovel and swiftly pierced its skull. Yet, another middle-aged woman in a floral dress emerged from the warehouse, wobbling and lunging towards them. Chen Montak, witnessing this, raised his hand and fired a bullet, shattering its head. "Everyone, remain cautious. It seems there are still numerous zombies trapped inside, which is why they haven't detonated like those from yesterday," he cautioned, gripping his handgun and surveying the area. He approached the 10 boxes of peanut oil and, with a mere thought, blinked. Detection indicates 10 boxes of peanut oil. "Congratulations, you have acquired 10 million boxes of peanut oil." Subsequently, Chen Mo instructed the women to pry open the skulls of the 2 zombies to check for crystal nuclei before retreating, proceeding toward the next supply coordinates indicated by the system. Just as they were exiting, Chen Mo spotted several survivors. Leading the group was a tall man in a camouflage outfit, stained and disheveled, tightly gripping a rusty fire axe. His vigilant gaze swept over Chen Mo and his companions. Behind him trailed 3 men and 2 women, all appearing pale and armed with iron rods and steel pipes, clearly in search of supplies themselves. "Who are you?" The man in camouflage initiated, his eyes darting over the women before settling on the handgun at Chen Mo's waist, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Chen Mo followed the gaze of the man in camouflage, glancing at the pistol at his waist, before turning his attention back to the man, coldly stating, "Everything here belongs to us. It would be prudent for you to find another place." "What?" The man in camouflage squinted slightly at the words, daring to step forward. "On what grounds do you claim this territory's resources as yours? I see the women beside you, delicate and timid. They likely lack the courage to compete with zombies for supplies, which is why they have sought refuge in this zombie-free zone. Am I right?" Before he could finish, Lu Momo suddenly slammed her Zulu shovel onto the ground, her voice firm and resolute. "You would do well to watch your words. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." The man in camouflage, momentarily taken aback by Lu Momo's fierce demeanor, scoffed. "What? Do you intend to fight? Just the 4 of you women?" Laughter erupted from the men behind him, their gazes becoming increasingly lewd. However, at that moment, Chen Mo wore a half-smile, observing the man with an amused expression. "I must commend your audacity. Knowing full well I have a weapon, you still dare to openly provoke me. A mere gun? Who's to say it's genuine? It could very well be a lighter. Who do you think you are to even possess a firearm? Our leader does not have one. Yet you flaunt this Zulu shovel wielded by few women. It appears rather impressive." Upon hearing this, the man in camouflage's followers echoed his sentiment. At that moment, Chen Mo's smile vanished, his fingers lightly tracing the gun's grip, his gaze icy as if forged from ice. "Whether it is real or not, you can find out." With that, Chen Mo aimed the gun at the man's chest and abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the man in camouflage looked down in horror at his chest, now stained a deep crimson with blood. His pupils dilated in disbelief, as if unable to fathom that he had indeed been shot. His body swayed, the fire axe clattering to the ground before he toppled heavily. "Boss!" The survivors behind him were paralyzed with fear, the 2 women shrieking and recoiling. The remaining 3 men turned pale, their hands trembling around the iron rods. Their earlier bravado evaporated. Chen Mo blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, his gaze chillingly menacing. "Now, who among you still believes this weapon is a mere toy?" As Chen Mo's words fell, none dared to respond, their breaths growing cautious. "Eliminate them. Leave no one alive." Chen Mo's voice, sharp as an ice pick, shattered the silence at the warehouse entrance. The 3 men turned ashen, one lanky figure collapsing to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "Please spare us, brother. We were merely passing through. We saw nothing." The 2 other men also begged for mercy, incoherently swearing they would never dare approach this area again. The 2 women huddled at the back trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, their screams caught in their throats. Chapter 47. Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Lu Momo tightened her grip on the Zulu shovel, glancing sideways at Chen Mo, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes. However, upon seeing the lifeless body of the man in camouflage on the ground, that moment of doubt was swiftly crushed by the harsh realities of the apocalypse. She stepped toward the nearest man, the blade of the shovel glinting ominously in the dim light. "Wait." At that moment, Shun Jai suddenly spoke, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Chen Mo, they have already surrendered." Chen Mo cast her a cold glance. "They were not thinking of showing mercy when they were eyeing you just moments ago." No sooner had he finished speaking than the tall, thin man kneeling on the ground suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from his pocket and lunged at Lu Yifei, who was closest to him. "Damn it, I'm going for broke." This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Lu Yifei instinctively raised her shovel to block, the blade grazing her arm and leaving a bloody mark. Seeking death, Lu Momo shouted angrily, swinging the Zulu shovel with a whoosh, striking the back of the man's neck. Seeing this, the other 2 men attempted to flee, but Chen Mo raised his hand and fired 2 shots, the bullets accurately piercing their knees. Amidst their screams, the 2 men collapsed heavily, swiftly dealt with by the approaching women. The last 2 women, terrified, collapsed to the ground. One of them suddenly fumbled in her pocket, trembling as she handed over half a compressed biscuit. I know where there are supplies. I can take you there. Please don't kill me." Chen Mo regarded her, then glanced at the other woman, whose eyes were vacant. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sneered. "Do you truly believe I would buy your nonsense? Big brother, I swear I'm telling the truth. I'm not deceiving you. If you know where the supplies are, why did you come here? That's because there are guards watching over that place. We couldn't fight them, so we retreated here instead. Upon hearing the survivor's explanation, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. Where exactly is this place? How many people are there? Who is their leader? The woman trembled at Chen Mo's piercing gaze and quickly stammered. It's at the Huimin supermarket in the east of the city. We saw it while passing by yesterday. There are about 20 guards. She nervously swallowed and continued. As for their leader, I didn't see his face clearly, but I know he's called Li Chong. Li Qiang, Huimin supermarket? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk. He had been troubled by the whereabouts of Li Chong, but now, it seemed that the clues had been handed to him on a silver platter. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he inwardly mused. This truly is the elusive treasure revealed without effort. With this thought, he suddenly stepped forward, towering over the woman. Now tell me, is there a man with a limp there? I am uncertain about this. The woman murmured, her head bowed. You had better not be lying to me, or else. Chen Mo declared, his foot crushing the corpse of the man beside him. The sound of splintering bones rendering both women pale with fear. I would never dare deceive you. Everything I say is the truth, the woman hastily replied. Chen Mo ignored her, instead turning to Lu Momo, Wang Shushua, Lu Yifei, and Wang Yuanyuan, making a slashing motion across his throat. The four women were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, raising their Zulu shovels and efficiently executing all the survivors present. Warm blood splattered against the cold ground, mingling with the corpses as the scent of rust hung heavily in the air. Lu Momo flicked the droplets of blood from her shovel, the blade's chilling gleam reflecting her taut profile. The hesitation she felt during the killings now completely vanished. She turned to Chen Mo and softly asked, Brother Chen Mo, shall we head to the Huimin supermarket now? Chen Mo raised his gaze, scanning the group of women before shaking his head. There is no need to rush. We have yet to scour the supplies around here thoroughly. Very well, let us first gather the resources here, and then we shall proceed to that Huimin supermarket. Lu Momo agreed with a nod. At that moment, a thought crossed Chen Mo's mind, and a three-dimensional map of resources reappeared before him. He suddenly directed his gaze towards a pharmacy several hundred meters away and led the women towards it. The pharmacy's glass door was shattered, with sharp shards still clinging to the doorframe. Chen Mo surveyed the surroundings and stepped over the threshold, discovering an array of medications on the shelves: anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, alcohol, painkillers, iodine, gauze, ibuprofen, compound licorice tablets, amoxicillin capsules, and domperidone tablets, among others. In the later stages of the apocalypse, these medicines were more precious than gold. A minor injury could become fatal, and a simple cold or fever could easily claim lives in an environment lacking medical resources. Each of these anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and antibiotics could be a vital bargaining chip for survival. Although Chen Mo had previously used his phone's photographic system to store a vast quantity of medication in his album, who could ever have too much money? Moreover, the only way to expedite his system's upgrade to level 30 was through this method. Thus, Chen Mo blinked at the medications on the shelves, and in an instant, all of them were stored in his system's consciousness space, multiplied by millions. Lu Yifei, Shun Jiai, Wang Yuanyuan, Lu Momo, and Wang Shushua watched in astonishment, their mouths agape. Brother Chen Mo, do you really possess magic? Wang Shushua stammered, pointing at the empty shelves. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, his expression impassive as he replied, Would you like to learn? I can teach you. I wanna. So do I. Me too. They all exclaimed eagerly. However, what Chen Mo did not anticipate was that he had merely spoken offhandedly. Yet Wang Shushue and Shan Jiai were all gazing at him with eager expressions, their eyes filled with longing. Observing this, Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly, and he hastily shifted the topic, suddenly pointing to a medical supply of sanitary pads in the pharmacy, asking, Do you need this? As soon as the words left his mouth, a flush of crimson spread across the faces of the women. Wang Yuanyuan felt particularly embarrassed, instinctively shrinking back, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment in silence. Lu Momo, however, reacted swiftly, clearing her throat to dispel the awkwardness. Of course we need it. In the apocalypse, this is more precious than tissues. It can be used for wounds or as padding. I believe it serves multiple purposes. Sisters, do you agree with me? At that moment, Lu Momo's words shattered the awkward silence like a stone cast into still water. Shun Jiai was the first to respond, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Yes. and it can be useful in everyday situations too. Wang Shushua chimed in, reaching for the sanitary pads on the top shelf. Let us take more. These shouldn't spoil, even if stored for a while. Lu Yifei remained silent, yet she was already busily stuffing various brands of packaging into her backpack. Her movements as swift as if she were hoarding life-saving bandages. Observing this, Wang Yuanyuan timidly approached, her fingers grazing the packaging, only to be interrupted by Chen Mo's voice. You need not pretend any longer. With that, Chen Mo winked, and the sanitary pads on the shelf vanished completely, stored in his consciousness space in a multitude of quantities. The women were once again taken aback by this spectacle, and Wang Shushue could not help but inquire once more, Chen Mo, what exactly is this? Didn't I already mention that I would share everything in due time? Chen Mo replied, casting a glance around the corner of the pharmacy. He continued, have we searched all the cabinets here? Yes, the prescription drug cabinet is locked. We didn't force it open, Lu Momo indicated towards the glass cabinet at the back. Hearing this, Chen Mo approached slowly, kicking the lock, which yielded with a resounding crack. Inside, rows of penicillin and cephalosporin injections were neatly arranged. Without a moment's hesitation, he collected all the medications from the cabinet into his system's consciousness space. Let us move on to the next one, Chen Mo said, turning to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked back at Lu Yifei's arm. Have you treated your wound? Lu Yifei was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected concern, then recalled the scratch on her arm, where blood had congealed into a dark red scab. It's nothing, just a minor injury. That won't do, Chen Mo insisted, retrieving iodine and gauze from his system. Come here, I'll take care of it. His actions were not particularly gentle, yet they were meticulous. As the alcohol swab brushed against her wound, Lu Yifei flinched slightly but remained silent. Chen Mo caught sight of her tightly clenched lips and instinctively slowed his movements. Bear with it. The other women observed this scene, feeling a pang of envy in their hearts. After tending to the wound, they followed Chen Mo out of the pharmacy. Before them stood another convenience store, which had gone unnoticed during their previous passage. Inside, it likely housed a plethora of supplies. The group should remain vigilant regarding their surroundings. As Chen Mo spoke, he focused his mind, retracting the resource map that only he could perceive, and proceeded towards the convenience store. Upon nearing the entrance, Chen Mo discovered that the glass door was ajar. Cautiously, he pushed it open, the hinges emitting a jarring creak that shattered the silence of the deserted street. As he stepped inside, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind the shelves. Chen Mo's expression hardened. Instinctively, he shielded the women behind him and called out, "Who is there?" From behind the shelves, a disheveled head emerged, an adolescent, around 15 or 16, clutching a half-eaten bag of bread. Upon seeing Chen Mo and his companions, he dropped the bread in fright, his face paling as he recoiled, stammering, Don't come near me." Lu Momo edged closer, noting the boy bore no visible injuries, though his clothes were sullied. She whispered, "He seems just like a child." Chen Mo scrutinized the boy for several moments, ensuring he bore no foul odor typical of the undead, before releasing a sigh of relief. "Are you alone here?" The boy timidly nodded, his grip tightening around the metal rack, knuckles whitening as he replied, "I got separated from my family. Are there any other survivors here?" Chen Montak inquired. Scanning the store's shelves, the snack and daily necessities sections appeared relatively organized, yet the refrigerator door stood wide open, revealing spoiled milk and bentos, emitting a faintly sour odor. "No, it's just me," the boy answered. After hearing this, Chen Mo assessed his surroundings and nodded before approaching the refrigerator. He began to collect all the vacuum-sealed meats that were still edible, storing them in his consciousness space in vast quantities. He then turned to the beverage aisle, sweeping away all the bottled water and energy drinks with the same efficiency. Suddenly, it struck Chen Mo that he should address the boy. "I'm taking all the supplies from this convenience store. You have no objections, I trust?" Yet the boy stood there, frozen in utter disbelief. Anyone witnessing Chen Mo's peculiar method of collecting supplies would surely be left agape, let alone a mere teenager. Noticing the boy's stunned expression, fixated on the now empty shelves with crumbs of bread still clinging to his lips, Chen Mo realized he had astonished him with his abilities. Without further ado, he turned towards the daily necessities section, his gaze sweeping over the shelves. Items such as toilet paper, wet wipes, and batteries vanished in succession. It was only when the metal shelves shifted slightly, having been emptied, that the boy snapped back to reality, letting out a startled gasp. He instinctively stepped back, colliding with the shelf, causing several boxes of untouched gum to clatter to the ground. "You, How on earth did you manage that? The boy's voice trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Mo was in the process of stowing away the last row of cans into his space when he cast a fleeting glance in the boy's direction. Do you think I would divulge that information? The words carried an undeniable air of intimidation, silencing the boy instantly. His lips moved as if to respond, but he ultimately refrained, gripping the hem of his shirt tighter. Lu Momo, noticing the boy's evident fright, approached and picked up the chewing gum from the floor, placing it back on the shelf. She spoke softly, "Don't be afraid. Brother Chen Mo isn't a bad person. He just possesses a rather unique ability." After all, Lu Momo herself struggled to articulate what that ability entailed, so she could only speak in vague terms. At that moment, Chen Mo had reached the cash register. A glance at the cigarette cabinet caused him to blink, and in an instant, all the cigarettes vanished into thin air, along with the lighter in the drawer and the scattered coins. As he turned, he unexpectedly met the boy's furtive gaze, which now harbored not only fear, but also a hint of curiosity and reverence. "What's your name?" Chen Mo suddenly inquired. The boy flinched at the unexpected question, hastily replying, "My name is Li Wei." "Li Wei," Chen Mo echoed, his eyes sweeping across the convenience store's sealed glass door. "How long have you been here?" Li Wei felt unnerved under Chen Mo's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively clutching his shirt tighter, his voice barely above a whisper. I hid here last night." "You are lying." Chen Mo's tone turned icy, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the boy. Li Wei's face paled, akin to receiving a sharp slap, his lips quivering as he stammered, I did not. Did not? Are you certain?" Chen Mo advanced a step closer, casting a shadow over the boy's face, which only heightened Li Wei's anxiety. Observing this, Chen Mo let out a heavy snort and spoke again. "I'm giving you one last chance. Will you speak the truth?" I am not lying. I truly entered this convenience store just last night." Li Wei insisted, still attempting to defend himself. "Little one, I despise it when others lie to me." "Are you sure?" Li Wei's truatiktanat, grasping at the last shred of hope, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I really did not lie." Seeing Li Wei remain obstinate, Chen Mo suddenly shook his head and smiled, a smile laden with meaning, as if he had already seen through all the boy's facades. It is worth noting that before the apocalypse, he had been a deliverman, possessing a recollection of nearly every restaurant and convenience store owner. Coincidentally, he distinctly remembered this boy. Li Wei was the son of the owner of this very convenience store. Clearly, the boy was lying. At that moment, the smile on Chen Mo's face gradually faded, his expression sharpening like two ice-forged blades, piercing directly into Li Wei's panicked eyes. The son of the convenience store owner, when did he last enter his own shop? This question reverberated in the cramped space like a thunderclap. The expressions of the women present shifted to solemnity, each of them gazing at the young man before them with astonishment. At that moment, Li Wei's face drained of color, becoming even more pallid than before. His lips trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, and he struggled to utter a single word. Instinctively, he took a step back, his back colliding heavily with the shelves, causing several packets of instant noodles to tumble to the ground. The noise of their fall insignificant compared to the frantic beating of his heart. How could you?" he stammered, his eyes wide with incredulous terror. He believed he had concealed his actions well, but how could this sudden intruder possibly know of his transgressions? Chen Mo chuckled coldly, slowly bending to retrieve a packet of noodles that had fallen at his feet, brushing off the dust with an air of indifference that belied an undeniable aura of pressure. "I could navigate every shop on this street with my eyes closed. Just last month, I overheard your father at the cash register lamenting how you frequently skip class to come here and play games." Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a wave of shame wash over him, his head bowing as he began to weep softly. Chen Mo straightened up, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Wei. "Why do you lie? Are you afraid I will seize your belongings? Or is there some unspeakable secret hidden within this store?" As Li Wei sobbed, his shoulders trembled violently, his hands gripping the fabric of his shirt so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He opened his mouth, yet words failed him, as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his throat. Observing his turmoil, Chen Mo remained patient, standing silently. He understood that the boy's defenses had crumbled, leaving only desperation. In this post-apocalyptic world, trust was more precious than sustenance, and one who felt compelled to conceal their identity warranted heightened vigilance. In the shadows beside the shelves, Li Wei's breathing quickened, and finally, he lifted his head, determination flashing in his eyes. "Haven't you already taken everything from the convenience store?" Why do you ask so many questions? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. You're right in that regard. However, I have yet to claim the items stored in your family's warehouse. With that, he made his way toward the storeroom, provoking a sense of panic in Li Wei. There's nothing left in the warehouse. You can't go in there, he exclaimed, attempting to obstruct Chen Mo's path. But Chen Mo swiftly kicked him aside, sending him sprawling like a rag doll against the snack shelves. Glass jars of candy shattering and mingling with his cries of pain as they scattered across the floor. Clutching his abdomen, he curled up on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes brimming with fear. I beg you, don't open that door. Don't open it. Unfazed, Chen Mo continued his stride, his fingertips already brushing against the handle of the storeroom door. As the iron door creaked open, a sharp, grating sound echoed, accompanied by a pungent scent of disinfectant mingled with mildew that assaulted the senses. From the depths of the warehouse's shadows, a faint whimper suddenly emerged, causing the nerves of the women to tense instantaneously. Chen Mo raised his hand to signal Xinjiai and Lu Yifei to remain still, as he summoned a powerful flashlight that appeared in his grasp. However, the moment the beam pierced the darkness, even a usually composed Chen Mo could not suppress a gasp of horror. Before him was a middle-aged zombie, its complexion a sickly hue, bound by blood-soaked rags to a load-bearing column, incessantly roaring in Chen Mo's direction. Under the beam of light, the creature's eyes glimmered with a murky gray, its mouth dribbling dark brown saliva, while the chains rattled violently as it struggled in a frenzy, each clank resonating like a hammer, striking the heart. At that moment, Li Wei lay prostrate on the ground, a broken sob escaping his throat as tears mingled with cold sweat and seeped into the dust. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the flashlight, allowing the beam to descend slowly onto the zombie's legs. There, beneath the blood-soaked rags, were bite marks deep enough to expose bone, the surrounding flesh blackened and decayed, clearly infected for quite some time. When did this happen? Chen Mo's voice cut through the zombie's growls, reaching Li Wei's ears. The boy shuddered, shaking his head in a choked whisper. On the day the apocalypse broke out, I went to the wholesale market for supplies, and when I returned, he had become like this. I just locked him up, hoping he would get better. Get better? Chen Mo scoffed, lifting his foot to kick a nearby metal barrel. With a resounding clang, the zombie arched its back violently, unleashing a piercing shriek from its throat, the chains straining taut as if they might snap from the pillar. Do you really think he can recover? Chen Mo switched off the flashlight, plunging the warehouse into darkness, save for the faint light seeping in from the iron door. If your father still possesses any awareness, he would only beg for a swift end. Suddenly, Li Wei scrambled to his feet, rushing toward the warehouse. You're lying? He winked at me just yesterday. He still recognizes me. Stop deceiving yourself, boy. Deep down, you know exactly what state your father is in. You should take care of yourself. With that, Chen Mo concentrated, retrieving a substantial supply of non-perishable food and water from his system, then gestured for the women to follow him as he prepared to leave. Just then, Li Wei turned to Chen Mo and said, I want to go with you. Chapter 50. Tonight I want to try too. Chen Mo paused at the entrance of the convenience store, the afternoon sun slanting in and casting a chiaroscuro line across his shoulder. Yet, he did not turn back, merely absent-mindedly rubbing the strap of his backpack, the metal buckle digging painfully into his fingers. After a moment, Chen Mo finally spoke. I'm afraid I do not favor children who tell lies. With that, he resolutely stepped out of the convenience store alongside the women, his silhouette swiftly vanishing into the shadows around the street corner under Li Wei's gaze. At this moment, the glass door of the convenience store stood ajar, allowing the afternoon sunlight to pour in, illuminating the scattered shards of candy-strewn glass on the floor, refracting a blinding glare. Li Wei remained frozen in place, his fingers still outstretched towards the door panel. The raucous cries from the warehouse had inexplicably ceased, leaving only the occasional faint sound of dragging chains. The child, averse to deception, repeated this phrase to himself before abruptly pulling down the roll-up door, once again shrouding himself in the dimness of the convenience store. Meanwhile, Xinjiai walked beside Chen Mo, unable to resist glancing back, softly inquiring, that child seemed rather pitiable. Are you truly not taking him along? If I were to take him, you might be the next to be bitten, Chen Mo replied, his tone devoid of inflection as the shattered glass crunched beneath his feet. In this apocalyptic world, having a tender heart was a contagious affliction, and he resolved to amend this undesirable trait. At that moment, Lu Yifei tightened her grip on the Zulu shovel, unable to restrain herself from interjecting. But his father, That is his own choice, Chen Mo interrupted her firmly. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. Under the expectant gazes of the women, Chen Mo filled the entire dining table with steaming dishes. The sight of this miraculous scene continued to astonish them. Though questions lingered in their minds, they dared not voice them. Having endured the merciless trials of the apocalypse, each person harbored secrets, and Chen Mo's ability to conjure food from thin air might be their lifeline in this chaotic world. The last thing they wanted was to provoke Chen Mo's displeasure. After all, curiosity paled in comparison to the primal need for sustenance. Therefore, Shun Jiai and Lu Momo, along with the others, buried themselves in their meals, the delicate clinking of porcelain bowls filling the air, with no one daring to mention the boy from the convenience store. Just then, as Shun Jiai picked up a piece of braised pork rib, the oily sauce dripped onto her rice. She suddenly looked up at Chen Mo and asked, "Are we continuing the search for supplies tomorrow? After finishing this meal, we will depart from the hotel tomorrow morning to head to the Huimin supermarket in the east of the city." Upon hearing this, the women paused in their eating, their expressions shifting to one of gravity. After all, the entire city was teeming with zombies, and the distance to the eastern part of the city was at least several kilometers. Navigating through it seemed a nearly impossible task. However, since Chen Mo had set his mind on it, they, as his dependents, had no choice but to follow him, leaving no room for dissent. Just then, the lights in the hotel suddenly went out. The breath of those at the dining table caught in their throats. Lu Momo, in the darkness, directed her gaze towards Chen Mo and asked, "Brother Chen Mo, has the power gone out?" Chen Mo replied in the dark, "It is quite remarkable that the city's electricity has lasted this long without any management." At that moment, a small flame flickered to life in the darkness as Chen Mo placed a candle in the center of the dining table. At this moment, the flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows of the gathered crowd upon the mottled wall, swaying gently. Lu Momo instinctively leaned closer to Shun Jiai, her gaze sweeping over the impenetrable darkness outside the window. She murmured, "But Brother Chen Mo, don't hotels usually have backup generators? That requires someone to operate them. And now the hotel staff is turned into zombies. Are you suggesting we let them handle it? Then why don't we go find a backup generator ourselves? Do you know where it is in this pitch darkness?" Chen Mo paused briefly before continuing. "Furthermore, we are only staying here for one last night. We might as well endure it for just one evening." Lu Momo sighed helplessly. "So tonight, we must make do in the dark?" With that, she buried her head in her bowl, vigorously pushing the remaining rice around. At that moment, Shun Jiai suddenly cleared her throat and gazed affectionately at Chen Mo, asking, "So, will you still consume the crystal core tonight?" Chen Mo nodded in affirmation, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Yesterday, I heard Momo say that consuming the crystal core can make one stronger, so I want to try it tonight as well," Shun Jiai replied, her cheeks flushing crimson. Chen Mo paused, his gaze shifting toward Lu Yifei. "What about you? Will you consume the crystal core tonight?" Lu Yifei stammered, her face instantly turning beet red at Chen Mo's sudden question, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Then it's settled. You two should take a shower, and we'll all consume the crystal core together." The next day, at the break of dawn, Chen Mo rose early. Accidentally glancing at the two small wildcats sprawled across the bed, he felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Morning light filtered through the curtain seams, casting a slender beam onto the floor, landing right by the bed. He observed Shun Jiai curled up, half her face buried in the pillow, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, even in sleep, as if still anxious from the excitement of consuming the crystal core the night before. Lu Yifei appeared to be in a deeper slumber, one leg hanging outside the blanket, unconsciously cradling a shovel in her arms, the wooden handle still warm from her touch. At that moment, Chen Mo suddenly clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at the floor-to-ceiling window, unleashing a gust of wind that lifted the long curtains high. Astonished by the remarkable energy he had manifested after consuming just 30 or 40 first-level crystal cores, he mused that it would not be long before his unleashed force could harm others invisibly. Gazing at his fist, as sturdy as a clay pot, he felt a surge of satisfaction. With the morning light brightening, Chen Mo approached the window, pulling aside a corner of the heavy curtain to gaze out at the desolate city. In the distance, the occasional silhouette of a zombie wandered the street, emitting unintelligible groans that echoed between the vacant buildings. It seemed today would be another splendid day. Chen Mo couldn't help but murmur to himself before turning to Shun Jiai and Lu Yifei, urging, "Awaken from your slumber. We must seize the moment to eat something and prepare for our journey. It's barely past 5 in the morning. Why rise so early?" Shun Jiai, exuding an alluring charm, suggested playfully, pressing her delicate foot against Chen Mo's chest. In the face of such brazen provocation from Shun Jiai, one must wonder how any man could withstand it. Thus, a couple of hours passed before Chen Mo emerged from the bedroom, revitalized, leaving behind 2 breathless figures within. After a round of freshening up, the group consumed a light meal and donned their respective jackets, reluctantly casting a final glance at the room before following Chen Mo's lead onto a new adventure. They traversed the hotel lobby, where sunlight streamed through the revolving door's crevices, casting slanted beams upon the floor and causing the dust in the air to dance gracefully. Chen Mo was the first to push through the revolving door, squinting up at the sun before turning to the women. "Our immediate priority should be to find a vehicle, ensuring we reach Huimin's supermarket in the eastern part of the city expediently." However, as soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Lu Yifei stepped forward from the crowd, summoning her courage to address him. "Chen Mo, may I speak candidly? Why all the questions? Speak your mind." Chen Mo replied nonchalantly as he retrieved a cigarette from his pack and lit it, his tone cool. "Since your last encounter with those zombies, the streets here have been relatively clear. What is it you wish to convey?" "I propose we thoroughly scavenge the supplies here before heading to the eastern part of the city," she asserted. Chen Mo scoffed. "Isn't that evident?" "What?" Lu Yifei looked at him in confusion. "To me, reaching Huimin's supermarket is of greater significance." But Chen Mo interjected, raising his hand. "If you choose not to accompany us, I respect each of your decisions. You know that that's not what I meant. Then kindly keep silent." He snapped. "Do not presume that sharing a bed with me entitles you to disregard rules. Must I explain every decision I make to each of you?" Lu Yifei's face paled at his words. Her lips parted in a futile attempt to respond, but ultimately, she remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she lowered her gaze and retreated into the crowd. The other women, recognizing the tension, fell silent as well, aware of Chen Mo's impatience. The warmth shared in the room the previous night felt like a distant memory. Now, only a rigid demeanor remained on his face. After taking a drag from his cigarette and extinguishing it underfoot, he surveyed the hushed group. "Does anyone else have objections?" Seeing no one reply, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and turned towards the street, declaring, "Then let us proceed." At this moment, the sun blazed more fiercely, and most of the shops lining the streets had their shutters drawn, while a few shattered glass doors lay on the ground, reflecting a blinding light. The wind swept through the desolate streets, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant odor. Suddenly, Chen Mo, who was leading the group, came to an abrupt halt, his gaze fixed upon a nearby SUV with a half-open door. The vehicle appeared to be in relatively good condition, save for some dark red stains on the front. "Let us see if that car is operational," he commanded without looking back. Shun Jiai promptly approached, pulled open the door, and inspected it for a moment before turning back to exclaim, "The fuel tank is full, and the keys are still in the ignition." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and strode over to the driver's seat. The instant he turned the key, the engine emitted a deep, resonant roar, and to their surprise, it started. "Get in," he said, pushing the door open. The women quickly squeezed in the back seat, with Lu Yifei being the last to enter, her head bowed, unable to meet Chen Mo's profile. The SUV slowly pulled away from the hotel entrance, its tires crunching over the gravel. Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated shops along the roadside, his expression unwavering. In the back seat, Wang Shushued discreetly nudged Lu Yifei's arm, offering a reassuring glance, then subtly gestured in Chen Mo's direction, signaling her not to take it to heart. Lu Yifei gently shook her head, staring out at the rapidly retreating scenery. Yet she felt an unsettling disquiet within. The closed shops clearly concealed the supplies they desperately needed. So why did Chen Mo choose to seek them elsewhere? Lost in thought, the vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt, causing the women to lurch forward due to inertia. "What's wrong?" Shun Jiai instinctively asked. Chen Mo's eyes were fixed intently on the intersection ahead, where a group of individuals clad in matching uniforms had gathered, wielding steel pipes and machetes, blocking the road. At the forefront stood a bald man with a brutish demeanor, scrutinizing their vehicle with a sinister gaze. Upon seeing their attire, Chen Mo whispered, "So it's them." "Brother Chen Mo, do you know these people?" Lu Momo inquired curiously from his side. "Not personally, but I recognize their uniforms." "Uniforms?" Chen Mo nodded, explaining. These individuals are wearing the work uniforms of a shooting club that had just opened before the apocalypse. Are you suggesting they are from the shooting club? Shen Jia interjected. Indeed, you must be extremely cautious. These individuals may very well be armed. Armed. The faces of the women in the back turned pale simultaneously, their breaths instinctively becoming shallower. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, while one might fight with knives or pipes, firearms represented an entirely different level of threat, capable of taking lives with alarming ease. Lu Momo instinctively inched closer to Shun Jai, her earlier curiosity swiftly replaced by fear. Shun Jai tightened her grip on a military shovel, her gaze fixed intently on the group outside. At that moment, the bald leader noticed the stillness inside the car and suddenly grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth as he signaled to a tall, lanky accomplice beside him. The lanky figure immediately stepped forward, tapping the driver's side window with a steel pipe, nonchalantly calling out, "Hey in the car, come down and chat. This road is under our control now." Chen Mo remained unmoved, coldly observing the intruders through the window. Sunlight illuminated his profile, emphasizing the taut line of his jaw. "What's the matter? Don't understand human language?" The lanky man, seeing no response, banged the window again, threateningly adding, "If you don't get out, I want to hold back." The bald man sauntered over, arms crossed, scrutinizing the SUV as his gaze roamed over the windows, assessing its occupants like a predator eyeing its prey. When his eyes landed on the several women in the back seat, he unabashedly displayed his greed and desire. "Brothers, be smart and leave the car. Let these lovely ladies come down to keep us company," the bald man boomed, "or else my gun doesn't discriminate." As he spoke, he suddenly produced a black handgun from his waistband. Chapter 52. Who blocks, who dies? Upon seeing the bald man brandish the gun, the women in the back seat felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Yet at that moment, Chen Mo finally stirred. He slowly rolled down the window, a foul wind rushing in. "Is that a club gun?" Chen Mo's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. The bald man was taken aback, seemingly surprised that the other party dared to engage in conversation, and he smugly raised his firearm. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Let me tell you. This area belongs to us now. Is that so?" A faint, chilling smile tugged at the corners of Chen Mo's lips. "Has your club instructor not taught you that you should never point a gun at someone?" The bald man's expression darkened. "Stop with the bullshit. I'll count to 3. Get out now." Just as he reached one, Chen Mo suddenly sprang into action. No one could discern his movement. All they heard was a dull thud as the driver's door flew open, slamming into the lanky man's leg. "Ah!" The lanky man yelped, dropping his steel pipe as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mo leaped from the car, his movements swift as a fleeting shadow. The bald man hadn't even registered what was happening when his gun was wrenched from his grasp by an overwhelming force. In that instant, he felt a jolt in his wrist, and before he knew it, the cold muzzle of his own weapon was pressed against his temple. The bald man froze in terror, his previous bravado evaporating in an instant, cold sweat trickling down his flabby face. The onlookers were also stunned, their hands frozen in midair, unable to comprehend how this seemingly ordinary man could move with such astonishing speed. Chen Mo tapped the gun against the bald man's face, his voice as frigid as ice. "Who is it that said guns don't discriminate?" The bald man's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. "We must depart." Chen Mo surveyed the crowd with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a colony of ants. "Whoever dares to obstruct us shall meet their demise." Upon concluding his statement, he pressed the barrel of his firearm against the bald man's forehead and decisively pulled the trigger. With the resounding crack of the gunshot, the bald figure collapsed motionlessly to the ground, instilling immediate terror in the others who hastily retreated, too frightened to advance. Chen Mo then cast a cold glance at the group before returning to the driver's seat, disregarding the terrified individuals entirely as he pressed down on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle crushed the gravel beneath it, roaring through the intersection and leaving the frightened crowd far behind. In the back seat, the women dared to exhale deeply only after the vehicle had traveled a considerable distance. "Brother Chen Mo, you were incredible just now," Lu Momo exclaimed, her voice trembling yet filled with admiration. Chen Mo remained silent, his grip firm on the steering wheel, his gaze somber as he focused on the road ahead. The firearm he had just used was a modified air gun, possessing limited power. However, it served as a stark reminder that in this apocalyptic world, dangers extended beyond mere zombies. Lu Yifei cautiously glanced at his profile, her earlier discontent dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable complexity of emotions. As the vehicle continued its journey, it unexpectedly came to a halt once more. "Brother Chen Mo, what is wrong now?" Wang Shushu inquired. Chen Mo glanced back at the women. "If we proceed further, we will undoubtedly have to traverse a commercial district, which will be teeming with zombies. Furthermore, based on our observations thus far, the density of zombies in this area is significantly higher than we anticipated." His fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel as his gaze drifted through the windshield towards the faint outline of the commercial area. That commercial street is an unavoidable passage to the eastern part of the city. If we take a detour, we may inadvertently wander into even more unfamiliar territories, which would only increase our peril. Upon hearing this, the women's expressions turned serious. At that moment, Lu Momo instinctively clutched her clothing tightly. "Then what should we do? With so many zombies, do you think we can force our way through, Brother Chen Mo?" Wang Shushue inhaled deeply, attempting to maintain her composure as she suggested. "Perhaps we should wait? The zombies might disperse after a while." Chen Mo shook his head, his tone resolute. "That is highly unlikely. The commercial district contains numerous shops, and the lingering scent of food, combined with the traces of previous crowds, will instinctively draw the zombies there." Lu Yifei cautiously stole a glance at Chen Mo, her expression betraying her hesitation. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Mo spoke softly. "Speak your mind. Why not employ the method you used the last time to eliminate zombies?" she proposed. "You clearly possess a solution, yet seem to be prompting us for answers." "I am testing you," he replied. "I wish to ascertain your capacity for independent thought. Tell me, among us, who is the most astute?" "Is that even a question?" she retorted playfully. "It is obvious." Lu Yifei let out a haughty snort, prompting Chen Mo to roll his eyes and remark, "Sometimes being overly clever is not necessarily a virtue for a woman." Lu Yifei defiantly lifted her chin and huffed again. Though her gaze discreetly wandered to the wandering zombies outside the window, her earlier arrogance diminished slightly. At that moment, Wang Shushua chuckled lightly and quickly intervened, saying, "Now is not the time for bickering. Chen Mo, how do you plan to navigate this commercial street? Why are you so slow-witted? Didn't Lu Yifei just suggest using the previous method?" With that, Chen Mo stepped out of the vehicle, a thought crossing his mind as he retrieved a drone from the system space. He then produced a loudspeaker, commonly used by street vendors, and affixed it beneath the drone. Once everything was in place, Chen Mo maneuvered the drone into the sky, the pre-recorded music shattering the silence with a burst of sound. "The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. I shall turn the world around. Beating my drum and striking my gong, life is full of rhythm." As the joyous melody filled the air, it instantly dispelled the dreariness of the entire commercial street. The zombies, aimlessly wandering at the store entrances and in the middle of the street, seemed like marionettes whose strings had been pulled, halting their movements as their murky eyes turned towards the source of the sound. "Shinjiai, you drive while I take the passenger seat," Chen Mo called to her, taking the remote control for the drone and sliding into the passenger seat. Although a bit nervous, Shinjiai quickly settled into the driver's seat, her grip on the steering wheel turning white with tension. As soon as Chen Mo entered the car, he solemnly instructed, "Pay close attention to the route I clear. Don't hesitate. Accelerate to the maximum." Hearing his words, Shanjai tightened her grip on the wheel, her eyes fixed anxiously on the street ahead. At that moment, the drone, under Chen Mo's control, soared low over the commercial street, broadcasting the infectious tune of "The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains." The upbeat rhythm acted as an invisible conductor, drawing the previously scattered zombies to lift their heads and howl as they pursued the drone. Some zombies, driven mad by the music, crashed into trash bins, sending foul liquids splattering across the ground. Now, Chen Mo's reflexes were sharp as he directed the drone swiftly towards a side street on the left. Shinjiai clenched her teeth, flooring the accelerator as the off-road vehicle's engine roared to life, charging into the main thoroughfare of the commercial street like an arrow shot from a bow. Most of the zombies on either side had been lured towards the side street by the music, leaving only a few sluggish ones on the main road, which were sent flying upon impact with the vehicle, producing dull thuds. "Left! Turn quickly!" Chen Mo shouted, his eyes fixed ahead. Shinjiai jerked the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a zombie that had burst forth from a clothing store, the vehicle skimming past shards of glass in a rush. In the back seat, Lu Momo gripped the handrail in fear, while Wang Shushue fixed her gaze on the rearview mirror, watching the horde of zombies, led by the music. With her heart in her throat, Lu Yifei, however, appeared more composed than before. She gazed at Chen Mo's focused profile as he skillfully maneuvered the drone, then glanced at Shun Jiai's tense expression in the driver's seat, suddenly letting out a huff. The choice of music is utterly tasteless. Without looking up, Chen Mo replied, "As long as it works." At that moment, the drone had already led a substantial group of zombies into a side street, and the obstacles on the main road were dwindling. Shun Jiai gradually steadied her nerves, maintaining the vehicle's speed. Just as they were about to burst through the end of the commercial street, Chen Mo suddenly directed the drone to turn back, the music drifting away in the opposite direction, causing the remaining scattered zombies to follow suit. "Go for it." The off-road vehicle surged forward like a streak of black lightning, finally breaking free from the confines of the commercial street and onto the open road. It wasn't until they had traveled a considerable distance that Shun Jiai dared to ease off the accelerator, exhaling deeply, her palms slick with cold sweat. That was terrifying. Lu Momo gasped, still trembling. At that moment, Chen Mo retracted the drone, switching off the speaker that had been looping the music, and said calmly, "Do not relax. Ahead lies the eastern district of the city, where the layout is complex. If I remember correctly, we need to pass through a village in the city before reaching the Huimin supermarket." "Chen Montak, how do you seem so familiar with every street, and even every shop in the city?" Lu Momo marveled as she turned her gaze toward him. Chen Mo's fingers absently traced the drone's control stick, his eyes skimming the rapidly receding, dilapidated streets, his voice carrying a barely perceptible heaviness. "When I was delivering takeout, I traversed every alley in this city. Back then, I always thought that the eggs at Huimin supermarket were a few cents cheaper than elsewhere, and the bun shop around the corner would start steaming by 4 in the morning." He paused, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he reflected. "I never imagined these seemingly trivial memories would prove somewhat useful." Shun Jiai tightened her grip on the steering wheel, stealing a glance at the pensive Chen Mo in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Wang Shushua spoke up. "The village in the city is far more challenging to navigate than the commercial street. The pathways between those high-rise buildings are so narrow that one could easily get stuck. If we were to be surrounded," Chen Mo interjected before she could finish. "If I recall correctly, entering through the drainage ditch from the west will allow us to bypass the congestion on the main road. The iron fence there rusted through last year, providing ample space for our vehicle to pass." Just then, Lu Yifei, who was arranging her wind-tousled hair by the window, turned back to Chen Mo and asked, "The drainage ditch? Are you certain it hasn't been blocked by garbage?" "What do you mean by that?" Chen Montak inquired, recalling a time 2 years prior when he had passed through that area during filming and could smell a foul odor from 2 streets away. "Funny enough, after last month's heavy rain, I went through there. Guess what happened?" "What happened?" With a triumphant smile, Chen Mo remarked, "The garbage heap has been washed away for the most part. We can just about drive through. However, we must ensure the car windows are tightly closed, as that odor is indeed unbearable." Following Chen Mo's lead, Shun Jiai signaled, and the vehicle slowly entered a narrow path flanked by walls. The shards of glass atop the wall glimmered in the sunlight, while amidst the weeds at the base, discarded takeout boxes could be discerned, primarily from the spicy hot pot restaurant Chen Mo used to deliver for. "We should turn left up ahead," Chen Mo suddenly interjected. Upon making the turn, an ancient locust tree came into view, beneath which lay a worn blue stone slab, easily moved to reveal the entrance to a drainage channel. Lu Momo leaned against the car window, and indeed spotted the flourishing old locust tree, its shadow dancing gracefully over a weathered blue stone slab half hidden in the grass. "Chen Mo, you even remember the stone slab?" she exclaimed. "Orders to this location used to always be delayed." Chen Mo, adjusting the drone's camera, responded with a hint of self-mockery. "Once, in an attempt to take a shortcut, I moved the slab and waded through the channel, but my shoe got stuck in the mud. The client then complained that I spilled half the soup." The cabin fell silent for a few seconds until Lu Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Mo shot her an incredulous glance. "Is that amusing?" "Not at all," she replied quickly, though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Just wait until tonight. You'll see how I deal with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei ceased to laugh, her face reddening. At that moment, Shun Jiai halted the car, and Chen Mo leaped out. The midday sun scorched the ground beneath him as he bent to move the blue stone slab, instantly releasing a foul odor of mud and decaying vegetable matter. "Goodness, that certainly has a strong scent," he grimaced, peering inside. "The water in the channel isn't deep, but there are many stones. We must proceed with caution." Returning to the vehicle, he cautioned Shun Jiai, who took a deep breath and engaged the gear, pressing the accelerator. The off-road vehicle slowly entered the dim drainage channel, its concrete walls adorned with dark green moss, while the overhead light was fragmented by the encroaching weeds. The The tires crunched over the gravel, occasionally splashing mud against the body of the car, producing a dull thud. There's a protruding cement slab on the left. Slow down, Chen Mo instructed, his gaze fixed ahead. In the past, some homeless individuals would often set up shelters here. I wonder if that's still the case. Before he could finish, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from ahead. A sodden zombie crawled through a hole in the channel wall, its decayed fingers grasping the exposed rebar. Watch out! Shen Jai slammed on the brakes, the vehicle skidding half a meter on the slick surface. Meanwhile, Chen Mo swiftly opened the window and, without hesitation, fired a shot at the zombie's head. Chapter 54. Breaking Through the Siege. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the narrow drainage channel, reverberating painfully in their ears. The zombie's head burst like a shattered watermelon, red and white splattering against the moss-covered wall, its body swaying before collapsing into the muddy water below with a splash, sending up a murky spray. Chen Mo swiftly retracted his firearm and secured the car windows, his brow furrowed in concern. It seemed that this drainage channel was far from tranquil, and everyone was on high alert. Shinjai took a deep breath, gradually releasing the brake as the vehicle moved forward. However, what none of them anticipated was that the gunshot had stirred a hornet's nest. From the gaping holes in the canal walls came a cacophony of growls, as several zombies struggled to escape, only to be ensnared by the narrow openings, flailing their decayed arms in vain. Accelerate. Do not give them a chance to emerge. Chen Mo urged, ina graviton. Shun Jiai gritted her teeth, pressing the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle picked up speed, crushing the corpse of the recently felled zombie under its tires, producing a nauseating grinding sound. Lu Yifei clutched her clothing tightly, her expression bearing an unusual gravity as she gazed at the writhing zombies outside the window, her stomach churning. How could there be so many? If I'm not mistaken, this area was likely once a haven for vagrants. Upon hearing Chen Mo's deduction, the five women, Shan Jiai, Lu Momo, Wang Yuanyuan, Lu Yifei, and Wang Shushue, felt a weight descend upon their hearts. After all, such places often indicated a mingling of individuals with poor sanitary conditions. If even one vagrant had turned into a zombie, the others, trapped in such confined quarters, would soon join its ranks. Jiai, charge out. Understood. A fierce glint flashed in Shun Jiai's eyes as she slammed the accelerator to the floor. The off-road vehicle's engine roared like a beast freed from its restraints, racing madly through the narrow drainage channel. The wheels ground over the remains of the zombie, splattering mud mixed with dark crimson blood against the walls on either side. The zombies trapped in the openings continued their frantic scratching, only to be violently dismembered by the speeding vehicle, their putrid flesh and bone fragments pattering against the car's body. There's a bend ahead. Stick close to the right wall. Chen Mo shouted, his eyes fixed ahead. Shun Jiai reacted instantly, yanking the steering wheel as the vehicle skimmed along the right wall, the metal scraping against concrete, producing a shrill screech. Lu Yifei suddenly caught sight of a zombie half stuck in the hole on her left, reaching out with its hand, its nails nearly scraping the window. Instinctively, she recoiled, but a loud crash resonated as the vehicle collided with the zombie's arm, snapping it with a sickening crack and splattering black blood against the glass. 30 meters to go. The iron gate to the exit is just ahead. Chen Mo's voice was laced with urgency. Yet at that moment, a chorus of frantic growls erupted ahead. A horde of zombies had congregated at the breach, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Brace yourselves, Shun Jiai bellowed, and instead of slowing down, she pressed the accelerator even harder. The off-road vehicle surged forward like a black cannonball toward the opening, while Chen Mo rolled down the window, raising his gun and firing multiple rounds at the foremost zombies blocking their path. The bullets accurately shattered their skulls, clearing a temporary path for the vehicle. Now is the moment. Charge! The off-road vehicle surged forward like an arrow, jolting violently as it broke through the gap in the fence, as if it had crushed something solid beneath. Everyone was thrown about by the force, and Lu Momo accidentally collided her forehead against the armrest, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain. It was not until the vehicle burst out of the drainage ditch and onto a small road strewn with gravel that Shun Jiai dared to slowly ease off the accelerator. After skidding for several meters over the uneven terrain, the vehicle finally came to a halt, and all inside gasped for breath. The cabin thick with the heavy stench of blood and the fetid odor of muck. Chen Mo flung open the car door and leapt out, warily surveying the surroundings. It resembled a desolate construction site, littered with rebar and concrete slabs, with faint zombie growls echoing in the distance. yet no immediate danger was apparent. "We are safe for now," he called back to the women in the vehicle, his voice somewhat hoarse. Chen Jiai, seated in the driver's seat, slumped back, her palms slick with cold sweat, nearly soaking the steering wheel. She gazed at the myriad scratches and bloodstains on the vehicle's surface, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Yifei suddenly pushed open the car door, leaning against the vehicle as she retched. The horrific scene in the drainage ditch had been too ghastly. The rotting limbs and acrid smells churned her stomach. Lu Momo rubbed her forehead, her eyes reddened, yet she stifled her tears. "Brother Chen Mo, how far are we from Huiman's supermarket?" "Soon. It's no more than 2 kilometers from here." Chen Mo glanced into the distance, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze. After resting for about 10 minutes, the women gradually regained their composure. A small bump had formed on Lu Momo's forehead, and Wang Yuanyuan rummaged through her backpack for a cotton swab soaked in iodine, carefully applying it to her wound. The pain made Lu Momo grimace, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leaned against the vehicle, smoking a cigarette, his eyes never straying from the shadowy depths of the abandoned construction site. The earlier haste in their escape raised concerns. There could be zombies drawn by the noise, crushing the cigarette but into the gravel underfoot. He tapped on the car door. "It's time. Let us continue our journey. Huiman Supermarket is at the corner of the street ahead, but we'll likely need to walk the final stretch." Shenjai nodded and restarted the vehicle. The off-road vehicle jostled along the bumpy path, the bloodstains on its surface now only half-dried, glinting dully in the sunlight. Lu Yifei, still pale, sat inside, watching the abandoned containers flash by outside, and suddenly asked, "Chen Mo, what do you think these abandoned containers were used for?" "They were probably for storing construction materials. After all, this is a construction site." Chen Mo replied nonchalantly from the passenger seat. As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, Shen Jiai suddenly yanked the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a rusted steel pipe that came rolling towards them. The vehicle skidded half a meter on the gravel road, the tires screeching against the ground with an ear-piercing wail. "What has happened?" Wang Shuxue instinctively tightened her grip on the dagger she carried, her voice quivering. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leaned forward to observe the direction from which the steel pipe had rolled, only to see a dark figure retreating between the gaps of 2 abandoned shipping containers on the right. This caused Chen Mo's pupils to constrict as he swiftly grabbed the gun resting on his lap, coldly stating, "There is someone here." Chapter 55. The boy on the construction site someone? Shen Jiai's heart tightened instantly, and she instinctively halted the vehicle, her hands still gripping the steering wheel tightly as she warily gazed towards the pile of containers on the right. After all, the force with which that steel pipe had rolled was considerable. It was evidently not a mere gust of wind, nor could it have been caused by a zombie. Lu Yifei and the others held their breaths, the air inside the vehicle seeming to solidify. "I'll go take a look," Chen Mo said to the women, then gently pushed the car door open. He moved with the stealth of a cat, dropping low as soon as his feet hit the ground, using the car door for cover and aiming his gun steadily at the gap between the containers. "Come out. I can see you." Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing across the desolate construction site. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from behind the 3rd container on the right, followed by the cautious emergence of a head. It was a boy of about 15 or 16, clad in a filthy sports jacket with frayed cuffs, his jeans torn at the knees and caked with dirt. His hair was disheveled, clinging to his forehead, and his face bore several shallow scratches, crusted with dried blood. His large eyes were filled with terror, and he clutched a half-brick tightly in his hand. "Please don't shoot. I'm not a bad person." The boy's voice was hoarse from adolescence, trembling uncontrollably as he slowly stood up from behind the container, his body taut like a drawn bow. Chen Mo did not immediately lower his weapon, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the boy. The child appeared non-threatening and lacked the putrid odor of a zombie. Resembling someone who had been in a state of fear and hunger for an extended period, his wrists as thin as twigs. "How long have you been here?" Chen Mo's tones softened somewhat, while still maintaining a vigilant demeanor. The boy bit his lip, his gaze flickering away momentarily before he whispered, 3 days. "I came with my dad. He went ahead yesterday to find food and never came back." As he spoke, the boy's eyes suddenly turned red, tears welling up but held back with great effort. Shen Jiai and the others also exited the vehicle, cautiously approaching. Lu Momo, observing the boy's pitiful state, felt a surge of compassion and couldn't help but softly inquire, "Have you been hiding here the whole time? Have you seen anyone else?" The boy shook his head, his gaze drifting to the backpacks they carried, swallowing hard. No, it's just me here. Last night, I heard the cries of zombies seemingly emanating from that street ahead. As he spoke, he gestured towards the location of Huimin Supermarket. Chen Mo felt a stirring in his heart and pressed further. Are you familiar with Huimin Supermarket? What is the situation there? Upon mentioning the supermarket, the boy's complexion paled noticeably. I know. My father intended to go there in search of food, but for some reason, he has yet to return. Chen Mo observed the boy's reddened eyes and continued to inquire. Before your father went to the supermarket, did he mention anything about the situation there? For instance, were there any zombies congregating at the entrance? The boy lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously digging into the dirt along the edge of a brick, his voice dropping even lower. He said there were a group of survivors at the supermarket, hoping to procure some food from them. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. In these times, obtaining food from others was akin to reaching for the stars. Moreover, acquiring anything from a selfishly Chong was utterly improbable. In such a brutal world, losing one's life seemed tragically commonplace. Contemplating this, Chen Mo turned to Wang Yuanyuan. Give him some food. We must continue our journey. All right. Wang Yuanyuan nodded, quickly retrieving 2 large packs of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water from her backpack and handing them to the boy. The boy gazed at the offerings, his throat bobbing in disbelief. After a few seconds of hesitation, he trembled as he accepted them, clutching them tightly to his chest as though cradling a rare treasure. Chen Mo offered the boy a faint smile before waving to the other women and returning to the vehicle. Under the boy's grateful gaze, they set off once more towards Huimin Supermarket. The vehicle gradually departed from the abandoned construction site, and in the rearview mirror, the boy's figure diminished. Yet he remained rooted in place, clutching the 2 large packs of biscuits and water, appearing remarkably fragile. From the driver's seat, Shun Jiai glanced through the rearview mirror and softly remarked, "Is it too dangerous for that child to be left there alone?" Chen Mo stared ahead, his tone calm. In today's world, danger lurks everywhere. No one, be it man, woman, adult, or child, can escape it. At that moment, Lu Yifei leaned against the car window and sighed. That child's father is likely in grave peril as well. As soon as Lu Yifei spoke, a somber atmosphere enveloped the vehicle, for everyone understood that in this apocalypse, the phrase never to return often signified death. As the vehicle approached the street the boy had mentioned, stopping a few hundred meters from Huimin Supermarket, Chen Mo ordered the engine to be turned off. Given the substantial risk of alerting any potential threats, he decided to wait until nightfall before proceeding. As dusk gradually descended, the fading rays of the sun were slowly engulfed by the thickening twilight, casting elongated shadows upon the desolate streets, reminiscent of lurking beasts. Chen Mo leaned against the car door, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the gun's body, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the Huimin Supermarket. With the entire city plunged into darkness, the surroundings were increasingly enveloped by night. Save for a faint flicker of light emanating from a window on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, wavering like a candle in the wind. Glancing at his watch, Chen Mo addressed the women. In a moment, Lu Momo, you will feign knocking on the door, claiming to be a solitary survivor who has gone days without food, seeking their assistance. What if they refuse to open the door? Came a concerned voice. Then we shall have no choice but to crash the car through. Though this may very well attract the surrounding zombies, Chen Mo replied, retrieving a dusty old coat from the system's space and handing it to her. Put this on and smear some dirt on your face. They have not seen you before and will likely mistake you for an ordinary survivor. With that, Chen Mo turned his attention to Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan, continuing, you two will accompany me as we exit the vehicle, while Shan Jiai remains inside, ready to drive to the end of the street. The moment you hear a gunshot or see us emerge, promptly come to our aid. The remaining women nodded in agreement as they descended from the car, alongside Chen Mo, Chapter 56. Chen Mo, how dare you come? The night enveloped everything in darkness. With abandoned vehicles lining the streets like silent tombstones, the solitary glimmer from the 2nd floor of Huimin Supermarket valiantly resisting the encroaching gloom. Lu Momo donned the dusty coat, smearing some dirt on her cheeks, her once vibrant eyes now veiled with just the right touch of fear and fatigue. Clenching the hem of her garment, she inhaled deeply and, adhering to Chen Mo's instructions, staggered toward the supermarket's entrance. Chen Mo, Lu Yifei, and Wang Yuanyuan crouched low, stealthily following in the shadows of the roadside cars. Maintaining a distance of over 20 meters, Chen Mo's hand rested firmly on the holster at his waist, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning every corner surrounding the supermarket. Is anyone there? Please, open the door. Lu Momo's voice trembled with a feigned sob, projecting an air of weakness and helplessness that pierced the silence of the street. I haven't eaten in days. I beg you, just a morsel will suffice. Reaching the tightly closed shutter door of the supermarket, she gently tapped the cold metal. Her movements cautious, fearful of disturbing those inside or attracting wandering zombies. After a moment of eerie silence, a rustling sound emerged from above the shutter, followed by a gruff male voice laced with caution. Who are you? Lu Momo's body tensed, and she quickly looked up, her voice quavering. I am a passing survivor. Lost and on the brink of starvation. I implore you, have mercy. Survivor? The man's voice hesitated, skepticism evident. Is it truly this fortunate in the apocalypse? Are you trying to pull a trick? No, I truly am not. Lu Momo's eyes reddened with urgency, tears cascading down her cheeks. With both of her parents gone, she felt utterly alone and on the verge of collapse. Her cries resonated with the raw despair of an orphan, evoking even the hidden Chen Mo's admiration for the girl's remarkable ability to respond in such dire circumstances. Moments later, the rolling shutter door was gradually raised, allowing a blinding light to illuminate Lu Momo's face. Oh my, this girl isn't bad looking at all. Once we clean her up, Strong Brother will surely be pleased. One of the men thought. Lu Momo's heart tightened, yet she maintained a timid demeanor, deliberately shrinking back as she pleaded, Big Brother, I just want something to eat. Please, don't hurt me. To her dismay, her words provoked a chorus of lewd laughter from behind the door. The shutter was raised further, revealing two men. One was stout and brutish, wielding a powerful flashlight, while the other was as thin as a twig, a malicious grin playing on his lips. Don't worry. As long as you behave, Strong Brother won't treat you poorly, the slender man said, reaching out for Lu Momo's arm. At that moment, two Zulu shovels suddenly emerged from the darkness, piercing the skulls of both men in an instant. The stout man, holding the flashlight, froze in place, the device clattering to the ground, its beams sweeping erratically before finally resting on the dusty tip of Lu Momo's shoe. Meanwhile, the slender man's hand lingered in midair, his eyes wide with terror, as he emitted a wheezing sound, collapsing as if his very bones had been removed. From the shadows, Chen Mo and Wang Yuan appeared like wraiths, retrieving the Zulu shovel embedded in the head of one of the corpses, droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. Be quiet, Chen Mo whispered, his gaze scanning the supermarket's interior. Though the earlier commotion was minimal in the stillness of the night, any noise might draw attention. As anticipated, footsteps echoed through the supermarket, accompanied by Li Chong's impatient reprimand. What the hell is going on out there? Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Yifei, and the three of them formed a triangular formation, stealthily slipping through the gap created by the raised shutter. Inside, the supermarket was dimly lit, with only a few emergency lights casting weak glows upon the towering shelves and scattered snack wrappers. 5 or 6 men were seated around the cash register, playing cards. At the sound of movement, they all looked up, their faces paling at the sight of Chen Mo's bloodied Zulu shovel. Who are you? Stammered a boy with dyed yellow hair, his cards spilling to the floor. Just then, Li Chong emerged from the back room, adjusting his trousers and still holding an unlit cigarette. Upon spotting Chen Mo, the cigarette fell from his mouth in shock. You, Chen Mo, how dare you show up? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Mo was already in motion. Like a bolt of black lightning, he surged forward, the Zulu shovel slicing through the air towards Li Chong's neck. Li Chong, frightened, quickly withdrew his head as the spade blade grazed his scalp, tearing a tuft of hair, and forcefully struck the shelf behind him. Boxes of instant noodles collapsed with a crash, burying 2 bewildered men beneath them. Brothers, grab your weapons and deal with him, Li Chong roared, reaching for the steel pipe beneath the table. Yet, before his hand could grasp the weapon, Lu Yifei had already raised the Zulu spade in her hand, bringing it down fiercely towards his hand. On my hand! The piercing scream erupted in the supermarket, as Li Chong's right hand was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling into a glaring crimson stain on the filthy floor. At that moment, he writhed in agony, his face pale as parchment, cold sweat mingling with terror rolling down his forehead. He staggered backward, knocking over a crate of beer, the shattering glass echoing his wails. The men gathered around playing cards, already terrified by Chen Mo's fierce demeanor, were now utterly petrified at the sight of Li Chong's severed hand. One man, in a panic, grabbed a nearby iron rod, only to be met with Wang Yuanyuan's swift kick to his knee. The sharp crack followed by his pitiful rolling on the ground, clutching his leg. Just then, another young man with dyed hair attempted to make a run for the warehouse, but as he dashed just a couple of steps, he was pinned against the doorframe by the Zulu spade thrown by Chen Mo, the blade sending with chips flying. The young man, terrified, wet himself, collapsing to the ground in tremors, devoid of even the strength to cry out. Chen Mo paid no heed to the kneeling thug begging for mercy. Striding up to Li Chong, who was howling while clutching his severed hand, he placed his foot firmly on Li Chong's chest, calmly lighting a cigarette before glancing down at him with a smirk. Damn, coming to see you is truly no easy task, brother. How have you been lately? Does your hand still hurt? Li Chong, suffocated by the weight on his chest and the excruciating pain from his severed hand nearly tearing apart his consciousness, bared his teeth in agony, his eyes blazing with hatred. Chen Mo, you bastard, if you have the guts, just kill me. Chapter 57. Chen Mo, is it done? He. I'm not done playing yet, so I can't kill you just yet. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chong's pupils constricted. Chen Mo then signaled to Lu Yifei, who swung the Zulu spade once more, this time aimed at Li Chong's other hand. Another blood-curdling scream shattered the supermarket silence, even more ear-piercing than when his right hand was severed. Li Chong's left hand was also severed in response, blood spraying from both wrist stumps, staining his shirt and splattering onto Chen Mo's shoes. At this moment, he resembled a fish out of water, thrashing on the ground, his vision beginning to blur. The excruciating pain nearly suffocated him, his mouth emitting only raspy sounds, the previous bravado and resentment replaced by overwhelming fear. Chen Mo exhaled a smoke ring, looking down at him with an unperturbed gaze, as if observing a trivial piece of refuse. By the way, Li Chong, has Zhao Qinghai reached out to you recently? Li Chong's entire body trembled. The excruciating pain jolted his muddled consciousness as if pierced by an ice pick. With great effort, he lifted his head, blood frothing from the corner of his mouth, his murky eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo, and a garbled growl emerged from his throat. What do you want with him? Chen Mo crouched down, lightly pressing the tip of his shoe against the wound where Li Chong's arm had been severed. Li Chong let out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his body contorting in agony. It appears you still have some connection with him, Chen Mo remarked, brushing the blood that had splattered onto his trousers, his tone remarkably calm. Of course, it is also to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, a glint of ferocity flashed in Li Chong's eyes. He did reach out to me 2 weeks ago, but I ignored him. A few days ago, I heard he had allied with that group from the shooting club, and now I hear he is doing quite well. The shooting club? Chen Mo pondered. Could it be that the individuals I encountered at the hotel entrance before our departure were the ones Zhao Qinghai had orchestrated? This would explain how he could forge a connection with the survivors from the shooting club, allowing him to leverage them against himself. It was evident that Li Chong's intent in revealing this information was far from benevolent. After all, that group possessed genuine weaponry, and he too sought to exploit them to eliminate him. Realizing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Li Chong, you have reached this point, yet still dare to entertain ulterior motives. It seems today is your destined end. As Chen Mo's words fell, Lu Yifei brandished the Zulu shovel, which suddenly loomed larger in Li Chong's terrified gaze. With a swift thud, the sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through his skull, a gruesome fountain of red and white erupting and splattering across the floor. Li Chong's convulsions abruptly ceased. His eyes, wide with terror, remained open, yet they could reflect nothing further. Chen Mo rose to his feet, disdainfully kicking the corpse at his feet, and instructed Lu Yifei and the others. Search for supplies in this place. Nodding, Lu Yifei wiped the blade clean with a cloth and led the way towards the shelving area. Wang Yuanyuan efficiently subdued the remaining henchmen, awaiting Chen Mo's further instructions. Lu Momo began rummaging through the supplies, her fingers brushing against the dust-covered shelves. And soon she discovered a few boxes of unopened compressed biscuits at the bottom, her eyes brightening. There's food here. She also found half a case of bottled water in the refrigeration unit, the bottles glistening with condensation, evidently stock that had not melted before the power outage. Chen Mo approached the cash register, the sound of metal scraping against metal piercing the silence as he opened the drawer. Inside lay only a few crumpled bills and a rusty fruit knife, which he casually tossed to Wang Yuanyuan. His gaze swept across the wall-mounted surveillance screen, now reduced to a dark, foreboding square. Mo go, the warehouse is locked, Lu Yifei's voice called from the back room. where she was attempting to pry open the padlock with the shovel handle. Step aside. Chen Mo approached, swinging the Zulu shovel forcefully against the lock core, resulting in a sharp crack as the brass latch shattered. The warehouse door creaked open, releasing a nauseating stench mingled with the scent of blood. In the corner lay several bulging burlap sacks. Lu Momo tore one open to reveal half a bag of rice and a few vacuum-sealed packets of cured meat. Brother Chen Mo, this will be enough for us for a while. Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully, his mind focused, and with a mere blink directed at the food. It vanished in an instant, only to reappear in his system space in a multiplied abundance. Brother Chen Mo, how should we deal with them? At that moment, Wang Shushua suddenly pointed towards the depths of the supermarket warehouse. Chen Mo quickly turned to look, and in the shadows of the far corner, 5 or 6 women huddled against the wall, their clothing torn and tattered, their exposed skin marred with bruises and cuts. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo slowly spoke. They must be the women who were violated by Li Chang. Let's leave all the supplies in this supermarket for them and depart. Young Master Chen, what about Li Chang's subordinates? Wang Yuanyuan stepped forward to quietly inquire. Find them. Whether they live or die, let these women decide their fate. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Wang Yuanyuan's eyes, and she nodded decisively. She then turned to drag the unconscious henchmen to the center of the warehouse, removing their belts and shoelaces to secure their hands and feet tightly. Once this was accomplished, she returned to Chen Mo's side, her gaze sweeping over the shivering women. With a thought, 5 or 6 Zulu shovels were cast upon the ground, and Chen Mo addressed the women coldly. Your fate now lies in your hands. Upon hearing this, the women's expressions shifted from initial fear to a simmering intensity, as if the volcano of their suppressed rage was finally about to erupt. Lu Yifei had already hoisted a Zulu shovel onto her shoulder, and Lu Momo approached Chen Mo from behind. Brother Chen Mo, let us go. Indeed, Chen Mo replied with a nod, casting one last glance at the warehouse scene before turning to exit. Outside, the night was ink black, the darkness spilling over the streets like thick ink, with only the sporadic moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the cracked asphalt. Distant, inhuman howls echoed, fading into the void and amplifying the surrounding silence. Suddenly, 2 headlights pierced the darkness as Shan Jiai drove the SUV slowly towards Chen Mo. Rolling down the window with concern, Brother Chen Mo, is everything settled? Chen Mo did not respond verbally, merely nodding in affirmation. Shan Jiai then asked, where shall we head next? Chapter 58, Fainting to the East. Chen Mo opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat, his fingertips gently tapping upon his knee. His gaze drifted through the windshield, fixated on the distant, indistinct silhouettes of buildings, to the shooting club. Shan Jiai's grip on the steering wheel momentarily faltered before she started the car. Now, indeed, it's time. Chen Mo's eyes remained on the swiftly retreating street scenery, his tone serene, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Thus, the SUV raced down the empty street, the roar of the engine resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. So you brought us here for vengeance. Lu Yifei's voice suddenly pierced the silence from the back seat, shattering the car's quietude. Chen Mo turned his head slightly, his tapping fingers pausing, his gaze landing on Lu Yifei's striking face, marred only slightly by blood. Since you've already deduced it, why ask? Does it illustrate your intelligence? I was merely bored and wanted to converse, Lu Yifei replied, her tone shifting abruptly. So tell me, how did you incur this enmity? Surely it wasn't because of a poor review during your delivery days? At her words, Chen Mo's eyes returned to the fleeting darkness outside, his voice revealing no hint of emotion. Delivery? You certainly have an imagination. This moment reminded him of his past life, when he was cornered on the rooftop by them. His fingers instinctively clenched tightly, as if grasping the frigid wind that had once whispered despair into his soul. It was then that Shan Jiai abruptly brought the car to a halt, pointing ahead with a serious tone. Chen Mo, it seems there are zombies up ahead. Chen Mo leaned forward, peering through the dim moonlight, and saw, no less than 50 meters away, a horde of 50 or 60 zombies shambling about. Damn, how are you up here? He murmured. Curiosity piqued, Shan Jiai asked, Chen Mo, do you know this place? Before the apocalypse, this was a red light district, frequented by many ladies of the night. It's hard to believe that they still linger here, albeit now transformed into zombie versions, Chen Mo replied. It seems you were a regular here, weren't you? Chen Mo? Lu Momo chimed in unexpectedly. Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, I've visited often, after all, as a delivery worker. There wasn't a place in this city I hadn't traversed. So what shall we do next? Should we take a detour or charge straight through? Liu Yifei inquired. Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the car door's armrest, his gaze sweeping over the staggering zombies. These first-tier zombies may appear intimidating, but they are merely mindless creatures. Shen Jia, do you dare to drive straight through? What? Charge through. Shen Jia's grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles whitening. But there are so many. It seems you lack courage, and indeed, such an action would be rather reckless. It appears we shall resort to our old methods. Chen Mo said as he retrieved a drone equipped with a loudspeaker from the system's inventory. As the drone ascended slowly, the melody of good day resonated throughout the night sky. Ah, today is indeed a splendid day. All my wishes seem to come true. Today is a good day. As I open my door to welcome the spring breeze. With the cheerful tune filling the air, the group of zombies, once shuffling along, abruptly halted. Their decayed heads lifted slightly, and they began to howl, pursuing the drone with fervor. Observing the spectacle, Chen Mo smirked, maneuvering the drone deftly to fly diagonally forward. First-tier zombies are notably sensitive to high-frequency sounds. Such a rhythmic composition captivates them far more effectively than mere noise. At that moment, the drone resembled a mischievous navigator, tracing a graceful arc through the night sky while trailing the melody of good day. A throng of zombies followed closely, their tattered skirts sweeping over the rubble-laden ground, producing a rustling sound. Fly slightly to the left, directing them towards the entrance of that abandoned underground passage. Chen Mo intently focused on the screen, his fingers dancing skillfully over the control stick. The screen revealed that the horde had been thoroughly diverted, straying ever further from the original path of the off-road vehicle. Shen Jia let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. This method truly works wonders. With that, she restarted the vehicle, plunging into the street of the red light district. The black SUV, driven by Shen Jia, rolled over scattered high heels and shattered neon signs under the moonlight, bumping along the desolate street. The glass storefronts on either side reflected a ghostly light, and occasionally, a curled figure could be glimpsed in the shadows, eerily still, like dried bloodstains. Watch out for the right alley, Chen Mo suddenly warned. Shen Jia swiftly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding a zombie that lunged from the alleyway. The creature, clad in a tattered spaghetti-strap dress, scratched the car door with its claws, eliciting a gasp from Liu Momo, who clutched the front seat's backrest tightly. Yet, Chen Mo merely chuckled coldly. Just a stray. Ignore it, and let's move on swiftly. Heeding his words, Shen Jia gritted her teeth and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine of the SUV roared, shaking off the zombie that howled behind, and they vanished from the streets of the red light district in an instant. Once they finally escaped the confines of that area, Shen Jia relaxed her foot off the accelerator, allowing the vehicle to glide smoothly over the stable road. The cabin filled only with the low rumble of the engine. Liu Momo, clutching her chest, exhaled deeply. You nearly scare the life out of me. Chen Mo lifted his gaze from the drone control screen, retracting the device into the system space, and remarked nonchalantly, First-tier zombies have limited speed. As long as we avoid being surrounded, they pose no threat whatsoever. Liu Yifei, shifting in the back seat, cast her eyes upon Chen Mo's profile, unable to suppress her admiration. It seems your past experience as a delivery person has familiarized you with the city's layout. You even know the ins and outs of the drainage system. After years of delivering food, even without the aid of a mobile navigation system, I can navigate solely by the streetlight poles. Would you not agree that is quite impressive? At this point, Chen Mo's gaze suddenly darted towards the road sign ahead, and he continued, turn right at the upcoming intersection. The shooting club is just beyond. Hearing this, Shen Jia hastily adjusted the steering wheel, the tires rolling over a puddled surface, splashing droplets of water in their wake. Liu Momo leaned against the car window, peering outside, and suddenly pointed toward a distant, indistinct glow, exclaiming, Chen Mo, what is that? The others swiftly followed Liu Momo's finger to the source of her curiosity. In the distance, the shooting club stood illuminated, a glaring anomaly amidst the desolation of a world plagued by water and power shortages, akin to an island ablaze in the darkness. Chapter 59, Waiting for the Rabbit. How could there be electricity? Shen Jia instinctively pressed the brake, bringing the SUV to a gradual halt in the shadow of the street corner. Chen Montax quintet, tapping his fingers rhythmically on his knee. It must be a generator they brought with them. At that moment, Liu Yifei reached for the car door, intending to exit. But Chen Mo firmly restrained her. Hold on. Let's assess the situation first. With that, he retrieved night vision binoculars from his system inventory. The image of the club's main building gradually coming into focus. The barbed wire surrounding the shooting club glinted ominously, and several searchlights swept across the ground, revealing two armed figures standing at the entrance, their uniforms stained with dark splotches. Are they survivors? Lu Momo whispered, leaning closer. Chen Mo lowered the binoculars, exhaling a sigh. These individuals do not appear to be friendly. Observe their grip on the firearms. Their index fingers are poised on the triggers, as if they are ready to fire at a moment's notice. What should we do next? Lu Yifei inquired. Chen Mo surveyed their surroundings, pointing toward a nearby building. For safety's sake, let's head there and observe for a while before making any decisions. After all, the people inside the shooting club are armed with live weapons. Recklessly charging in would yield little benefit. With a nod, Shen Jiai restarted the vehicle, minimizing the engine's sound as they stealthily glided alongside the shadows, ultimately halting at the entrance of the abandoned building's underground garage. Each member of the group armed themselves with Zulu shovels and ascended the stairs. As they climbed, a thick layer of dust coated the stair railings, and every step stirred up fine particles. Lu Momo used her shovel to clear the debris accumulating at the stairwell's corner. The mingled scent of rust and mildew assailing her senses, prompting her to cover her mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Chen Mo led the way, the edge of his shovel glinting coldly in the moonlight, attentively listening for any sound around them. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he suddenly raised a hand to signal for silence. Lowering his voice, "I hear footsteps." The group immediately held their breath, pressing against the wall. Indeed, the sound of dragging footsteps echoed from above, accompanied by raspy groans. Zombies! Chen Mo swiftly signaled to the women, and they fanned out in a defensive formation. Soon, a zombie clad in tattered suit staggered down the corner from the 8th floor, its decaying eyeball dangling grotesquely from its socket. Before it could draw near, Chen Mo lunged forward, swiftly wielding the Zulu shovel to strike at its neck with precision. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, its body faltering a few steps before collapsing with a thud. After peering cautiously at the 8th floor and confirming the absence of other zombies, Chen Mo softly declared, "This shall suffice. The view is commendable." The offices on this level afforded a direct line of sight toward the shooting club. Thus, the group collaborated to move several desks to barricade the entrance, establishing a makeshift defense. Leaning on the windowsill, Chen Mo scrutinized the activities of the club through his night vision binoculars for a considerable time, before turning to the women and stating, for the next couple of days, "We will monitor them from here, aiming to ascertain the timings and personnel of each shift at the shooting club. Most importantly, we need to determine whether this individual is present." As he spoke, Chen Mo retrieved his phone, locating a photograph of Zhao Qinghai from WeChat and presenting it to the women. Lu Momo took the phone, revealing a man in his 30s or 40s, with a square face, piercing eyes, and a hint of ruthlessness at the corner of his mouth. She glanced up at Chen Mo, her curiosity piqued. "Brother, Chen Mo, is he the person we are meant to eliminate?" Chen Mo nodded, gazing toward the shooting club in the distance. "This man is Zhao Qinghai. He is our primary target here." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the women scrutinized Zhao Qinghai's image once more. And Shen Jiai passed the phone back to Chen Mo. "We have committed his likeness to memory. If he is indeed here, we shall undoubtedly spot him at the earliest opportunity." Chen Mo nodded in agreement, then surveyed the office before a thought struck him. He retrieved a mattress from the system space and tossed it onto the floor. "Tonight, the 6 of us will take turns keeping watch in pairs. Momo and Shushue will form one group, Yifei and Yuanyuan another, while I will pair with Shinjiai. Maintain absolute silence during your watch. Is that clear?" "Understood." The women replied in unison, their voices hushed as they nodded earnestly. Lu Momo and Lin Shushue then took the first watch, positioning themselves on either side of the windowsill, peering through the binoculars to observe the club's every move. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leaned against the wall, resting his eyes, while Shinjiai sat beside the mattress, polishing the Zulu shovel, its blade glinting ominously against her taut profile. "Brother Chen Mo, what deep-seated enmity do you hold against Zhao Qinghai that necessitates such urgency in his demise? Why have you become so loquacious, akin to Lu Yifei? You should be focusing on sleep." Shinjiai, caught off guard by Chen Mo's retort, pursed her lips in mild frustration, cradling the Zulu shovel in her arms, leaning against the wall, and gradually closing her eyes. As the night deepened, the abandoned office on the 7th floor was enveloped in silence. Save for the occasional whisper of the wind outside, and the subtle sounds of Lu Momo and Wang Shushua adjusting the focus of their binoculars. Chen Mo appeared to be in a state of tranquil contemplation, yet his ears remained acutely attuned to the surrounding environment. The faint echoes of zombie growls drifted from below, while the distant beams of the shooting club's floodlights traced arcs across the night sky. He could even discern the steady rhythm of Shun Jiai and her companion's breathing. Time slipped by unnoticed until Wang Shushu gently tapped Lu Momo's arm and whispered, "Look at the 2 guards at the entrance. They changed shifts." Lu Momo immediately directed her camera towards the club's entrance and, indeed, observed 2 new figures taking over their predecessors' posts, their movements betraying evident fatigue, and their grip on their firearms noticeably relaxed. She quickly glanced at her wristwatch and softly remarked, "It's been exactly 3 hours since we arrived here." As she spoke, a light suddenly flickered on in a window on the 2nd floor of the main club building. A tall silhouette stood by the window for a few seconds. Though the face remained obscured, the figure's erect posture sent a jolt of anxiety through Lu Momo. "Do you think that could be Zhao Qinghai?" Wang Shushua hastily adjusted the focus, but the figure swiftly turned and vanished behind the window, leaving only an empty frame. The 2 exchanged a tense glance, each recognizing the apprehension mirrored in the other's eyes. It seemed that their surveillance was far from the tranquility they had anticipated. In the early hours of the morning, it was Chen Mo and Shun Jiai's turn to keep watch. As Shun Jiai took the binoculars, her brows furrowed. "Brother, Chen Mo. Someone seems to be coming out of the shooting club." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, rushed to the window, and seized the binoculars from Shun Jiai, directing his gaze towards the shooting club. Through the lens, he observed the iron gate of the club ajar, revealing a man dressed in the same uniform as the guards, emerging with a black plastic bag, limping towards the corner trash bin. The man's back was turned towards the building, his stature average, and he walked with a slight hunch. Yet, even with these details, Chen Mo instantly recognized him as Zhao Qinghai. A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. "Zhao Qinghai. After keeping vigil for most of the night, I have finally caught you." Shun Jiai's heart raced, and just as she was about to speak, Chen Mo silenced her with a glance. Then, with a swift thought, a CZ-512 rifle materialized in his hands, astonishing Shun Jiai. Chen Mo adeptly and rapidly checked the magazine, resting the rifle steadily on the dusty window ledge, its barrel silently extending outside. At a distance of approximately 150 meters, Zhao Qinghai's profile was perfectly aligned with their vantage point. They had indeed found the right position. Chen Mo, exhilarated, lowered his voice, his finger poised on the trigger. Shun Jiai gasped, holding her breath as she watched him adjust the scope. After all, this was a rifle over a meter long, and it was enough to leave anyone awestruck. Just then, it seemed Zhao Qinghai sensed something amiss. He abruptly straightened and turned, his gaze precisely sweeping towards the 7th floor window. Despite the veil of night, that piercing gaze rendered Shun Jiai utterly still. Just then, a bullet erupted from the gun's barrel, slicing through the darkness with the fury of Chen Mo's vengeance, striking Zhao Qinghai's arm directly. A pain scream escaped Zhao Qinghai's lips as the black plastic bag he held crashed to the ground, and he stumbled backward, clutching his bleeding arm in a panic. At that moment, another bullet was fired, grazing the ground near Zhao Qinghai's hind leg and sending dust flying. This shot was evidently not intended to hit, but rather to taunt. After all, Chen Mo thought, allowing him to perish so easily would be far too merciful. Zhao Qinghai, now thoroughly terrified, hardly felt the agonizing pain in his arm as he crawled and rolled toward the iron gate of the shooting club, his hunched back resembling that of a frightened shrimp. Attempting to escape, Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, and his finger once more tightened on the trigger. The gunshot rang out, and the 3rd bullet struck his heel, eliciting another heart-wrenching scream from Zhao Qinghai. At that moment, the alarm finally blared within the shooting club. A dozen armed personnel surged forth from the iron gate, their flashlights flickering wildly through the night until they quickly focused on the writhing Zhao Qinghai on the ground. "Quick, we're under attack," the leading man bellowed, and several rushed forward to drag Zhao Qinghai inside. The others spread out in a fan formation, scanning the surrounding darkened buildings with vigilance, their weapons following their line of sight. Attempting to flee, Chen Mo observed Zhao Qinghai through the scope, his figure being pulled into the club, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he once again squeezed the trigger. The fourth bullet whistled forth, striking the iron gate's hinge just half a meter in front of Zhao Qinghai, sending sparks flying and causing the heavy door to shudder, momentarily jamming the previously open gap. Zhao Qinghai, being dragged, shivered in terror, his movements paralyzed as he glanced back, his eyes filled with dread. He understood that the person firing at him had no intention of allowing him to slip into the club easily. This shot was a stark warning, advising him to remain still, lest the next bullet obliterate his skull. "What are you hesitating for? Pull him in." The leading man, startled by the gunshot, shouted in alarm, kicking one of his comrades to hasten the process of dragging Zhao Qinghai inside. "No, don't move. Please don't bring me in. I might truly die." Zhao Qinghai's voice trembled like a leaf in the wind, cold sweat mingling with blood rolling down his forehead. He fixated on the direction of the 7th-floor window, unable to discern the figures there, yet feeling acutely the piercing gaze that bore into him. His two subordinates, caught off guard, exchanged glances with the leading man, their actions involuntarily pausing. Cowards! A burly man, seething with rage, was about to charge forward when a sharp sound sliced through the air. A bullet grazed his ear and embedded itself in the iron door behind him, leaving half of his face numb from the impact. At that moment, the man finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The adversary was not jesting. The precision of their marksmanship was such that it could eliminate the occupants of this place before they even realized what was happening. The atmosphere abruptly fell into a suffocating silence. Only the relentless wail of the alarm persisted, stretching this eerie standoff into an interminable ordeal. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinghai lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, his injured arm and heel throbbing with excruciating pain, yet he dared not move, nor could he breathe audibly. He understood that he was merely a pawn in his opponent's hands, and should the adversary choose, he could be liberated from his suffering at any moment. In that instant, the burly man's thoughts shifted. He suddenly shouted towards the darkened building across from him, "Friend, what do you truly mean by this?" "What do you mean?" Chen Mo's voice drifted through the night, laced with a chilling coldness. "The person I seek is in your possession." The man's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the crumpled Zhao Qinghai, then directed his gaze upwards towards the 7th-floor window, gritting his teeth as he replied, "This man is one of ours. Do you really wish to sever ties with us?" "Sever ties?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly, his laughter dripping with scorn. "I offer you two choices. Either throw him out and retreat to your club, locking the doors behind you. This matter will be of no concern to you, or accompany him to his demise." The final words fell like a hammer on every heart present, and the guards trembled more violently with their weapons. No one wanted to sacrifice their lives for Zhao Qinghai. At that moment, Zhao Qinghai, still sprawled on the ground, finally recognized the identity of the individual in the building across from him. Terror etched across his face. He let out a cry, trembling as he pointed towards the figure and sobbed, "Chen Mo, you madman, haven't we just dined together a few times before the apocalypse? Must you kill us all?" "What?" Murmurs of disbelief swept through the shooting club members at the mention of mere dinner debts, leading to such a violent response. Chapter 61. My friend, it seems you indeed possess a certain audacity. In their eyes, if Zhao Qinghai's claims were true, that it was merely a matter of shared meals before the end of the world, then Chen Mo's ruthless resolve seemed utterly absurd. At that moment, whispers began to circulate among the members of the shooting club to kill someone over a few meals. That is excessively cruel, isn't it? Zhao Qinghai is certainly unfortunate to find himself in this predicament. Indeed, the burly leader of the shooting club, overhearing his subordinates' murmurs, felt his expression grow even graver. He fixed his gaze on the 7th-floor window once more, then glanced at the weeping Zhao Qinghai on the ground, a flicker of uncertainty glimmering in his eyes. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice echoed once more through the night. "I now grant you 1 minute to deliberate. Either surrender the man, or you shall accompany him to his demise." Chen Mo's voice, though not loud, pierced through the air like a chilling icicle, embedding itself in the ears of all present. The burly man gripping the gun tightened his hold, his knuckles whitening, fully aware that his adversary was not merely issuing idle threats, as demonstrated by the precise shots fired moments ago, which attested to the opponent's prowess. Meanwhile, on the ground, Zhao Qinghai wept more violently upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Struggling to inch towards the iron gate, his hoarse voice pleading, "Brother Chong, save me. I have done so much for the club. You cannot abandon me." The man referred to as Brother Chong shot him a fierce glare, inwardly cursing profusely. Brother Chong, perhaps, A lanky figure timidly approached, his voice trembling. We should just hand him over? He clearly does not appear to be an amiable sort, and what if? Silence. Brother Chong barked, though the scales of his resolve had already begun to tip. Finally, as if steeling himself, he inhaled deeply and shouted towards Chen Mo in the distance. Zhao Qinghai is now one of us. Thus his affairs are our concern. You dare to challenge our club? Do you truly believe we would fear you? Enough with the idle chatter, Chen Mo retorted as he pulled the trigger. Bang! With the echo of the gunshot, the bullet found its mark, piercing through Brother Chong's skull. Warm droplets of blood splattering across the face of a nearby guard, who screamed and collapsed to the ground. Brother Chong fell rigidly, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to fathom that he had met his end so abruptly. At that moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the relentless wail of the alarm. Brother Chong, someone quavered, yet no one dared to step forward. On the ground, Zhao Qinghai was so terrified that he lost control of his bodily functions, forgetting to cry, only managing to emit gasps akin to a windbag being strangled. Who else would dare to come to his aid? Chen Mo's voice sliced through the night, laden with a chilling bloodlust. However, just then, a low and cold voice resonated from the loudspeakers mounted on the club's outer wall, exuding an undeniable authority. My friend, it appears you indeed possess courage. You kill my people without a hint of hesitation, daring to act on my territory. Do you think my shooting club is merely for show? As the words finished resonating, the floodlights above the club's iron gate suddenly illuminated, two blinding beams sweeping towards the 7th floor window, illuminating the positions of Chen Mo and Shun Jiai as if it were daylight. We've located them. They're on the 7th floor. A chorus of shouts erupted from within the club, followed by an overwhelming number of gun barrels emerging from the gaps of the iron gate and the 2nd floor windows. All aimed squarely at Chen Mo. Shun Jiai instinctively shrank her neck, her heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, she could hardly fathom that the adversaries possessed such a contingency plan capable of pinpointing their location in an instant. At that moment, the voice of a man resonated through the speaker once more. Hit them. Reduce those two to a sieve. The sound of gunfire erupted suddenly, with bullets raining down upon the 7th floor window like a torrential downpour, shattering glass and causing the walls to thud as cement debris cascaded down. Witnessing this scene, Shun Jiai, Lu Momo, Lu Yifei, and the other women all took to the ground, desperately seeking cover. Brother Chun, their firepower is overwhelming. What we do with just one gun? Lu Momo trembled as she peered from behind the office cabinet, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo's silhouette. To her surprise, Chen Mo merely scoffed. If it's a matter of firepower, mine exceeds theirs by a millionfold. It's a pity you all lack the skill to wield a gun, and we are simply outnumbered. However, upon hearing his words, Lu Yifei, hidden behind the office, could not help but interject, "You're boasting. What do you propose we do now?" Chen Mo glanced outside, pondering for a moment before replying. They may have the numbers, but we shall lead them into a trap. What? Lure them in? The women chorused in bewilderment. Chen Mo remained silent, his keen eyes scanning the barrage of firepower outside, and with a flicker of thought, for drones accompanied by loudspeakers manifested before them. Realization dawned on Lu Yifei instantly. Chen Mo, are you suggesting we attract the nearby zombies? Exactly. They may have strong firepower, but I am eager to see whether their bullets outnumber the zombies, he declared. Turning to the women, he continued, Lu Yifei, you will maneuver the drone to draw the zombies from the south, Wang Yuan from the north, Shun Jiai from the east, Wang Shushue from the west, and Lu Momo, you will keep an eye on the surroundings. Remember, the drones will carry the loudspeakers and fly low, circling the shooting club while blasting the sound at maximum volume. As Chen Mo hurriedly instructed, his fingers danced across the drone controller, causing the 4 palm-sized drones to hum and ascend, hovering just inside the window. Lu Yifei, Shun Jiai, and the other women each took control of a drone and sent them soaring out of the window in 4 distinct directions. Activate the loudspeakers. With Chen Mo's command, the 4 women simultaneously powered on the loudspeakers attached to the drones, and a cheerful children's song reverberated across the desolate sky. In a little garden, dig, dig, dig. Plant tiny seeds and bloom little flowers. In the big garden, dig, dig, dig. Plant big seeds and bloom big flowers. This eerily joyous children's tune shattered the silence of the apocalyptic night like a glowing needle piercing through the tense atmosphere. Even the gunfire within the shooting club paused for a brief moment. What on earth is happening? At that moment, someone could no longer restrain themselves and muttered a curse, instinctively tilting the gun's muzzle towards the drone, seemingly intending to shoot it down. However, just then, the furious roar of the black tiger erupted from the speaker. Forget about that junk. First, shoot the people upstairs. As soon as his command echoed through the club, the gunfire erupted once more, bullets raining down on the 7th floor windows like a hailstorm. Meanwhile, for drones, each equipped with loudspeakers, traced 4 fleeting shadows in the night sky, flying low in different directions, broadcasting a cheerful nursery rhyme that rapidly spread like an invisible net throughout the depths of the city. The zombies, drawn from every corner of the city by the jubilant melody, all raised their heads, howling and clawing as they chased after the drones soaring through the night sky towards the shooting club. At that moment, the patrons of the shooting club felt the ground tremble slightly beneath them. As time passed, the tremors intensified, resembling the synchronized thumping of countless heavy feet upon the pavement, causing the metal framework of the club's gate to quiver slightly. This compelled everyone to involuntarily cease firing, squinting into the depths of the night. In the expansive garden, digging, planting tiny seeds to bloom small flowers. But with the nursery rhyme growing increasingly clearer in the night air, they finally discerned the ominous reality lurking in the darkness. Their expressions turned to terror, eyes wide with fear as they stammered, "Brother Tiger, look, there's zombies everywhere." What? A burly middle-aged man, wielding a Baikal MP 27 EM 1C shotgun, finally stepped out of the club. Upon witnessing the scene, Black Tiger's grip on the shotgun tightened, veins bulging as the metal exterior felt almost scalding in his hands. Squinting into the night, he saw a staggering number of zombies filling the streets, sending chills down his spine as his face turned pale. Damn it, I've been fooled. With that, he raised his shotgun and fired 2 rounds at one of the drones in the night sky. Yet, Chen Mo had long anticipated this, having instructed Shanjiai and the others to elevate the drones to an unreachable height above the club, making them impossible to hit. Damn it, Black Tiger fumed, infuriated, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Shoot!" As his thunderous command reverberated through the club, his previously frozen subordinates jolted awake from their stupor, hurriedly raising their weapons to fire at the advancing horde of zombies. Bang, 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 bang. As the deafening gunfire once again tore through the night sky, bullets struck the zombies, splattering dark brown blood. However, as the front row of zombies fell, more with gaping maws surged forward, their massed footsteps pounding the ground, the tremors growing louder, even drowning out some of the gunfire. "Brother Tiger, there are too many zombies. Our ammunition won't last long." A tall, slender subordinate anxiously fumbled to change his magazine, his face contorted in despair as he shouted, "Damn it, I'll curse your ancestors." Black Tiger's complexion turned ashen as he glared at the drone hovering in the night sky, incessantly playing children-esque songs. He let out another furious curse, his teeth grinding audibly. However, once he regained his composure, he realized that no amount of cursing would remedy the situation. The immediate priority was to devise a strategy to defend their club. This place was not merely their stronghold, it was also their lifeline. If it fell to the zombies, they would all become fodder for the monsters. After all, zombies were swarming from all directions, leaving them no avenue of escape. Seal the back door with iron plates. Move the gasoline barrels from the 2nd floor and pour them at the entrance. If anyone dares to retreat, I will personally take them down," Black Tiger shouted, kicking his dazed subordinate beside him in fury. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted from the left wall of the club, as a dozen mutated zombies combined their strength to break through the barrier. These creatures towered over ordinary zombies, their claws glinting ominously. Upon entering, they lunged at the nearest subordinate. The poor fellow barely had time to scream before a mutated zombie severed his throat, warm blood splattering across Black Tiger's face. At that moment, Black Tiger realized that even with machine guns in hand, they could not halt the relentless advance of the zombies, which surged like an unstoppable tide. In a panic, he wiped the blood from his face, staggered to retrieve the shotgun that had fallen at his feet, and pulled the trigger at the foremost mutated zombie. The blast struck the creature's chest, exploding in a spray of dark blood, yet it only paused momentarily before continuing its ravenous charge. "Hold your ground. Aim for their heads," Black Tiger bellowed, firing another shot before abandoning his comrades and fleeing into the club, slamming the door shut behind him. "Tiger brother, there are too many zombies. Open the door and let us in." The desperate pleas from outside mingled with the growls of the undead, piercing through Black Tiger ears like poison needles. He braced himself against the door, glimpsing through the crack the horrific scene of his subordinates being overwhelmed by the mutated zombies. The screams of one young man were abruptly silenced as his throat was torn open. Witnessing this gruesome tableau, Black Tiger's expression turned agonized. He clenched his eyes shut, allowing the outer cries of desperation and horror to be consumed bit by the roars of the zombies. His knuckles turned white from gripping the door so tightly, veins in his forehead pulsating violently. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor opposite the shooting club, Chen Mo observed the unfolding chaos with a slight smirk, muttering to himself, "Is it worth the annihilation of your entire club for one Zhao Qinghai?" At that moment, Lu Momo joined Chen Mo, standing beside him. "Brother, Chen Mo, what should we do next? Let Shun Jiai and Lu Yifei use drones to lure the zombies elsewhere. We may need to take refuge in this shooting club for a while." Lu Momo nodded and turned her gaze towards the 4 girls controlling the drones. "Did you all hear what Brother Chen Mo said?" "Yes," the 4 girls replied without lifting their heads, engrossed in their task. They slowly adjusted the 4 drones circling above the shooting club, simultaneously increasing the volume of the nursery rhyme. Before long, the horde of zombies that had been circling the club seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, gradually ceasing their assault on the door. Their murky eyes shifted towards the direction of the drones, and they emitted low, instinctive growls, moving in a throng to follow. At that moment, Lu Yifei, piloting one of the drones, spoke to Chen Mo. "Brother Chen, the main body of zombies has been lured to the abandoned dock in the east of the city. There are still 4 or 5 zombies banging against the surrounding walls. Should we take care of them?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately approached the window, his gaze falling upon the gap in the wall on the left side of the club, where 2 or 3 zombies were furiously ramming their shoulders against the wall, causing bricks and debris to rain down. Seeing this, Chen Mo's expression shifted. Chapter 63, Flattening the Shooting Club. "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Lu Momo, noticing the change in his demeanor, asked with concern. Chen Mo pointed toward the zombies and said, "Those few have evolved to the 2nd stage. Brother Chen, are you saying these zombies are stronger than those in the 1st stage? Indeed, look at these 2nd stage zombies. The festering skin that once plagued them has begun to scab over, and their muscle definition is more pronounced than that of the 1st stage zombies. Even their force against the wall has notably increased. These 2nd stage zombies must be formidable. What should we do now, Brother Chen? Even if they are powerful, they are merely approaching the strength of a normal human. You all can take them down with the Zulu shovels when you go down later, can't you?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Momo felt her earlier apprehension dissipate. Thus, after the 4 girls, Shun Jiai, Lu Yifei, Wang Yuanyuan, and Wang Shushue, successfully lured the zombies out of the area, they followed Chen Mo down from the 7th floor to the underground garage, where they re-entered the off-road vehicle. As the engine of the vehicle rumbled in the underground garage, Chen Mo gripped the steering wheel and accelerated out of there. With the off-road vehicle's high beams piercing the darkness as it exited the garage, the powerful roar of the engine caught the attention of the few 2nd stage zombies, causing them to stop their wall banging and rush towards the vehicle, claws outstretched. "Oh, do these zombies wish to collide with my car? If so, I shall oblige," Chen Mo declared, sharply turning the steering wheel, directing the vehicle straight towards the oncoming 2nd stage zombies. The blinding light from the high beams momentarily halted their advance, but they quickly resumed their charge, baring their fangs as they lunged at the front of the vehicle. "Hold on tight." Chen Mo let out a low growl. Rather than decelerating, he pressed down hard on the accelerator. The engine roared with fury as the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! The foremost 2nd-tier zombie was struck forcefully by the car's front before it could leap onto the side. A dull thud echoed as the zombie's body was sent flying, crashing against a nearby wall, motionless thereafter. In swift succession, Shun Jiai, Lu Yifei, Wang Shushue, and several other women armed with Zulu shovels simultaneously flung open the car doors and advanced on the remaining 2 2nd-tier zombies. Staggered by the impact of the vehicle, the 2 zombies let out a ferocious roar and lunged toward the nearest, Wang Shushue, with a sharp glint in her eyes. Wang sidestepped the zombie's claws and thrust the Zulu shovel forward, driving it forcefully into the creature's skull. The shovel's sharp tip pierced through the zombie's eye socket, dark brown liquid cascading down the handle, as its roar abruptly halted, leaving it rigid before it collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining 2nd-tier zombie, witnessing its companion fall, seemed to become even more frenzied, howling as it charged at Lu Yifei. It is worth noting that at this moment, The speed of the second-tier zombies was nearly double that of their ordinary counterparts, their claws nearly grazing Lu Yifei's arm. Observing this, Chen Jiai reacted swiftly, darting in from a diagonal angle and striking the zombie's nape with the shovel's handle. A dull thud resonated as the zombie's movements faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yifei swiftly turned, raising the Zulu shovel to deliver a powerful blow along the creature's jawline. The blade of the shovel cleaved through its skull, and the second-tier zombie had no time to struggle before it fell lifelessly to the ground. Wang Yuanyuan rushed over, glancing at the now motionless zombie, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with. These second-tier zombies indeed react much faster than the first-tier ones. At that moment, Chen Mo also descended from the vehicle, approaching the corpse of the zombie and giving it a gentle kick with his toe. Check if these second-tier zombies have any cores in their heads. Lu Momo nodded in response, raising the Zulu shovel high above her head and prying open each second-tier zombie skull. After rummaging through the putrid brain matter for some time, she found no cores. Witnessing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but let out a disappointed exclamation, gesturing to the women before he slowly made his way toward the shooting club. However, just as he arrived at the entrance of the shooting club, the door was flung open with a loud bang from inside. A robust figure wielding a shotgun aimed at Chen Mo, ready to fire. Yet, having consumed numerous cores, Chen Mo's strength and speed were far beyond the ordinary. As his pupils constricted, his body instinctively darted to the side. The shotgun discharged with a deafening boom beside his ear, the pellets narrowly missing his shoulder and striking the ground, sending shards of stone flying. What the hell? Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo was instantly filled with fury, his veins bulging as he seized the shotgun and dragged Black Tiger out of the shooting club. The force with which Chen Mo gripped him caused Black Tiger to stumble, crashing heavily onto the cement ground outside the club, his back colliding painfully, eliciting a groan. Before Black Tiger could struggle to his feet, Chen Mo stepped on his wrist, bent down, and wrested the shotgun away, pressing its barrel menacingly against Black Tiger's forehead, his voice cold and menacing. "You insolent fool. If it weren't for my quick reflexes just now, I would have truly fallen into your hands today." However, to Chen Mo's surprise, the Black Tiger beneath his foot did not yield. Instead, he defiantly shouted, "So it was you bastard, who lured the zombies here? I'll make you pay." But before Black Tiger could vent his anger, Chen Mo pulled the trigger, shattering his skull. Warm blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Chen Mo shook his pant leg and coldly remarked to Black Tiger's lifeless body, "Make sure to speak more politely in your next life." With that, Chen Mo turned and waved to the women behind him, leading the way into the shooting club. As he crossed the threshold, his nostrils were filled with a pungent mix of rust, gunpowder, and decay. Instinctively covering his mouth and nose, he cautioned Xinjiai and Wang Shuxue, "Be careful. Check for any stragglers." The expressions of Xinjiai and the others turned serious as they immediately followed, gripping their Zulu shovels more tightly. The interior of the club was dimly lit, with only a few shattered skylights allowing sporadic beams of light to illuminate the scattered shell casings and broken wooden gun racks. Most of the shooting booth doors were ajar, rendering the large club a scene of chaos and silence. "Brother Chen Mo, look at this." Suddenly, Lu Momo exclaimed excitedly. Hastily turning to look, Chen Mo saw various models of firearms arranged haphazardly on the gun rack. The grip of a black 92-style handgun still bore traces of dust, its body gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Moreover, two AK-47 assault rifles stood nearby. Despite a few scratches on the wooden foregrip, they retained an undeniable sense of intimidation. Even further in, there was an 88-style sniper rifle equipped with a scope, its lens reflecting fragmented light in the dimness. "Brother Chen Mo, we've hit the jackpot." Shun Jiai rushed forward, her fingertips gently brushing over the AK-47's body, her voice brimming with excitement. "Before, we relied solely on the Zulu shovel to deal with zombies. But with these weapons, our future journey will surely be much smoother." At that moment, Wang Shuxue bent down to inspect the iron box beneath the gun rack. Upon opening it, she discovered a neatly stacked row of ammunition, the sound of copper casings clinking together resonating crisply. "Brother Chen Mo, there seems to be plenty of ammunition here, both handgun and rifle rounds." Seeing the excitement of the women, Chen Mo calmly lit a cigarette, then slowly spoke, "Can you all shoot?" Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the women diminished by half. They exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads awkwardly at Chen Mo. Noticing their expressions, Chen Mo smiled faintly. Thus, This is the purpose of our stay here for a while. Brother Chen Mo, do you mean you will teach us to practice shooting here? Wang Shushue's eyes brightened as she spoke. Precisely. Chen Mo extinguished the cigarette but in a rusty metal bucket and brushed his finger across the dust cover of a 92-style pistol. With zombies lurking outside, not knowing how to use a gun is akin to carrying a piece of scrap metal. As he spoke, he bent down to open another rusty iron box, revealing a neatly stacked pile of yellow target papers. He picked one up and handed it to Shan Jiai. The shooting club is specifically designed for this purpose, and with its thick walls, it offers excellent soundproofing. You can train here 24 hours a day. Brother Chen Mo, where shall we begin our practice? At this moment, Lu Momo looked at Chen Mo and inquired. Of course, we shall start with the basics, such as the proper grip, engaging the safety, and unloading the magazine. Once you master these, we shall proceed to live ammunition. While saying this, Chen Mo picked up an unloaded 92-style pistol, pressed the magazine release button with his thumb, and the magazine clicked out with precision. He handed the empty gun to Lu Momo, palm facing down, indicating for her to catch it, and continued. First, hold the empty gun to find the feel. Your web should be flush against the gun's body, leaving no gaps. Otherwise, the recoil may numb your wrist when firing. Lu Momo carefully took the gun. As her fingers rested on the grip, Chen Mo gently pressed her hand to adjust it. When not in combat, do not place your index finger on the trigger. It should rest alongside the guard to prevent accidental discharge. Nearby, Shan Jiai leaned closer, curiously observing the magazine in Chen Mo's hand. Is there a technique for unloading the magazine? I noticed it fell out easily when you pressed it. It may seem simple, but if you do not practice sufficiently, panic may ensue. Chen Mo replied, reloading the magazine back into the gun and demonstrating the unloading process once more. First, ensure the gun is empty, then press the release button steadily. Avoid letting the magazine drop to the ground and become deformed. Do you remember? Shan Jiai nodded eagerly. Taking the empty magazine, Chen Mo offered, her fingers pinching the edges as she repeatedly practiced the loading and unloading motions, the metallic click echoing clearly in the quiet club. At that moment, Wang Shushue approached the iron box, pulled out several target papers, and spread them across the long table in the corner. Tracing the circles of the target's bullseye with her fingertip, Brother Chen Mo, when do you think we will be able to shoot live ammunition? Chen Mo approached the target paper and gently pointed at the bullseye. At least 3 days, he instructed. You should first practice your grip, gradually building muscle memory. The actions of removing the magazine and disengaging the safety must be completed within 3 seconds, ideally without looking at your hands. Given the current situation outside, there is no room for error. The women nodded earnestly, each picking up a handgun, and under Chen Mo's patient guidance, they began to practice repetitively. 3 days later, within the confines of the shooting club, the women stood with CZ-512 rifles, their barrels firmly aimed at the target 10 meters away. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, casting a delicate glow upon their top profiles, and the once awkward grip had now developed a semblance of steadiness. Standing behind them, Chen Mo's gaze swept over their fingers resting outside the trigger guard and then briefly examined their grips against the gun's body before he nodded lightly. Your stances are correct. Now disengage the safety. Remember the key movements and remain calm. Upon hearing this, the women took a deep breath, their thumbs gradually pushing down the safety catch. The crisp sound of metal on metal resonating clearly. They then focused intently on the bullseye of their respective targets, their fingertips tightening ever so slightly. All right, follow my command and commence firing. With Chen Mo's words, the sharp report of gunfire erupted within the club. As Lu Momo squeezed the trigger, her shoulder instinctively recoiled, causing the barrel to rise slightly. The bullet grazed the edge of the target, embedding itself into the wall behind and stirring up a fine cloud of dust. She stuck out her tongue, about to speak, when Shan Mo approached, placing his palm gently on her stock. Do not resist the recoil. Allow it to carry you back. Like this. He grasped Lu Momo's wrist, adjusting her posture, and added, now try again. Keep your eyes on the sights, and do not lose focus. This time, Lu Momo inhaled deeply, her fingers gradually applying pressure. As the gunfire rang out again, she consciously adjusted to the rhythm of the recoil, and the bullet landed steadily in the 8-ring of the target. I hit it. Brother Chen Mo, I hit it, Lu Momo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she tightened her grip, her eyes sparkling with joy, her voice elevated above her usual tone. Chen Mo, however, remained composed. Isn't it just hitting the target? Is that worthy of such elation? Let's continue practicing. All right, Momo playfully stuck out her tongue in response before joining the other women for more shooting practice. Meanwhile, Chen Mo wandered over to the array of firearms within the shooting club, blinking at the various models displayed on the racks. All the weapons were stored within his system space, though they were not preserved in vast quantities. After all, prior to the apocalypse, he had not yet fused with his body, and his mobile photography system, still in version 10, had already captured these firearms once. Thus, they would not be stored in his space again in such multiplied numbers. Yet, Chen Mo was aware that there was still one thing from the pre-apocalyptic era that he had not fully captured. Chapter 65, Scavenging the Inventory of the Shooting Club. Indeed, what lay before him was the entirety of ammunition housed within the shooting club. After all, his previous visit had been fraught with trepidation. Managing to capture images of all the firearms within the club using just his mobile phone had been no small feat consequently. It was only natural that he had not documented every single bullet in his gallery. Thus, Chen Mo surveyed his surroundings and approached the box designated for ammunition storage. His fingertips glided over the rusted edge of the box before he blinked. Detected 7 boxes of various calibers of rifle ammunition. Congratulations! You have acquired 7 million boxes of assorted rifle ammunition. Detected 5 boxes of various calibers of handgun ammunition. Congratulations! You have acquired 5 million boxes of assorted handgun ammunition. Detected after transferring all the bullets from the club into his system space. Chen Mo proceeded to the storeroom. Upon finding the door locked, he forcefully kicked it open. The resounding crash echoing through the room as the decayed lock and metal fragments flew across the space, colliding with a nearby iron rack with a harsh clang. Stepping into the dimly lit storeroom, Chen Mo was first greeted by a musty aroma mingled with the scent of grain. In one corner, several bulging sacks of rice were piled high. Although the woven bags were coated in dust, they showed no signs of damage. He poked one with his fingertip, feeling the firm grains within. To his surprise, there were still these provisions. Chen Mo chuckled softly and scanned the shelves. The topmost layer held several boxes of compressed biscuits. While the production date was somewhat obscured, the shelf life was marked as 3 years, indicating that these biscuits were still consumable given the timeline of the apocalypse. The middle layer contained several barrels of purified water, the containers intact, and a gentle shake revealed the sloshing sound of water within. On the bottom shelf, he discovered 2 boxes of canned goods, divided equally between fish and meat. However, Chen Mo did not hastily utilize the system's storage. Instead, he reached for a bag of rice, tore it open slightly, and grasped a handful of grains. Finding them plump and free from mold, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a mere thought, he blinked again, prompting a series of notifications to resonate in his mind. Detected 8 bags of premium rice, each bag 25 kilograms. Congratulations! You have acquired 8 million bags of premium rice. Detected 12 boxes of compressed biscuits, each box containing 48 packets. Congratulations! You have acquired 1.2 billion boxes of compressed biscuits. Detected 6 barrels of purified water, each barrel 189 L. Congratulations! You have acquired 6 million barrels of purified water. Detected 2 boxes of military canned goods. Congratulations! You have acquired 2 million boxes of military canned goods. As the notifications concluded, the supplies within the storeroom vanished in an instant. Chen Mo gazed at the now empty room, the rough texture of the woven bag still lingering on his fingertips, and a broader smile graced his lips. He hoped that the system would upgrade soon, enabling him to replicate the crystal core. As Chen Mo emerged from the storage room, he faintly heard a distant roar from outside the club. Hadn't the surrounding zombies been lured away by the drones? Confounded, he furrowed his brow and hastened to the window. Pulling aside a dusty curtain, he gazed across at an office building where, astonishingly, numerous zombies were trapped on nearly every floor. These creatures pressed their murky eyes against the glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows, their emaciated hands clawing incessantly at the surface. The dense mass of shadows obscured the once bright windows, sending a shiver down his spine. What bewildered Chen Mo even more was the sight of 5 or 6 survivors on the rooftop of the building. Contemplating this scene, he surmised that these survivors were likely the fortunate few who had managed to endure on a particular floor. However, their gaunt appearances suggested that they could not hold out for long. Chen Mo's gaze flitted between the survivors and the zombies below. The rooftop was stark and unprotected under the blazing sun, and they lacked any means of shade. One individual sat at the edge, propped against the ground, gasping for air, as if on the verge of toppling over. Meanwhile, The zombies continued to press against the windows, their claw marks multiplying. If this stalemate persisted, the survivors would either succumb to dehydration or the zombies would shatter the glass, sealing the fate of all involved. I've had enough. I can't take it anymore. Let me die. In that moment, a survivor trapped on the rooftop summoned every ounce of strength, his voice hoarse as he shouted before leaping from the height of several stories. Chen Mo watched as the frail figure plunged from the rooftop like a leaf torn by a tempest, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor below. The resounding thud echoed like distant thunder, and blood splattered, staining the dust-laden ground. This sound reverberated through the silent street, igniting a frenzy among the zombies trapped within the building. Those once pressed against the glass now hurled themselves against the windows with frenzied intensity, the cacophony of their impacts ringing incessantly. The remaining survivors atop the building were thrown into utter chaos. Some crumpled to the ground, clutching their heads and weeping, while others stared in horror at the grim scene below, lips trembling in silence. A young girl nearly slipped from the edge in fright, only to be saved at the last moment by a companion. Instinctively, Chen Mo tightened his grip, the curtained fabric crumpling in his palm. He observed the despair of the rooftop survivors, his throat tightening with a twinge of sympathy, quickly overshadowed by a chill in his gaze. After all, having lived again, he understood that compassion for others could be a form of cruelty towards oneself. Thus, he chose to remain uninvolved in the fates of those on the opposite rooftop. Unless there is a captivating woman atop the opposite rooftop, he may consider it. However, it is evident that there is none. Brother Chen Mo, what are you looking at? Suddenly, the voice of Lu Momo pierced through. Chen Mo turned around and retorted, "Why are you here instead of practicing shooting at the range?" "I couldn't see you for quite a while, so I came to find you," Lu Momo replied, nervously clutching her clothes, stealing a glance at Chen Mo. She then continued, "Brother Chen Mo, I have something I wish to discuss with you. To speak plainly, why are you being so hesitant and coy?" Chen Mo frowned at Lu Momo's demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Lu Momo gazed at him with affectionate eyes and stammered, I wish to consume a crystal core tonight. Would that be all right?" Hearing her request, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth involuntarily curled upwards as he thought to himself, "It seems this girl is using the guise of consuming a crystal core to indulge in forbidden desires." At that moment, Lu Momo, noticing Chen Mo's expression, hastily defended herself. "Brother Chen Mo, please do not misunderstand. I simply wish to become stronger." "I understand, but why are you so flustered? Your face is flushed," Chen Mo remarked, his gaze warm with a hint of amusement, his voice softening. "Wanting to grow stronger is not a bad thing. I to prevent you from doing so?" Lu Momo tightened her grip on her clothes, her ears reddening, her head bowed even lower as her voice became a mere whisper. I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" Chen Mo gently pulled her into his embrace, speaking softly. "Afraid you might misinterpret my intentions. Oh, Brother Chen Mo, you are so mischievous." Chuckling at her playful reprimand, Chen Mo's laughter reverberated through his chest, sending warmth to Lu Momo, making her feel even more flushed. He then lightly brushed his fingers against her reddened ear tips, his voice laced with indulgence. "How am I mischievous? You were the one who spoke half-heartedly and then blamed me." Lu Momo, feeling exposed, buried her face deeper into his embrace, her voice muffled. "You are mischievous, knowing I'm not articulate and still pushing me to speak." Yet, despite her words, her grip on his clothing loosened slightly, gently entwining her fingers around the hem of his garment. Chen Mo looked down at the petite figure nestled in his arms, his smile softening further, as he reached up to caress her hair gently. "All right, it's my fault for being mischievous. Since you were so eager to become stronger, why not consume the crystal core now?" "But Brother Chen Mo, it seems inappropriate during the day," she protested. "What does it matter? If you wish to grow stronger, why wait? Come now, my little darling." With that, Chen Mo lifted Lu Momo into his arms, preparing to carry her to the bedroom for the consumption of the crystal core. At that moment, the tightly shut door of the shooting club suddenly reverberated with a loud bang, instantly extinguishing Chen Mo's earlier enthusiasm. "Brother Chen Mo, it seems someone is trying to break in." Lu Momo, startled by the noise, trembled and lifted her face from Chen Mo's embrace, her eyes now filled with gravity, her previous shyness replaced by tension. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he instantly suppressed all traces of mirth. "Please eliminate the seams. Someone is indeed banging on the door. Quickly notify Shan Jiai and Lu Yifei. It's time for your live ammunition shooting." "All right, I'll go now." Lu Momo nodded firmly in acknowledgement and swiftly made her way toward the shooting range. However, just then, another resounding crash echoed through the air as the wooden door's hinges snapped, and a small truck violently burst through the doorframe. The wheels rolled over the scattered wood shavings, and 5 or 6 individuals clad in tactical jackets leaped out of the truck, each wielding a machete, scanning the club's hall with keen eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, standing on the second floor, calmly lit a cigarette and looked down upon the intruders, remarking, "You all lack decency. You've utterly wrecked a perfectly good door." As Chen Mo's voice rang out, the intruders below trembled in fear, suddenly realizing that they were being observed from the second floor. The burly leader tightened his grip on the machete, suppressing his anxiety, and shouted up at Chen Mo, "Stop posturing. I want to know who you are. Who I am is not significant. What matters is that you have destroyed my door. Now, how do you propose to resolve this situation?" The burly man faltered at the question, then defiantly retorted, "Resolve? I don't care who you are. If you interfere with our business, we won't be polite." "Business?" Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly at this response. "Are you here to procure firearms? Isn't that obvious? Didn't you see us drive in?" One of the henchmen chimed in, while others echoed, "Exactly, you'd better step aside, or we won't be nice." Yet at that moment, the leader glanced at his machete and suddenly realized that if Chen Mo were to draw a gun and eliminate them all, it would be akin to delivering themselves to their doom. This realization prompted a swift change in the leader's demeanor. "Little brother, how about you join us instead?" "Join you? What exactly do you do?" "Chen Montak in Kvilet. We're survivors from a place called the Wolf Bar, just 5 kilometers from here." Chen Mo's fingers paused, the ash from his cigarette falling onto the floor of the second level, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. "Survivors from the Wolf Bar? You abandon a perfectly good place only to come here and seize weapons. Is this what you refer to as your way of survival?" The burly man couldn't help but twitch his lips at these words, swiftly concealing his machete behind him, his tone unexpectedly softening. "Young brother, the outside world is chaotic. Our bar is in need of weapons, and your shooting club possesses firearms. We at Wild Wolf Bar have supplies. If we collaborate, we need not worry about resources or safety in the future." Chen Mo, with a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, surveyed the few individuals downstairs clutching their machetes, yet hesitating to advance, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. "Collaboration? To negotiate through breaking in and seizing goods? Your sincerity is rather unique." The burly man's smile faltered at Chen Mo's words, and he hastily kicked his subordinate beside him, hissing in a lowered voice, "For heaven's sake, put away the knives. Can't you see this young brother is reasonable?" Turning his attention back to the second floor, he adopted an even more courteous tone. "Young brother, we were momentarily reckless. Please forgive us. Times are truly tough at the bar. Over 100 people are relying on us for protection. The streets are swarming with zombies. And without firearms, we simply cannot hold our ground." However, before the burly man could finish, a tall, lean survivor behind him could no longer contain himself. Raising his machete once more, his face etched with impatience. "Boss, we came here for guns, not to beg. If he continues to be uncooperative, let us just rush in and take them. P.S. all alone. Surely we can overpower him." Upon hearing this, the other subordinates echoed his sentiments, the previously suppressed hostility resurfacing as they tightened their grips on their machetes, casting menacing glances at Chen Mo on the second floor. Chapter 67. Foolish Boy. If there is a next life, be more astute. At that moment, the burly man's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and slapped the tall, lean survivor, scolding furiously, "Shut your mouth. Do you understand nothing?" Fearing that these foolish subordinates would ruin everything, he quickly turned back to Chen Mo, forcing a smile as he explained, "Young brother, please don't take offense. This fool is just dim-witted. I'll make sure to discipline him later." Yet, Chen Mo did not regard him, his gaze fixed on the tall survivor, his voice icy. "You appear to be quite discontent." The lean survivor covered his face, dazed from the slap, but the innate hostility within him was not so easily quelled. He glared defiantly at the second floor, spitting out, "What of it if I'm dissatisfied? You're just one person, and we have plenty of brothers armed with knives. If it comes to a fight, you might not emerge victorious." Chen Mo, upon hearing his words, could not help but shake his head and smile. However, this reaction only infuriated the lean survivor. "You little bastard, what are you laughing at? With your intellect, surviving this long can only mean your ancestors are smiling down from the grave. Shenjiai, I want his legs." Bang, bang. As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, two bullets burst forth with precision, striking the bony figure's kneecap. A piercing scream instantaneously rent the air of the shooting club, and the tall, slender man collapsed to his knees, his pants rapidly saturated with blood. Writhing on the ground while clutching his legs, cold sweat mingled with tears streamed down his forehead. The individuals downstairs were rendered speechless by the sudden gunfire, their hands trembling around their machetes, too afraid to glance at Chen Mo on the second floor. The burly man turned pale as a sheet, his teeth chattering, now too terrified to utter a single word. Just moments ago, he had harbored a sliver of hope that the other party would not dare to act. But now he fully comprehended that this young man was far from an easy opponent. At that moment, leaning against the railing of the second floor, Chen Mo cast a glance at the concealed Shinjiai and remarked, "Your marksmanship is commendable. Tonight, I shall reward you." Without regard for the flush on Shinjiai's cheeks, Chen Mo's gaze shifted to the individuals in the hall below, his tone suddenly turning frigid. "Who among you thought that sheer numbers could assure victory? Speak now. Do you still wish to seize the weapons?" As Chen Mo's words echoed, a palpable silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the intermittent wails of the tall man. The burly man was the first to react, collapsing onto the ground, his hands pressing down as if to anchor himself. Not daring to lift his head, "We will not rob again." "Absolutely not. Little brother, it was all a misunderstanding. We were blind and foolish to dare cause a ruckus here. I implore you, spare us and let us go." Behind him, several of his subordinates followed suit. Kneeling as well, some trembling uncontrollably, their machetes clattering to the floor, too scared to retrieve them. One particularly frightened individual, with bleached hair, even slumped to the ground. His pants subtly dampening, voice quivering, We were wrong. We shall never dare again." From his elevated position, Chen Mo surveyed them, his fingertips lightly caressing the railing, his tone inscrutable. "It is impossible to let you go. If I were to release you, it would only invite further trouble. Jai Momo, Ife, Yuanyuan, Shushue, commence live ammunition fire." "Wait." As Chen Mo's command left his lips, the burly man, his complexion ashen, immediately intervened. Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice low. "Do you have any final words before you meet your end? Do you know who our boss is?" The burly man stammered, his voice quaking as he looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's fingers paused, ash cascading onto the floor of the second floor. A glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. "What relevance does your boss have to me?" Upon hearing this, the burly man seized upon what he perceived as a final lifeline, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Our boss is the Wild Wolf. Before the zombie outbreak, he was the local overlord, and now he commands over 100 men and wields 2 hunting rifles. If you dare to kill us, he will undoubtedly lead his men to raze your pitiful establishment, leaving you and your associates in a state of utter destruction. He believes that invoking the name of the wolf can intimidate Chen Mo, but as soon as he finishes his sentence, Chen Mo suddenly smiles, a smile devoid of any fear. Only chilling coldness. The wolf? I thought it was someone of worth. Turns out to be merely a cursory cur, hiding in bars and preying on the vulnerable. After all, in my previous life, this so-called wolf was merely a coward who only preyed on the weak. I recall the time when the zombie horde stormed the bar. In a bid for survival, he callously pushed 3 injured individuals into the fray to fend off the zombies, while he escaped with supplies and his trusted allies. Ultimately, he didn't evade his fate for long, becoming nothing more than a morsel for the undead. Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze as frigid as ice. Such a lowly creature, and you regard him as your support? It seems your intellect is rather lacking. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the burly man was momentarily stunned, genuinely taken aback that Chen Mo was aware of the wolf's true nature. He opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. Meanwhile, the frightened youth beside him broke into tears. "Please, don't kill us. We're merely trying to survive. Just let us be. Sob, sob, sob." Chen Mo paid no heed to the youth's cries, instead fixing his gaze upon the burly man, continuing. "Do you think that mentioning the wolf will instill fear in me? Eliminate them." As Chen Mo's command echoed, those hidden in the shadows, Shan Jiai, Lu Yifei, and others, swiftly pulled their triggers. With a series of gunshots, bullets indiscriminately struck the knees, chests, and heads of the burly man and the youth. In but a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the room where the burly man and the youth once stood. Warm blood splattered across the floor and walls, mingling with the prior stains. As a heavy metallic scent filled the hall, The lanky figure lying on the ground, who had been wailing moments ago, suddenly froze, terror filling his eyes. Just moments prior, he had been alongside his comrades, and now they lay lifeless, their pants already soaked in fear. At this juncture, Chen Jiayi and her companions slowly lowered their weapons. Smoke still curling from the barrels, standing steadfastly beside Chen Mo, their eyes reflecting unwavering loyalty. They understood that in this apocalyptic world, showing mercy to foes is but cruelty to oneself. Chen Mo flicked the cigarette but onto the body of the lanky figure, coldly remarking, "Foolish boy, if there's a next life, be more astute." With that thought, a handgun materialized in his hand. Chapter 68. Brother Chen Mo, fortune smiles upon us today. As Chen Mo aimed the gun at the lanky figure's head, he offered no chance for pleas, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, the lanky body convulsed violently before collapsing entirely, eyes wide open in a mix of defiance and terror. Chen Mo retracted his firearm, casually securing it at his waist. His gaze swept across the littered corpses and bloodstains, and he remarked to Chen Jiayi and the others, "I had intended to linger here a while longer, but it seems we must depart." For Chen Mo, having eliminated the subordinates of the wolf today, it was only a matter of time before the wolf himself would arrive with reinforcements. Thus, to circumvent unnecessary complications, leaving this place was the most prudent course of action. After all, the immediate priority was to expedite the system upgrade. Turning to Chen Jiayi and Wang Shushua, he spoke in a low tone. "Let's tidy up briefly and depart swiftly." Upon hearing this, the women exchanged glances and nodded gravely at Chen Mo, each grasping a CZ-512 rifle, preparing to exit the shooting club alongside him. However, Chen Mo then gestured toward the CZ-512 rifles and remarked, "These are too conspicuous for our exit. It would be wiser for each of you to take a Zulu shovel as before." Chen Jiayi was the first to respond. Brother Chen Mo is right. Using those rifles to fend off zombies might attract even more of them. With that, she, along with Lu Yifei, Wang Yuanyuan, Wang Shushua, and Lu Momo, placed the CZ-512 rifles on the ground. Chen Mo then glanced at the rifles, and with a blink, the 4 CZ-512s vanished, replaced by 4 Zulu shovels now resting on the ground. Each woman picked up a shovel and stepped out of the shooting club alongside Chen Mo. As they crossed the threshold, a gust of wind, reeking of decay, rushed towards them. An overturned sedan lay in the center of the street, its windows shattered, while several ragged zombies surrounded the vehicle, snarling. Upon hearing the door open, their murky eyes turned in unison towards Chen Mo and his companions. "Brother Chen Mo, when we arrived, didn't we use a drone to clear out all the zombies in the vicinity? How come there are still some here?" Lu Momo asked, puzzled as she observed the distant zombies. Chen Mo surveyed the surrounding buildings and replied, "It seems these zombies have fortuitously escaped from the nearby structures. I noticed an entire office building earlier, filled with trapped zombies clamoring against the glass." "Ah, I see. I shall go and crack open the heads of those 2 zombies to see if they possess any crystal cores," Lu Momo murmured, brandishing her Zulu shovel and charging towards the 2 zombies. With nimble yet steady steps, she approached, her wrist flexing slightly as she wielded the shovel, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. When she was but 2 paces from the nearest zombie, she swiftly sidestepped its outstretched, decaying claws, then lowered her arm before delivering a powerful upward swing. A muffled thud echoed as the Zulu shovel struck true, piercing the zombie's skull. Dark crimson ichor mingled with brain matter dripping from the blade. Subsequently, she forcefully twisted her wrist, swiftly drawing forth the Zulu shovel, causing the zombie to topple rigidly to the ground. Lu Momo crouched down, using the shovel's tip to pry open the shattered skull, quickly retrieving a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg, emanating a faint, pale glow. She casually tossed it into the cloth bag at her waist and called out to Chen Mo in the distance, "Brother Chen Mo, today is quite fortunate. I found one right away." However, before Chen Mo could respond, another zombie, noticing its fallen companion, let out a roar and lunged towards her. "Do not get distracted. Focus on exterminating the zombies." Chen Mo remained steadfast in his position, merely advising Lu Momo while scanning the surroundings to preempt any further zombie incursions. Chen Jiayi and the other 2 women gripped their Zulu shovels tightly, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. "Brother Chen Mo, it's merely 2 first-tier zombies. You need not worry," Lu Momo replied coolly, her gaze fixed on the approaching zombie. With a sudden burst of energy, she propelled herself sideways, gliding half a meter away, narrowly evading the zombie's clawing attack. The claw brushed past the hem of her clothing, releasing a foul stench that caused her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. How truly repugnant. Before the zombie could stabilize its stance, Lu Momo's arm, gripping the Zulu shovel, tensed instantly, and with a spirited shout, she brought the blade crashing down with a rush of wind. With a sharp crack, the shovel's blade embedded itself into the zombie's neck. Dark blood gushing forth from a wound. Lu Momo twisted her wrist, using the momentum to fling the zombie's head aside, watching as it swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. She then brushed off the dust from her hands and bent down to search for the crystal core. However, as soon as the tip of the shovel made contact with a fractured skull, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What's this? It's not here." After prodding a couple more times to confirm the cavity contained only murky brain matter, she stood up, pouting. What bad luck. All that effort wasted. All right, let us not waste any more time. While the wild wolves have yet to arrive, let us hastily scour this vicinity for supplies. At that moment, Chen Mo, not far away, addressed Lu Momo, then concentrated his thoughts to activate the second capability of the system, biological sensing photography. In an instant, a three-dimensional coordinate map of resources within a 5-kilometer radius materialized before Chen Mo's eyes. Detected a lighter distance, 50 meters. Detected 50 bags of rice, 20 boxes of soybean oil, 100 bags of flour, distance, 3,000 meters. Detected 50 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, distance, 150 meters. Detected, gazing at the floating three-dimensional coordinate map. Chen Mo pointed to the location marked with the 50 Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. After all, they couldn't continue their search for supplies in that dilapidated off-road vehicle. There may be a 4S dealership just 150 meters from us. Let us first procure a vehicle. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Shan Jiai, Lu Yifei, and the other women nodded in agreement and followed Chen Mo towards the nearby 4S dealership. However, as Chen Mo led the group of women to the 4S dealership, they discovered that the iron gate was ajar. Through the narrow opening, the flickering emergency lights illuminated the ground, revealing several scattered car brochures and a half-eaten zombie arm. It was evident that a brutal massacre had occurred here. "Everyone, be cautious. I will scout ahead," Chen Mo declared, drawing his pistol from his waist. After a moment's contemplation, he replaced the firearm with a sharp blade, gently pressing his fingertips against the iron door and pushing it slightly, causing the hinges to emit a faint creak. Chapter 69. Exterminating the zombie mice in the 4S dealership. Yet, before the sound of the hinges could fade, 3 mice suddenly darted out from the dealership, lunging at Chen Mo's face with ferocity. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo's pupils constricted, and he narrowly sidestepped the onslaught, simultaneously twisting his wrist to unleash a flash of cold steel. The 3 most aggressive mice were instantly cleaved in two, their dark brown blood splattering against the rusted iron door, releasing a stench even more pungent than that of decomposing zombies. "Brother Chen Mo, how can this be? Why are the mice so ferocious here?" Wang Shushuya remarked, her heart still racing as she gazed at the severed mouse corpses on the ground. Chen Mo kicked one of the bisected bodies, his expression suddenly turning grave. "I never anticipated these mice would also undergo zombification. It appears they must have consumed the flesh of the undead to become like this." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the expressions of the women grew somber. After all, if even the diminutive mice could be infected, it signified that the apocalypse's contamination had infiltrated the most concealed corners. Creatures that had once been easily overlooked could now pose lethal threats. Lu Momo and the others instinctively tightened their grips on their shovels, their faces reflecting their heightened concern. At this moment, Wang Shushuya quietly glanced at Chen Mo and whispered, "Brother Chen Mo, should we still enter this 4S dealership? What if there's a nest of these zombified mice inside?" Chen Mo did not respond immediately. His gaze swept over the slightly open iron door as he pondered. After a moment, under the astonished eyes of the women, he retrieved a large iron pot from the system space. "Brother Chen Mo, what are you doing?" Lu Momo could no longer contain her curiosity upon witnessing this scene. These zombified mice, no matter how formidable, are still mere beasts. Chen Montauk replied, pouring a bucket of gasoline into the large pot. The gasoline spilled over the edges, its acrid scent swiftly overpowering the foul odor of the zombified mice. Realizing what Chen Mo was holding, Lu Momo suddenly connected the dots. "Brother Chen Mo, do you intend to use fire to drive them out?" "Not to drive them out, But to lure them in, he clarified. Lure them in? Indeed. Have you forgotten how sensitive zombified creatures are to sound? Calmly lighting a cigarette, Chen Mo unexpectedly retrieved a small red toy car from the system's spatial realm and addressed the group of women. Stand back and witness how I shall eradicate the vermin today. Upon hearing this, the women promptly retreated behind an abandoned car across the street, with Lu Momo peering curiously at the red toy car in Chen Mo's hands. Under the watchful gaze of the intrigued yet anxious women, Chen Mo deftly maneuvered the remote-controlled car into the 4S dealership. Suddenly, a cheerful children's song began to play, reminiscent of the last time in the hotel lobby. The zombie-like rats lurking in the dim corners of the dealership were instantly roused by the melody. One by one, their bloodshot eyes emerged from the shadows, rushing towards the toy car. Some even leaped atop their companions, their sharp claws scraping against the car's exterior, producing an ear-piercing screech. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, Chen Mo's gaze was piercing as he observed the surging tide of rodents within the dealership. As the toy car became engulfed by the writhing mass of bloodthirsty creatures, he abruptly extinguished his cigarette and flicked the lighter towards the iron pot. Boom! Flames surged to a height of nearly a person. The searing wave of heat, tinged with the scent of gasoline, swept towards the storefront. Chen Mo swiftly retreated across the street as he pressed the acceleration button on the remote control. The battered red car, now besieged by the swarm of rodents, suddenly lunged forward, carrying with it a frenzy of zombie rats straight towards the iron gate. Lower your head, Chen Mo exclaimed, pushing Lu Momo down behind the vehicle. In the next instant, the toy car burst forth from the dealership, flinging the encircling rats into the air, who landed right into the fiery inferno at the entrance. The air was pierced by their piercing screams, as flames swiftly engulfed the rodent horde, the scent of charred flesh mingling with the acrid odor of burnt blood. Yet, to the astonishment of the women, thousands of zombie rats remained within the 4S dealership, their blood-red eyes fixated on the blaze as they leapt into the scorching iron pot one after another, seemingly oblivious to the plight of their companions. Even as the smell of charred flesh lingered, the relentless tide of rats continued to surge forward, some singed by the flames, yet still driven by their insatiable hunger to leap into the pot. Brother Chen Mo, this is utterly insane. Wang Shushua, hiding behind the car, trembled as she gripped her Zulu shovel, watching the pile of rat carcasses surrounding the pot grow higher, the flames nearly unable to rise against the weight. Just as Chen Mo contemplated whether to pour more gasoline into the pot, the onslaught of zombie rats emerging from the dealership finally began to dwindle, fixating on the diminishing sounds of their squeaks emanating from the pot. Chen Mo absent-mindedly caressed the hilt of his knife, until the last grotesque rodent fell into the fire. He finally exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to instruct the women to relax, his peripheral vision caught sight of something slowly writhing in the shadows deep within the 4S shop. The figure was several sizes larger than the previous giant grotesque rodent, its body cloaked in greasy black fur, and, as its claws scraped against the ground, it left shallow marks upon the concrete. Strangely, it trailed behind it a string of dark brown slime, extinguishing even the lingering embers in its wake. Do not come out. There is something else inside. Chen Mo suddenly raised his hand, pulling Lu Momo back into the car, just as she was about to peek, his voice deeper than before. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the colossal creature surged forth from the shadows of the 4S shop. Peering out from behind the car, Chen Mo inhaled sharply. This was no ordinary grotesque rodent. It stood half the height of a child, its body matted with dark brown blood, its crimson eyes larger than fists, and drool bubbling at the corners of its mouth. Upon emerging, it lunged directly at the flaming iron pot, clamping its jaws around the rim and forcefully overturning the half-burned vessel. Boom! Gasoline spilled onto the ground, and flames instantly spread along the slime. Yet the creature sustained no injury whatsoever. Its fur appeared coated in a layer of grease, causing the flames to merely slide off. With a quick shake of its head, it abruptly turned towards the street, its eyes filled with a human-like resentment. Witnessing this, Chen Mo's heart sank. It was evident that this giant, grotesque rodent, displaying such an expression, was at least a third-tier grotesque rodent. If allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, Chen Mo brandished an AK-47 that had materialized in his hands and, targeting the grotesque rodent, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire echoed through the deserted street. The bullets slicing through the air, aimed directly at the creature's head. Yet, astonishingly, it reacted with remarkable speed, dodging to the side, causing the bullet to graze its ear and strike the ground, igniting sparks. It can evade. Chen Mo's expression darkened as he continued to pull the trigger. A flurry of bullets rained towards the grotesque rodent's limbs. After all, its fur was impervious to fire. He needed to incapacitate its movement first. Squeak! At that moment, a bullet finally grazed its hind leg, dark brown blood immediately gushing forth. However, rather than retreating in pain, the colossal creature became even more frenzied, dragging its injured leg as it barreled towards the opposite street, its claws clawing at the ground with a speed greater than before, swiftly reaching the side of an abandoned car. Quick, get out of the way! Chen Mo shoved Wang Shuxue and Lu Momo aside while swiftly reloading his magazine. Before he could fire again, the gigantic mutated rat lunged at the side of the car, its massive form causing the abandoned sedan to sway ominously. With razor-sharp claws, it aimed directly at Chen Mo's chest. Startled, Chen Mo swiftly rolled aside, simultaneously shouldering his AK-47. He aimed at the creature's head and fired 3 rounds in quick succession. Bang! 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 The bullet struck true, shattering the rat's skull and splattering dark, viscous blood and shattered bone across the ground. The creature's body trembled before crashing heavily onto the abandoned vehicle, causing it to shudder under the weight. Clutching the AK-47, Chen Mo searched through the remnants of the rat's shattered head, and at last, he discovered a crystal core the size of a marble. As his fingertips brushed against it, an icy chill coursed through him. This core glimmered in a deep blue hue, its surface smeared with sticky blood, yet faintly emanating a soft light. At that moment, Lu Mo, Wang Yuan, and Lu Yifei approached, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at what Chen Mo held. Wang Shuxue could not contain her surprise and exclaimed, "I never imagined the core of a mutated rat would be as large as a marble." Lu Mo leaned in closer, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Brother Chen Mo, what tier do you think this core is?" "It is a tier 3 core." Chen Montauk replied. "A tier 3 core?" He nodded affirmatively, explaining, "Each tier of core contains different energies, hence their colors vary. A tier 1 core is white. A tier 2 core is light blue, and this tier 3 core is dark blue." He paused briefly before continuing. "A tier 4 core is indigo. A tier 5 core is dark purple. A tier 6 core is deep purple, while a tier 7 core is said to be black. The 8th tier is rumored to be dark gold, and the 9th tier, a radiant multicolored hue." The girls listened intently, their astonishment mingled with confusion. After all, this was merely the onset of the apocalypse. How could he possess such knowledge? Yet, in their eyes, Chen Mo had always been an enigmatic figure, capable of conjuring resources. What was beyond his reach? Sensing their shift in mood, Chen Mo adeptly redirected the conversation. "All right, the mutated rat has been dealt with, so let us proceed inside." With that, he strode purposefully toward the 4S shop. Lu Yifei and Shanjia gripped their Zulu shovels tightly and hurried to keep pace with him. As Chen Mo pushed the door open, a pungent mix of oil and dust assaulted his senses. In the dim light of the shop, several cars shrouded in dust covers stood silently, resembling slumbering giants. Chen Mo scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes before decisively pulling off the dust cover from one of the vehicles. A brand new Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly appeared before the crowd. Chen Mo lightly tapped the door of the vehicle with his fingertips, feeling the robust texture of the metallic exterior, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This car could be considered a commendable mode of transport in the apocalypse, albeit excluding military off-road vehicles. Upon speaking, he concentrated his thoughts, and the system's biological sensing function was instantly activated. Detected 50 car keys, distance 20 meters. Detected 8 barrels of gasoline, 5 barrels of diesel, distance 35 meters. Detected. Gazing at the resource coordinates visible only to him, Chen Mo addressed Wang Yuan and Shan Jiai beside him. "You two, go retrieve the keys for the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. They're just 20 meters ahead." "Is that for real?" Shan Jiai asked incredulously, as it was her first time in this place. "I'm speaking the truth. You can go see for yourself," Chen Mo replied, then turned to Lu Momo, Wang Shuxue, and Lu Yifei, saying, "There are gasoline and diesel 35 meters behind you. Bring them over and fill up all the Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles here." Wang Yuan and Shan Jiai exchanged glances, clutching a Zulu shovel, and hurried toward the front desk 20 meters away. Just as they rounded a sedan, Shen Jiai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. For indeed, a neatly stacked pile of car keys was arranged within the glass counter, the silver Mercedes emblem glimmering in the dim light. "There really are," she shouted excitedly, reaching out to open the counter and stuffing all 50 keys into her backpack. Meanwhile, Lu Momo and the others followed Chen Mo's directions to the warehouse corner, where they discovered the oil barrels stacked beneath the shelves. The black diesel barrels and transparent gasoline barrels were neatly separated. Lu Yifei attempted to lift one and furrowed her brow. "This barrel is quite heavy. It seems we'll need to lift it together." Wang Shuxue immediately stepped forward to assist, and together they hoisted the barrel while Lu Momo supported its body to prevent any spillage. Chen Mo, naturally, was not idle either. After receiving the car keys from Shan Jiai and Wang Yuan, he approached the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and opened the fuel tank cover. Tilting the first barrel of gasoline brought over by Lu Yifei and the others, the fuel flowed steadily into the tank through the filler neck. And as he observed the fuel gauge needle gradually rise, a slight smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips. However, as time elapsed, Chen Mo and his companions completely exhausted all the diesel and gasoline in the 4S dealership, managing to fill only 3 gasoline versions of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and 2 diesel versions. After all, the fuel in the 4S store was not as plentiful as that at a gas station, and the oil previously stored in the system space could not be reused due to the inability to replicate it. It appeared this was the best they could do. Chen Mo sighed in resignation and gave a wink to the fully fueled Mercedes-Benz G-Class. In an instant, the system's notification echoed in his mind, detected 3 Mercedes-Benz G-Class gasoline version and 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class diesel version. Congratulations! You have acquired 3 million units of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class gasoline version and 2 million units of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class diesel version. Subsequently, Chen Mo gathered the remaining dozens of unfueled Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles into his space in massive quantities and waved his hand at the astonished women nearby. "Don't just stand there in a daze. With transportation at our disposal, we should proceed to search for supplies elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the women snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Chen Mo out of the 4S shop. After exiting, Chen Mo glanced up at the sun, which had just retreated behind the clouds, and with a focused thought, summoned a diesel Mercedes-Benz G-Class from his space, allowing it to crash heavily onto the dilapidated road. "Everyone, get in. Let us hasten to the next supply point." The women quickly opened the doors and climbed inside, while Chen Mo settled into the driver's seat and activated the system's biological sensing feature to detect all entities within a 5-kilometer radius. Detected a lighter 200 meters away. Detected 50 bags of rice, 20 boxes of soybean oil, and 100 bags of flour, located 3,050 meters away. Detected 10 packages of medical gauze and 5 bottles of iodine, 2,800 meters away. Detected a fuel tanker with approximately 2,300 liters of residual diesel, 1,500 meters away. Gazing intently at the results of the scans, Chen Mo wrapped his fingers on the steering wheel and declared, "First, we'll head to the fuel tanker 1,500 meters away. Every drop of diesel counts." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the wheels of the diesel G-Class crunched over the gravel-strewn road as they sped toward their destination. After 3 minutes of driving, Chen Mo spotted a silver-gray fuel tanker awkwardly parked by the roadside, its body already rusting, with a severed fuel hose dangling from the tank opening. He parked the vehicle 10 meters away from the tanker, opened the door, and retrieved a handgun from his space, cautiously approaching. However, upon circling the tanker, he discovered that the zombified driver was still slumped in the driver's seat. Upon noticing Chen Mo, the undead driver emitted a low, guttural growl, its bloodied hands smashing against the window. The glass, already cracked from prior blows, shattered instantly upon impact, and the creature leaned halfway out, its ashen arm reaching toward Chen Mo's shoulder. With a steely gaze, Chen Mo wasted no time aiming for the zombie driver's temple. A muffled gunshot rang out, dark blood splattering across the driver's seat as the undead driver's movement ceased, its head lolling to one side. After confirming that the dedicated zombie driver was well and truly dispatched, Chen Mo cast a knowing glance at the somewhat dilapidated fuel tanker. A tank truck containing approximately 300 liters of residual diesel was detected, and you have been congratulated for acquiring 1 million such trucks. However, just as Chen Mo was preparing to depart for the next supply point, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. The sun, which had been hidden behind clouds, vanished entirely, while a fierce wind whipped up sand and gravel, causing abandoned billboards by the roadside to rattle ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Goodness, how can the weather change so abruptly? Chen Mo muttered to himself as he hastily climbed into the vehicle, ready to head to the next supply point. To his dismay, as he turned the key in the ignition, a barrage of stones hurled by the gale struck the windows with a resounding crack. Lu Momo quickly raised the window, her complexion paling. Chen Mo, the wind is too strong. Can we still go for supplies? Chen Mo gazed at the swaying power lines ahead, his brow furrowed in concern. Searching for supplies in such conditions was indeed perilous. The howling wind could incite the lurking, decayed creatures into a frenzy, and a moment's carelessness could invite an assault. At that moment, an unexpected downpour commenced, with large raindrops mingled with gravel pelting the vehicle, creating a cacophony as water began to pool on the road. Chen Mo surveyed the blurred vision through the rain and sighed in resignation. Supply searching is over. It appears we must remain in the vehicle until the rain ceases. It seemed there was no other option. Wang Shuxue peered through the window, watching as rain cascaded down the glass, blurring the outside world into a dreary haze. Suddenly, a dozen motorcycles sped in from the direction of the shooting club, their wheels splashing through the water and sending sprays high into the air, while the roar of their engines drowned out the sound of the storm, creating an especially jarring noise on the empty road. Chen Mo's pupils dilated as he swiftly pressed the central lock and urged everyone to lower their heads. Stay silent. Through the curtain of rain, it became evident that each motorcycle carried two individuals clad in black tactical gear, wielding steel pipes and machetes, with bulging backpacks strapped to the rear, clearly also in search of supplies. Most strikingly, the lead motorcycle bore a red banner emblazoned with a crooked wolf emblem in white paint. They were members of the Wild Wolf Bar. Seeing this, Chen Mo's fingers stealthily reached for the AK-47 in the passenger compartment, his gaze turning icy. Brothers, keep your eyes peeled. How dare they harm my people from the Wild Wolf Bar? They must be emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. At that moment, the lead rider bellowed through the downpour, his voice cutting through the helmet-esque crevices, melding with the sounds of wind and rain, revealing that their primary aim was to find them, merely searching for supplies as a secondary task. Hiding within the confines of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Chen Mo contemplated deeply. With a swift mental command, he summoned several CZ-512 rifles and handguns, fully loaded, from the system space, distributing them among Shen Jiai, Wang Shuxue, Lu Momo, Wang Yuanyuan, and Lu Yifei. Listen carefully, he instructed. Upon my command, we shall first target the tires, then eliminate the adversaries. Leave no one alive. Do you all understand? However, before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside the vehicle, leaving Lu Yifei and the others in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 72. The rainy ambush. Through the car window, Chen Mo beheld two German shepherds barking ferociously at them, his voice descending into a somber tone. I never anticipated they would bring dogs. Boss, it seems there are people in this vehicle. At that moment, a lowly thug from the Wild Wolf Bar, drenched in the torrential rain, shouted excitedly to the leader, who wore a helmet. Upon hearing the shout, the helmeted leader abruptly engaged the motorcycle's handbrake. The tires skidded through the puddles, leaving a half-meter-long water trace. He removed his helmet, revealing a grotesque scar on his forehead, his gaze fixating on the Mercedes with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Damn it! I've searched for you for ages, and here you are hiding, he bellowed. Brothers, encircle the vehicle. None shall escape. A dozen motorcycles immediately fanned out in a semicircle, trapping the G-Class firmly within. Rain cascaded down the scarred leader's cheek as he drew a modified shotgun from his waist, aiming it directly at the window. People inside, either come out to face your demise, or I will obliterate your vehicle and drag you out to feed the dogs. The man's terrifying appearance sent shivers down Lu Momo's spine, prompting her to shrink behind Wang Shuxue. Yet, Wang Yuan stealthily tightened her grip on the CZ-512 rifle, her eyes glinting with determination. Chen Mo restrained her hand, whispering, patience. Wait for them to draw closer. Targeting the tires will be the most efficient. When the scarred leader received no response from inside the car, he barked angrily. You're asking for trouble. Xiaosan, go smash the window. The thug, referred to as Xiaosan, immediately brandished a steel pipe, cursing as he approached the passenger seat. Just as he raised the pipe, Chen Mo suddenly flung open the car door, seizing Xiaosan's wrist and yanking him violently back. Xiaosan lost his balance and fell into the puddle, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. Damn it! Brothers, charge together. The scarred leader roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he wielded the shotgun and issued commands. The remaining thugs, fueled by rage, rushed toward Chen Mo, some brandishing steel pipes and machetes, splashing through the water. Just in time. This will serve as an excellent test of my prowess after consuming the crystal core, Chen Mo declared, directing his shout towards the women in the vehicle. He then charged towards the oncoming assailants, his resolve unwavering. A fist as large as a clay pot suddenly struck out amidst the tempest, sending a henchman from the Wild Wolf bar flying backwards for several meters, crashing heavily against the dented cargo truck. The remaining members of the Wild Wolf bar froze momentarily, only to brandish their steel pipes and machetes, charging once more at Chen Mo undeterred. Chen Mo felt the surge of power coursing through him from the crystal core. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming steel pipe, simultaneously grasping the assailant's arm and twisting it gently, eliciting a sharp crack. The thug screamed in agony, releasing his grip as the steel pipe clattered into the puddle, sending water splashing, while he fell under Chen Mo's force. The others, witnessing the ferocity of his attack, hesitated, their momentum faltering. Yet, with Scarface bellowing behind them, brandishing a shotgun, they pressed forward with grim determination. Chen Mo, seizing the initiative, met them head-on. With each punch he delivered, another thug crumpled to the ground, clutching their wounds. In mere moments, all were curled on the pavement, wailing in despair. At that moment, two German shepherds seized the opportunity to charge from his side. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Mo caught sight of them and swiftly kicked the first one in the stomach. The dog flew like a rag doll, crashing against a discarded vehicle and falling silent. The second, frightened, tucked its tail and retreated, no longer daring to advance. Scarface, witnessing his men moaning in the puddles, felt his vision redden with rage. He raised a shotgun, intent on firing at Chen Mo. However, he was utterly unprepared for the presence of another within the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. In the split second of his shot, Shunjai had already squeezed the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet grazed the barrel of the shotgun, causing Scarface to flinch and misfire, sending the bullet into the ground and splattering mud. Undeterred, he attempted to adjust his aim, but Wang Shushua's bullet had already punctured the tire of the motorcycle beside him, causing the vehicle to tilt. Scarface, unable to maintain his balance, toppled into the puddle. As he fell, the shotgun slipped from his grasp, skidding away, just as he began to struggle to retrieve it. Chen Mo swiftly approached and decisively stomped down on the back of his hand. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Scarface, his face turning pale as he writhed helplessly in the water. Leaning down, Chen Mo's gaze was as cold as ice. "Mad Dog, long time no see. Who are you? How do you know me?" Scarface, who lay face down in the mud, looked up in shock at Chen Mo's imposing figure. "Of course, I knew you in my previous life. Rest in peace," Chen Mo declared, delivering a brutal kick to Mad Dog's head. The thug's body flew like a kite severed from its string, skidding over 2 meters in the puddle before his head struck the motorcycle wheel, rendering him motionless. With murky blood slowly seeping into the water, Chen Mo withdrew his foot, his expression betraying no emotion. After all, in his previous life, this rabid dog had once led a group to seize his supplies, and today, this score was finally settled. "Brother Chen Mo, what shall we do with these people?" At this moment, Lu Momo aimed her gun at those wailing in the flooded water, inquiring, "Had it not been stated already? Not a single one shall be spared. Shall we allow them to return and spread word of our actions?" Bang, bang, bang. As Chen Mo's words fell, Shunjai and Lu Momo had already rolled down the car windows, their guns trained on the wretched henchmen in the water. The gunfire erupted amidst the wind and rain, silencing those still struggling in an instant as blood mingled with rainwater spreading across the pavement. When Lu Yifei lowered her weapon, her fingers trembled slightly, yet her gaze betrayed no hesitation. After all, she had endured the harshness of the apocalypse and understood that mercy would only invite her own demise. At this moment, Wang Shushue quietly stored her gun and turned to Chen Mo. "Brother Chen Mo, it's all taken care of. We must leave quickly. The gunfire may attract zombies." Chen Mo nodded, and as he prepared to return to the car, his peripheral vision caught sight of the lone, surviving German shepherd huddled by the roadside. Its eyes fixed on him with a complex expression, neither rushing towards him nor fleeing, merely trembling with its tail tucked between its legs. "You are free," Chen Mo said coldly to the dog before diving into the vehicle, intending to head towards a nearby budget hotel. However, at that moment, Chapter 73. Indeed, they are capable The zombies from the office building that Chen Mo had observed at the shooting range finally shattered the upper windows. Hundreds upon thousands of them cascaded down like dumplings, crashing to the ground. Damn! Just as Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel, his peripheral vision caught the mass of shadows plummeting from the shattered windows of the office building, landing with a dull thud, instantly forming a tide of corpses. No longer daring to linger, Chen Mo slammed the accelerator. The wheels of the Mercedes G-Class slipping in the water, sending sprays high into the air as he sped towards the budget hotel. Brother Chen Mo, look at that. Lu Momo leaned against the car window, her face paling instantly. The tide of corpses surged like a black wave, rapidly advancing along the road. Decaying arms flailing in the air, and the cacophony of their roars pierced through the wind and rain, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Shuxue gripped her gun tightly, her voice quivering yet composed. It's the zombies from the office building. The gunfire must have drawn them down. Chen Mo focused on the blurred road ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pressed down hard on the accelerator, leaving behind the first and a few second-tier zombies in his wake. After all, for Chen Mo, the immediate priority was to utilize the photography system extensively, facilitating its upgrade to version 30, which was his primary objective. Only in doing so could he replicate a crystal core to a millionfold quantity. Thus, the act of exterminating zombies had diminished in significance within his mind. Brother Chen Mo, we have finally shaken him off. At this moment, Lu Momo gazed at the receding tide of corpses in the rearview mirror, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Her tone now more buoyant. However, Chen Mo remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, his fingers lightly drumming on the steering wheel. We are not entirely safe. While these zombies cannot catch up, they may attract other dangers. As he spoke, he accelerated once more, vanishing completely into the curtain of rain. Stopping the vehicle in front of a budget hotel, Chen Mo scrutinized the surroundings through the car window, only opening the door once he was certain of their safety. Yet, the moment his feet touched the ground, the icy rainwater seeped down his collar, prompting him to instinctively grip the dagger at his waist. His eyes swept over the hotel's tightly shut glass doors, maintaining a state of alertness. He coldly instructed the women in the car to remain vigilant before stepping into the downpour alongside them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed ominous dark red scratch marks glinting coldly in the rain-soaked haze on the glass door. Chen Mo pushed against it, but the door remained steadfast, seemingly barricaded by some heavy object inside. He signaled for Wang Shuxue and Lu Momo to step back, retrieving a spade from his storage space. And he struck forcefully at the lock's connection point. With a resounding clang, the rusty lock shattered. However, as soon as he pried open a narrow gap, a foul stench mingled with the scent of blood rushed out. Chen Mo exchanged glances with the women before stepping inside, brandishing the spade in front of him, his eyes scanning the dimly lit lobby. The front desk lay toppled, scattered room cards floating in the puddles, the corner sofa shredded, while fresh scratch marks glistened with slick residue. Suddenly, a sound of fabric scraping emanated from the second-floor staircase. Lu Momo, Wang Shuxue, Lu Yifei, and the others immediately aimed their guns at the source, fingers poised on the triggers. Chen Mo approached slowly, illuminated by the rain light streaming through the window, revealing a zombie clad in a suit wedged between the staircase railing, its decaying leg bones exposed, thrashing its upper body in a frenzy. Seeing the spectacle, Chen Mo could not help but chuckle, advancing with the spade. How careless of you. Looks like you're stuck between the railings. Fortunately, you encountered me, or no one would have come to your aid. As his words fell, he abruptly raised the spade and severed the zombie's head in one swift motion. With a smirk of mockery, he rummaged through the remains, extracting a light blue second-tier crystal core from the zombie's skull. After securing the crystal, Chen Mo gestured for the women behind him and ascended the hotel stairs together. His shoes were thoroughly soaked, splashing in the puddles with a soft patter. However, just as they reached the second floor, a sudden thud echoed from a room at the end of the right side corridor, akin to a heavy object crashing onto the floor. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Mo immediately raised his hand to signal a halt. At that moment, two zombies clad in hotel uniforms meandered slowly from the end of the corridor. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he tossed a Zulu shovel to Lu Yifei, instructing, "This is not the place for gunfire. You go dispatch those two zombies." Lu Yifei accepted the Zulu shovel with a determined nod and charged towards the two zombies. Empowered by the energy of the crystal cores, she moved with lightning speed. When she was within 2 meters of the zombies, she swung the shovel fiercely, and their heads fell to the ground simultaneously. Chen Mo then approached, glancing at the fallen bodies, noticing the absence of crystal cores within their skulls. He turned to the group and remarked, with the rain pouring down so heavily outside, "It seems we shall have to find 2 clean rooms to spend the night." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the second-floor corridor, eventually resting on a room marked 208. The door appeared intact, devoid of scratch marks, suggesting it had not been visited by zombies. Thus, Chen Mo approached, twisted the doorknob, and knocked on the door deliberately. After confirming the silence within, he picked up a thin wire from the ground and deftly picked the lock in a matter of moments, much to the astonishment of the women present. With a creaking sound, he slowly pushed the door open. A faint musty odor wafted out, yet there was no stench of decay. The room was remarkably tidy. The bedding was neatly arranged, though the window was ajar, allowing rainwater to dampen part of the floor. Wang Shushua hurried over to close the window, while Lu Momo picked up a broom from the corner to begin sweeping away the collected water. Meanwhile, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and gazed out at the rain-soaked, dilapidated city, becoming momentarily lost in thought. It was only when the cigarette burned perilously close to his fingertips that he pushed the window open and flicked the ash outside. "Chen Mo, I found another room, just across from this one," came Shun Jiai's voice from behind him. Chen Mo did not turn around, merely nodding as he replied, "You all go to the other room. Tonight, Lu Momo will stay with me." "Why?" Shun Jiai exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. I could also, upon hearing this, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Mo slowly turned to face Shun Jiai, letting out a soft sigh as he explained, "Because Lu Momo is particularly eager to progress." Back at the shooting club, she was clamoring to absorb crystal cores. Given the circumstances, how could I refuse? Lu Momo harbors such thoughts. Shun Jiai bit her lip, her expression a mix of anxiety and indignation, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Lu Momo. At that moment, Lu Momo had just finished sweeping the water and was drying her hand with a towel. Upon hearing the conversation, she paused slightly, her ears turning a subtle shade of red. "I want to improve too. If you don't mind, you could come find me later tonight," she suggested, her voice timid. The usually composed Chen Mo exclaimed in surprise at Shun Jiai's audacious remark. "What do you mean by, That's settled then. I'll wait for you in the dead of night." With that, Shun Jiai cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Mo and swayed her voluptuous figure towards the opposite room. It appeared that tonight would stretch into a long, interminable night. Chen Mo, gazing at Shun Jiai's departing silhouette, couldn't help but express a heartfelt sigh. Before dawn had fully broken, with the morning mist still enveloping the world in a damp chill, Chen Mo gingerly rose from his bed, careful not to awaken the beauty beside him. Approaching the window, he lit a cigarette, gently drawing back the curtain, only to be met with a thick blanket of fog. "What a dense mist," he mused. As the cigarette burned down to his fingertips, he snapped back to reality, extinguishing it and discarding the butt into the ashtray on the windowsill. At that moment, he seemed to discern several human figures emerging from the mist, hastening towards him. Could it be zombies? A chill gripped Chen Mo's heart, his fingers tightening around the curtain until his knuckles turned pale. Squinting at the silhouettes, shrouded in fog, he began to notice something amiss. Their movements appeared surprisingly agile and natural, much like that of ordinary people. Were they patrons from the Wild Wolf Bar? Just as his mind swirled with questions, he finally discerned the figures in the fog. 3 men and 2 women approached briskly, the leading man clad in jeans and a black leather jacket, shockingly brandishing a 92-style pistol. Chen Mo's pupils dilated, and a grave expression settled across his face. After all, the 92-style pistol is typically issued to military and police. How could thugs from the Wild Wolf Bar possess such weaponry? If they were not from the bar, then who were they? With no time to ponder further, he turned to awaken Shun Jiai. "Wake up. There's something happening outside." Startled from her slumber, Shun Jiai sat up, her expression instantly serious. "Brother Chun, what's going on?" "There are 5 unidentified individuals outside. We need to quickly move to the opposite room and meet up with Lu Momo and Wang Shushua." "Understood." Shun Jiai nodded earnestly, hastily grabbing her jacket, draped over a chair, wrapping it around her, and seizing the dagger from the bedside, clutching it tightly. Together, they hurried to the door of the opposite room and gently knocked. Yuan, Shushua, open the door quickly." Meanwhile, footsteps echoed from downstairs, causing Chen Mo and Shun Jiai's hearts to race. Just then, Wang Yuan yawned and opened the door. "What's going on, Don't speak." Chen Mo quickly covered Wang Yuan's mouth, pulling her inside, while Shen Jiayi swiftly closed the door behind them, propping it shut with a cabinet. Startled by the sudden commotion, Wang Yuanyuan stifled her yawn, her eyes wide with alarm. Chen Xiao, what's happening? What's going on? Lu Yifei, Lu Momo, and Wang Shushue emerged from the inner room, each armed with a firearm and a Zulu shovel, clearly alerted by the recent knock at the door. Brother Chen Mo, is there commotion outside? Lu Momo whispered, her ear pressed against the door, faintly perceiving the sound of footsteps ascending the staircase below. 5 unidentified individuals are approaching. The leader appears to be wielding a 92-style handgun. I doubt they are thugs from the Wild Wolf Bar, she continued. Upon hearing this, Lu Momo looked at Chen Mo in confusion and quietly remarked, they only have one 92-style handgun. Is it really necessary for us to hide from them? Logically, it seemed unnecessary. If they were indeed from the Wild Wolf Bar, they could simply be dealt with. However, if they were merely ordinary survivors, it would be prudent to maintain a safe distance for the sake of everyone involved. Brother Chen Mo, I'm not entirely sure I understand your meaning, Lu Momo stated. Chen Mo surveyed Lu Momo, Shen Jiayi, and the others, letting out a soft sigh before responding. Besides you all, I wish to keep the secret of the crystal core and my abilities hidden from them. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to eliminate them. As he spoke, a handgun suddenly appeared in his hand. He looked at the group and reiterated, do you understand my intent? Lu Momo's gaze fixated on the handgun that had materialized in Chen Mo's palm, her pupils constricting as her earlier doubts swiftly transformed into gravity. She nodded vigorously. Brother Chen Mo, I understand. I won't reveal a word. Wang Shushue tightened her grip on the Zulu shovel, her knuckles whitening, yet she spoke resolutely. You needn't worry, Brother Chen Mo. We know the stakes and will not complicate matters for you. This isn't merely your secret. It is also our assurance for survival going forward. At this moment, Shen Jiayi echoed her sentiment, her eyes brimming with determination. However, before Lu Yifei and Wang Yuanyuan could express their thoughts, the footsteps outside had reached the end of the corridor, mere steps away from their room. All the women instinctively held their breath, their expressions grave as they looked to Chen Mo. He gestured for silence and cautiously moved to the side of the door, the handgun now loaded in his palm. He could distinctly hear the conversation outside, led by a man in a black leather jacket. This room appears quite tidy. Why don't we stay here for a while? Officer Han, I agree. It seems rather nice. You can stay here with your wife while we check the opposite room. As the man spoke, he headed towards the adjacent room. Damn, could it be that coincidental? As the footsteps drew nearer, Chen Mo's pupils dilated in alarm just as the man arrived at the door where Chen Mo was stationed. The man scrutinized the door for a moment, then raised his arm and struck the door forcefully, deliberately making noise to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within. Chapter 75. There are indeed people inside. The door was struck with a resounding thud, causing the cabinet above to tremble. Chen Mo held his breath, his fingers tightly gripping the trigger. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wang Yuanyuan shrinking back in fear behind Lu Yifei, while Lu Momo quietly aimed her gun at the crack of the door. The figure outside paused for 2 seconds and, seeing no movement, raised his hand for a second strike, this time with greater force, accompanied by his mutterings. No zombies screaming, no scent of blood. This room should be empty. Stop dawdling. Officer Han is waiting across the way. At that moment, a voice from afar urged him to hurry. What are you rushing for? I got it, he replied, picking up a hammer with the intention of forcibly breaking down the door. What are you knocking for so early in the morning? Are you looking for death? Just then, Chen Mo's voice erupted from within the room. The man was startled, his entire body jolting as he stumbled, the hammer slipping from his grasp and crashing down upon his own toe. The next second, a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig echoed through the corridor. Ouch! My foot! That cry pierced the morning mist, startling even Officer Han in the adjacent room, whose hurried footsteps raced toward the source of the disturbance. Lao Sang! What's going on? What is all this noise? Officer Han, there's actually someone inside. Lao San trembled, pointing at the door. Upon hearing this, Officer Han instinctively reached for his handgun, his expression growing grave. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice resonated once more from within the room. To be honest, I have no objection to your staying here. However, the entire second floor of this hotel belongs to me. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you reside on another floor. Upon hearing this, Officer Han's fingers instinctively tightened around his gun holster, his gaze heavy with intent. He took half a step closer to the door, his voice laced with a cautious pressure. I say, brother, in this apocalypse, what claim to territory do you have? It seems to me you're hiding something unspeakable. and that's why you dare not let us near. Just then, 3 bullets pierced through the door, whizzing past Officer Han's cheek and embedding themselves in the wall at the end of the corridor, sending splinters flying that grazed his skin painfully. His pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively stepped back 2 paces, hurriedly drawing his .92 pistol. Yet again, Chen Mo's voice rang out. I advise you to holster your weapon, otherwise none of you will survive. Hearing this, Officer Han's hand, gripping the gun, tensed, but he refrained from pulling the trigger. Let us go. Let us check the other floors of the hotel. He spat angrily, yet his gaze remained fixed on the door, as if he could bore a hole through it with his stare. What are you still doing? Help Lao San upstairs to have a look. He gritted his teeth and shouted once more at the person beside him. Only then did his 2 companions hasten forward, one on each side, lifting the still mumbling old 3 and guiding him up the stairs to the 3rd floor. It was not until the footsteps of that group completely faded around the staircase corner that the tense atmosphere in the room finally eased somewhat. Wang Yuanyuan gradually loosened her grip on Lu Yifei's clothing, her knuckles still pale from exertion. Lu Momo also quietly lowered the gun she had aimed at the door's crack, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her back. However, Chen Mo remained vigilant, pressing his ear to the door and listening intently for half a minute. Once he confirmed that there was no longer any commotion in the corridor, he slowly relaxed his finger from the trigger and turned to the women, his gaze still carrying a hint of coldness. We shall have a light meal and leave this place swiftly to avoid entanglements with other survivors. Upon hearing this, Lu Yifei immediately nodded and turned to retrieve the compressed biscuits and mineral water from her backpack to distribute among them. After they had eaten, Chen Mo led Shen Jiai, Lu Yifei, and the others out of the hotel, opening the Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked by the roadside and preparing to board. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly sensed a piercing gaze from above, sending shivers down his spine. This made him abruptly halt. Even his hand on the car door tensed involuntarily. He swiftly scanned the 3rd-floor window with hawk-like precision and saw the muzzle of a black gun subtly aimed at them through a curtain's gap. The cold metallic glint of Officer Han's .92 pistol flashing momentarily in the morning mist. Get down, Chen Mo shouted fiercely, pulling Shen Jiai and Lu Yifei behind the car, while Lu Momo dragged Wang Yuanyuan down as well. Almost simultaneously, a gunshot shattered the air. The bullet skimmed the top of the Mercedes G, striking a lamp post across the street and sparking a shower of sparks. Damn it, you dared to ambush me. Chen Mo glared at the 3rd-floor window, eyes icy, and drew his pistol from his waist, aiming at the curtain seam and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! As 2 bullets penetrated the fabric, a muffled groan erupted from above, and Officer Han's gun muzzle vanished from view. Seeking death, Chen Montak Huavat, charging up to the 3rd floor like an arrow released from a bow. However, just as he rounded the corner of the staircase, a machete swung toward his face. Chen Mo's pupils constricted, and he abruptly halted, leaning back as the blade swept past his nose and struck the stair railing with a resounding crash, sending splinters flying. Attempting a sneak attack, Chen Mo scoffed, using his left hand to brace against the steps for leverage, while his right leg forcefully kicked toward his opponent's abdomen. The individual emitted a muffled grunt, the machete slipping from his grasp as he slammed against the corridor wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mo realized it was one of Officer Han's companions, the very man who had just assisted Old 3. At that moment, the man referred to as Old 3, seeing his companion fall, limped forward brandishing a steel pipe and charged at Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo did not even spare them a glance. With a swift kick, he sent the 3rd one flying. The 3rd one screamed as he crashed into the door of the opposite room, the steel pipe clattering to the ground. His already injured ankle throbbed painfully, leaving him curled up on the floor, unable to rise for some time. Ignoring the 2, Chen Mo's piercing gaze swept through the corridor. After all, Officer Han had been shot and could not have fled far. He crept along the wall towards the end of the hallway, and just as he reached the door, he heard the rustling sound of someone rummaging inside. Are you planning to hide in there like a turtle? Chen Mo kicked the door open with a resounding bang, his gun aimed directly inside. To his surprise, Officer Han's wife shielded her injured husband with her body. Her expression twisted in rage as she glared at Chen Mo, gritting her teeth and growling. If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my dead body. Chapter 76, An Oversight. Very well. Bang! The gunshot reverberated heavily, and Officer Han's wife's body crumpled to the ground, blood instantly staining the carpet beneath her. Officer Han's eyes widened in despair as he struggled to rise, but the movement exacerbated his chest wound, causing more blood to flow. He could only emit a gasping sound. His eyes filled with hopelessness and venomous rage. Chen Mo stepped over the lifeless body of Officer Han's wife, keeping the gun trained on Han's forehead. His voice as cold as ice. Do you have any final words? If not, you can join your wife in the afterlife. I have something to say. Then speak. You seem to harbor a deep hatred for the police. But, in truth, I am not a police officer. I merely picked up this gun from a police officer's corpse. Damn, I don't care whether you're a police officer or not. Bang! Before the sound of the gun faded, Officer Han's body crashed heavily onto the floor, convulsing a couple of times before falling utterly still. Detected a Type 92 pistol. Congratulations, you have acquired 1,000,000 Type 92 pistols. Chen Mo cast a glance at the two lifeless bodies, blinked, and stored the pistol in his system space. Without lingering, he turned and kicked open the door, smoothly tucking the gun back into his waistband, the residue of gunpowder still warm to the touch. As he passed by the third one and his companion, both lay crumpled in the corner of the corridor. Upon seeing Chen Mo approach, they trembled violently, their pain overshadowed by sheer terror. The third one leaned against the wall, attempting to retreat, but the sharp pain in his ankle caused him to fall to the ground. His bloodied face raised in a plea. Please don't kill us. We saw nothing and would not dare oppose you. His companion dropped to his knees, his head bowed low, his voice quivering. We will leave immediately, go somewhere else, and never return. I beg you, spare our lives. Chen Mo's stride did not falter. His gaze swept over the steel pipe and cleaver that lay beside them, then lingered on their bleeding wounds, his voice devoid of warmth. Scram. Do not let me see you around here again. The two individuals were momentarily stunned, only to quickly rise to their feet, as if grasping at a lifeline, and hastily made their way towards the staircase. However, just as they believed they had snatched a chance at survival, two gunshots reverberated through the corridor. The bullets struck with precision, piercing the backs of their hearts. The bodies of the third man and his companion stiffened abruptly, unable to even emit a scream before they collapsed heavily at the foot of the stairs, blood cascading down the steps. Chen Mo retracted his smoking firearm, his voice chillingly cold. I told you to leave, yet you chose to stand and walk. It's no wonder your lives are so fleeting. At that moment, Shen Jiai and Lu Yifei finally ascended the staircase. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, their expressions remained largely unchanged. After all, having accompanied Chen Mo for these past days, they had grown accustomed to the horrors of the undead and the treachery of humanity. The initial weakness they once possessed had long since evaporated. The next time, you must take action yourselves. Let us proceed. Chen Mo surveyed the women with a frigid gaze before preparing to descend stairs. Suddenly, he halted, turning to glance at the corpses on the floor. His voice cold. It seems one has escaped my notice. Escape your notice? The women echoed in perplexity. 3 men and 2 women. I have only dispatched 3 men and 1 woman. There should still be another woman hiding. Search this floor thoroughly, Chen Mo commanded. As his words fell, he retrieved several 92-style handguns from the system space, tossing them to Lu Momo, Lu Yifei, and Shen Jiai, continuing, eliminate her on sight. We must not leave any potential threats. Lu Momo caught the gun, swiftly inspecting its body, her gaze sharpening. Understood, no survivors. After all, having endured numerous life and death situations alongside Chen Mo, she was acutely aware of what the term potential threat entailed in the apocalypse. Should they show mercy today, they might very well face retaliation tomorrow. At that moment, Shen Jiai, gripping her firearm, approached the first door on the left side of the corridor, listening intently for a couple of seconds before exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei understood the cue, raised her hand to grasp the doorknob, and gently pushed it inward. As the door creaked open, a cloud of dust emerged, revealing a room furnished only with an overturned bed, devoid of occupants. There's no one here, Shen Jiai whispered, pivoting to head towards the next room. Meanwhile, Lu Momo, accompanied by Wang Yuanyuan, was searching the rooms on the right side. Wang Yuanyuan, her hands gripping the gun tightly, focused intently on the direction of the door and the wardrobe, her voice trembling yet resolute. Momo, look at that wardrobe. It seems to have a crack. Upon hearing this, Lu Momo immediately aimed her gun at the wardrobe, her voice sharp. Come out. If you don't emerge, I will shoot. After a few tense seconds of silence, a faint sound of sobbing emanated from within the wardrobe. A woman clad in a floral dress tumbled out, clutching her head. her knees striking the ground, tears mingling with dust as she pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I'm not one of them. I was brought here by Officer Han. I have done nothing." Lu Momo stood still, her gun still pointed at her. Whether you're truly in cahoots is not for you to decide. As she spoke, Lu Momo prepared to pull the trigger. Wait! At that critical moment, the woman suddenly shrieked, pulling out a photograph from her pocket. "I have evidence. Look, this is my daughter. I only want to find her. Officer Han said he could help me locate her, so I followed him." Lu Yifei approached, glancing at the photograph. The image depicted a radiant little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, smiling brightly. Faced with such a situation, Lu Yifei found herself momentarily indecisive. Therefore, she turned to Chen Mo and asked, "Chen Mo, should we kill her or spare her?" Chen Mo slowly walked over, his gaze sweeping across the woman's pale face and trembling hands, finally landing on the frayed edges of the photograph. A cold smile suddenly graced his lips. "You expect me to believe you based on a tattered photograph? Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Grant her a swift end. Eliminate her." The woman instantly trembled in fear, the photograph slipping from her grasp as she frantically reached to retrieve it, her trembling fingers unable to grasp it securely. "I truly am not deceiving you. My daughter is named Lele and is in the 3rd class at Xinguang Kindergarten. We received word that a large number of survivors have gathered at the gym in the east of the city. Officer Han said my daughter is likely there." "How can you be so certain? Why do you place such trust in that false officer's words?" "Because Xinguang Kindergarten is less than 2 kilometers from the gym. Please believe me, I am not lying." Hearing the woman's words, Chen Mo sneered, drawing his handgun and pressing it against her head, his voice cold. "You are lying. Liechtenstein." "I'm not." The woman's pupils constricted, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind, her head shaking in frantic denial. "Everything I say is true. Lele's homeroom teacher's surname is Zhao, and I have her contact information on my phone, but my phone has long since run out of battery. If you're not lying, then you may leave." However, before the woman could finish her sentence, Chen Mo interrupted, causing her to pause for 2 seconds before she realized, repeatedly thanking him as she turned to leave. But at that moment, Chen Mo suddenly drew his gun, aiming at her retreating figure. Yet ultimately, he did not pull the trigger. As he descended from the upper floor and returned to the vehicle, a thought crossed Chen Mo's mind. Another function of the system, biological sensing photography, had quietly activated. The coordinates of supplies within a 5-kilometer radius instantly appeared before his eyes. Detected 10 boxes of ham sausages, 25 boxes of instant noodles. Laundry detergent, 1,200 meters away. Detected 50 bags of flour, 30 bags of rice, soybean oil, 3,000 meters away. Observing the supply coordinates that materialized before him, Chen Mo, having made up his mind, pressed the accelerator, propelling forward. The Mercedes G-Class sped down the desolate street, the tires crunching over gravel, producing a piercing sound. After 5 minutes, the vehicle finally halted in front of a large supermarket. Once bustling with life, the market now bore only a dilapidated sign, hanging askew above the entrance. Its glass doors shattered like spider webs, creaking ominously in the wind. Scattered before the entrance were several lifeless bodies of the undead, their stench mingling with the dust that assaulted the senses. Chen Mo pushed open the car door, his fingers grazing the grip of his firearm. As the system interface materialized before him, simultaneously updating, detected 10 boxes of ham sausages, 25 boxes of instant noodles, 100 bags of various detergents, distance 20 meters. Montak. Jia, accompany me inside. You stay in the car and keep watch. If anything seems amiss, we will communicate via the walkie-talkies. Chen Montak instructed, retrieving 2 walkie-talkies from his space, one for himself and the other handed to Lu Yifei and the others in the vehicle. Chen Mo, you must be careful, Wang Shue, seated in the car, urged with genuine concern. Chen Mo smiled lightly at her words and, alongside Shinjia and Lu Mo, approached the supermarket. As the trio entered, Lu Mo accidentally stepped on a crinkled chip bag, producing a sharp crunch that echoed in the vacant supermarket. Almost immediately, a guttural growl emanated from the snack aisle to their left as 2 zombies, their skin tinged with an unnatural hue, stumbled forth, their decaying fingers reaching towards Chen Mo's clothing. Mo, this is your fault. Deal with those 2 zombies, Chen Mo remarked. Liu Montak, slightly embarrassed, grasped her Zulu shovel and lunged at the creatures. With deft movements, she sidestepped the zombies' advance, using her wrist to drive the shovel's tip into the eye socket of the first one. Dark ichor cascaded down the handle, and the zombie froze, collapsing heavily to the ground. The second zombie seized the opportunity to charge, but she swiftly withdrew her shovel and swung the handle forcefully against its temple. Producing a dull thud as it staggered and fell beside the shelves, its growls abruptly silenced. "Brother Chen Mo, it's done," Lu Mo announced, wiping the sweat from her brow. Just as she prepared to catch her breath, a thunderous crash from the fresh produce section drew their attention. 3 zombies, dragging their mutilated limbs, began to shuffle towards them, leaving a trail of decaying flesh. There's still some that slipped through. Shan Jia Yi Iklamit, tightening her grip on the Zulu shovel as she charged at the oncoming zombies. The blade sliced through the air, striking the foremost zombie's neck, cleaving its body in 2, and splattering foul blood across the nearby vegetable crates. Once Shen Jia Yi and Lu Mo had dispatched the remaining undead, they proceeded to the area marked by the system. There, beside the refrigeration unit, were neatly stacked boxes of ham sausages, the meat visible through the transparent packaging. On the third shelf, unopened boxes of instant noodles were piled 3 high, available in both braised and spicy flavors. Upon seeing these supplies, Chen Mo could not help but smile slightly, winking at the instant noodles and ham sausages. Detected 25 boxes of instant noodles and 10 boxes of ham sausages. Congratulations on acquiring 25 million boxes of instant noodles and 10 million boxes of ham sausages. Before them lay biscuits and chocolates, beckoning exploration. As Chen Mo's words faded, he advanced into the depths of the snack aisle, with Shen Jiai and Lu Momo hastily trailing behind. Upon rounding the corner of a shelf, they beheld 2 rows brimming with an array of snacks. Delights such as filled biscuits, dark chocolate, beef jerky, and even unopened nut gift boxes glimmered under the dim light. Lu Momo, an aficionado of snacks, instantly lit up, darting forward to seize a bag of chocolate, exclaiming, "I can't believe this." Chen Mo merely smiled slightly, his gaze flickering over the offerings before him. Detected 50 boxes of filled biscuits, 30 boxes of dark chocolate, and 20 bags of beef jerky. Congratulations on acquiring 50 million boxes of filled biscuits, 30 million boxes of dark chocolate, and 20 million bags of beef jerky. Chen Montak, there are plenty of cosmetics and facial cleansers ahead. Shall we take some? Shen Jiai suggested, pointing towards the cosmetic section. Chen Mo glanced in the direction she indicated and observed a neat array of lipsticks, creams, and cleansers, all impeccably packaged, with brand logos visibly printed on the bottles. "Very well. If that is your desire, let us gather some," Chen Mo replied, approaching the cosmetics aisle and blinking at the products displayed there. Detected 120 items of various cosmetics, 80 bottles of facial cleanser, and 50 lipsticks. Congratulations on acquiring 1.2 billion items of cosmetics, 80 million bottles of facial cleanser, and 50 million lipsticks. Subsequently, Chen Mo guided Lu Momo and Shen Jiai through other sections of the supermarket, collecting all usable and unexpired items into the system space, leaving the store with a sense of fulfillment. As the trio exited the supermarket, they found Lu Yifei had driven the Mercedes G-Class down the steps, with Wang Shushu appearing in, visibly relieved upon seeing them emerge. "Brother Chen Mo, you finally came out. We heard the commotion inside and were so worried." Chen Montak chuckled, bending to sit in the driver's seat, tossing the intercom to Shen Jiai in the passenger seat. Rest assured, it was merely ordinary zombies. There was no danger. "So, where shall we head next?" inquired Lu Yifei from the back seat. Chapter 78, a millionfold replication of the grain and oil store. Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, his gaze skimming the freshly updated resource coordinates in the system interface, then lifted his eyes to the rearview mirror. 3,000 meters ahead, there is flour and rice. Our next destination will be there. Lu Yifei nodded, reaching to close the car window for Wang Shushue. After all, the foul odor lingering at the supermarket entrance had yet to dissipate, and it would be quite unpleasant if that scent infiltrated the car. As the vehicle roared back to life, the sound of the engine resonated clearly in the desolate streets. Upon turning the corner, several zombies approached, drawn by the noise. However, the vehicle did not slow down. Instead, it barreled forward with relentless force. The undead were struck and sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the remnants of a broken wall, their limbs contorted at grotesque angles, lifeless thereafter. The blood, thick and dark, splattered across the car's body and windows, trickling down the paintwork. Yet, Chen Mo maintained his composure, gripping the steering wheel firmly, his gaze fixed ahead as he calmly remarked, "For these scattered zombies, Accelerating past them is the most efficient approach, saving us the time of disembarking. Seated beside him, Chen Mo nodded, her eyes scanning the surroundings. It seems there's an overturned truck at the intersection ahead. We must circumvent it. Chen Mo deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, guiding the car cautiously along the roadside. The overturned truck lay with its cargo compartment ajar, revealing scattered boxes of beer, most of which lay shattered, leaving only a few intact bottles rolling at the roadside. Thus, Chen Mo had no intention of halting. The staples from the grain and oil store were of far greater significance than this meager amount of beer. Before long, the sign of the Liming grain and oil shop came into view. The establishment was modest. Its roll-up door pried open to reveal a gap tall enough for a person, from which faint rustling sounds emanated. Chen Mo parked the car 2 meters from the entrance, unfastened his seatbelt, and casually secured a handgun from the passenger seat at his waist, then handed another to Lu Momo seated in the back. You and Shushu stay in the car and keep watch. Jai, Ifei, Yuan, and I will enter. Contact us via the walkie-talkie if anything seems amiss. Lu Momo accepted the handgun, eager to assert herself. Brother Chen Mo, I can help too. Didn't I handle zombies at the supermarket earlier? The outside needs someone as well. Be obedient. All right then, Chen Mo replied, ruffling Lu Momo's hair before stepping out of the vehicle. Shen Jai and Lu Ifei stood ready beside the car, armed with their Zulu shovels, while Wang Ying gripped a short knife tightly, her gaze vigilant at the shop's entrance. Jai leads, Ifei stays at the rear, and Yuan and I will be in the middle. Move swiftly. Let's not linger. Chen Mo instructed in a hushed tone before bending down to slip through the gaping hole of the roll-up door. As soon as he entered, an overwhelming stench of rice husks and decay assaulted his senses. The rustling noises grew clearer, as if something was repeatedly scraping against the burlap sacks. Shen Jai tread lightly, her shovel in hand, gradually advancing. She soon spotted a zombie, its body covered in flour, hunched over a pile of rice bags, gnawing at them. A large gash had been torn in one bag, spilling white rice across the floor, grains even wedged beneath its filthy nails. Upon sensing intruders, the zombie abruptly lifted its head, its murky eyes locking onto Shen Jai, its decayed hand reaching out to lunge at her. Shen Jai had evidently prepared for this moment. As she deftly sidestepped, the blade of her shovel struck mercilessly at the zombie's neck, producing a sickening sound as its head rolled into the pile of rice. Black blood instantly staining the grains crimson. Another one, Wang Yuan exclaimed suddenly, pointing towards the opposite side of the shelf. There, a zombie with a severed right arm was dragging an oil drum, soybean oil dripping down from the barrel's seam, forming a slick puddle on the floor. Chen Mo swiftly drew his gun and aimed at the creature's head, firing without hesitation. After dispatching the zombie, the 4 of them ventured into the inner chamber. In the corner, over 50 bags of flour were stacked, labeled as high-gluten wheat flour, alongside 30 bags of Northeast rice, plump and full. On the shelves, more than 20 barrels of soybean oil adorned the space, their labels pristine, and a few vacuum-sealed bags of millet and red beans lay nearby. It appears these staples will suffice for quite some time, Lu Ifei remarked, lightly patting a rice bag, her tone betraying her relief. Chen Mo nodded, winking at the rice. Flour and oil, as the system prompt resonated in his mind. Detected 53 bags of flour, 30 bags of rice, 22 barrels of soybean oil, and 10 bags of grains. Congratulations on acquiring 53 million bags of flour, 30 million bags of rice, 22 million barrels of soybean oil, and 10 million bags of grains. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed several packages of yeast and salt on the top shelf. Having experienced a previous life, Chen Mo understood the immense value of these items in a post-apocalyptic world, essential for leavening and seasoning. He rose on his toes to retrieve them, adding another wink. Detected 15 packages of yeast and 20 bags of salt. Congratulations on acquiring 15 million packages of yeast and 20 million bags of salt. Brother Chen Mo. Look, there are also soy sauce, vinegar, monosodium glutamate, and chicken essence. At that moment, Shen Jai pointed to another shelf, which was lined with rows of glass bottles filled with soy sauce and vinegar, accompanied by several bags of monosodium glutamate and chicken essence, their packaging untouched, with production dates well before expiration. Chen Mo's eyes lit up at her words. He quickly approached the shelf and winked at the seasonings, prompting the system to chime once more. Detected 18 bottles of soy sauce, 15 bottles of vinegar, 10 bags of monosodium glutamate, and 8 bags of chicken essence. Congratulations on acquiring 18 million bottles of soy sauce, 15 million bottles of vinegar, 10 million bags of monosodium glutamate, and 8 million bags of chicken essence. Afterward, Chen Mo and the women searched the store thoroughly, finding a considerable amount of noodles and white sugar, all of which Chen Mo collected without hesitation. That's enough. Let us depart, he declared as he stowed the last bag of sugar into the system space. Checking his watch, he prepared to leave with Shen Jiai, Lu Yifei, and Wang Yuan. However, at that moment, the walkie-talkie at Lu Yifei's waist crackled to life with Lu Momo's voice. Brother Chen Mo, can you hear me? Chen Mo promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie and replied, I can't hear you. What is the matter? There are currently a dozen survivors approaching us from outside. A dozen survivors? Chen Mo furrowed his brow and inquired into the walkie-talkie. Are they armed? There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by Lu Momo's subdued voice. Some are wielding steel pipes, and others are carrying rusty kitchen knives, advancing toward the grocery store while shouting that there is food inside. It seems they, too, are drawn by the supplies within. In this post-apocalyptic world, the ruthless scramble for resources often leads to violent confrontations. To avoid entanglement with these survivors, we must leave swiftly. Thus, Chen Mo informed Shen Jiai and the others before hastily exiting the grocery store. For Chen Mo, expediting the system upgrade was paramount. He had no time to waste on idle chatter with these individuals. However, the moment they stepped out from behind the rolling shutter, a keen-eyed survivor brandished a steel pipe, shouting at Chen Mo and his companions. Damn it, we just marked this spot, and someone else got here first. Brothers, block them. Don't let them escape. The roar was akin to thunder, instantly mobilizing the group of survivors, who encircled the entrance of the grocery store, surrounding Chen Mo and his companions. Initially, Chen Mo had no intention of harming them, but their insistence on confrontation left him no choice. He cast a cold glance at the group, akin to surveying a horde of obstructive zombies. Without further ado, he swiftly reached for his waist, his fingers closing around the icy grip of a handgun, aiming it directly at the shouting survivor. A friendly warning, step forward and you will die. Chen Mo's voice was devoid of warmth, and the chilling intensity in his gaze caused the encroaching figures to halt in their tracks. Yet, the survivor with the steel pipe merely paused momentarily before brazenly retorting. I didn't expect you to have a gun, but there are so many of us here. Can you really take us all down? Just as the words left his lips, Chen Mo's companions, Shen Jiai, Lu Yifei, Wang Yuan, along with Lu Momo and Wang Shushue from the vehicle, each drew a 92 type handgun, aiming them at the surrounding survivors. As 5 dark barrels were raised in unison, the atmosphere around them became palpably tense. The previously boisterous survivors instantly lost their bravado, their faces betraying visible terror. Some instinctively recoiled, their hands trembling with the pipes and knives they held. How could there be so many guns? The survivor with the steel pipe swallowed hard, his voice quaking, the earlier bravado evaporating. Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk as he gently pressed his finger against the trigger, his tone steady yet laden with pressure. Now, do you still believe you have the advantage in numbers? Or would you prefer to test whether your movements are swifter than our bullets? In the crowd, panic surged as a voice quietly murmured, Forget it, brother. They have guns. We cannot fight them. Indeed, if we fail to acquire supplies, we may lose our lives. Which is not worth it. The survivor, wielding a steel pipe, turned pale, glancing at the uncertain expressions of his companions and the guns aimed at him. Summoning his courage, he spoke, The supplies in this grocery store are clearly ours to claim. You cannot possibly take all of them for yourselves. At the very least, leave us a little. Hearing this, Chen Mo could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? The survivor retorted. You are not mistaken, but tell me, which of your eyes saw me taking the grain from this store? Are you implying that you do not want the rice and flour inside? Chen Mo shook his head. No. May I ask why? The survivor looked at Chen Mo, bewildered. Because there is nothing inside. What? Nothing. How can that be? The survivor's eyes widened in disbelief, as if hearing an absurd tale. He pointed to the gaping hole in the grocery store and shouted, Impossible. We clearly saw bags of rice and flour piled inside, just an hour ago. Are you trying to deceive me? Chen Mo offered no explanation, merely shifted aside to nod at Shen Jiai. Understanding his cue, she stepped forward with the Zulu shovel and pointed towards the breach in the rolling shutter door. See for yourself. The survivors peered in, only to be met with an empty interior. The once abundant bags of rice and flour had vanished, leaving behind only scattered grains and flour traces on the ground, as if the contents had been hastily removed. What is happening? Someone rubbed their eyes, doubting their vision. The survivor with the steel pipe stood frozen, muttering, "It was just here. How could it be gone?" Chen Mo toyed with his pistol, his tone laced with mockery. "I told you, there is nothing here. If you wish to find something, you must go in and look for yourselves." His words doused the last flicker of hope among the survivors. They exchanged glances, none daring to advance further. After all, the desolate grocery store, coupled with 6 guns trained on them, rendered any further confrontation futile. The survivor with the steel pipe gritted his teeth and shot Chen Mo a fierce glare before finally waving his hand. "Let us go. We will search elsewhere." Dejected, the group turned away, quickly disappearing into the ruins around the corner. Their departure was a relief. Otherwise, they would have surely met a grim fate. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Mo murmured to himself before opening the car door and sliding back into the driver's seat. "Brother Chen Mo, where shall we go next?" Lu Momo inquired, setting aside her weapon and leaning towards the front passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chen Mo tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, a thought crossing his mind. He activated the system's biological sensing photography function once more, his gaze sweeping across the newly flickering coordinates on the interface, his voice clear and resolute. "The next destination is the frozen food warehouse. The system indicates that there are frozen meats, vegetables, and canned goods, scarce commodities in this apocalyptic world." "Frozen meat?" exclaimed Wang Shushua from the back seat. Chen Mo turned to her, questioning, "Is there an issue with heading to the frozen food warehouse?" "Chen Montak, the entire city is without power now. Can frozen supplies in those warehouses still be edible?" Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, responding with unwavering certainty. Under normal circumstances, they would indeed spoil. However, large-scale frozen warehouses are equipped with independent backup power sources and insulation. As long as the backup power remains intact, the low temperatures can be sustained for a considerable duration. Thus, Chen Mo drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, its engine roaring steadily through the ruins of the streets. The shattered walls and remnants swiftly receded outside the window, while the occasional zombie lunged forward, only to be violently struck aside by Chen Mo. After several minutes, he parked the vehicle at the entrance of the cold chain storage center. The iron gate of the cold chain warehouse stood firmly closed, its edges stained with dark crimson streaks, and 3 zombie corpses lay scattered at the entrance, their skulls crushed by blunt instruments. The decaying flesh clung to the broken tiles, exuding a nauseating stench. What astonished the women even more was the sight of countless zombified workers within the yard of the cold chain warehouse. Had it not been for the sturdy iron gate, those zombie workers would likely have torn Chen Mo and his companions to shreds long ago. "What should we do, Chen Mo? With so many zombies, how can we possibly get in?" Wang Shushua said, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the undead workers in the yard. Chen Mo wrapped his fingers on the steering wheel. "We shall employ the old method. Lure these zombies out of the cold chain warehouse yard. But the noise from opening the door will surely attract all the zombies. We won't have time to hide." Lu Momo clung to the car window, her voice trembling with fear. Yet, Chen Mo merely smiled calmly in response. "What's so difficult about that? In a moment, you'll shoot the lock off the door." As he spoke, Chen Mo drove the vehicle to a spot 500 meters from the cold chain warehouse entrance, distributing an 88 Type sniper rifle to each of Shinjai, Lu Momo, and Lu Yifei. The 88 Type sniper rifle, formerly known as the QBU-88, utilizes a 5.8mm machine gun cartridge and boasts impressive penetration and accuracy within 800 meters. "I trust it is not unreasonable to ask you to shoot the lock off the cold chain warehouse door from 500 meters away?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the women exchanged glances, expertly chambering their rifles and fixing their sharp gazes on the lock of the warehouse door, 500 meters distant. The accuracy of the 88 Type sniper rifle was sufficient, yet the lock was made of cast iron. They would need to strike the lock cylinder precisely to break it in a single shot. At that moment, Shun Jai aimed her Type 88 sniper rifle at the lock on the door. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet sliced through the air, striking the lock core with precision. The cast iron body of the lock shattered instantly, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of fine dust. The warehouse door, now unbound, gently swung open a half-meter wide gap under the influence of the wind. Simultaneously, a drone equipped with a speaker, under Chen Mo's control, ascended into the air and flew towards the cold chain warehouse. As the drone hovered above the heads of the zombie workers, a cheerful children's song echoed through the air, causing the zombies in the courtyard to erupt in chaos. Countless zombies flailed their arms and threw their heads back, howling at the drone above, their decayed fingers clawing aimlessly at the sky, as if attempting to bring down the strange machine emitting such sounds. Chen Mo piloted the drone, trailing the speaker blaring the children's song as it burst out of the cold chain warehouse. The zombies instinctively followed the drone, rushing out of the warehouse doors and towards a distant moat. When everyone witnessed the last dismembered zombie stumbling out of the warehouse in pursuit of the drone, Chen Mo promptly started the engine, darting into the empty courtyard of the cold chain warehouse. He quickly retrieved another lock from his space and secured the door, preventing the zombies outside from re-entering. After completing this task, Chen Mo, along with Shun Jai and Lu Yifei, approached the cold storage door. Upon noticing that the cold storage door was also locked, Chen Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Jai. She nodded in acknowledgement, raising her Type 88 sniper rifle and firing at the lock core. The bullet struck true once more, the sharp crack of the lock's destruction resonating clearly in the open courtyard. Chen Mo stepped forward and pushed open the heavy warehouse door, a blast of frigid air rushing out. The others instinctively wrapped their coats tighter around themselves, the white vapor from their breath dissipating swiftly. The temperature inside plummeted to at least -10 degrees. Everyone was cautioned to watch their step as the ground could be icy. Chen Mo was the first to enter, the beam of his powerful flashlight sweeping the surroundings, illuminating rows of cold chain containers stacked to the ceiling. Thick frost coated the blue plastic packaging, and the air was filled with the mingled scents of frozen meat and refrigerated vegetables. "Wow, there is so much," Chen Mo exclaimed, unable to stifle his surprise at the abundance of supplies on the shelves before him. Before him lay a tin box adorned with labels of beef and fruit canned goods, within which were meticulously stacked vacuum-sealed frozen pork and chicken legs. Additionally, several rows of neatly packaged compressed biscuits and bottled purified water adorned the shelves. The glimmer of the packaging under the beam of his flashlight made Chen Mo momentarily question whether his system storage capacity could genuinely accommodate all these provisions. After all, every time he accumulated resources, they were stored in quantities magnified by millions. However, his concerns were evidently unwarranted, for as he blinked at the array of supplies before him, a deluge of information flooded his mind. Detected 500 tons of frozen shrimp. Congratulations. You have acquired 500 million tons of frozen shrimp. Detected 3,000 boxes of canned beef. 24 cans per box. Congratulations. You have acquired 72 trillion cans of canned beef. Detected 1,000 boxes of compressed biscuits. 100 packets per box. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 trillion packets of compressed biscuits. Detected 2,000 boxes of bottled purified water. 24 bottles per box. Congratulations. You have acquired 48 trillion bottles of bottled purified water. Detected 800 tons of frozen pork. Congratulations. You have acquired 80 billion tons of frozen pork. Detected 500 tons of frozen chicken legs. Congratulations. You have acquired 5 billion tons of frozen chicken legs. Detected 2,000 boxes of fruit canned goods. 24 cans per box. Congratulations. You have acquired 48 trillion cans of fruit canned goods. A barrage of system notifications erupted in his mind, causing Chen Mo's pupils to constrict and a splitting headache to ensue, forcing him to lean against the nearby shelf for support. Yet, the system prompts continued to hum within his consciousness, the astronomical figures of resources feeling like countless needles jabbing at his temples. "Chen Mo, are you all right?" Wang Shuxue was the first to notice something amiss, hastening over to steady his arm. Upon feeling the chill of his skin, panic washed over her. "Chen Mo, you look dreadful. Are you cold?" Shun Jai and Lu Yifei quickly joined her, their flashlight beams converging on Chen Mo's face. His lips appeared pale, his brows knitted tightly, and beads of cold sweat crystallized into frost upon his forehead, rendering him an alarming sight. "Chen Mo, what is wrong? Please don't frighten us," Lu Momo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his to provide comfort, her eyes brimming with tears. Summoning his strength, Chen Mo lit a cigarette and slowly replied, "I'm fine. It seems the sudden influx of resources has overloaded the system." "What? The system?" Chapter 81. The mobile photography system upgrades again. Detected that the host's version 20 mobile photography system now meets the conditions for an upgrade. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? As a confusion among the women deepened, a system prompt unexpectedly rang out in Chen Mo's mind. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Chen Mo, enduring a headache that felt as though it might burst, emitted a hearty laugh upon hearing the system's prompt in his mind. I never anticipated the system would truly upgrade. I consent. No sooner had the words left his lips than he began to levitate, much to the astonishment of Shun Jiai, Wang Shushue, and the others, as countless electric currents surged through his body, producing a faint crackling sound. As time passed, a pale blue arc illuminated Chen Mo's cheeks with a cold glow. His previously pallid complexion gradually regained its color as the electric currents coursed through him, even evaporating the cold sweat at his temples into wisps of fine mist. Shun Jiai and the others instinctively recoiled a step, while Wang Shushue reached out, only to be firmly restrained by Lui Fei. The oppressive force of the electric currents rendered the air almost painfully charged, clearly indicating that this was no realm for ordinary individuals. Do not approach. That electricity appears perilous. Lui Fei's voice was taut, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo, anxious for his safety amidst the electric storm. At that moment, Chen Mo hovered half a meter above the ground, his consciousness remarkably lucid. He could distinctly sense a foreign energy flowing into his mind along with the currents, intertwining with the system's data stream. The headache caused by material overload was gradually soothed by this newfound energy, replaced by a refreshing clarity. System upgrading. Mobile photography system version 20 has been upgraded to version 30, synchronously activating the apocalyptic low-tier product Millionfold replication ability. This capability allows for the millionfold replication of first to second tier crystal cores, as well as other apocalyptic products of the same tier. The biological sensing photography system function has been upgraded. Through neural linkage, it can directly scan all materials and zombies within a 5-kilometer radius, instantly generating a 3-dimensional coordinate map, complete with coordinates and distances, precisely locating material positions. System upgrade progress, 100. Core functions fully activated. As the cold, mechanical voice faded, the pale blue electric arc enveloping Chen Mo abruptly contracted, transforming into a stream of light that penetrated his body. Shortly thereafter, a screen materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. The display showcased a 3-dimensional scanning interface, densely populated with green dots marking material coordinates, while red dots indicated wandering zombies. He could even discern bottled water on the shelves of an abandoned supermarket 5 kilometers away. Brother Chen Mo, are you all right? Lu Momo inquired anxiously, her expression filled with concern. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? He replied, though Lu Momo hesitated, but how did you? I already said I'm fine. Let us go. Chen Mo interjected, leading the way outside the warehouse while the others looked on, perplexed. Upon stepping out of the frigid cold of the storage facility, Chen Mo instinctively glanced up at the brilliant sun overhead before instructing Lu Momo to open the door, preparing to leave. However, as soon as Lu Momo swung the door open, she gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "What are you all doing here? I was about to ask you the same. How is it that you are everywhere?" The figure outside lamented with a mournful expression, peering through the open doorway of the cold storage. However, when Chen Mo, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, obstructed his line of sight, the man immediately stiffened, fear rendering him utterly mute. It seems our fates are intertwined. We coincidentally crossed paths at the grain store earlier today, and to my astonishment, you have followed us here. Are you trailing us? Who is trailing you? We merely chanced upon this place. The survivor, clutching a steel pipe, gazed at Chen Mo with trepidation. After all, Chen Mo and the women were armed, and despite any resentment he harbored, he dared not express it openly. At that moment, Chen Mo removed the cigarette from his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the panicked survivors outside. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Since this is merely a coincidence, why not hasten your departure? Do you fancy a taste of peanuts?" The lead survivor's face turned ashen, and the steel pipe clattered to the ground as he scrambled backward, exclaiming, "We will leave. We will leave." The others, equally alarmed, followed suit, their retreat so chaotic that they nearly collided with one another. Just then, Chen Mo recalled something and called out, "Wait a moment." The survivors, who had barely taken 2 steps, froze in place, trembling as if jolted by electricity. The leader nearly collapsed. His face drained of color as he turned back, stammering, "Big brother, do you have further instructions? Do you often frequent this area?" Chen Montak inquired. "Yes, big brother. What is the matter? Have you heard of the Wild Wolf Bar?" Upon hearing this, the survivor's expression shifted dramatically. "Why do you ask about that?" Chen Mo's cigarette burned down to the filter, singeing his fingertips, and he carelessly flicked the butt onto the ground, crushing it beneath his shoe, his demeanor growing grave. Just answer the question. Spare me this superfluous chatter. The survivor gulped, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the distant ruins, his voice quivering. Before the apocalypse, the Wild Wolf Bar was indeed the local kingpin, engaging in usury and coercing respectable women. I am aware of all that. What I wish to know is the current situation of that group. The lead survivor gulped again, fear evident in his eyes as he quickly responded. They have gathered around 100 individuals, many of whom were criminals before the end of the world. With the law no longer a constraint, they have turned the Wild Wolf Bar into their stronghold, committing unspeakable atrocities. Unspeakable atrocities? Pray, elaborate. In my view, in this world, where can one find unequivocal good? Chen Mo surmised that the survivors' description stemmed from an understanding of their past grievances with the Wild Wolf Bar, an attempt to curry favor. Yet, as he contemplated this, the survivor continued in a trembling voice. Not long ago, a woman searching for her child reached the bar's entrance, only to be dragged inside by those within. They toyed with her until they grew bored, ultimately feeding her to the monsters they kept. Monsters? What sort of monsters? At the mention of the word, Chen Mo's interest was piqued. After all, in his previous life, he had never heard of any monsters being kept in the Wild Wolf Bar. The survivor shook his head, stating, "We don't really know what kind of monster it is. We only heard that it is confined in a large iron cage and emits inhuman howls at midnight, which is truly terrifying." Upon hearing the survivor's account, a flicker of doubt appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. It seemed that his rebirth had caused a butterfly effect, leading to significant deviations from the trajectory of his past life. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the survivor's panicked expression and pressed further. "Aside from the howls, have you heard anything else? For instance, what does the monster look like? Or has it ever harmed anyone?" The survivor hastily shook his head, his voice trembling even more. "No, we only dare to walk far around the bar. We wouldn't dare to approach it. All right, be gone." The survivor felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, not even daring to pick up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground. Fleeing away in a hurry, Lu Momo, gripping the door handle, quietly asked, "Chen Mo, are we really going to the Wild Wolf Bar next? That sounds rather dangerous." "We are indeed going to the Wild Wolf Bar, but the immediate priority is to enhance our strength. First, we need to find a place to stay and consume some crystal cores." Upon hearing about the consumption of crystal cores, the other women's eyes sparkled with excitement as they discreetly glanced at Chen Mo. After all, consuming crystal cores meant, "All right, it's getting late. Let us get in the car," Chen Mo said, opening the car door and settling back into the vehicle, pressing down on the accelerator and driving away with a group of women. The tires of the Mercedes G-Class crushed the gravel on the road, sending tiny dust clouds into the air. Chen Mo held the steering wheel, his gaze sweeping over the diverging paths ahead. The left led to the Wild Wolf Bar, while the right was the previously cleared budget hotel. Without hesitation, he steered toward the budget hotel. The car came to a steady halt in front of the hotel, and Chen Mo opened the door to scan the surroundings, confirming there were no anomalies before leading the women toward the hotel. Upon returning to room 208, Chen Mo eagerly retrieved a crystal core from his system space. Detected a first-tier crystal core. "Congratulations, you have obtained 1 million first-tier crystal cores." As the system's voice echoed in Chen Mo's mind, 1 million first-tier crystal cores surged forth from his hand like a rushing spring, creating a cacophony of sounds as countless cores fell in the silent room. A silvery glow seeped through Chen Mo's fingers, quickly accumulating into a mound of light that reached half his height on the floor, with faint energy waves lingering in the air. The women gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. Lu Momo leaned closer to the pile of crystal cores, gently touching the outermost core, only to retract her hand as if scalded. "Chen Montak, this is truly incredible." Chen Mo gazed at the astonished expressions of the women, his fingertips gently gliding over the surface of the pile of crystal nuclei, their silvery luminescence swirling in his palm. "There is nothing astonishing about this. With these crystal nuclei, our strength can be significantly enhanced." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Momo unexpectedly flushed, biting her lip and inquiring, "How long will we stay here?" "We shall remain as long as we can. We have ample time," Chen Mo replied, casually pocketing 2 or 3 crystal nuclei and pulling Lu Momo towards the bedroom. "Wait, hold on." At that moment, Lu Yifei's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Chen Montak, suppressing the heat rising within him, turned to her and said, "Speak your mind." "I also wish to improve," Lu Yifei murmured, her gaze lowered, her ears tinged with crimson. Her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her voice softer than usual. Chen Mo's throat tightened as he quelled the surging heat within him. Aspiring to improve is commendable, then join us. Lu Yifei nodded eagerly, grasping 2 or 3 crystal nuclei and mimicking Chen Mo, placing them in her mouth. However, to Chen Mo's astonishment, Shen Jiai and Wang Shushue began to stir with desire as well. Observing this, Chen Mo quickly interjected, I understand your eagerness to progress, but we must take it slow. At that moment, as Shen Jiai's fingers brushed against the silvery glow of the crystal nuclei, she paused, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency. But Brother Chen, we don't wish to hold back. We heard there are monsters at the bar. If our strength doesn't keep pace, we just be hiding at the back. Wang Shushue nodded in agreement, her fingers curling around the edge of a crystal nucleus, her voice softer than usual. Indeed, we can't allow only Momo and Yifei to grow stronger. We want to help you share the burden. All right, I know what you all are thinking, Chen Mo replied, dismissing Shen Jiai and Wang Shushue as he hastily led Lu Momo and Lu Yifei into the room to consume the crystal nuclei. However, as the heavy door shut behind them, Wang Yuanyuan, who had remained silent, gazed contemplatively at the millions of crystal nuclei before her, pondering, what does it feel like to consume a crystal nucleus? Why is Yifei so reckless with her image? As she considered this, her fingers unconsciously curled, her gaze fixated on the tightly closed bedroom door, her ears quietly warming with a blush. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in the Wild Wolf Bar, the bodies of the henchmen Chen Mo had slain lay arranged in a row upon the floor. A tall, muscular man, clad in a black men's nightgown, sat at the bar, his back turned to the bodies, pouring himself a glass of amber whiskey. The ice cubes clinked against the glass, producing a crisp sound, yet failing to dispel the sanguine scent that lingered in the bar, a pungent mix of blood and alcohol wafting through the dim lighting. He held the glass by its stem, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, his gaze fixed upon the liquid, reflecting the turmoil brewing within his eyes. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind. A man clad in a black leather jacket approached hastily, his voice tinged with trepidation. Brother Wolf, all the bodies of our comrades are here. What have you discovered? The Wild Wolf gently swirled the drink in his glass, his voice chilling as he replied. As of now, there are no leads. Slowly, he turned around, revealing a face marred by scars, one particularly menacing mark stretching from his left brow to his jawline. He downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion, slamming it down on the bar with a resounding thud. It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent in our territory. As he spoke, he strode over to the bodies, kicking one of them with his foot before continuing. To kill on our turf and escape unscathed requires some skill. Investigate every street around here. I want to know who this bastard is, how many men he brought, and where he is hiding. Chapter 83, Uninvited. Understood, Brother Wolf. Even if I have to scour the entire city with my men, I will unearth that scoundrel, replied the man in leather, gripping the short knife at his waist as he rushed out of the bar. In an instant, the dimly lit establishment seemed to be enveloped in an eerie silence, leaving the Wild Wolf alone. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the shadows of the bar. The Wild Wolf hastily set down his glass and approached a massive iron cage in the darkness, speaking with concern, My dear, what troubles you? Are you hungry? Wait for me. I will be there shortly. With that, he seized the ankle of one of his fallen subordinates and made his way toward the cage. On the morning of the 10th day, Chen Mo abruptly awoke from his slumber, a sharp glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, his energy radiating with several times the intensity of before. He raised his hand into a fist, acutely aware of the surging power within him, a significant change resulting from his continuous absorption of crystal cores that had allowed him to break through to the second tier. From Chen Mo's knowledge in his previous life, he understood that to awaken extraordinary abilities, one must first undergo 3 phases of physical transformation before ascending to the first tier of ability users. These phases are the awakening phase, the reinforcement phase, and the transformation phase. The awakening phase is the initial stage where the body first interacts with the energy of the crystal core, akin to a tingling sensation at one's fingertips, as if star-like energy coursed beneath the skin. At night, one could see clearly up to 3 meters further than an ordinary person, and the low growls of zombies could be discerned from 10 meters away. However, should one consume crystal cores for more than half a day, these perceptions would fade, and the body would revert to its ordinary state. This marks the first threshold for ordinary individuals encountering energy, serving as the foundation for future advancements. The period of physical enhancement marks a stage wherein energy penetrates deeply into the muscles and the superficial layers of the bones. During this phase, muscle density increases by 20%. What once caused trembling while lifting 70 to 80 pounds can now be carried effortlessly for 200 to 300 meters. Moreover, the healing speed of minor wounds doubles. A cut from a steel pipe that would typically take a day to scab over can coagulate in merely half a day, significantly reducing the risk of infection in a post-apocalyptic world. Stamina also sees a notable improvement after a continuous run of 1,000 meters. The recovery rate of breath is twice that of an ordinary person, establishing a foundational physical capacity to withstand low-intensity combat. Most crucially, the period of physical metamorphosis represents a transformative stage where energy permeates muscles and bones, penetrating deeply into the internal organs. This is the final step before awakening extraordinary abilities. Upon reaching this stage, the heart's pumping efficiency increases by 30%, and the recovery rate of heart rate after intense exercise is double that of an average individual, allowing one to run 15,000 meters without gasping for breath. Bone density significantly improves. Being struck by a typical steel pipe results only in bruising rather than the previous susceptibility to fractures. Even more importantly, this transformation phase unveils unique physical traits indicative of future extraordinary abilities. For instance, those inclined towards fire possess a palm temperature 3 degrees higher than normal, allowing them to handle high-temperature objects without discomfort. Water affinity individuals can hold their breath underwater for 5 minutes, and their skin becomes smoother upon contact with water. Those attuned to would exhibit heightened sensitivity to plant energy, with their skin displaying a faint sheen. Only by completing this stage of physical transformation can one aspire to formally join the ranks of first-tier extraordinary individuals. As Chen Mo sensed the energy fluctuations within him, far surpassing the metamorphosis stage, his gaze sharpened. At that moment, he was acutely aware that the individuals within the Wild Wolf Bar were likely becoming increasingly frantic in their search for them. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate this threat, lest it pose future risks to him. Chen Mo, you're awake? A gentle voice beside him broke the tension. It was Lu Momo, her eyes alight with joy. Chen Mo, both Yifei and I have also broken through to the first tier, and Ji and Shushua are just one step away from their own breakthroughs. Chen Montak nodded. Rising to the window, he pulled back the curtains to gaze into the distance. The exterior of the economy hotel remained tranquil. Yet he knew this calm would soon be disrupted. Let us gather our things. It's time we head to the Wild Wolf Bar. However, to Chen Mo's astonishment, just as he spoke, 2 battered pickup trucks came to a sudden halt outside the economy hotel, carrying a group of individuals. Those in the truck beds brandished steel pipes, machetes, and even a rusty hunting rifle, led by the leather-clad man who had previously stormed out of the bar. A fresh scar marked his face as he fixed a fierce gaze on the hotel entrance, shouting to his comrades in the truck, "Brothers, search every floor and every room of this hotel. Even if we have to turn the entire Tianhai city upside down, we will find those bastards." As his command echoed, the group swiftly disembarked, weapons in hand, charging towards the hotel entrance like ravenous wolves. A figure forcefully kicked the door, the resounding thud echoing painfully in the stillness of the early morning. Meanwhile, another individual circled to the side of the hotel, prying open a first-floor window with a steel pipe, the sharp sound of shattering glass piercing the air. In the truck bed, a man brandishing a shotgun aimed at each windowsill, his finger poised on the trigger, scanning each window with a vigilant gaze, as if ready to fire at the first sight of Chen Mo and his companions. Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion below, Chen Mo's expression instantly turned cold. He quickly approached the window, peering through the curtain's gap to discern the situation outside, unease bubbling within him. Could these individuals be searching for us? Just as this thought crossed his mind, 5 women, Shen Jiayi, Wang Shushua, Lu Yifei, Wang Yuanyuan, and Lu Momo, each armed with a CZ-512 rifle, gathered at his side. "Brother Chen Mo, these people do not seem to come in peace. What should we do?" Wang Shushua, standing behind him, spoke first, lighting a cigarette. Chen Mo turned to face the women and replied calmly, "As long as they do not provoke us, they can do as they please until we ascertain their intentions." However, as he spoke, he paused momentarily before continuing, "Yet, I have a strong feeling that they are indeed after us." Just then, A loud crash resonated from downstairs. The hotel door had been forcefully kicked open. The voice of a man in a leather jacket followed, laced with a menacing tone. "You lot. Search the second floor. Remember, I want them alive." Soon after, the sound of heavy footsteps ascended, accompanied by labored breaths and the clatter of weapons. "Brother, Chen Mo. They are coming up. What do we do now?" Wang Shushua, visibly anxious, asked as Chen Mo extinguished his cigarette and glanced at her. "They are armed with pipes and knives. You, however, possess a firearm. Why the panic?" I don't know why I'm panicking. Perhaps it's because there are too many of them." She stammered. "Isn't that a good thing? It will be a swift resolution. I suggest you all put away your rifles. A single handgun will suffice," Chen Mo advised, pausing briefly before adding, "Let us take advantage of this moment to eat something. We need our strength." A few minutes later, a robust henchman from the Wild Wolf Bar burst into Chen Mo's room, violently kicking the door off its hinges, splintering wood flying as he charged in, wielding a steel pipe and cursing loudly. "Damn it, I've been searching for 10 days, and not even a ghost has appeared. I bet they've been turned into zombies by now." Yet, as he stepped into the room, he was met with the unexpected sight of Chen Mo sharing breakfast with Shan Jiai and Lu Yifei, leaving the henchman momentarily stunned by this dramatic turn of events. In this day and age, merely having enough to satiate one's hunger is a commendable feat, let alone sitting in a pristine room, indulging in a delicately packaged meat floss bun, accompanied by several unopened cartons of room-temperature milk. Frankly, such treatment is something that even the core subordinates of the Wild Wolf Bar could only hope to receive during a celebratory gathering. The burly man tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his gaze shifting from bewilderment to avarice, only to be swiftly overtaken by a fierce intensity. "Damn it! At this hour, how can anyone live so comfortably? Who on earth are you?" As Chen Mo spoke, he set down the carton of milk, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles, his expression devoid of any emotion as he looked at the subordinate, and continued, "Perhaps it is you who should be asking. Bursting into our room with a steel pipe, are you here to rob us or to meet your demise?" The burly man was momentarily taken aback by the words, but quickly regained his composure, defiantly shouting, "You're quite the bold one. I'll tell you the truth. I am one of Wolf Brothers' men. We are currently hunting for those who killed our brothers at the Wild Wolf Bar. Have you seen them?" Indeed, they were members of the Wild Wolf Bar. Upon hearing the man's words, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you even listening?" In the face of the man's furious outburst, Chen Mo did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the meat floss bun from the table, leisurely tearing off a layer of packaging, letting the crumbs fall gently along the edge of the table before he spoke in a languid tone. "I have seen them. In fact, I dined with them just last night." The burly man was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the implications of Chen Mo's words. Yet he pressed on. "What did you just say? You've seen them? You dined with them? You're not joking, are you?" At that moment, a man clad in leather from the Wild Wolf Bar entered, accompanied by a group of subordinates, his voice cold as he inquired, "What is going on?" The burly man turned to the leather-clad figure, as if he had seen a savior, pointing at Chen Mo and exclaiming, "Boss, this kid claims to have seen the ones who killed our brothers, and even dined with them." Upon hearing this, the leather-clad man's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over the bread and milk before settling on Chen Mo, his tone laced with menace. "Oh, what a coincidence. Why don't you tell me where they are now?" Chen Mo finished the last crumb of the bun, wiped his fingers clean, and raised his eyes to meet the leather-clad man's gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Where are they?" "They are right before you." As these words left his lips, the room fell into an eerie silence. The leather-clad man was taken aback at first, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically as he reached for his waist. Yet before his hand could grasp the hilt of his knife, a volley of gunfire erupted, the sound of bullets tearing through fabric reverberating in the room. The leather-clad man and several of his advancing subordinates froze, crimson stains seeping from their chests as they staggered backward. The remaining subordinates, gripped by terror, either fled towards the door or collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Shan Jiai and Lu Yifei placed their handguns on the dining table, leisurely savoring the delicacies before them, as if the earlier event had never transpired. It wasn't until a moment later that Chen Mo, having finished his breakfast, cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground and the motionless figure of his subordinate. He wiped his hands with a napkin and rose to the side of the man in the leather jacket who lay in a pool of blood. With his foot resting upon the man's bullet-riddled abdomen, he mused aloud, "Look at you. What a state you've gotten yourself into. My woman too. Couldn't she have made it a bit more merciful? All the bullets landed right in the groin, leaving him in a predicament where death eludes him. Yet life is equally unattainable. How awkward. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Shan Jiayi and Lu Yifei exchanged glances, unable to suppress their surprise, yet chose to ignore him thereafter. Meanwhile, the leather-clad man, beneath Chen Mo's foot, was filled with anguish and resentment. I am Wolf Brothers' man. If you kill me. Bang! A gunshot interrupted his words, the bullet finding its mark in his forehead. Chen Mo retracted his handgun, casting a disdainful glance at the now motionless corpse beneath him, wiping the blood off his shoe with distaste, muttering annoying. At that moment, Shun Jai had just finished her last sip of milk. She took a napkin to dab her lips and remarked coolly, Brother Chen Mo, shall we head to the bar next? Her gaze then swept over the fallen subordinates. And what about these men? How shall we deal with them? Eliminate them all. At this proclamation, the incapacitated subordinates erupted in chaos, some scrambling towards the exit, others crying out for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I've done nothing. I'm merely a runner. Bang, 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 following a series of rapid gunshots. The room was filled with bodies, the mingling scents of blood and gunpowder intermingling with a lingering aroma of unfinished bread, creating an eerie atmosphere. Chen Mo put away his handgun, noting that only 2 bullets remained in the magazine. Without glancing at the corpses, he addressed Shan Jiai, Lu Yifei, and the other women. Clean up. We must be on our way. Thus, 10 minutes later, Chen Mo, accompanied by Shan Jiai and Lu Momo among 5 women, descended from the upper floor, driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class towards the direction of the Wild Wolf Bar. The engine roared in the desolate streets, tires crushed over scattered rubble and discarded paper, leaving clear tracks behind. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shun Jiai unconsciously traced the grip of her handgun, her gaze drifting towards the remains of zombies by the roadside. Remaining silent, Chen Mo grasped the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting on the window ledge, his gaze icy and fixed ahead as he coldly commanded. After we pass through, flatten the Wild Wolf Bar. Leave no survivors. Chapter 85. Flattening the Wild Wolf Bar. As Chen Mo concluded his order, he accelerated once more, the roar of the G-Class engine piercing through the silence of the streets, the vehicle barely shuddering as it rolled over a half-decayed zombie carcass. Shun Jai lowered the car window by an inch, and the cold wind, carrying a faint odor of decay, surged in. Her fingers tightened around the grip of the pistol. With less than 3 kilometers to the Wild Wolf Bar, it was time to check their equipment. The women promptly inspected their handguns and the ammunition for their CZ-512 rifles. A few minutes later, as the Mercedes G-Class rounded the final corner, the neon sign of the Wild Wolf Bar loomed before them. The sign was missing a significant portion of the character for wolf, and the remaining words were coated in dust, with several light tubes malfunctioning, flickering ominously in the dim twilight, like a monstrous creature winking with malevolence. More glaring was the triple layer of barbed wire at the entrance, entangled with rusty chains and shards of glass that rattled in the wind. 2 sentries leaned against the wire, dozing off, evidently oblivious to the approaching Mercedes G-Class. Still sleeping? It's time to wake up. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The engine of the Mercedes roared like an enraged beast, charging straight for the weakest point of the barbed wire fence. With a resounding crash, the rusty chains snapped under the impact, shards of glass flew, embedding themselves in the vehicle's body, and the 3 layers of barbed wire were torn open, twisted into a heap of scrap metal. When the sentries were jolted awake by the thunderous noise, their bodies were already lacerated by the flying metal shards. One of them reached for the machete at his side, but Shun Jai had already flung open the car door, aiming her pistol at his forehead and firing a shot. The dull thud of the bullet piercing through his skull echoed as he fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock, unable to comprehend his fate. The other sentry, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee into the bar, shouting that intruders were coming. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Lu Momo leaned out from the back window, the muzzle of her CZ-512 trained on his back. A shot rang out, and he stumbled against the bar's door, collapsing before he could even grasp the handle. At that moment, Chen Mo finally exited the vehicle, and as his feet touched the ground, a surge of 30 or so survivors from the Wild Wolf Bar emerged, wielding steel pipes and machetes, blocking the entrance. Observing the quivering survivors brandishing their weapons, Chen Mo calmly lit a cigarette and slowly spoke. I have come specifically to visit Brother Wolf today. What are you all doing? You're making me lose face here. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon the group of survivors. In an instant, their screams drowned out the clattering of the wind-blown chains. The first few who had brandished their steel pipes were struck down, blood bursting forth from their chests as they fell lifelessly to the ground, their blood pooling along the tiles and flowing into the bar. The remaining survivors were horrified, dropping their machetes with a clatter. Some turned to flee back into the bar, only to be trampled by others, falling into a blood-soaked heap. Chen Mo, cigarette in hand, exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the lamenting survivors strewn across the ground, blood splatters marking his feet. His tone remained devoid of emotion. Now, no one stand in my way, does there? As he spoke, he stepped over the corpses and continued toward the Wild Wolf bar with the women in tow. However, just as Chen Mo ascended the steps to the bar's entrance, the wooden door was suddenly flung open from within with a loud crash. A burly, bald man brandishing a machete emerged, its blade marred with dried blood. Who dares to kill my brother? Wild Wolf? Today, you shall. But before he could finish his threat, Shun Jiayi had already raised her weapon and pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing his shoulder with unerring precision. The bald man let out a pain scream as he collapsed, the machete clattering to the ground at Chen Mo's feet. He stepped on the blade, glancing down at the moaning survivors, flicking the cigarette but onto the bald man's face, igniting a spark. Where's your Wild Wolf? Tell him to come out. Trembling in pain, the bald man gritted his teeth and glared at Chen Mo. Wolf is on the second floor. He won't let you escape. But before he could utter another word, another gunshot rang out, and the bald man fell silent, eyes wide in shock as he toppled into the pool of blood. Fool! Chen Mo exhaled gently on the gun's muzzle before continuing into the bar with the women. Upon entering, they were immediately engulfed by a miasma of liquor, sweat, and blood. Shattered bottles littered the bar top, and the furniture lay askew, devoid of patrons. Bastard! Suddenly, a large man brandishing a shotgun bellowed, aiming it at Chen Mo. But before he could pull the trigger, Shun Jiayi, Lu Momo, and 3 others had already transformed him into a sieve. Clang, clang, clang. Just then, a rhythmic and clear sound accompanied by footsteps echoed from the second floor of the bar. Chen Mo instinctively looked up toward the staircase. There stood Wild Wolf, clad in a black leather jacket, appearing at the corner of the stairs, a beer bottle in hand, its base rhythmically striking the wrought iron railing, producing that earlier clanging noise. A cigarette, unlit, hung from the corner of his mouth as his eyes roamed over the corpses below and the perforated man, finally resting on Chen Mo. He smiled. To be honest, you're even more ruthless than I imagined. You're Wild Wolf? Chen Mo cast aside the cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot, while his right hand stealthily reached for the handgun at his waist. Wild Wolf did not respond, leisurely descending the stairs, the beer bottle still clinking against the railing, its sound jarring in the otherwise silent bar. He approached the bar, picked up an intact whiskey bottle, took a sip from its neck, and then lifted his gaze to Chen Mo. So, you're the one who killed my former subordinates? Indeed. Wild Wolf, upon hearing this, swallowed hard, slamming the whiskey bottle onto the bar, droplets of liquid splattering onto the bloodstained surface. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Mo, his tone finally imbued with a hint of ferocity. Can you enlighten me as to why you felt compelled to eliminate them? On one occasion, your subordinates intruded upon the shooting club, disrupting my woman's training and even attempting to confiscate our firearms. Do you truly expect me to acquiesce to such behavior? At this, the Wild Wolf's expression momentarily stiffened, his fingers absently caressing the neck of the whiskey bottle. After a brief pause, he slowly began to speak. It appears this incident serves as the catalyst for the entire affair. With that, the Wild Wolf let out a sharp whistle right before Chen Mo's eyes, and soon thereafter, the metallic clanking of the iron cage being opened resonated from upstairs. Instantly, Chen Mo sensed that something ominous was about to transpire.